Well, as you can see, I have become a crow that thrives on the misfortunes of others. Oz, have I become Spider-Man's contractual crow? Let's save Uncle Ben first. When Oz traverses into the Marvel Universe as a crow, he realizes that he must draw strength from the misfortunes of others. His first contractual target is none other than Peter Parker, Spider-Man, who has just lost Uncle Ben. Your misfortune is mine, and your happiness is under my care. Oz flaps his wings. From this day forth, Gwen shall not fall. Aunt May will not be widowed, and you shall escape the clutches of death in this universe. Witness the most irreverent crow assisting the most tragic superhero, rewriting the tragic endings of the Marvel Universe in the most absurd manner. When Spider-Man encounters the sharp-tongued crow, the criminals of New York are about to face the most troublesome duo. A gentle reminder, this crow's tongue is sharper than Deadpool's. Those with weak psychological resilience should proceed with caution. No, 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 no. Uncle Ben, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. The boy lay on the ground, his hands stained with blood from touching the wounds of the corpse. Someone call an ambulance. Unfortunately, the desolate street offered no response. I beg you, don't leave me. Uncle Ben, please. Eyewitnesses have described the suspect's appearance to the sketch artist. Please take a look and see if you recognize him. The officer handed the sketch to Aunt May. Struggling against her sorrow, she accepted the image of the perpetrator. I don't recognize this man, she said. Yet, as soon as she spoke, her frail body trembled even more violently. Well, our homicide detectives are currently investigating this case. If we find anything, we will notify you immediately. As the officer retrieved the sketch and prepared to leave, he was halted by a young voice. Peter called out to the departing officer, "May I see the sketch?" Of course, the officer replied, handing the image to the young man, adding, "By the way, he has a pentagram tattoo on his left wrist." Upon seeing the suspect's sketch for the first time, Peter felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon him. Oh dear. What have I done? Just moments ago, before Uncle Ben's tragic demise, he had even had a run-in with this man. The man had robbed a convenience store, and Peter, having quarreled with the store owner, chose to ignore the robbery. Just when Peter thought this incident had nothing to do with him, fate played a cruel joke. Uncle Ben, in search of him, had intervened to stop the man's escape and was shot for his efforts. Peter clutched the sketch tightly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This meant, if only he had intervened at that moment, Uncle Ben would not. Peter? Aunt May's voice snapped him back from his turbulent thoughts. Peter felt overwhelmed. He could not bear to look into Aunt May's eyes. He averted his gaze, the sketch crumpling in his tight grip. I'm listening, Aunt May. What are you saying? Aunt May's eyes were red and filled with sorrow. She stepped closer, grasping Peter's hand, asking gently, Are you hungry? Would you like to get something to eat? No. Peter turned his head, unable to meet her gaze. This is all my fault. If I hadn't argued with Uncle Ben tonight, it wouldn't have happened. Peter. Aunt May gently turned his face back towards her, her hand caressing his cheek. Uncle, he wouldn't want to see us like this. Let's go get something to eat. Peter could no longer contain his tears. They streamed down his face. He embraced the elderly woman in front of him. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The night was eerily silent, the cold moonlight streaming through the window as the boy tossed and turned in bed. Peter sat up, gripping the sheets tightly. The spider that had bitten him had not only granted him the ability to cling to walls, but had also heightened his senses. He could hear faint sobs coming from Aunt May's room next door. Immersed in his sorrowful regret, he felt increasingly responsible for the tragedy. If only he had. Suddenly, Peter lifted his head to gaze out the window. A large black bird was tapping at the glass with its beak. Noticing his movement, the crow paused, half spreading its wing in what seemed to be a gesture of greeting. What is this? Curiosity compelled Peter to approach the window. As he drew nearer, his vision cleared, revealing that it was indeed a crow. His mood soured even further. Crows symbolized death and misfortune. At this moment, the arrival of a crow at his window felt like a cruel joke from the heavens. Peter prepared to shoo it away, but as he pushed the window open, he was taken aback when the crow spoke. Pleased to meet you. I am Oz. From this moment forth, the contract is sealed. I shall assist you in your pursuits, in exchange for a part of you and your quarry. Peter stood speechless for a moment, his mouth agape. The crow tilted its head. Hey, can you hear me? I must be dreaming, Peter murmured to himself, unable to fathom that a crow could speak. Oz, growing impatient, thought to himself, if this kid leaves, he'll have a real problem. It flew into the room, landing on Peter's bed, fluffing its sleek, dark feathers. What kind of dream are you having, kid? Tell me, is your Uncle Ben dead yet? Oz blurted out. Even the divine should not make such a jest. Peter shouted, Get out of my room. Oz blinked, noticing the redness around Peter's eyes and the trembling of his body. Oh, I must have arrived too late. So, your uncle just died? Oz inquired. Get lost. Peter had no intention of answering the cursed crow's questions. He grabbed a pillow from his bed and hurled it at Oz, attempting to drive the crow away. The boy's reaction did not go unnoticed by Oz. It seemed clear that Ben Parker was indeed gone. Oz flapped his wings, attempting to quell Peter's anger. Wait, you still have another uncle alive. Peter paused, looking at the crow with confusion. What does he mean, another uncle? What do you mean? Peter asked. Norman Osborn is also your uncle. He is surely still alive. Oz replied. Peter's face flushed with embarrassment. He shouted, Get out of my room now. How could there be such a crow in existence? Oz dodged the pillow thrown by Peter, leisurely perching atop a shelf in the room. Don't be hasty, kid. As I said, the contract is sealed. I will help you become a more perfect Spider-Man. Get out. Just get out. Clearly, Oz's words pierced through Peter's wounded spirit, and he now simply wished to chase away this talking crow. Yet, no matter what actions he took, he could not touch the crow before him, not even a feather. Thus, the man and the bird engaged in a comical struggle within the confines of the room until Aunt May's voice resonated from outside. Peter? Oz raised his wings, shielding his beak. Peter's chest heaved several times before he responded, I'm fine, Aunt May. Are you sure? The commotion inside your room sounds rather significant. Oz muttered softly, Look at you, all flustered. You're disturbing others, aren't you? Peter shot at a glare. What did it mean by him being flustered? It was strange that he wasn't angry at such a jest. I'm fine, Aunt May. I accidentally broke a glass when I got out of bed, but I've already cleaned it up. Peter did not want Aunt May to see this crow. Her mental state was already fragile. If she were to encounter this ominous symbol of death, it could drive her further into despair. All right, take care of yourself. There was a brief silence outside before Aunt May's voice faded, followed by footsteps that indicated she had left. During this time, Peter's gaze remained fixed on Oz. The crow had perched itself comfortably on his desk, wings folded, its head swiveling about in utter contentment. Peter found himself irked by the creature's demeanor. How could such an annoying crow exist in this world? He inquired, Who exactly are you? Oz lounged casually. I'm Oz, as I mentioned before. Peter dismissed the flippant response and asked bluntly, What do you really want? To assist you in becoming a more perfect Spider-Man, while simultaneously taking away some of the misfortunes you bear. What misfortunes? Your misfortune. Chapter 2, The Deadly Question. What do you mean by my misfortune? I don't quite grasp your meaning. Peter felt somewhat dazed upon hearing Oz's reply. He did not understand why he had attracted this crow's attention, nor the nature of the contract it spoke of, and he was utterly perplexed by what misfortunes he supposedly deserved. What about Uncle Ben? Was Uncle Ben his misfortune? Was he to be taken away by this crow? Peter's mind ignited with turmoil. As if reading his thoughts, the ebony bird blinked its crimson eyes. Don't play games with me, or I'll report you to the Animal Protection Society and have you taken to court. Feeling exposed, Peter huffed and began scrutinizing the crow before him. It had a well-proportioned body, feathers as black as tar gleaming with a cold silvery light in the dim room, and its eyes were not the abyssal black of a textbook depiction, but rather a vivid crimson. Despite its somewhat ominous and eerie appearance, Peter felt no discomfort. Come on, kid. Oz suddenly flapped its wings, pointing towards the window. Put on your spider uniform. We are going to catch the murderer of Uncle Ben. What is a spider uniform? Oz looked at the youth, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Andrew Garfield, and felt a pang of frustration. He had grown accustomed to assumptions and nearly forgot that this version of Spider-Man in the Sony universe had yet to truly embark on his journey. He was merely a boy mourning a lost loved one. So, Oz turned his head. Never mind. Just find a cloth to cover your face. We can discuss the uniform later. Peter hesitated upon hearing the crow's words. He genuinely wanted to apprehend Uncle Ben's killer, but he did not yet fully trust this crow. Why should I believe you? Because your uncle just died. Peter clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead pulsing with agitation. Seeing this, Oz ceased to jest further. After all, having been a jester in a past life, even transformed into a crow by a truck accident, he still could not shake off that habit. He suspected that his transformation into a crow was divine punishment for his incessant chatter. Perhaps his incessant chatter had led to this existence where he must absorb the misfortunes of others and bring them happiness. The more joy his bonded subject experienced, the faster his own strength would return. Of course, for the bonded subject to have a happy life, he would need to exert effort. The so-called absorption of another's misfortune meant alleviating the sufferings that the bonded individual would have faced, allowing for growth through a different means. It was not about losing parents, lovers, friends, and eventually strangers, until one had no choice but to perish in the universe. Thus, having Spider-Man as his bonded subject was quite fitting. After all, this fellow was undeniably unfortunate. Oz gathered his wings, standing tall and gazing deeply. He stated, "Regarding matters of trust, I do not expect you to cast aside your rationality to believe me right now, but I must clarify, I will not bring you any disaster or pain." Peter remained silent for a moment before asking, "And Uncle Ben?" Oz stared at him for a while, then suddenly threw back his head, cawing with laughter. "Of course, you could always blame me, thinking my arrival caused your uncle's demise. But what if I said his death is indeed connected to you?" Whether it was the crow's harsh laughter or something else, Peter's suppressed sorrow erupted once again. He could no longer hold back, clenching his fists and striking at the crow. "Get away from me. Who needs your help?" His fist crashed against the desk, and instead of the expected contact with a bird's body, he merely struck the air, causing the desk to sting. Peter's eyes widened, filled with tears. Several black feathers floated in the air, converging towards the window, ultimately coalescing into the form of a bird. Then, a splash of crimson illuminated the dark surroundings. Oz, restored to his crow form, fluffed his feathers as if preening himself. Noticing Peter's state, he tilted his head, turning it at a 180-degree angle. "Oh, have you started crying already?" Peter had no inclination to engage with Oz's taunts. At that moment, he understood one thing. He had indeed been the cause of Uncle Ben's demise. Oz observed the boy, who was now cradling his head in anguish, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. "Oh, how I wish I could control my tongue." Thus, he settled on the windowsill, quietly watching as Spider-Man, Peter Parker, wept. In his past memories, he had only witnessed Spider-Man's glorious moments, and this vulnerable sight was a rare occurrence. How pitiful, truly. Should I add fuel to the fire? No. Oz shook his head, resolutely discarding that thought. He was there to assist Spider-Man, not to burden him further. Once Peter had released enough of his emotions, Oz rose leisurely. "Regarding your uncle's death, I sincerely express my condolences." Oz added, "Truly." Peter simply lifted his head from the crook of his arm, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at Oz. "Can you truly assist me in capturing the one who murdered Uncle Ben?" Oz nodded affirmatively. "Of course, but your participation is essential. You cannot expect me to do it alone, can you? I am not dead." Cough. Oz shrank back slightly, casting a cautious glance at Peter, fearful that he might notice the incomplete thought trailing behind his words. It appeared that Peter had not heard Oz's statement. He momentarily fell into contemplation. Oz remained patient, quietly awaiting Peter's next utterance. After a while, Peter's gaze regained some spark. "I do wish to apprehend that murderer immediately, but Aunt May, she has yet to fall asleep." Peter glanced at the wall of the room, beyond which lay Aunt May's quarters. "If I were to leave suddenly, she would worry." Upon saying this, Peter noticed a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He did not trust this crow named Oz. His words were merely a fod to distract himself, for he had no desire to leave with Oz just yet. Nevertheless, deep down, Peter was indeed eager to capture the murderer and ensure they paid for their crime. Yet Aunt May's condition was genuine. He could not simply abandon her. Peter first observed Oz tilt his head, then assume a quizzical expression, as though in that moment, he were not a crow, but rather a kitten raising an eyebrow. How peculiar. How could a crow's visage display the expression of a cat? Oz regarded Peter with his blood-red pupils. "Very well, given your current state, rest is indeed necessary." Peter suddenly widened his eyes, turning toward the window. He watched as Oz's inky form began to dissolve into feathers, drifting away like petals falling from a flower. Peter was bewildered. "What are you?" As Oz's form began to vanish completely, he quipped, "Leaving, of course. Did you expect me to sleep with you? That would be rather inappropriate." Peter clenched his fists. He realized that this crow's tongue was sharper than he had initially imagined. Yet regarding the murderer of Uncle Ben, he was utterly in the dark. He needed to extract some information from this peculiar crow. Thus, he inquired, "So how can I capture the one who killed Uncle Ben?" "Whenever you believe you are ready, we shall go after him," Oz replied. Peter quickly pressed, "Then how will I contact you?" Oz blinked his eyes. "Just wait for me to find you." A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, as the feathers that had formed from Oz floated toward the window, on the verge of disappearing from sight. Peter rose and approached the window, posing one final question, one that he would ultimately regret. He asked, "Where are you going?" The crow replied, "To the docks for some fries." Peter. As the crow departed from the forest hill where the Parkers resided, Oz leisurely soared above Queens. According to his understanding of the original plot of Spider-Man, the murderer of Ben Parker was never fully addressed. Even Oz himself was uncertain whether this universe's Spider-Man had apprehended the killer. It seemed that Uncle Ben's death was a predetermined fact, all serving to pave the way for Peter's transformation into Spider-Man. Why can't it be like the version with the bully? Oz pondered, frustrated. For according to the original storyline, Peter would soon enter a brief period of despair, donning the mask of a vigilante each night in search of Uncle Ben's killer, until an unexpected event with the lizard would lead him to save citizens, ultimately grasping the essence of heroism. And during the lizard incident, his girlfriend Gwen's father perished at the hands of Connors, further illuminating the solitude that accompanies heroism for Peter. Thus, after all this contemplation, it still remained unaddressed whether Peter had indeed captured the murderer. Oz's head throbbed from the thoughts, and he resolved to cast them aside. He had come to this universe for one purpose. That was to tell Peter that his happiness would be revived infinitely by Oz. There would be no more tragedies of dead fathers-in-law or dead girlfriends, and certainly no more dead universe. Having reached this point, I might as well head to the docks for some fries first. Today, we gather here to mourn the lives lost. At the funeral, Peter sat listlessly, listening to the pastor's eulogy. The events of yesterday felt like an unending nightmare from which he could never awaken. Not only was it Uncle Ben's death, but also that strange crow. He had no idea where the crow had gone, and could there truly be fries available at the docks at such a late hour? Of course, whether fries were available at the docks was inconsequential. Perhaps it had gone in search of the murderer of Uncle Ben, intending to return and inform him once found. Peter shook his head, finding it absurd he had barely interacted with Oz for a single night, yet he dared to place his trust in the creature. How ridiculous. Aunt May, noticing Peter's demeanor, gently squeezed his shoulder and inquired, "What troubles you?" Peter's spirits remained low as he replied softly, "I miss him." Aunt May shifted to grasp her nephew's hand. "We all miss him, but I believe he would not wish to see us like this." Peter nodded, then lifted his gaze to the name inscribed on the gravestone. "I still remember the scene from last night when we argued. He was trying to tell me something very important, but Peter bit his lip, his eyes filled with profound guilt and remorse. "If I hadn't argued with him, if I hadn't forgotten to come pick you up, if only I—" "Peter," Aunt May interjected, not allowing him to spiral further into self-reproach. She suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you know what he would say to us if he were here?" Peter shook his head. "Lift your head and keep moving forward," Aunt May replied. Peter remained silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head, looking earnestly at Aunt May. "I swear, the murderer of Uncle Ben will receive the punishment he deserves." Internally, Peter added, "I promise." Aunt May smiled in silence, merely patting Peter's palm. The subsequent funeral proceedings unfolded as if preordained, orderly until the conclusion. During this time, the passage of moments did not diminish the turmoil within Peter's heart. Guilt and self-reproach spread like wild spring grass, overtaking his soul. He had resolved firmly. Even if it meant making a pact with the devil, he would capture that murderer. Speaking of the devil, Peter's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Oz. Could he be the devil? After all, Oz had claimed to have formed a contract with him. The window seemed to be struck by something sharp, the noise quickly drawing Peter's attention. "Hey Parker, how's the rest?" Oz greeted, flapping his wings outside the window. Peter hurriedly got out of bed, opened the window, and let the crow inside. As soon as Oz squeezed through, Peter immediately declared, "I am ready. Let us go catch the murderer of Uncle Ben." Oz tilted his head back, scrutinizing Peter with a measured gaze. The young man practically had the words "I am in a hurry" emblazoned on his forehead. "Not a problem, but before we proceed, there is a matter that must be clarified," Oz stated. "What is it?" Peter inquired. "How do you intend to handle him? Will you kill him or turn him over to the authorities?" Chapter 3. Where has Ben gone? Ben is dead. How do you intend to deal with him? Will you kill him or turn him over to the police? Faced with Oz's probing inquiry, Peter found himself momentarily perplexed. What does that mean? It is merely to ascertain your mindset. My mindset is perfectly fine. He killed Uncle Ben, and I cannot simply let him go, Peter exclaimed with impatience. If you are unwilling to assist me, then I shall seek him out myself. Yet Oz merely stared at Peter, persistently reiterating his previous question. So how do you plan to handle him? You have yet to provide me with an answer. He needed to know Peter's decision, for he would be bound to Peter in a contractual state for a considerable time thereafter. The misfortunes that were to befall Peter would gradually dissipate with Oz's arrival, or at the very least, would not be quite so dismal. The event of Uncle Ben's death. if attributed to other superheroes, could be viewed as a background narrative prior to their heroism. However, in the case of Spider-Man, it merely unveils a fraction of the tragedy. Following this, there would be the death of Gwen, Aunt May in peril, identity crises, a mentor succumbing to darkness, media vilification, and a plethora of riveting plotlines yet to be explored. Oh, there's even the incident where the writer himself intervenes to snatch away the girlfriend. Oz harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question at this moment, rather than waiting until Peter apprehended the murderer. I do not know. Peter yearned to utter the words "kill him," yet his long-standing ingrained beliefs rendered him mute despite the turmoil within. Oz's crimson eyes appeared particularly menacing in the night, and under that gaze, Peter instinctively lowered his head. He quietly inquired, "If I say I wish to kill him, what would the consequences be?" "There would be no consequences." Oz replied, "I merely require your stance." Should this universe's Peter Parker be willing to take that step, Oz would gladly guide him towards becoming the ultimate Spider-Man. Spider-Man boasts numerous incarnations, and while each version is undeniably intriguing, the most beloved remains that friendly neighborhood hero. Thus, in Oz's eyes, he still hoped that this universe's Spider-Man would embody that benevolent spirit. "I do not know. I truly do not know." Peter's fingers tangled in his hair, his expression one of anguish. If he were indeed to kill that murderer, it would be he who deserved the death penalty. For it was his failure that led to Uncle Ben's demise. Oz was somewhat satisfied with Peter's current demeanor. "I thought you were seeking vengeance." "Vengeance?" Peter shook his head, his voice rising. "You do not comprehend. I clearly had the power to intervene, yet I chose to ignore it." Oz let out a lengthy "oh," then remarked, "So, Uncle Ben should not have died." Peter, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "Do not speak Uncle Ben's name. You say I shouldn't, so I shall refrain from mentioning it." Oz abruptly shifted the conversation. "Before I transformed into a crow, I used to search for novels on online forums, but alas, I found none. Do you know why?" Peter sensed a hint of unease. "Why?" "Because the source was deceased." Without hesitation, Peter delivered a punch to Oz's head. However, the moment his fist made contact with Oz's feathery crown, his vision blurred, and, upon regaining clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Peter widened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. No longer was he in the confines of his familiar room, but rather at the entrance of a quaint tavern. The culprit, Oz, perched upon his shoulder, remarked, "The murderer of your dear uncle is inside, indulging in drinks. You know what you must do." Peter's head buzzed with confusion. "Wait, were we just?" Oz flapped his wings, striking Peter's head. "What are you talking about, my friend? I am merely a talking crow, and you have acquired superpowers after being bitten by a spider. This world has long since gone mad." Peter acknowledged the truth in Oz's words. Yet the sudden teleportation felt utterly amiss. As he approached the tavern's entrance, Peter's mood darkened considerably. Just before he pushed open the heavy door, he turned to Oz. "I recall you mentioned last night that you wanted me to become a more perfect Spider-Man. Though I do not grasp the meaning of that, I must ask, what would you do if my subsequent actions do not meet your expectations?" Oz blinked, his crimson eyes shimmering like rubies. "I don't know." Peter, finding the exchange futile, pushed open the tavern door and stepped inside. Contrary to his expectations of a boisterous scene, the tavern was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons scattered about. There was no electrifying rock music to stir the senses. Instead, a gentle, leisurely country tune played in the background. The elderly bartender, stationed at the counter, busily wiped glasses with a cloth, seemingly indifferent to Peter's arrival. Peter quickly scanned the room, his gaze fixating on a corner where a solitary blond man sat, nursing his drink. Peter could never forget that face. Fury ignited within him like a spark to tinder, and without a second thought, he seized a chair. Seeing this, Oz hastily whispered in Peter's ear, "I must clarify that disturbances in a tavern typically arise from disputes among regulars. If an outsider initiates trouble, the patrons will band together." Peter glanced sideways, noticing that some eyes were already upon him. He felt irked and retorted, "How do you know they aren't looking at you?" Oz shrugged and then flew to the head of a black man inside the tavern. Peter was puzzled by Oz's actions, but before he could comprehend, he witnessed Oz flapping his wings and harshly striking the man's head. "Drinking? You dare to drink? Are you done for today before indulging?" Peter was left utterly bewildered. The African-American man seemed oblivious to Oz's words, engrossed in his drink, occasionally scratching his scalp. Oz plopped down right atop the man's head. Clearly, they were not looking at me. Peter, feeling helpless, adjusted his chair and sat down, his gaze fixated on the individual who had murdered Uncle Ben. What am I to do? Am I to let him drink in peace? Perhaps I should order some fries to munch on? Forget it. Peter realized that his conversation with Oz was occurring through unspoken thoughts. He hadn't even parted his lips. Seriously, are you not going to order anything? The bartender's eyes have been glued to you. Order some fries. Stealing someone else's fries can be quite delightful. Without needing Oz's prodding, Peter noticed the bartender approaching. The seasoned bartender, draped with a white cloth over his shoulder, stood before Peter. Let me clarify. I do not serve alcohol to minors. However, I do have milk. Should you wish to purchase it, the old bartender stated. Peter's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll have a glass of milk, thank you. Oz shouted from his side. And a portion of fries. Peter had no intention of acknowledging him, continuing to silently observe the back of Uncle Ben's killer. After a few minutes, a steaming glass of milk was delivered, just as Peter was about to reach into his pocket for money. Hoping the milk wouldn't be too pricey, the old bartender said, "It's on me." Peter blinked in surprise. "I can pay." The bartender waved his hand dismissively, urging Peter to hurry home before his family worries. "I certainly do not wish to encounter the awkwardness of your family causing a scene at my bar." With that, the old bartender turned and walked away, disregarding Peter's reaction. Peter gazed at the man's retreating figure. His ears perked up as he caught the bartender muttering under his breath. Teenagers in their rebellious phase are truly challenging. They argue with their families and then run off. Only to come to my bar. What a hassle. I did not argue with my family. Peter longed to explain to the old bartender that he hadn't quarreled with his family, but the man's words evoked unpleasant memories. Once again, he was haunted by the tragedy of the previous night. The argument with Uncle Ben was the gravest error he'd ever made, without exception. It would leave an indelible mark upon his soul, one that would remain until death. Oz noticed Peter sinking into an emo state, reflecting on how heavy Ben Parker's death weighed upon him. A deliberate act of disregard had resulted in the loss of a loved one. It felt like a cruel joke played by fate, and for a boy who had just acquired superpowers, it was undoubtedly a devastating blow. Oz could only hope that Peter would endure. After all, there was little he could do to assist, aside from perhaps refraining from making any more hellish jokes about Uncle Ben in the future. In the days to come, Peter would not have to face the departure of any more loved ones. Whack! Why did you hit me? Peter clutched the back of his head, glaring at Oz, who had retracted his wings. Oz puffed at his feathers and said, "Quit daydreaming, kid. That fellow intends to leave." Chapter 4. The tale of a bullet. A man strolled through the narrow alley, the dizziness brought on by alcohol prompting him to exhale a deep breath laden with smoke. He retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and placed a cigarette between his lips. Just as he was about to ignite it, a sudden noise erupted from behind him. Who? He spun around sharply, only to find the alley enveloped in an eerie silence, with the only mark of disturbance being the water stains on the wall, as if something had just been wiped away. Above him, in a blind spot, a figure crawled slowly along the wall like a spider. The man knocked his head lightly, dismissing it as a mere figment of his intoxicated imagination. Lowering his head instinctively to shield himself from the wind, he lit the cigarette. A thick cloud of white smoke hung in the alley, and as he turned back, he found a youth standing before him, expressionless. Good God! The sudden appearance of the boy startled him, causing the cigarette to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. "What's your problem, kid?" he exclaimed, cursing loudly as he brushed off the ash from his collar. His gaze narrowed as he looked at Peter, recognition dawning upon him. He remembered that face, the boy from the convenience store who had been short on cash for coffee milk the previous night. Crossing his arms, he remarked with irritation, "What's the matter? Did your family not give you enough money for milk again?" Seeing Peter remain silent, the man stepped closer, warning, "I remember your face. Don't even think about playing any threats with me. What else did you do last night?" Peter fixed his gaze on the man, taking a step forward. The man instinctively recoiled, frowning as he asked, "What are you talking about?" He was fully aware of what the boy was implying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself in this tavern drinking away his guilt. "You killed that old man. Do you have any idea what he meant to me?" Peter could no longer contain his emotions. He surged forward and shoved the man with such force that he toppled to the ground. The man fell hard, quickly reaching into his pocket to retrieve his gun. However, Peter observed his movements and stepped on the man's wrist. The man screamed in agony, utterly unprepared for the strength of the youth, whose foot felt as though it had crushed his wrist under the weight of a car tire. Seizing the opportunity, Peter hoisted the man up and slammed him against the wall, causing the gun concealed within his clothing to clatter to the ground. "Are you planning to use that gun to kill me now?" Peter shouted furiously. "Take it easy, buddy." The man pleaded for mercy. "What was your connection to that old man?" "Everything." Peter was like a barrel of gunpowder, ignited in an instant by his rage. He clenched his fist and struck it forcefully against the man's nose. The sound of cracking echoed as the man's nasal bone was shattered by Peter's blow. The pain rendered the man incapable of any further actions, leaving him only to attempt to articulate his defense. "Wait, I can explain. I didn't mean to kill that old man. He forced my hand." Bang! Upon hearing this, Peter landed another punch on the man's face. "What do you mean forced? Did he compel you to run into the barrel of your gun?" "Stop it." Peter seemed to be venting the fury within him, simultaneously releasing the guilt he felt over Uncle Ben's death. His fists rained down upon the man repeatedly until the latter's face was a canvas of blood. His breathing rapid and labored. "Please, I didn't mean to kill him. Just give me another chance." Hearing this, Peter felt a surge of rage that almost made him laugh. "Another chance? What about Uncle Ben? Who will grant him a second chance?" As Peter continued to clench his fists, preparing to strike the man's head, he suddenly recalled something. Pausing his actions to glance aside. "What are you looking at?" Oz stood atop a trash bin, blinking innocently with his crimson eyes. Peter was unsure why he felt compelled to look at Oz. It was as if his body acted on instinct. I don't know," Peter mumbled. Oz responded with a casual, "Oh, don't worry. If you want to kill him, go ahead. I have methods to clean up the scene. No one will ever know." "I don't want to kill him," Peter clarified. "Then why are you looking at me?" Oz inquired. The atmosphere fell silent, broken only by the man's labored breaths echoing down the alley. Peter shook his head, remaining silent for half a minute before finally asking, "Do you really have a way to handle the scene?" Oz regarded Peter, pondering whether his presence had caused a shift in the boy's mindset. It was quite absurd. He assured him once more, "Yes, and I guarantee no one will find out." The disoriented man suddenly shouted, "Who are you talking to? Please don't kill me. I truly understand my mistake. I beg you for another chance." The sight before them was akin to a madman, inexplicably engaging in self-dialogue. Self-talk was one thing, but discussing his own life was quite another. What did it mean to say he could be killed and the scene managed? If he possessed such capabilities, why couldn't he afford milk coffee? Peter tightened his fist, slowly raising his hand. This movement caused the man's eyes to widen in terror. "Please, no." Bang! The fist struck like a cannonball, effortlessly leaving a dent in the wall behind the man's ear, with tiny fragments of stone cascading onto his clothing, then falling to the ground as the man trembled. Peter lowered his head, retracting his fist, avoiding Oz's gaze. He did not explain his actions to Oz, but instead posed another question. "Do you have a way to knock him out? Whom are you speaking to?" The man asked in a state of alarm. At last, the man heard a voice, seemingly emerging from thin air, resonating around him. Suddenly, a massive, pitch-black bird materialized before his eyes. He could not discern its full form, only the glaringly red, penetrating eyes that sparkled with an ominous brilliance. Following that, he lost all consciousness and fell into a complete stupor. After rendering the assailant unconscious, Oz leaped onto the man's head. "I thought you were truly going to kill him," he remarked. Peter ignored Oz, focusing instead on retrieving his phone to report to the police about the presence of a criminal suspect. He then sprang up, vaulting to the rooftop at the end of the alley, where he sat down heavily on the ground. Oz's figure rapidly appeared beside him. He surmised that Peter intended to wait for the police's arrival and witness firsthand the apprehension of the murderer responsible for Uncle Ben's death. Oz gazed at the silent boy, reflecting that at least the most difficult step had been taken. The cinematic portrayal of Spider-Man in the public eye, particularly this version, is marked by profound melancholy, largely due to the fact that the film series was planned for only 2 installments, each culminating in loss of life. Unlike the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, which espoused the adage, "With great power comes great responsibility," or the third iteration featuring the youthful Tom Holland, who had an Iron Man as a father. Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man seemed to encapsulate the essence of a hero's solitude. "I cannot bring myself to do it," Peter suddenly confessed. Oz responded, indicating he was listening. The boy's voice quivered with emotion as he continued, "If I were to kill him, I cannot fathom how Uncle Ben would perceive me. It would be my fault that he died. In every sense, I would be the one deserving of condemnation." Oz nodded in agreement, seemingly accustomed to Oz's dark humor. Peter added, Before Uncle Ben fell victim, he shared something of great significance with me, yet I paid it no heed at the time. Only just now did his words resurface in my mind. He believed that if I possessed the ability to assist others, I bore the moral obligation to do so. It is not a choice, but a responsibility. Peter's ears perked up at the distant wail of police sirens approaching. I can shatter walls with a single punch, and I could easily crush his skull, but if I were to rely solely on that power to commit such an act, then Uncle Ben's death would be rendered utterly meaningless. The same logic applies to that criminal during the convenience store robbery. I had the capacity to intervene, yet I did nothing. As Peter spoke, he covered his face with his hands, struggling to stem the flow of tears. I have already disappointed him. I do not wish to disappoint him further. Observing Peter's anguished tears, Oz could not help but draw parallels to the plight of his neighbor, Batman. Both were shrouded in darkness, both embroiled in gun violence, both mourning the loss of loved ones. A bullet marks the fateful confrontation between Batman and the malevolence of Gotham. While Spider-Man, that night, faced no adversary, only a bullet and a remorseful youth. Oz leapt onto Peter's shoulder, gently tapping his head with a feather. I believe your Uncle Ben would be proud of you. Peter was taken aback. The usually caustic Oz had uttered words of solace. So, you can be kind, after all? I suppose I shall have to share more hellish jokes in the future. In a blind spot within Peter's vision, hidden from view on Oz's back, a dark feather fell silently to the ground. Chapter 5. The Fate of French Fries with the morning sun streaming through the sheer curtains. Peter rose from his bed before the alarm could sound. After successfully apprehending the murderer of Uncle Ben the previous night, he had waited on the rooftop until the police arrived. The authorities acted promptly, swiftly contacting the victim's family, Aunt May and himself, after capturing the perpetrator. Now that the dust had settled, it seemed that everything was finally moving in a positive direction. Peter gazed out the window. The sun was bright. He had to return to school. After all, he was merely a high school student. But where had Oz gone? Peter got out of bed and washed up, pondering the whereabouts of the acerbic crow. He recalled that after returning home with Oz last night, the creature had flapped its wings and taken flight, refusing to disclose its destination. He mused that perhaps Oz had gone to the docks to procure some fries. It was said that pigeons eat fries, but what crow would indulge in such fare? Moreover, would there even be fries at the docks in the dead of night? Peter expelled a sigh, rinsed his mouth, and placed his hands against the bathroom mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His expression was anything but optimistic. He appeared somewhat haggard. He understood that he could not simply move on from Uncle Ben's death after just one night. Rather, this tragedy would linger in his heart, an indelible shadow. He lifted his head and resolved to press onward. And let's not forget what Uncle Ben said, he murmured to himself. Upon returning to school, Peter felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him as he traversed the hallways. This was not unfamiliar. He had experienced it before during his altercation with Flash. Flash had struck him once, and after acquiring his spider abilities, Peter had retaliated. He sighed. Damn it. Once again, Uncle Ben came to mind, along with that dreadful day. Choosing to ignore the sympathetic stares, he approached his locker to stow his books. As he opened it, a loud voice boomed from behind him. Hey, Parker. Peter recognized the voice instantly. It was none other than Flash. He sighed, Flesh, I am not in the mood to fight with you, so keep your distance. Don't be like that, man. As Flesh's palm lightly rested on Peter's shoulder, Peter swiftly captured his hand and, in a sudden motion, lifted him off the ground, slamming him against the iron cabinet with a piercing crash. Bang! The resounding noise drew the attention of students nearby. It seemed that every encounter with Peter Parker was steeped in drama, with throngs of students serving as spectators. Flesh had heard about Peter's recent tribulations. He was not seeking vengeance for past grievances at this moment. Gazing into Peter's eyes, which brimmed with fury, the words of comfort he had prepared stuck in his throat. Would this make you feel better? Flesh inquired. Peter remained silent, yet the tension in his grip had notably eased. Flesh continued, I didn't intend to fight you, Parker. I heard about your uncle, and I am truly sorry. Fearing that Peter might doubt his sincerity, he added, I really mean it. Peter shook his head, saying nothing, instead retrieving the textbooks he needed and silently turning to leave. As he pivoted, he caught sight of a blonde girl gazing at him with deep sympathy. What beautiful eyes! Peter thought. Under normal circumstances, he would have welcomed the opportunity to engage her in conversation, but he was simply not in the right frame of mind. Whenever the weight of Uncle Ben's memory began to lighten, some minor incident or person would arise to remind him. Hey, Peter Parker, don't forget how Uncle Ben died. It was unbearably painful. In contrast to the challenges of daily life, the sharp jabs from Oz were almost a relief, for they were purely intentional. Lost in thought, he observed the girl approaching, embracing the boy who towered over him. Everything will be all right, she assured him. The scent of her hair enveloped him, easing his troubled spirit considerably. How hypocritical. When Thompson offered comfort, he turned away, yet when a beautiful girl did the same, he closed his eyes. An untimely voice rang in Peter's ear. He immediately broke free from the girl's embrace and turned towards the source of the sound. There lay Oz, lazily sprawled on a nearby classroom sign, cradling a golden portion of fries with a bottle of cola dangling from the other arm. If not for Oz's crow-like appearance, Peter might have doubted he was not merely a plump cat. Oz slurped through a straw, burping. "Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong?" Peter retorted. "What are you doing here?" "To enhance your progress, of course. Are you planning to remain stagnant forever?" Oz replied. "What do you mean?" Oz did not respond to him, instead leaping down for the classroom sign, clutching the stolen fries and cola, his feet pattering like a large black goose as he dashed into the adjacent classroom. The comical scene left Peter momentarily distracted. He yearned to pursue him for clarification. Observing Peter's sudden peculiar behavior, the girl Gwen Stacy expressed her concern, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" Peter understood that only he could perceive Oz's appearance. Yet his instinctive actions were undeniably real. He casually replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. We'll see each other later." With that, Peter made a beeline for the classroom where Oz was situated. Perhaps it was sheer luck or some other strange twist, but the classroom he entered happened to be the very one he intended to find, thus saving him the effort of searching. Gwen, left in confusion, could not comprehend Peter's actions. "What do you mean, see you later? Has he forgotten that this class is in the same room as him?" Inside the classroom, Peter crossed his arms, glaring at Oz. This fellow was leisurely seated at his desk, methodically munching on fries and occasionally sipping cola. The infuriating sight made Peter's teeth ache. "What on earth did you mean by that?" Oz replied nonchalantly, "Wait until I finish my fries." Peter couldn't help but bury his face in his hands, exclaiming, "You're utterly mad. Why am I stuck with such a bizarre crow?" Oz retorted, "Because you're the unfortunate one." Peter, incensed, replied, "I'm not as pitiable as you claim. I still have family. I have Aunt May." Oz widened his eyes. "So you intend to send her off too?" Peter couldn't restrain himself from swearing. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang punctually, and Oz was left with one last fry. Spotting a certain girl's silhouette, Oz picked up the crispy golden fry with his beak and placed it on the desk. "Care for a fry?" Peter dismissed him with indifference. Shrugging, Oz left the fry untouched. He placed his sharp claws on the fry, stating, "I must admit, your resilience is indeed remarkable, yet those around you are quite fragile." With a crunch, the fry was crushed beneath Oz's foot. Just like this fry. Peter did not comprehend Oz's words, but instinctively turned to glance at the blonde girl behind him. She responded to his gaze with a smile. Chapter 6. The Spider-Man Initiative. Peter withdrew his gaze from Gwen and swept away the broken fry from his desk. "Sometimes I wonder if it's because you're a bird that I simply cannot understand what you're saying." Oz shrugged, seemingly unperturbed. "Listen, do you recall what you said to me last night?" Peter pondered for a moment before responding, "Of course. Is there an issue?" "No issue. But don't you think you ought to do something?" "Do what?" Peter was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying implication of Oz's words. "You mean I should leverage my abilities to assist others? It seems your dear uncle did not perish in vain." Oz scratched his head, apologizing for his habitual manner. Taking a deep breath, Peter reminded himself not to stoop to the level of this crow, realizing from their first encounter that its tongue was particularly sharp. He replied, "How am I supposed to do that? All I possess is a bit of strength and the ability to scale walls. Beyond that, I am nothing. I am not Superman." "You are utterly foolish." "No, you're the foolish one. You haven't articulated your thoughts clearly, so how am I to understand your meaning? You are as dim-witted as a fish." From her seat at the back of the classroom, Gwen observed Peter's demeanor. She suddenly felt he was acting quite oddly. Although the loss of a loved one undoubtedly impacts daily life, Peter's current behavior was truly peculiar, almost foolish. She resolved to find a moment to speak with him, to help alleviate some of his pressures. Meanwhile, Peter finally comprehended Oz's intent, recalling how he had previously been urged to don a spider suit, a request he had not understood at the time. "All right, I get it. Wear a costume that conceals my true identity, but Peter hesitated, somewhat perplexed. I can't produce webbing from my body. What I mean is, although I was bitten by a spider and possess immense strength and the ability to climb walls, that does not make me a spider, let alone the Spider-Man you speak of. Upon hearing this, Oz unfurled his wings and gestured toward his own head. Your mind, Parker. Your mind. Can't you invent a pair of web shooters? Peter retorted. If only it were that simple. Where would I find webbing strong enough to support human weight? As he spoke, he suddenly fell silent, recalling a technological product featured in a scientific magazine from the Osborne Corporation, a synthetic webbing capable of lifting an aircraft. Got it, haven't you? Oz inquired, observing the change in Peter's expression. Peter nodded. The Osborne Corporation indeed had a product that could address this issue. Look, your other uncle is coming through, Oz remarked, eliciting an exasperated response from Peter as he attempted to ignore Oz's comment. I have a question. What is it? Peter voiced his lingering curiosity. Why are you so eager for me to become the Spider-Man? Do you not like the title Spider-Man? Oz countered. What about Lizard-Man? Besides, I am aware you are collaborating with a certain scientist on a genetic experiment. Perhaps you could transfer your spider abilities to someone else. I think she would be quite suitable. Oz gestured toward a blonde girl seated further back. Get lost. Peter glanced back at Gwen and quickly turned away, exclaiming, I knew you wouldn't have anything nice to say. In truth, he didn't harbor much disdain for the title. It's just that this feeling is peculiar. As if it were destined, Peter remarked. In the early Spider-Man comics, it was the classic radioactive spider that altered human genetics. As the narrative progressed, it transformed into a totemic selection, a divine choice. Countless Spider-Men from parallel universes exist, and it is not uncommon for a few who are not Peter Parker to emerge. Yet, when Spider-Man is mentioned, the image that springs to mind is predominantly that of the familiar Peter Parker. Oz told Peter, it's not that I'm eager for you to become Spider-Man. Rather, you are fated to be Spider-Man. Being a youth, Peter couldn't help but snicker at this proclamation. I should be able to create a web shooter, but it will take some time. With Oz's insights, thoughts on the web shooter research quickly materialized in Peter's mind. He grasped a pen and began sketching blueprints on paper, suddenly looking up. How did you know I was researching genetics with Dr. Connors? He inquired. Because my eyes can see into the future. Is that for real? Peter was captivated, having always been curious about why Oz's eyes were red. Indeed, Oz replied, tilting his head, his gaze again fixed on Gwen in the back seat. Take, for instance, this girl, your girlfriend. Peter's face flushed. We're just friends. Oz chuckled. Your unconvincing denial is as hasty as the death of her father. Enough already, Peter retorted. You can joke about me, but leave others out of it. Oz replied, you're quite kind. Very well, I'll only tease you from now on. Peter was at a loss for words. It's not you. He sighed, realizing that Oz's knack for banter exceeded his expectations. Peter resumed, sketching the web shooter, seeking a new topic. Do you have any suggestions for the suit? How about black? No, that's too dark. You might as well just put a plastic bag over your head. The day as classes hastily concluded. Peter stood before the bookshelf, while Oz hovered at his shoulder, engaging him in casual conversation. Have you ever been locked in a locker by a flash? Of course not. What a pity. Peter slammed the bookshelf door shut, declaring, I wish I could lock you in there right now. Oz chuckled, suddenly turning to see someone approaching. Kid, love is coming, he said, playfully tapping Peter on the head with his wing. Without Oz's reminder, Peter had already noticed Gwen's arrival and felt an inexplicable nervousness. Hey, hi, Gwen replied, clutching her textbooks and smiling. You look much better now than when I first met you today. Peter scratched his head. Really? Oz felt a wave of nausea at the nauseating display of affection between the couple. He turned to Peter and inquired, Are you going to return to crafting your web shooters and suit? Peter, however, paid him no heed, utterly absorbed in the delightful banter with the girl beside him, oblivious to the world around. Rolling his eyes, Oz then heard a faint giggle escape Gwen's lips. What is so amusing? He asked. Unlike Peter's voice, which resonated softly in Gwen's ears, she paused, turning her head to see a crow, its head cocked, staring at her with its piercing crimson eyes. Ah, the girl shrieked, immediately clinging to the boy beside her. Oz, what are you doing? Peter, enveloping the startled Gwen in his arms, was bewildered by Oz's antics. Oz did not respond, but merely raised an eyebrow at Peter. In an instant, Peter grasped Oz's implication, his face flushing crimson. Oz sighed dramatically. I am utterly handsome. Truly. Chapter 7. The Ongoing Saga of Spider-Man. Part 1. Oz took his leave, departing with the ambiguous remark, I'll be waiting for you at home. before flapping his wings and soaring away. Peter was mortified. What did waiting for you at home imply? It sounded as though he were embroiled in an affair with a bird. Moreover, he found Oz's earlier behavior exceedingly excessive. Admittedly, he indeed harbored fond feelings for the girl. But did it warrant such antics? What if he frightened her? Are you all right? Peter hesitated, contemplating whether to release the girl he held. Am I all right? Gwen furrowed her brow. A talking crow just appeared before me and then flew away. Yes, I am perfectly fine. Peter scratched the back of his head, at a loss for words. However, this gesture inadvertently caused the two to separate from their embrace. The sudden closeness had been rather tense for both. Initially prompted by the crow, but with the peculiar creature now gone, there was no longer any reason to remain in each other's arms. An awkward silence ensued. Gwen's mouth began to fire questions like a machine gun. What on earth was that crow? Why could it speak? Were you distracted in class today because you were talking to it? Why couldn't I see it before? Peter was left dazed, unsure how to explain to Gwen. It was a long story, but it should pose no threat. Shouldn't he it? Gwen thought Peter had lost his mind. Which crow had red eyes and could converse with humans? Suddenly, Peter asked, how did you know I was distracted? Were you secretly watching me? No. Gwen widened her innocent, beautiful eyes. Well, what I mean is, yes, I was quite worried about you. Thank you. I'm fine, he replied. The bluntness of his words caused their conversation to cool once more. Peter pondered what to say next. Should he introduce Gwen to Oz? Perhaps that was best avoided, as he could hardly claim to know Oz well. Should he tell her he was bitten by a spider? That was even less advisable. Gwen exhaled softly, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, you are even stronger than I had imagined. Really? Peter chuckled in response. Indeed, Gwen continued. I thought it might be some time before I saw you again. After all, I apologize, that wasn't my intention. It's all right, I understand what you mean, Peter replied. They fell into silence once more. Gwen felt a pang of regret. Why did she have to touch upon such a sensitive subject? Peter, perceptive to Gwen's sentiment, said, it wasn't easy at first, but Aunt May told me that if Uncle Ben were still here, he would encourage us to lift our heads high and keep moving forward. Gwen nodded emphatically, affirming, yes, everything will be all right. Realizing that the conversation had reached a standstill, Peter feared he might bore himself into oblivion. He gestured with his thumb towards the direction in which Oz had just flown away. I have things to attend to, he stated. I understand. He is waiting for you at home. It's no problem. Gwen continued to nod in agreement. Shall we talk again next time? Until we meet again. With that, Gwen watched Peter depart. Once his figure vanished from view, she couldn't help but rub her chest, murmuring, dreadful crow, you nearly scared me to death. In the Parker household's basement, a heated exchange ensued. Your behavior is utterly inappropriate. If you think so, you could have let me go. Yet you seem quite pleased with the embrace I offered. That is not what I meant. Oh well, I shall strive harder next time to ensure you can kiss her cherry lips, Oz teased, making a pouting gesture. Peter's face flushed with anger. He set down the old watch he had been using to craft his web shooter and pointed an accusatory finger at Oz, exclaiming, you know exactly what I mean. Your sudden appearance frightens many. Are you calling me ugly? Oz retorted, visibly irked. Apologies? It's not my fault I emerged with black feathers. Peter covered his forehead, realizing how challenging it was to communicate with Oz. The latter clearly understood Peter's intentions, yet twisted them into something else entirely. Look at this, Peter thought. Oz had already branded him a racist. Taking a deep breath, Peter said, I apologize, that was not my intention. I know, I did it on purpose. Oz quipped back. Peter felt a vain throb on his forehead as he inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He finally asked, aren't you concerned about others discovering your existence? Especially since you were a talking crow. Oz glanced at Peter's unfinished web shooter, reflecting on how, despite the absence of superpowers, Spider-Man's greatest asset remained his intellect. Even a broken watch could be ingeniously transformed into a web shooter. With a serious tone, Oz remarked, that is a form of discrimination. My friend, just because I am a crow, they assume I bring misfortune, when in truth, their lives are already a mess, and it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, Parker, do you not yet understand? Oz shook his body, and the basement's light illuminated his feathers, reflecting a stunning shade of deep purple. Only when I wish for others to see can they truly perceive it. Peter was rendered speechless by this remark and reluctantly returned to his workbench to continue crafting the web shooter. Next time you wish to appear before Aunt May, at least give me a heads up. I do not wish for her to be startled. Oz assured him, relax, I am not a malevolent being. Do not ascribe ill intentions to me. Peter responded with a dismissive chuckle. Oz leaped onto Peter's shoulder, observing as the young man skillfully maneuvered the electrical wires. When will it be ready? Peter mused, lifting an old watch model to inspect it. It will be done shortly. What's the rush? Do you intend to swing between skyscrapers once I finish? Why not? Oz suggested. Since you will inevitably use it, whether sooner or later makes no difference. Perhaps you might even identify some issues and refine it further. Peter returned to his task, remarking, I can scarcely believe I am so gullible as to heed your advice and obediently craft something that sounds rather ominous. However, I still believe it is prudent to adhere to scientific principles and conduct an experiment first. Upon hearing this, Oz became animated. Hey, do you think Connors, with his genetic research, would conduct human experiments on himself and transform into a giant lizard? Peter paused his work, rebutting on behalf of Dr. Connors. How could that be possible? He is such a meticulous scientist. Surely he would not skip clinical trials. Who knows? Oz shrugged. Peter suddenly realized that there might be more to Oz's words than met the eye. Do you believe he would actually turn into a lizard? Oz leaned back, his head shaking like a bobblehead. Do not slander me. I never claimed that. Peter fell silent for a moment, recalling Oz's previous statement, uncertain whether it was jest or truth. Because my eyes can see into the future. To Peter, the notion of a talking raven was already extraordinary, let alone being bound by a so-called contract with it. Thus, he found Oz's words to be quite credible. What if it were true? Goodness. The biological formula for genetics was something he had provided to Dr. Connors. If Dr. Connors did indeed metamorphose into a giant lizard, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. What are you dawdling for? Continue with your web shooter, Oz urged in his ear. I have already completed it, Peter replied. Oz responded with an O, sprawling out on the table, awaiting the so-called experiment to be finished. Then you should expedite the experiment. Time waits for no one. Perhaps we can commence training right away? Oz slowly rose, casting a puzzled glance at Peter. What was with this sudden display of concern? What's the matter? Did you not say that time waits for no one? Very well, Peter conceded. Chapter 8. The ongoing Spider-Man look. Is that a bird? Or a plane? No, it's merely a crow. Passers-by on the streets glanced upward at the sky of New York City, drawn by the fleeting shadow that captured their attention, only to have it replaced by a leisurely crow, cawing its raucous call, causing them to lower their heads once more. Oz approached a wall, observing Peter, who had embedded himself within it. Get up quickly. This is no place for slumber. I wasn't sleeping. Peter pulled his head from the wall, shaking it in confusion. Oz, perplexed, remarked, you were swinging quite well at first. What prompted you to suddenly veer into the wall? Since leaving home, this lad had displayed remarkable talent in swinging on webbing, as if he were born for it. Although somewhat inexperienced, it was evident that he adapted swiftly to the art of web swinging. Yet, in a moment of distraction, he had inexplicably altered his technique, attempting to employ a more audacious approach. I wanted to try a different technique. Wearing a red mask reminiscent of a wrestler and dark sunglasses obscuring his eyes. The impact of colliding with the wall did not mar Peter's countenance. He began to climb the wall, intending to rest atop the building's roof for a while. Once he reached the rooftop, he sprawled out, lifting his wrestling mask to reveal his youthful chin. What's wrong? Oz inquired, observing him. The mask is stifling, Peter replied, panting. The weather was still early in the evening, with daylight casting a warm glow upon Peter's face, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He felt as though he were inherently suited for web swinging. Oz seemed genuinely at a loss for words, pondering in silence. After resting for half a minute, Peter slowly rose, bracing himself with his arms. Do you think there's merit in jumping from a high building? He asked. Certainly. Oz recalled the leap of faith associated with Spider-Man, though it was evident that this building was not suitable. I know a building that is, Peter declared. The Empire State Building? That could qualify, but I have one that's even more fitting. Lead the way. 10 minutes later, Peter and Oz gazed up at the towering skyscraper before them. Oz glanced at the building and then at Peter, finally unable to contain himself. Osborn, are you serious? Peter blinked innocently. What? The Osborn building is quite tall, and I believe it is very appropriate. Oz chuckled in disbelief, finally understanding why the lad was so eager to venture out. It was simply due to his skepticism regarding Connors transforming into the lizard. Let's not beat around the bush. Next time, if there's an issue, just say it directly. No need for all this circumlocution to bring me here. Apologies, but Peter realized that his cleverness appeared entirely juvenile in Oz's eyes. He remarked, "If what you say is true, then I must see Dr. Connors ahead of time. After all, it was he who had submitted the formula to him. If he had indeed transformed into a lizard, it would be his fault." Oz was somewhat taken aback, acknowledging Peter's swift comprehension. "You do grasp things rather quickly." Peter, unmasked and retaining his original appearance, decided to see for himself, regardless of the veracity of Oz's statements, for it was his responsibility. Subsequently, Peter led Oz into Oscorp Tower, and due to their previous collaborations during lab hours and his rapport with Dr. Connors, they encountered no obstructions along the way, swiftly arriving at the laboratory where Dr. Connors was located. Peter gazed through the transparent glass at the one-armed middle-aged man inside, murmuring, "I cannot imagine he would become a lizard." Oz interjected, "Indeed. I also cannot fathom Gwen Stacy dying from a spinal fracture." "Hey, that is a bit excessive," Peter retorted. "You believe I would turn into a lizard, yet you doubt Gwen would meet such a fate? Such double standards, Parker." Infuriated, Peter shoved Oz off his shoulder, his disdain for the crow growing. He then entered the laboratory and greeted Dr. Connors briefly. "Good afternoon, Dr. Connors." The doctor, evidently surprised by Peter's visit, wore a look of mild astonishment. "Good afternoon, Peter." Dr. Connors responded, "What brings you here?" Peter shrugged. "I finished my homework and felt a bit bored, so I thought I would see if there was anything I could assist with." Dr. Connors chuckled. "You have already been a tremendous help." He paused, a note of regret in his tone. "Regarding your uncle, I have heard the news. My condolences." Peter fell silent instinctively, unsure of how to respond to the mention of his uncle. However, he did not come to wallow in sorrow, but rather to clarify a pressing concern. Peter inquired, "Doctor, is there truly no issue with the cross-species genetic research we are conducting?" Suddenly recalling something, he added, "By the way, Freddy, how is he faring?" Freddy was a small white mouse in the laboratory, specifically used for experimental trials. Dr. Connors was puzzled by Peter's question. After their research, various tests have been conducted without any issues. Peter should not have been concerned. Adjusting his glasses, Dr. Connors replied, "Your worries are unfounded, Peter. Do not forget that our experiments are always conducted with precision." He then turned to the transparent cage housing Freddy. "Freddy, I am somewhat worried about your condition." "Good heavens, Freddy!" Dr. Connors suddenly exclaimed, startling Peter, who rushed forward to investigate. From Connors' perspective, the little white mouse trembled inexplicably, its tiny head swaying back and forth, resembling the convulsions of a creature poisoned. However, from Peter's viewpoint, the scene unfolded quite differently. "Oz, what are you doing?" Oz released Freddy's neck, perplexed. "Is it because I am black and you are white that you harbor such disdain for me? I meant no offense. Let him go," Peter exclaimed in frustration. Noticing that Freddy had suddenly returned to normal, as if freed from some unseen control, he instinctively shrank into a corner, trembling. Connor, witnessing this, promptly removed the creature from its cage for examination. "Strange," he muttered. Yet, the research indicated that Freddy exhibited no signs of distress, as though merely startled by something. Dr. Connor was left baffled. All physiological indicators were normal. Freddy should not have reacted this way. What could have frightened him? But there was only himself in the cage. Certainly, he must have been frightened by that wretched crow Oz. Peter shot a furious glare at Oz, who paid him no mind. Perhaps the merging of genetic lines has caused some confusion in its cognition, leading it to fear something it should not have, Peter proposed. Dr. Connor furrowed his brow. "Is there such a theory?" Peter suggested. "Maybe, but that is merely my speculation. We could conduct an investigation on Freddy later, though I'm inclined to believe in that perspective." Dr. Connor had no choice but to temporarily align with Peter's assertion, as there was little else to uncover. At that moment, Peter inquired, "Doctor, I have a question for you." "Go on," Dr. Connor replied. "If we were to inject serum into a human body, could it possibly turn into a large lizard?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Connor simply gazed silently at Peter, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny. Peter was uncertain of the meaning behind the doctor's stare. Then, unexpectedly, Dr. Connor erupted into laughter. "Have you been watching some bizarre horror film recently? That's utterly impossible. Not to mention, we conduct various clinical trials, and should anything go awry, we would promptly halt the experiment. Besides, we had already considered this issue before the serum was developed." Peter forced a smile, awkward yet polite. "I apologize, I may have overthought it. I recently read an article about lizard people in the underground world and became a bit concerned." "Worrying is acceptable," Dr. Connor replied. The truth of science is grounded in reality. It is not achieved in a single leap. Once the experiment is successful, Peter, we shall become pioneers in benefiting human society. Chapter 9. The ongoing saga of Spider-Man. Upon hearing Dr. Connor's words, Peter could not help but smile. You flatter me. I am merely assisting you. Dr. Connor, increasingly appreciative of the boy's humility, found himself drawn to this son of an old friend, despite his less than pleasant interactions with the boy's father. Yet, the son resonated profoundly with his ideals. You, my dear boy. Connors pointed at Peter and remarked, I am reminded of a saying frequently uttered by a friend of mine. Intelligence is not a privilege, but a tool we must wield for righteous endeavors. I firmly believe your future accomplishments will rival ours, Peter. The unwavering praise left Peter scratching his head, grinning foolishly. At that moment, Oz interjected, Wow. He.S. setting you up for greatness. The more he speaks of your future success, the less likely it is to manifest. Peter, slightly irked, retorted, This is Dr. Connor's expectation of me. What do you understand? Moreover, based on his recent demeanor, how could he possibly transform into a lizard? Indeed, Oz replied dismissively, If you believe he won't change, let us depart. You still have to continue your role as Spider-Man. Regarding the question of whether Dr. Connors would become the lizard, Peter found himself at a loss for any substantial assistance. The creation of the lizard serum was primarily intended to extend the life of Norman Osborn in this universe. Even if Oz were to reveal that the spider that bit him was genetically engineered by his father, Peter would still be powerless to intervene. The fate of such influential figures cannot be swayed by mere words. The complexities involved are far too intricate. Unless his benefactor were a billionaire capable of effortlessly resolving such matters, Peter's current abilities dictated that Dr. Connors was destined to transform into the lizard. All he could do was help Peter quickly acclimate to his Spider-Man identity, thereby minimizing the hardships he would face in future confrontations and preventing the demise of his father-in-law. Ultimately, Peter would have to endure the trials of being Spider-Man, while the tragedies that befell him would be borne by Oz. Having departed from Oscorp, Peter led Oz to the rooftop of an abandoned construction site where he had previously enjoyed skateboarding. In this role as Spider-Man, he felt more like a test subject. Peter conducted a series of experiments with his web shooter invention. He believed that in utilizing his abilities to assist others, he must possess a clear understanding of himself. If he could not master his own web shooter, how could he claim to help others? That would be irresponsible. I must always carry extra web cartridges. The consumption rate is even swifter than I anticipated. Peter removed his damp mask and glanced at the black crow nestled on a hammock woven from strands of web. Oz turned around, lazily commenting, It's a pity you lack an iron father. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to worry about this issue. Peter had gradually grown accustomed to Oz's cryptic utterances. He leaped onto the web hammock, causing it to sway unexpectedly. The distant sky donned a veil of darkness. Yet remnants of a golden hue persisted. I wonder if I can truly succeed, Peter mused, resting his hands on the hammock. Dude, you haven't even taken the first step yet. What are you fretting about success for? Oz rebuffed Peter's attempts at conversation. Has anyone ever told you that your words can be quite venomous? Peter had anticipated a moment of intimacy with Oz, only to find himself met with biting remarks and no desire for further discourse. Indeed, the price of sharp tongue is akin to being crushed under a dump truck. Oz's recollections of his past life ignited his ire. After being killed and donning a heavenly halo, he encountered Morgan Freeman. I merely inquired whether he had ever flirted with young girls, and I was transformed into a cursed raven. Peter found it difficult to ascertain the veracity of Oz's claims. But at that moment, his phone rang. Aunt May was calling. Meanwhile, Oz continued his tirade. I refuse to accept this. Why am I a raven? I see other colleagues transformed into owls, yet I am left as a raven. What does that signify? He then added, Considering your portrayal of Lucius, could you wait for me to finish watching the new Superman movie before I fully reincarnate? Hello, Aunt May, Peter said, muffling the microphone to shield her from Oz's incessant chatter. I will return for dinner. I'll be back with eggs, no problem. After hanging up, Oz remained vociferous. Damn it, I cannot fathom why God is depicted as black. Is it because he was fashioned from the earth? That hardly aligns with mythological narratives. All right. I understand you're having a rough time, Peter interjected. I must head back now. What about you? Will you accompany me or head to the dock for fries? Oz replied, Fries are off the table. Just as Peter was about to inquire why, an unsettling sensation enveloped him, as if warning him of an imminent threat nearby. Guided by instinct, he approached the edge of the rooftop, peering down at the street below. Tendrils of smoke wafted from a certain apartment in the building, and moments later, the sound of shattering glass rang out, followed by a wooden chair tumbling through the air. "Help! Someone please!" A scream erupted from the apartment. How reckless it is to throw objects from such heights. Getting caught would lead to dire consequences. Oz had somehow appeared beside Peter. He glanced at Peter, remarking, "A classic scenario of calamity befitting your current predicament. Go save them, oh great hero." Peter, striving to remain rational, retorted, "Save? How on earth can I do that? I've run out of webbing. And what does running out of webbing have to do with you? You are not Spider-Man," Oz countered. Peter shook his head. "A fire scene is perilous. We must at least wait for the professionals to arrive to manage it properly. So, are you planning to stand idly by?" "Damn it," Peter exclaimed vehemently. "When saving lives, one must also assess their own capabilities, all right? It's easy for you to say, why don't you go save them? If this were my solo act, I would have rushed in already, but this is not my solo act." I shouted back. Peter stood on his toes, glancing further down the street, where he spotted the silhouettes of fire trucks approaching. Soon, the firefighting personnel would arrive. They merely needed to endure a little longer. It was easy to say, but what if they could not hold on? Peter inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "You are holding me hostage." "Indeed," Oz replied with unabashed confidence. "You yourself stated that when one possesses the ability to undertake what is within reach, there is no choice but to act. Yes, your inaction bears no consequence. After all, I am merely tasked with saving a few wretched souls from perishing." Peter shot Oz a furious glare and promptly took several deep breaths to calm himself. "Damn it," he muttered, donning the ludicrous wrestling mask and sprinting toward the thick smoke along the wall. Os Wiesel in Triumph. Chapter 10. The ongoing saga of Spider-Man. End. Peter was now engulfed in a blend of fear and exhilaration. The acrid smoke seeped through his mask, triggering sporadic coughs. Is anyone there? The fire escalated more rapidly than he had anticipated. By the time he clambered through the exterior wall into the apartment, the space was already shrouded in disorienting smoke. In the blink of an eye, flames swiftly engulfed the entire room. "Help!" A voice called from another direction. Peter covered his nose and hastened toward the source, faintly discerning that it emanated from the innermost room. With a powerful kick, Peter burst through the door. "Hey, I'm here to help you," he coughed, waving away the smoke as he gazed into the room. A woman, tears streaming down her face, clutched a fainted little girl in her arms. "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to light a few birthday candles. I never imagined it would lead to this." The woman looked at Peter, her hope for survival resting upon the strange figure before her. "It's all right," Peter reassured her. "I'll get you both out." He began moving toward the mother and daughter. Suddenly, a noise from behind made Peter glance back. The door he had just kicked open was now ablaze, blocking their exit. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, regretting his impulsive decision to kick the door. Yet, this was not the moment for despair. He glanced at the window, which remained untouched by flames. Raising his hands to appear non-threatening, he attempted to steady his trembling voice. "Listen, I need you to close your eyes. No matter what happens next, do not open them." The woman tightened her embrace around the girl, earnestly following Peter's instructions, allowing one last tear to trail down her cheek. "You can do this," Peter encouraged himself inwardly. His plan was straightforward. He would carry the mother and daughter through the window. The task was not complicated. Even verging on effortless, he simply needed to hold them tightly and utilize his wall-crawling ability to descend. "Remember, no matter what happens next, do not open your eyes," Peter implored, concerned that if she opened her eyes midway, witnessing his ascent along the wall would only heighten her anxiety. Coughing from the thick smoke that choked the air, Peter realized he had to act swiftly to evacuate them. He lifted the mother and daughter effortlessly, thanks to the strength bestowed upon him by his spider abilities. "Hold your child tightly," he instructed gently. Then, using his shoulder, he shattered the window with ease, his momentum keeping him steady as his legs remained firmly grounded. Peering down, he noticed a crowd gathering on the street, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. A gasp arose from the onlookers as they caught sight of Peter. With little time to ponder, he dashed downward. His powers would eventually be revealed. He had simply not anticipated it would happen so soon. As he emerged from the window, flames swiftly engulfed the room, leaving no living being a chance of survival. "You did it! You did it!" The adrenaline surged through him, causing his emotions to swell. And even his arms, cradling the women, trembled with the intensity. After traversing the building's exterior for a while, the distance to the ground diminished. To ensure safety, Peter chose to leap from the wall when he was about a meter from the ground. Upon landing, a throng of pedestrians rushed forward, eager to see him clearly. Fortunately, his wrestling mask had survived the chaos of the fire, concealing his true identity from the crowd. "You may open your eyes now, madam." Peter exhaled deeply, releasing the mother and daughter from his embrace. The woman opened her eyes, bewildered to find herself on the street, the surreal transition akin to a dream. She glanced at Peter, the peculiar figure who had saved her life, adorned in a comical red wrestling mask that obscured his entire face, even shielding his eyes with sunglasses. "I cannot express my gratitude enough. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think what might have transpired." "Thank you," she exclaimed earnestly. "It's nothing. Is your daughter all right?" Peter inquired, his concern shifting to the child who had remained unconscious since he first saw her. The woman glanced down at her daughter, whose breathing appeared steady. "I don't know. Perhaps we will only find out at the hospital." "She will be all right," Peter speculated, suspecting the girl's unconsciousness was due to carbon monoxide poisoning. Now safely on the ground, away from the inferno, the air felt fresher, and he hoped she would soon recover. "Hey man, how did you just run up the wall like that?" someone from the crowd suddenly asked. Peter paused, taken aback. The woman he had rescued also voiced her curiosity. "Who exactly are you?" Peter hesitated before responding, turning his gaze toward the approaching fire truck. "Spider-Man, I suppose," he replied. Peter walked home alone, his emotions in a state of subtle disarray. He had a multitude of thoughts to express, yet found himself bereft of an audience to whom he could unburden his heart. Oz, who had previously encouraged him to engage in the rescue efforts, was nowhere to be found. After he had assisted others and awaited the arrival of the fire truck, he had hastily retreated to the rooftop. However, the rooftop was devoid of Oz's presence, as if he had never been there at all. Yet, the remnants of the spider silk hammock still lay on the rooftop, a testament to Oz's recent existence. Peter pondered deeply, though his thoughts were predominantly occupied by the words Oz had uttered before his disappearance, echoing sentiments shared by Uncle Ben prior to his passing. When you possess the ability to aid others, you have no choice. It becomes your responsibility. Peter was uncertain whether this constituted a manifestation of responsibility, yet he recognized that without his intervention, that mother and daughter might have faced dire consequences. "I must have done the right thing." Reflecting on his prior words and his actions during the rescue, Peter felt assured that he had not erred. Though he had hesitated, he had ultimately taken the step that Oz had urged him to take. Peter closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As for the question of Oz's whereabouts, he couldn't summon the energy to contemplate it. Perhaps he would encounter him again soon, and they could converse more thoroughly then. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, stepping inside. "I'm home, Aunt May," he announced. Upon entering, he noticed Aunt May seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. To his astonishment, the news broadcast was about him. This evening, a fire broke out at the D-Sachs apartments. A mysterious man rescued a trapped mother and daughter from several floors up. Witnesses claim that this enigmatic figure scaled the walls. "I swear, that guy must be a lizard person. There's no other explanation for climbing walls." "Dude, didn't he say he was Spider-Man?" Aunt May switched off the television, unable to contain her thoughts. "This world is utterly insane. Where did this wall-climbing fellow even come from?" "Do you dislike him?" Peter inquired. "Dislike him?" Aunt May chuckled softly. "Silly boy. He is helping others. Who knows, I might need his assistance someday." Speaking of help, Aunt May narrowed her eyes momentarily, suddenly detecting a whiff of something burnt emanating from Peter's clothes. Peter noticed her gaze and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Surely she couldn't have figured it out so easily? "What happened to the eggs I asked for?" Aunt May suddenly inquired. Peter was taken aback. Sorry. I can't think of a reason," he stammered, just as a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Frowning in confusion, he approached to see who it was. As he opened the door, a large black crow flew in, clutching an egg in its beak. "Caw!" The crow placed the egg it had been carrying onto the dining table and let out a loud caw. Oz spoke in a tone only Peter could hear, saying, "You forgot the egg, Parker." Chapter 11. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Spider-Man? When did you acquire a crow? At the dining table, Aunt May, unable to contain her curiosity at the sight of the black crow enjoying its dinner, turned to Peter with a question. Peter found it challenging to explain to Aunt May that Oz had claimed a bond with him, a concept he himself only partially understood. After a moment's thought, he casually remarked, "Perhaps it's fate. It chose me, and I don't mind it much." Aunt May nodded, continuing to observe Oz devouring the meat pie she had prepared and impulsively stroked its soft feathers. Noticing this, Peter remarked, "I thought you would dislike it, especially at this time." Oz shot Peter an exasperated glance, which Peter chose to ignore. "Why would I dislike it?" Aunt May retorted, "This bird is quite intelligent, like how crows drink water." Peter took a sip of milk and mumbled, "Exactly." Oz rolled his eyes, muttering in a tone only Peter could hear, "Indeed. Elders have a keen eye, unlike some who approach with preconceived notions. By the way, this meat pie is truly dreadful. You should be grateful I'm eating it." Dinner concluded swiftly, partly due to Peter's heightened energy needs recently. Aunt May took the dishes to the kitchen for cleaning. Peter wished to help, but was dismissed by Aunt May with a command to review his studies. Naturally, Peter had no intention of studying, as he had already grasped the material, and today's events left him feeling rather conflicted. In the room, Peter sat cross-legged on the floor. In front of him lay a comically silly wrestling mask. Oz lounged lazily on Peter's bed, observing the boy deep in thought, and remarked, "Are you shutting yourself off again?" "No." Peter shook his head, his voice steady, devoid of emotional turmoil. "I was quite anxious when they asked who I was." "How so?" Peter recalled the moment, then confessed, "To be honest, I felt not only nervous but also afraid. While rescuing that mother and daughter, I worried I would make a mistake, preventing our escape. Perhaps I acted too impulsively, or maybe I didn't consider enough. I believe I should have performed better." Throughout this exchange, Peter's gaze remained fixed on the wrestling mask, which seemed to weigh heavily on him. "But you took that step," Oz said. Peter replied, half-jokingly, "A small step for you, yet a giant leap for me?" Oz rose, adjusting his posture for comfort, pondering how anyone could sleep on such a hard bed. "So, I take it you've come to a realization?" Oz inquired. "Perhaps," Peter replied. Peter said, "Uncle Ben's words are quite simple. He wishes for me to be a good person and to perform more good deeds within my capabilities. Before I was bitten by the spider, I was just the unremarkable Peter Parker. But today," he paused, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. "Do you enjoy it?" "Enjoy it?" Peter dismissed the notion, stating, "The scrutiny of these people makes me quite anxious. With such extraordinary abilities, should I choose an incorrect path, it would lead to utter catastrophe." Oz raised an eyebrow, surprised yet aligned with his perception of Spider-Man. Prior to becoming Spider-Man, possessing merely spider-like abilities was insufficient to bear the title. It required immense moral fortitude. Before I was nearly crushed by a dump truck, I often encountered posts pondering what one would do with superpowers. The comments were invariably, "Day 1 Superman. Day 2 Patriot. Day 3 I won't eat beef." Oz remarked, "To steal someone else's fries." A netizen responded, "You gain superpowers just to pilfer fries?" Oz replied, "So what? Without a robust inner strength, one cannot master formidable abilities. Those spider powers may seem trivial compared to other extraordinary abilities. This is precisely why Spider-Man is so beloved." Peter continued, "Uncle Ben is absolutely right. If I acquire this power and choose an action, then any subsequent misfortunes are my burden." Oz applauded, "Congratulations on grasping the truth that with great power comes great responsibility." Peter chuckled softly, echoing his earlier sentiments. "Perhaps." Oz, abandoning his light-hearted demeanor, regarded Peter with solemnity. "I must tell you, Peter, once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. It is destined to be arduous, for you understand the weight of the responsibility that accompanies this statement. Everything you engage in thereafter, your friends, your family, everything around you, will be intricately connected to you. Are you truly willing to tread this path?" Peter inquired, "Is this some sort of initiation test?" "It's about your understanding." Peter shrugged, feeling exasperated. "Before I saved that mother and daughter today, you made similar indifferent remarks to provoke me. I was indeed quite angry at the time, yet I still acted. I believe today's actions may suffice to demonstrate my commitment." "You seem quite proud," Oz noted. "Certainly not pride," Peter replied, lifting his chin and gazing out the window. The soft moonlight bathed the youthful contours of his face, revealing the exuberance characteristic of his age. "It is not a matter of willingness, but of responsibility. You ask whether I possess the capability to shoulder these burdens? The answer is yes." A smile graced Peter's face as he looked at the black crow perched upon his bedspread. "Moreover," I recall you once declared that you would assist me in becoming a more perfect Spider-Man. While you suggested that this path is fraught with challenges, I cannot help but think that I shall not traverse it alone. Oz found the sentiment rather sentimental, sending shivers down his spine. Have I mentioned this before? Undoubtedly, I have. This evening's heart-to-heart conversation brought Peter immense joy, rendering the seemingly formidable and uncertain journey far less daunting. In this moment, he brimmed with confidence. Enthusiastically, he took his seat at the computer desk, grasping paper and pencil to sketch designs for his spider suit. The mask certainly required replacement. Wearing it even for a short while today proved suffocating. The elasticity of the fibers and the web shooters fueled Peter's fervor, his determined silhouette reflected in his crimson pupils. Oz glanced down at his wings, observing yet another feather fall. Darn it! A fresh stack of newspapers slid from the printing press, emblazoned with controversial headlines designed to captivate readers. At the very center of the newspaper-esque cover was a masked figure clad in a red and blue bodysuit, adorned with a spider emblem on his chest. He appeared to be clutching a terrified criminal while suspended above the city, a slender strand of web trailing from his other hand. The newspaper reported, "Who is this self-proclaimed Spider-Man? A menace or a jester? Does New York City truly require such a masked hero?" Chapter 12. The first date is going to be late. This extraordinary vector of speed is a function of mass and acceleration. Stop rambling. The mass of the object suspended on a pendulum has no bearing on the rotational speed. It does not affect frequency, yet it is undeniably a factor of momentum. Peter strolled through the campus, keenly eavesdropping on the conversation between two individuals ahead. He recognized they were discussing his web-swinging antics captured in an online video. He had always felt that he could swing faster, and now their dialogue provided him with several new ideas. As he walked, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Peter turned to the left, only to feel another tap on the right shoulder. He turned again to the right, yet found no one there. Just as he suspected, it was Oz's prank. A sweet-faced blonde girl emerged into his line of sight. "Hey," the girl greeted with a smile. "Oh, it's you. Hi." He had to admit, every time he saw this beautiful girl smile, he could not help but smile back. "Remember us from 101 Reading Network?" Gwen inquired. "What about the red-eyed crow you keep?" Peter blinked. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Please." Gwen's face slightly flushed with irritation. "You know exactly what I mean. I can never forget the time it suddenly appeared and startled me." She then glanced around and whispered, "What exactly is it? Don't try to pull a fast one on me. I know it's something extraordinary." "It's one of my companions," he replied. Peter carefully chose his words. Avoiding the revelation of too much information about Oz, Gwen, astonished, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "You are a raven spirit? How is that possible?" Peter exclaimed, "I'm just like you, a human." "Just kidding," he added with a chuckle. The girl stuck out her tongue and laughed, not insisting that Peter divulge anything to her. If he wished to speak, he would, and if not, that was perfectly fine. "So, have you been following the news lately?" Gwen sought to change the subject. "What news?" Peter inquired. "About that Spider-Man," Gwen replied. "The one who swings through the city in that peculiar spandex suit. Do you find his outfit peculiar?" Peter asked. "In my opinion, yes." "Wait, your tone suggests you might know this guy?" Gwen raised an eyebrow. "No way," Peter exclaimed, quickly realizing how odd that sounded, and continued. "I merely think his suit is rather appealing. Boys and girls have different tastes, after all." Gwen waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. "Perhaps." Gazing at the girl's exquisite profile, Peter could not resist asking, "So, do you dislike him?" "Dislike? Not really. Although my dad says he is a restless social element. I find his actions quite uplifting." "Your dad?" Peter asked, intrigued. "Ah, I forgot to mention, my father is a precinct captain in the NYPD. Wow, Peter exhaled, feeling a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He had never considered how his actions might be perceived by law enforcement. The term restless was certainly not a compliment. Yet he believed he was doing good, with no intention of engaging in any criminal activity. Not only was Peter secretly observing Gwen, but she too was covertly watching him. Her visit was not merely a casual chat. There was something she had yet to disclose. Gwen clenched her fist, rallying herself. "By the way." Peter responded, curious. "Do you like lemon base?" Gwen asked. Peter looked at her, puzzled. "It's a type of fish," she clarified, somewhat taken aback by his expression. No, I know of that fish. I mean, what is the matter?" Peter asked, his straightforwardness showing. "Well," Gwen suddenly looked down, pulling out paper and a pen from her textbook. quickly jotting something down. If you're willing, you can come to this place at 7 tonight. My mother is making lemon base. She handed the paper to Peter, anxiously awaiting his response, fearful of rejection. Peter took the paper, glanced at the address, and felt that something was still missing. Then Gwen continued, "Oh, I almost forgot the apartment number, 2016. How could I forget to give you the room number? Goodness, I don't even know why I ignored what I just said, including what I'm saying now, of course, not the apartment address." Gwen had become so flustered that she stepped back, wishing to escape Peter's presence in that very moment. Peter found her adorable demeanor amusing and noted, "I'll remember, 2016. Gwen slightly raised the textbook in her arms to shield half of her face, revealing a pair of captivating, expressive eyes. "Room number 2016, don't forget. I have a class, so I'll take my leave." With that, she transformed into a gust of wind and dashed away. Peter smirked, only to suppress it, for he had sensed an impending arrival. Sure enough, in the next moment, a crow appeared out of thin air, alighting upon his shoulder. "I don't understand," Oz remarked with a peculiar accent. "Why would she be interested in you? What gives?" Peter clenched his fist, choosing to disregard Oz's inquiry, and instead asked, "Where have you been?" "Stealing fries at the dock." "Don't change the subject. Why does she like you?" "She hasn't even said she likes me," Peter exclaimed. "If she doesn't like you, why invite you over for dinner?" "You Americans are quite open," Oz retorted. "We're just friends," Peter insisted. "What is more enjoyable, spending time with me or her?" "What kind of nonsense is that?" Peter shouted. "What are you talking about?" Oz raised an eyebrow and said, "All right, kid, I think you might not make it to your date tonight." "What do you mean?" Peter inquired, somewhat displeased, as he genuinely wished to dine at Gwen's home. "Have you heard of the butterfly effect? Someone seems poised to undergo a transformation into a large lizard earlier than expected." "What's wrong with Dr. Connors?" "Earlier that day, at Oscorp, in Dr. Kurt Connors' laboratory." "Good morning, Dr. Connors. I hope you summoned me today with good news, rather than some sensational experimental progress." Dr. Rada was a trusted confidant of Norman Osborn, primarily responsible for addressing Osborn's genetic afflictions. He oversaw the majority of biological experiments at Oscorp, solely to identify potential treatments for Osborn's hereditary diseases. The interspecies genetic experiments conducted by Dr. Connors fell under his purview. "Good morning, Rada." Connors cheerfully handed Dr. Rada, who was clad in a black suit yet bore no resemblance to a typical doctor, a cup of hot coffee. "So, how is the experiment progressing?" "Dr. Rada inquired after taking a sip of the coffee. "Follow me," Connors replied, leading Rada to the cage of the lab mouse, Freddy. He pointed to the mouse, which had regrown a leg, and said, "The interspecies genetic research has made remarkable strides. I utilized the DNA of a lizard to aid Freddy in regenerating his injured leg." Observing the energetic little white mouse in its cage, scurrying about and sniffing, Dr. Dalla could not help but exclaim, "This is a miracle, akin to the recent emergence of that Spider-Man." Spider-Man? Chapter 13. Good news. It brings hope. Bad news. It is hope for the Green Goblin. "Haven't you seen the news?" Dr. Dalla inquired. "What news?" Connors, having spent an inordinate amount of time in the laboratory, had scarcely been in touch with the outside world and was oblivious to what the other was alluding to. Dr. Dalla retrieved his phone and played a video for him. In the footage, a masked figure clad in a red and blue tight suit was scaling the high-rise buildings of the city, launching something akin to webbing from his wrists, executing a series of seemingly perilous acrobatic feats. Connors furrowed his brow. This defied the laws of science. A normal human body could not possibly endure such immense strain. His muscular tissue should have been torn apart, and his spine would have fractured under the abrupt descent from such heights. Dr. Dollar returned his phone to his pocket and asked, "Have you conducted human trials for your interspecies genetic experiments?" "Of course not," Connors replied. "The only one who has received the serum thus far is Freddy." Dr. Dalla scrutinized Connors' eyes, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Do you suspect I leaked information?" Connors retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. "No, as far as I know, the last research on spider genes was led by Richard Parker." "And you learned nothing from him," Dr. Dalla stated. "What do you mean I learned nothing?" Connors interrupted. "He packed up and left, destroying all the research himself. It is a significant achievement that I have come this far, then arrange for human trials immediately. Norman is quite excited about the existence of Spider-Man," Dr. Dalla insisted. Connors maintained his composure, resolutely rejecting Dr. Dalla's proposition. "The truth of science is grounded in reality. To attempt to leap ahead will only lead to a dead end." His excitement is his concern. We are still at the stage of mammals, and it will take time before we reach primates. But he is running out of time, Dr. Dalla calmly observed. Moreover, he stepped forward to adjust Connor's cuff, deliberately choosing the sleeve of his damaged arm. You have already invested considerable time and resources into this research. And now, a self-proclaimed new human known as Spider-Man has emerged into the public eye. Yet you tell me the project is still limited to mammals? Wouldn't that be rather unfortunate? Connors angrily withdrew his sleeve, refusing to let Dr. Dalla touch him. So, are you implying that I am to blame for leaking the experiment? Allowing a stranger to gain genetic abilities? Dr. Dalla raised his hands to his chest, his expression somewhat innocent. I never said that. I merely wish to convey that time is of the essence. Human trials must be arranged at once. I'm still investigating the birth of Spider-Man. Connor steadfastly maintained his position. I cannot consent to commence human trials at this juncture. There are far too many unknown variables. He will perish. Dowra raised his voice slightly. Everyone will die, even Norman Osborn. Connors spoke with a calm demeanor, as if recounting the most mundane of truths. Alas, Dowra sighed. Kurt, do you not comprehend? You merely need to promote this as a flu vaccine, and throngs of test subjects will eagerly await you. Do you have any idea what you are saying? Connors could no longer restrain himself. He absolutely refused to allow his scientific integrity to be trampled upon in such a manner. We are scientists. Our purpose should be to benefit society, not to jeopardize the lives of others for the selfish desires of an individual. I will never permit my experiments to recklessly endanger society. Never. Upon finishing his fervent declaration, Connor's face flushed with indignation as he prepared to leave the laboratory. However, as he passed by Dowra, he was seized by his mutilated arm. I certainly know what I am saying, Kurt, Dowra replied. You are overly sentimental. You are exactly like Richard was back then. Look at his current fate and consider what you have gained. Connors fell silent. Time is of the essence, Connors. There is no need to squander your emotions on matters devoid of significance. I stand by my previous assertion. I will not arbitrarily initiate human trials. The two were like stubborn bulls, each firmly entrenched in their beliefs, incapable of persuading the other. Dowra's patience had been thoroughly exhausted by Connor's relentless moral posturing. Suit yourself, Dowra said, picking up the lizard serum from the table, prepare to take responsibility for the human trials himself. The serum belongs to the Osborn group. The agreement is quite clear, and I trust you will not dispute this point further. Moreover, you shall forever be deprived of the arm you so desperately desire. Dowra looked at him. I hereby represent Norman Osborn in dismissing you. Have a laboratory organized by tonight to make space for others. Dowra turned to glance at the white mouse, Freddy, in the cage, and added, Oh, and do not forget to take this mouse as well. Noticing Connors about to voice an objection, Dowra raised a finger in front of him. Do not question the reasoning. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at that sudden appearance of Spider-Man, for he has brought Norman a glimmer of hope for survival. With that, Dowra exited the laboratory, leaving Connors to keep company with the caged mouse, Freddy. Meanwhile, outside their field of vision, in the high sky, a crow abandoned its flapping wings, opting instead to cradle its head in its hands, plummeting downwards with a whoosh. Damn it. Why has it come to this? Damn it. What do you mean I have brought hope for Harry's father to survive? Peter clutched his head, frozen in place. With a sigh, Oz, having shared his memories, plopped down upon Peter's shoulder and remarked, I cannot fathom it. While I acknowledge that your existence indeed instills hope in others, bestowing hope upon him seems somewhat hellish. Oz certainly did not expect the subsequent days to unfold according to the original narrative, especially since he had already enlisted Spider-Man in capturing the perpetrator responsible for Uncle Ben's demise. Consequently, there would be no vengeful pursuit of a similar-looking assailant by Peter. And without such retaliatory actions, the later quarrel between Peter and his father-in-law would not transpire. Peter, redirecting his course, promptly decided to skip class. He needed to personally rush to Oscorp Tower. Good heavens, I now possess an abundance of questions. Why did they mention my father? What truly transpired back then? Moving swiftly, Peter soon arrived at a secluded corner, where he began to disrobe, revealing the inner layer of his spider suit. Oz inquired, by the way, do you apply talcum powder? That is utterly irrelevant, Peter exclaimed, his mind in a chaotic state. This confusion felt akin to receiving an overwhelming influx of information, yet failing to digest it fully. Through Oz's shared memories, he witnessed Dr. Connor's demeanor, instantly reaffirming his prior impressions of the Doctor. Indeed, he was a benevolent scientist. Yet, if blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon Spider-Man. What does this have to do with me? Having donned his spider suit, Peter flicked his wrist, unleashing a stream of webbing, and then leaped into action. Please do not transform into a giant lizard. Doctor, I implore you. Chapter 14. Uprising influenced by the discussions among his classmates. Spider-Man accelerated his web-slinging speed. His agile form darted between the towering edifices of the city like a swift swallow. In no time, he reached Oscorp Tower. Utilizing the inertia of his webbing, he penetrated the honeycomb-like structure of the building's exterior. His fingers pressed against the glass surface as he rapidly ascended. Why don't you remain here to observe the Doctor? Spider-Man glanced back at the crow perched on his shoulder. Are you going to do the work, or shall I? This is your episode, not mine, Oz retorted. Here we go again. With a resigned tilt of his head, Spider-Man soon arrived at the glass walls surrounding Dr. Connor's laboratory. Human experimentation must be approached with caution, so why did they fail to grasp this principle? What if he truly transformed into a lizard? Spider-Man clung to the exterior of the building, shielding his brow with his hand as he surveyed the scene within. Contrary to his expectations, there was no chaotic destruction nor any fanciful visions of a lizard form. In fact, the laboratory appeared completely devoid of personnel. Where's the Doctor? You ask me? If not you, then who? You could have continued your observations. Then let me ask you, did I not come to inform you at the first opportunity? ISNT at your ability to teleport. Come see you when you've finished. Oz was incensed, for Peter had only recently assumed the mantle of Spider-Man, and thus had yet to experience many trials. Consequently, Oz's own capabilities were significantly constrained. In other words, Spider-Man was not particularly fortunate at this juncture. Observations outside the laboratory proved unsatisfactory, prompting Spider-Man to alter his approach and venture into the building's ventilation system. Upon emerging from the duct and entering the laboratory, he still found no sign of Dr. Connors. This scenario soured Spider-Man's mood considerably. Could it be that the Doctor had embarked on human experiments without him? Updates were arduous. Remember to share the 101 Reading Network. Spider-Man flitted about the laboratory like a headless fly, frantically searching for any trace of the Doctor. However, the vast laboratory was entirely deserted, save for the cold instruments emitting their mechanical beeps as they operated in solitude. Hey, Parker, come over here. Oz beckoned to the distant red and blue figure. What is it? Freddy is on the verge of transformation. What? Spider-Man hastened to the cage, housing the lab mouse, Freddy. The reflective lenses of the helmet revealed a disturbing sight within the enclosure. Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! The once sleek and furry white mouse had undergone a grotesque metamorphosis. All its fur had vanished, exposing horrifying emerald-scaled skin. Its size had increased dramatically, and fearsome fangs protruded from its mouth, erasing any semblance of its former cuteness. Upon spotting Spider-Man, it emitted a shrill screech and lunged forward, only to be swatted away by Oz. You nearly scare me to death, Spider-Man exclaimed, staring at Freddy's current form, his mind blank, momentarily frozen in shock. Os feigned ignorance. What is the matter now? Spider-Man murmured, there's a flaw in the formula. He then leaned down to grasp Freddy, which was now akin to the size of a football, scrutinizing its fearsome visage. Spider-Man was at a loss. Fortunately, the Doctor's insistence had proven correct. Yet why? Why was there a flaw in the formula? Let us not dwell on the formula for now. Parker, you're in a heap of trouble. Oz was now positioned before a computer in the laboratory, gesturing for Peter to come quickly. What is it? Spider-Man approached, and upon seeing the content Oz indicated, he was once again rendered speechless. A riot had erupted at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital, reportedly instigated by a horde of lizard men. Damn it! Spider-Man slammed his fist against the table. That person must have gone ahead with human experimentation. That is not just his problem, Oz implied knowingly. I understand. Spider-Man's calm demeanor took Oz by surprise. Peter had contemplated this issue previously. Once the formula failed, the responsibility would fall squarely on his shoulders. Spider-Man clenched his fist. This was the first time he faced the consequences of his own disastrous actions, a mess entirely of his own making. We must first address this uprising. At this moment, the whereabouts of Dr. Connors have become a secondary concern for Spider-Man, who secretly hopes that the other party will take notice of the news and comprehend that the current formula does not herald a boon for humanity, but rather a perilous spark. Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. A white police vehicle has completely barricaded the hospital entrance, while terrifying screams intermittently echo from within, causing the officers stationed outside to swallow hard. What is the situation inside? Police Chief George Stacy, responsible for maintaining social order, arrived at the scene and inquired of his subordinates. According to the hospital staff, these disabled veterans were initially receiving a new strain of the winter flu vaccine. His subordinate replied. George furrowed his brow. Disabled individuals receiving a new flu vaccine? It remains unclear, but that is what the hospital claims. George pressed further, and then? The frantic shrieks provided a chilling answer to George's query. Such a sound was hardly one that could be produced by a human. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his subordinate's forehead as he continued. Subsequently, there were claims that these previously disabled individuals suddenly began to regenerate new limbs. But not long after, their skin began to exhibit scaly formations. So you mean to say they have transformed into a horde of monsters? George asked bluntly. Indeed. In all his years of service, George had never encountered a case that seemed to belong exclusively to the realm of science fiction. However, there was no time to dwell on the authenticity of this incident. His primary concern lay with the casualties. What is the casualty count? It has not yet been tallied. George sighed, chambered his firearm, and instructed the other officers. I trust you all heard that scream. I will not explain whether it was produced by a monster or not. But I will say this. Any factor that threatens your life, fire at will. Understood? No, you do not understand. A somewhat youthful voice suddenly called out from above. George turned to see a red and blue figure swinging toward them on a web. It was the recently active masked vigilante, who could be generously described as such, given that he was willing to rescue even cats perched in trees. George held no fondness for Spider-Man, as his duty was to safeguard the city's safety and order. Thus, his only option regarding such anarchists was to apprehend them. I was just pondering how to catch you, and here you are, presenting yourself. George raised his firearm, aiming at Spider-Man. Spider-Man raised his hands, pleading, I can explain. The lizard-like creatures inside are transformed disabled veterans. If you shoot them, it would be tantamount to taking their lives. What should we do then? Allow them to kill us? George retorted, No, that is not the case. Spider-Man implored. I know how to alleviate their symptoms. Please trust me. Why should I trust you, especially when you are clad in that ludicrous mask? George felt that the other party was at a loss for words, and he could not allow him to escape. Spider-Man sighed, surmising that this officer, who bore a resemblance to Gwen, was likely the father she had mentioned. He hadn't anticipated such a formidable challenge. If only he were truly with Gwen. Wait, Peter, there isn't even a hint of that yet. What on earth are you thinking? Oz, do you have a plan? I've told you before. Do not engage with these officers. Just wait. Chapter 15. Matters at hand. A gust of wind swept through. The officers surrounding the hospital felt the sudden change. It began as a mere whisper, but soon escalated into a force that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Where on earth did this wind come from? George raised his arm to shield his eyes, and this action gradually obscured his view of Spider-Man. Just as he fully closed his eyes, he caught a final glimpse of Spider-Man and heard his last words. I'm sorry, officer. If the opportunity arises, I would be more than willing to explain. But for now, allow me to clean up this mess. Spider-Man's figure seemed to elongate in an instant, as if viewed through a dizzying lens. And with a final shadowy blur, he vanished. George lowered his arm, attempting to locate Spider-Man. Where is he? Uncertain. Are you suggesting that a living being vanished before the eyes of dozens of officers? Evidently, yes, but the wind just now. George replied irritably, Indeed, I understand. A sudden gust obscured our vision. The young officer glanced at his superior, then peered inside the hospital, where ear-splitting roars continued to emanate, striking terror into their hearts. What do we do? What do we do? George steadied his mindset. They were police officers, not mere pawns for others. Acknowledging that the superior was correct, the young officer wished to retort, but seeing George's grim expression, he decided to swallow his words. I'll follow your lead, sir. A monstrous roar suddenly sent shivers down his spine. He turned to glance down the corridor behind him, where a once familiar figure had transformed into a creature covered in green scales. Its pupils were deep yellow slits, and it towered above the average person, a thick tail swaying behind. Don't do this, Ray. It's me, your friend Sam. Sam shouted as he fled, using every ounce of strength to sprint down the corridor, desperate to avoid being caught by the pursuing lizard creature. Yet, he committed the gravest error in a chase. He looked back. The moment he turned, He realized the creature was dangerously close. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed, just as the menacing hand was about to make contact. A youthful voice echoed from behind. "Hey, buddy, I think you should trim your nails before considering any physical contact with others." Spider-Man shot a web onto the back of the reptilian monster and, with a sudden tug, transmitted immense force through the webbing. Bam! The lizard creature lost its balance and toppled backward. Seizing the moment, Spider-Man quickly advanced, ensnaring the monster's limbs with additional webs, temporarily immobilizing it. "Got you." He leaped onto the chest of the creature, which was significantly larger than himself, and produced a syringe, plunging it into the creature's neck. "It has to work. It has to work. It has to work," Spider-Man murmured, his voice reaching the monster's ears. Whether it was the jarring sound or the sudden prick of the needle, the creature reacted violently. Wow! The lizard monster began to thrash about, nearly knocking Spider-Man off balance. With a swift motion, 2 more strands of web shot from his wrists, further restraining the creature's movements. Spider-Man firmly pressed the monster's head down while leaning in closer. The scene appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he were about to share a fateful kiss with the beast. What a tale of beauty and the beast. Of course, this was merely Oz's perspective. He perched on Spider-Man's shoulder and remarked, "It seems the temporary antidote is taking effect." Spider-Man nodded, having noticed the scales around the lizard monster's eyes beginning to regress. "Thank goodness it works. Otherwise, I would have created a new problem." Upon learning of the chaos at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital, Spider-Man swiftly utilized Connor's laboratory to commence his research on the antidote. This revelation surprised Oz. He had expected this lad to rush straight to the Veterans Hospital. Little did he know, Spider-Man was remarkably clear-headed, opting instead to initiate the antidote treatment at the site. Perhaps Peter possessed an extraordinary aptitude for science. Or perhaps it was a sense of responsibility that propelled him. The antidote's development proceeded even more rapidly than Oz had anticipated. "How did you come up with that?" Oz inquired. "What? Oh, you mean the antidote? When you mentioned that Dr. Connors might turn into the lizard, I had already considered a reversal of the formula," Peter replied. No. I meant, how did you think to create the antidote first instead of rushing to the scene?" "I suppose it's what Uncle Ben taught me." "He taught you that too?" Realizing Oz had misinterpreted, Peter quickly clarified, "No, I mean he spoke to me about responsibility. The formula was transmitted by me to Dr. Connors, and if anything went awry, I would bear the corresponding responsibility. So I contemplated this possibility beforehand, not to mention you had raised this issue too. Moreover, addressing it all at once is far more efficient than tackling each problem individually." Upon hearing this, Oz could not help but clutch his head, sensing an uncanny resemblance between this Spider-Man and Batman. What if your reversal formula goes awry? It won't fail. Spider-Man replied with unwavering confidence, for this was his obligation. "I must ensure its efficacy." Even as the antidote was injected into the lizard's body, he muttered insistently that it must work. Now, back to the present. "Spider-Man?" At the sound, Spider-Man turned to see a regular individual he had previously rescued from the clutches of the monstrous lizard. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a staff member of the Veterans Hospital, and upon catching sight of the name tag on his chest, Spider-Man's assumption was further confirmed. "Hey, are you all right?" Spider-Man inquired. Sam nodded, glancing at the green figure pinned beneath Spider-Man, and couldn't he help but ask, "What exactly is going on here?" "Well," Spider-Man slowly rose, seemingly cautious of the lizard thrashing beneath him, and added a few strands of webbing for good measure. "Before I answer your question, could you answer one of mine?" Spider-Man asked. Of course, Sam was more than willing, especially considering that the individual before him had just saved his life. How many others have transformed into this grotesque form? Spider-Man gestured towards the white cocoon that was gradually losing its monstrous features. "There were a total of 15 individuals vaccinated," Sam replied. Spider-Man murmured, 14 remain. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Spider-Man shook his head and pointed in a direction towards which they could escape. "There are rescue personnel waiting outside. I have checked the path, and it is safe. What are you going to do?" "Do what I must." Chapter 16. Worthy Sam ran in the direction Spider-Man had indicated. True to his word, there was no danger along the way, although he was a staff member at the hospital and was familiar with the location. Having a person who had just saved his life standing before him, speaking kindly and guiding him, made him choose to trust the hero. After running for a while, he encountered a group of fully armed police officers. "Thank heavens you're here," Sam exclaimed, feeling a renewed sense of hope. As he approached, he was met with professional assistance. Are you alright? Thanks to Spider-Man, I'm fine. The lead officer, George, halted his steps and turned towards the medical staff member. Describe the situation inside and what Spider-Man is doing. Oh, certainly. Sam noted the officer's insignia. He just saved my life. And it seems he is dealing with others who have transformed into lizard monsters. Seems? George seized upon the word. Yes, Sam continued. I saw him take a syringe and inject it into Ray. Ray is a friend of mine, and he is caught up in this situation. Get to the point. Apologies, but Spider-Man utilized a syringe to inject into Ray's body. Shortly thereafter, the monstrous traits on Ray began to diminish, leading me to surmise that this may serve as an antidote. George nodded, then gestured to the support personnel, indicating that they should escort this individual to a secure location. After this brief interlude, the team resumed their advance. Among them, a young officer trailing beside George overheard their conversation, his gaze occasionally flickering towards his superior. What is it? The seasoned George naturally detected this scrutiny. The young officer stammered, I think there has been some misunderstanding. Spider-Man may not be as terrible as you believe. George halted his steps, signaling the others to continue onward, leaving him and the young officer behind. Do you think I believe this riot was instigated by Spider-Man? He inquired. Yes, came the timid reply. George scrutinized his subordinate for a moment before asking, Do you know what you are wearing? The young officer understood the implication of his superior's words and continued to explain, I know the situation regarding Spider-Man, but I implore you to trust him just this once. Just a week ago, he saved my wife and daughter. George recalled the incident, the fire that had occurred on 2nd Street. Indeed, he sighed, placing a reassuring hand on the young officer's shoulder as they resumed pace with the team ahead. Did you hear what that individual just said? Spider-Man extracted an unknown serum and injected it into the creature. I understand your gratitude for his prior actions. Had my family been saved by him, I would feel the same. However, Johnny, I must insist that these matters are distinctly separate. How does he possess such means of healing? What sparked this riot? I trust you are aware of the connection between him and the chaos at hand. So, set aside your goodwill towards him and contemplate the reasons behind it, rather than urging me to dismiss my reservations. We are police officers, do not forget that. The 7th incident unfolded as Spider-Man clung to the back of the lizard creature, injecting it and then delivering a powerful kick, sending its entire form crashing against the wall. With a swift motion, a substantial strand of webbing enveloped the lizard creature completely. This is far more exhausting than I had anticipated. Spider-Man, with his hands resting on his knees, gasped for breath. This contradicts what you mentioned earlier, Oz remarked. You said we would resolve it all at once. Yet here we are, tackling them one by one. Peter, concealed beneath his mask, felt his face flush upon hearing Oz's words. He protested. That was my intention, but the equipment in the lab is too cumbersome to transport. So, your aspirations are grand, but reality is rather stark. Osritortit. Indeed, he scoffed. You simply failed to think this through. There's no need for your concern. Spider-Man, slightly irked, had always believed that Oz would lend a hand in resolving matters, yet he remained steadfast on his shoulder, as immovable as a mountain. What was promised as assistance had transformed into a solitary endeavor. Suddenly, Oz glanced backward. Noticing his action, Spider-Man inquired, What is the matter? Oz sensed the approach of George and his entourage. The masked vigilante and public police had always been a topic of lively debate. One side believed they were performing a noble service and should not be subjected to such constraints, while the other thought the former merely stirred trouble. What are you doing? Eating donuts? The camaraderie with the officers was not yet at hand. Spider-Man still resided in his nascent phase, despite having witnessed Peter's actions throughout this period. However, for others to fully comprehend Spider-Man's stance toward the city, a significant event was still required. Much like the current lizard serum incident. You need to hasten your actions. That group of officers is approaching, Oz cautioned. I am aware, Spider-Man retorted, covering his head in exasperation. I am clearly doing good. So why do they always perceive me as a menace to society? Oz tilted his head, regarding him with an odd expression. Are you suggesting that shortly after a riot occurs, you appear with the antidote in their line of sight and resolve the plight of those infected? And they wouldn't suspect anything amiss, even offering you commendation? Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words, for the truth was indeed as Oz had articulated. I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Harry's father is on the brink of death, and the treatment requires a cross-species genetic formula. Yet the formula has malfunctioned. Dr. Connors has vanished, and human experimentation has commenced in such a haphazard manner. I'm more bewildered than any of them. Having expressed his thoughts, Spider-Man shot out his webbing and continued with his healing endeavors. 11. He declared as he was slammed into a wall by the lizard creature. But this also allowed him to inject the serum into the creature. 13. 14. He counted, noticing that both paths were obstructed by the lizard monster. Thus, he drew upon both sides, each wrist unleashing a strand of webbing to bind them together, making a rather audacious decision to pull both lizard creatures before him and resolve them together. The outcome was splendid. Both lizard-like monsters received treatment. Yet he himself suffered injuries in the process. The tails of the two lizards lashed against him, leaving him feeling as though his body might fall apart. Ultimately, he implored his companion not to let his saliva drip into his mask. Spider-Man lay on the ground, desperately using his hands to fend off the lizard creature that sought to devour his brain. A vibrant, fleshy tongue slithered across his spider mask, sticky and unwelcome. In a final act of desperation, he propelled his head forward, engaging in a simple clash of minds. Perhaps it was the resilience of his skull or the waning effects of the lizard serum that rendered the creature dazed for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man delivered the final blow, successfully neutralizing the last of the mutated lizard monsters. Just the other day, he had washed his suit, and now, after that unwelcome lick, it would require another cleaning. Spider-Man lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. This was the most fatigued he had ever felt since becoming Spider-Man. Yet he knew he had to rise. They had achieved their goal. Oz's voice echoed in his ears. With great effort, Spider-Man flipped his body and struggled to his feet. I understand, he thought, gazing at the patients he had just saved. Beneath the mask, Peter couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? You have only 10 seconds left. It's all right. 5 seconds will suffice. With a delightful whoosh, the web shot from his launcher, resembling a delicate hand that whisked him away from that place. Exhausted, it was all worth it. Chapter 17. Given the circumstances, Let Us Dine This is a live news broadcast. Around 10 o'clock this morning, an incident occurred at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. Any external reports regarding monsters are merely speculation. According to the police investigation, the patients merely ingested a hallucinogenic substance that induced visions of monsters. However, we can ascertain one fact. A certain individual was present at the crime scene and appeared to be prepared for the situation, leading us to suspect him as the primary perpetrator behind this incident involving the hallucinogen-affected patients. This is why I applied for an arrest warrant today to pursue the so-called masked vigilante Spider-Man. On campus, a young man, having watched the news, decisively turned off his phone screen and rubbed his face, feeling utterly helpless. Oz hung upside down from a branch beside Peter, finding the boy remarkably foolish. On one hand, he could be seen as sensible. Upon learning of the lizard incident in Brooklyn, he chose to skip class without a second thought for the consequences. On the other hand, he could be deemed rebellious. After quelling the chaos, he promptly returned to school, only to miss the final class of the day entirely. It was a day spent in complete truancy. Ultimately, he found himself on a campus bench, confronted with the arrest warrant issued by Officer George Stacy. What bad luck indeed. Peter rested his hands on his delicate face and muttered, I should have known better than to appear before them. Oz continued to mimic a bat's hanging posture and, upon hearing Peter's words, offered consolation. Always think positively. If you had tea shown up, the police would likely have concluded that the remnants of spider silk in the hospital were your doing. Peter, slightly irritated, retorted, What difference does it make? They would still arrest me. One is suspicion, the other is certainty. Of course it matters. Peter scoffed, already accustomed to Oz's sardonic remarks. After resolving the riot at the hospital, he had ventured to Oscorp Tower again, only to find no trace of Dr. Connors. With concern, Peter inquired, Now that there has been no word from Dr. Connors and the police have issued a warrant for my arrest, what should I do? Go to the docks and grab some fries. Hey, I'm serious. What is so serious? Peter turned around to find Gwen had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. Oh, it's you. Nothing much, just a moment of reflection, really. Peter awkwardly greeted her. Gwen glanced in the direction Peter had been staring and noticed nothing unusual among the branches of the nearby trees. Were you chatting with that crow? She asked. Peter opened his mouth to respond, but hesitated, his gaze fixed on her. Gwen furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, perplexed by the look in Peter's eyes. It was then that a deep, magnetic whisper broke the silence. Are you searching for a raven resembling a Morgan Freeman version of a divinely appointed messenger? No. Upon turning, Gwen spotted a red-eyed raven perched on her shoulder. Without hesitation, she seized the bird by the neck, lifting it effortlessly. Peter exclaimed, "What?" Oz's eyes widened as he slapped Peter's arm. Hey, friend. Fighting is one thing, but let it breathe." Sorry." Gwen released her grip, her face reflecting a mix of shock and relief as she rubbed her chest. "You scared me. How did you appear so suddenly?" Had her earlier display been witnessed, her current demeanor might have led others to perceive her as a delicate flower. Oz rubbed his neck, exclaiming, "Morgan Freeman above, you're even more contrasting than I imagined." Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, Peter asked, "What brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Gwen looked at him incredulously. "You ditched an entire day of classes and then asked me, who hasn't missed a single one, why I'm here?" Peter stumbled over his words. "I was preoccupied with other matters." Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Gwen chose not to press further. She sat beside Peter, studying his face for a moment. Feeling her gaze, Peter grew shy, his ears flushing with warmth. "What's wrong with you?" "What?" "I'm at your face." Gwen pointed to the bruise at the corner of Peter's eye. Peter reached up to touch it, explaining that he had fallen while skateboarding. Of course, that was not the truth. He had merely been struck by the tail of a lizard. Gwen sighed, aware that Peter was concealing much from her, harboring numerous secrets, such as the crow that had been watching them with a foolish grin. "Who are you?" Gwen inquired. "Hey, that is a bit rude, Mr. Tough Guy. I'm right here, able to hear you." Oz interjected, somewhat displeased. "All right." Gwen rolled her eyes and continued. "Who are you? Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously enlighten you." Oz unfurled his wings, hovering before them, his silhouette blocking the setting sun in the distance. The crow took the place of the sun, absorbing all light, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes gazing at them. "I am a crow that speaks human language." Peter and Gwen exchanged glances. Peter then grasped Gwen's delicate chin, turning her face toward him. "Don't mind this guy." Gwen's eyes sparkled, surprised by Peter's action. "I would love to explain, but alas, I find myself at a loss for words." Peter stammered, yet his awkwardness only brought a smile to Gwen's lips. She replied, "I'll wait until you're ready." "All right." Gwen glanced at the red-eyed crow that had been observing them and asked Peter, "So, will you be joining me for dinner tonight?" She noticed the crow tilt its head. "I mean, you and this talking crow. Goodness, I don't even know how to explain its existence to my family." "No need for an explanation. I was one to be visible to anyone else," Peter assured her. "So, I'm special?" "Yes." Gwen first pressed her lips together. Then her eyes involuntarily curled into a smile before she swiftly glanced at Peter and looked away. "I'll be waiting for you tonight at 2016. Don't forget." With that, she stood up and left, giving Parker no room for response. Oz took the seat Gwen had just vacated, remarking, "She is quite fiery." Indeed, Peter's gaze lingered on the girl's retreating figure. "So Aunt May is not special." "Shut up." Around 10 o'clock this morning, an incident occurred at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. Any external rumors regarding monsters are merely conjectures, according to police investigations, which revealed that individuals had merely ingested a hallucinogenic substance, causing them to perceive monstrous visions. In a fleeting moment, brown pupils constricted sharply, and the rhythmic sound of heavy breathing accompanied the news report. Suddenly, clothing erupted, disintegrating into shreds that fell to the ground, revealing horrifying, oil-green, scaly skin beneath the dim light. Meanwhile, the television continued its broadcast. "This is why I'm applying for an arrest warrant today, to pursue the so-called masked Avenger, Spider-Man." Like a mountain, he loomed before the television, his sharp claws gliding ominously across the screen, which shattered at the sound. Spider-Man, Chapter 18. We need to talk. The evening had arrived at the Parker residence. Wait, I recall there was a suit I had never worn, yet I always thought it too small, clearly a result of my own indulgence. "Aunt May, is it really necessary?" "I'm merely going over for dinner," Peter protested. Aunt May halted her movements, hands on her hips, gazing at Peter. "This is far more than just a meal. You represent the dignity of the Parker family." After saying this, she cast a glance at the black crow sprawled on the sofa, appearing as lifeless as a statue. "Am I correct, Oz?" The crow let out an unwilling caw, which Aunt May interpreted as an affirmation. However, to Peter, it conveyed an entirely different sentiment. "Honestly, could we refrain from Aunt May's relentless attempts to feed me meat pies? I simply do not enjoy them." Yet, he was too reluctant to voice this to her. Unlike his boldness when addressing the youth, Oz found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Aunt May, fearing he might frighten her. Ever since that night he returned with the egg, Aunt May had tacitly accepted the existence of another in their household. There were times when Aunt May would insist on pulling Oz aside to recount tales from yesteryears. Many times, he contemplated speaking up, but he believed that the best opportunity would be the day Aunt May discovered her nephew's secret identity. Over time, Aunt May had come to regard Oz as an exceptionally understanding crow, despite Peter's objections. After some struggle, Peter's hair, resembling a bird's nest, was styled to resemble that of an adult, and he donned an old yet clean suit. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Aunt May sent him off. "Good luck, dear," she wished. Peter sighed in resignation. "It's just dinner." Aunt May stepped forward to adjust the collar of his shirt, then patted his shoulder. "If Uncle Ben were here, I am certain he would have been more than willing to drive you to your friend's home, even if it meant taking a day off." The mention of Uncle Ben diminished Peter's enthusiasm for dining at Gwen's house. On one hand, there was still no sign of Dr. Connors, and, on the other, he was being pursued by the police for his other identity. To find himself entangled in such turmoil, yet still harbor the desire to dine with the girl he cherished, felt rather unworthy. Seemingly sensing Peter's inner turmoil, Oz remarked, "Balance both aspects of your life. You're not only Spider-Man, but also Peter Parker. After all, if you bring your spider suit, should anything go awry, you can intervene swiftly." Peter nodded in agreement, then bid farewell to Aunt May as he embarked on his journey to Gwen's home. As the crow flew overhead, Peter rang the doorbell, eagerly awaiting the door's opening. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and to his surprise, the person who greeted him was not Gwen, as he had anticipated, but rather someone else entirely, albeit within the realm of expectation. "Ah, Officer Stacy," Peter stammered, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Though it was not their first encounter, it was indeed a first for him in his current guise. George Stacy, still clad in his police uniform and evidently just off duty, regarded the youthful figure at his doorstep. He extended his hand in greeting, saying, "You must be Peter, the one Gwen often speaks of." Peter shook George's hand, replying, "It is an honor to meet you, sir." A slight smile broke the solemnity of George's expression as he replied, "No need for formality. At home, I am merely an ordinary father." He then called out into the house, "Sweetheart, your dear friend has arrived." "Dad." A casually yet elegantly dressed girl soon appeared in Peter's view. Upon spotting Peter, she eagerly tugged him toward her room. "Give us some time alone." George raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying nothing further, simply watching as the two entered the room. Once the door closed, he remarked, "Girls grow up too fast. This is the first time we've met." Inside Gwen's room, Peter found himself under her inquisitive gaze as soon as they entered. "Where's that dead crow?" she asked. Peter grinned, glancing above her head. "It's right on my head, isn't it?" Gwen, noticing his glance, promptly reached out to grab it. Sure enough, a plush creature was lifted into her hands. "Hey, I'm just siphoning your misfortunes. Show some respect, young lady," Oz lamented, realizing he was once again at the mercy of Gwen's whims. "Can't you just appear gracefully?" Gwen loosened her grip, bewildered. "Well, I don't want to be shot by your dad, just because my skin is black," Oz retorted. "Ignore him. He is always like this," Peter remarked as he turned to his backpack, retrieving a carefully arranged bouquet of flowers. "These were personally grown by my aunt for you." Gwen accepted the flowers and inhaled their fragrance, exclaiming, "How thoughtful." However, their tender moment was soon interrupted by a familiar voice. "Sweetheart, Peter, dinner is ready." George pushed the door open, his gaze immediately fixed on the bed without bothering to knock, clearly prioritizing practicality over decorum. Fortunately, the scene within the room was not as disastrous as he had feared. It resonated with youthful energy. "Come on, Dad, knock next time," Gwen protested. "Next time, I promise," George replied, casting a glance at the slightly flustered Peter. "Come on out, dinner is prepared, and I hope you enjoy the lemon base." Peter smiled, responding, "I've always been fond of it." Gwen discreetly glanced at the crow, Oz, perched upon Peter's head. Her father seemed oblivious to the bird's presence. His full attention focused on her and Peter. This reminded her of their conversation earlier in the afternoon. She felt special. A surge of delight filled Gwen as she took the initiative to wrap her arm around Peter's. "Shall we go eat?" she suggested. George, witnessing this scene, clenched his teeth. At the dining table, the sound of silver cutlery clashing occasionally broke the silence, rendering the dinner somewhat awkward. Yet, in Gwen's perception, the atmosphere painted a different picture. "Can you even eat? Step aside. Let me use my foot. It's flavorful enough. No need for extra salt. Just move aside." The banter between Oz and Peter echoed in Gwen's ears as she quickly surveyed the reactions of the others in the household, noting that they were contentedly consuming their sea base, entirely oblivious to the exchange between Peter and Oz. It seemed Oz was indeed a remarkable crow. Noticing the dinner's pronounced silence, Mrs. George took the initiative to break the ice. "Peter, what do your parents do?" As someone spoke, the awkwardness dissipated naturally. George chimed in. "I'm quite curious as well." Peter, gripping his utensils, responded quietly, "My parents passed away in an accident when I was 3. I now live with my uncle and aunt." The George couple immediately felt the weight of their insensitivity. They then inquired, "What do your uncle and aunt do?" This time, Peter remained silent. It was Gwen who spoke up. "Mom, Dad, have you forgotten what I said?" Upon hearing their daughter's words and glancing at the teenager who seemed hesitant to speak, the George couple felt an overwhelming urge to excuse themselves from their own home. "Ha ha! Oh dear." Oz's laughter was abruptly interrupted by Gwen's playful punch. George quickly offered an apology. "I'm sorry. We didn't mean to bring up your misfortune." Peter shook his head. "It's all right." However, the table was soon engulfed once more by awkwardness. Gwen discreetly kicked her brother, who had been eating quietly under the table. He instantly understood and took the initiative to ask, "Dad, this morning you mentioned catching Spider-Man. Did you manage to catch him?" Upon hearing this, Peter immediately set down his utensils and turned to George. George stuffed a piece of fish in his mouth and mumbled, "No, we haven't caught him yet, but he is quite clumsy, leaving behind plenty of clues. We will catch him eventually. After all, he is a dangerous individual." "A dangerous individual?" Peter questioned. Gwen shot him a glance. George also looked at him, nodding. "Yes, the riot at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital today is closely linked to him. But I heard from other news channels that he resolved that riot," Peter countered softly. "Other channels?" George chuckled. "Are you implying that the credibility of my own hearing is inferior to that of other publications?" "I apologize. That was not my intention." Peter was eager to rid himself of the negative image he held in the eyes of the police. Since being coaxed by Oz to become Spider-Man, he had diligently committed himself to performing good deeds, never allowing any negativity to cloud his spirit. His actions were propelled by the words of Uncle Ben, and he could hardly bear the thought of the police judging him so harshly. Peter continued, "I simply believe that since he has emerged in the public eye, he has hardly committed a single wrongdoing, and the citizens generally regard him as a force for good. Yet their perception is flawed." George interjected. At that moment, Peter's earnest demeanor captured George's attention, causing him to pause and reflect that this young man might indeed be a devoted fan of Spider-Man, much like his youthful subordinate. George countered, "What do you think we, the police, are for? When did it become the responsibility of a masked individual to maintain order and safety in the city?" No, I believe he merely wishes to do good," Peter insisted. "Oh." George feigned surprise before shifting his tone. "If causing trouble and then cleaning it up constitutes doing good, then everyone is doing good." Peter took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, yet he found it quite difficult to do so. Even Gwen's subtle tug on his sleeve went unnoticed. "You do not understand, Chief," Peter remarked. It was unfortunate that officers despised hearing outsiders speak such words, especially George. "I do not understand?" George retorted. "If I did not understand, I would not have achieved the rank of Chief Inspector. If I did not understand, I would not be working overtime until the wee hours, responsible for the safety of this city day in and day out. Honestly, Mr. Parker, what kind of spell has he cast upon you to earn such unwavering support?" With the use of formal address, Peter realized their dialogue was beginning to affect the newly established rapport. "Chief, I merely believe his stance should align with yours. He wishes to contribute in any way he can." "My stance? My stance is to uphold the law and order. That is my position." "You know," George said, picking up the napkin from the table to wipe his mouth, "I can assure you that everything reported in today's news is inextricably linked to him. Even if he did not cause it, there is a fatal connection." "Dad, George, please do not speak." George fixed his gaze on Peter, saying, "Why does he wear a mask?" "Because he does not want others to see his face." "Why was today's riot quelled so swiftly?" "Because he already anticipated such an outcome." "Your perspective is erroneous," Peter retorted, unable to concede. "Enough, both of you," Gwen interjected, unable to contain herself any longer as she slammed her hand on the table. Their argument was momentarily silenced by the abrupt noise. Then, 3 voices sounded simultaneously. "Peter, let us converse on the rooftop," Gwen suggested. "Chief, may I trouble you for a moment of your private time?" Peter inquired. "Sweetheart, We need to talk, George added. At long last, after finishing the base on Peter's plate, Oz let out a belch. How utterly distasteful. Chapter 19. Good news and bad news. He felt a mingling of regret and elation. Regret for finding himself entangled in such a dismal predicament. Merely a boss reluctant to face death had already made life arduous. He had expended untold energy on behalf of another's survival. In the end, he was still misunderstood by others. Oh, how remarkable you are, so noble. Priding yourself on your exceptionalism, unwilling to partake in human experimentation. And what of me? The burden of these responsibilities has fallen squarely on my shoulders, while the other party merely faced the loss of employment. As a mere cog in the machine, he loathed nothing more than to inherit the inadequacies of others, ultimately finding himself responsible for the aftermath. If any complications arose during the conclusion of these matters, he would harbor but one thought. It was the fault of the other party. Had they executed their duties properly, I would not have to endure this. And indeed, the facts bore him out. During the subsequent human trials, an unforeseen accident occurred. From the outset, the lizard serum had effortlessly enabled those disabled veterans to regenerate new limbs. Just as he bore witness to this miraculous harbinger of success, calamity struck. The initial test subjects began to evolve in an alarming manner. Due to the serum's primary component being lizard DNA, these patients began to exhibit reptilian traits, their forms becoming grotesque. He vividly recalls it as a riot, a frenzied celebration of monstrosity. Tragically, during his escape, he was captured by one of the lizard-like creatures. It appeared to retain a semblance of will, forcibly administering the remaining serum into his mouth, thereby making him one of the monsters. You have deceived us, yet do not think you can evade the consequences easily. Unlike their injection, he was subjected to a brutal oral dosage of the serum. Scientifically speaking, injections allow for better absorption by the body, while oral intake is generally less effective. Yet, in his subconscious, this truth eluded him. All he knew was the scorching liquid coursing down his throat, igniting his cells like dry grass meeting flame, sparking a cataclysmic transformation. The process of mutation was excruciating, giving rise to his feelings of regret. Yet, if regret had been mentioned, the remaining sentiment was one of joy. The lizard serum imparted a sensation akin to that of a drug, despite his never having indulged. Had he ever partaken, this serum would undoubtedly prove more addictive than any narcotic. Test subject, Dr. Derailvin. The body temperature remained stable at 897 degrees Fahrenheit for 12 hours. And blood analysis indicated that the lymphocytes and monocytes contained information from previous subjects. The coagulation rate rapidly increased, accompanied by a notable enhancement in muscle response, strength, and agility. The body's demand for serum continues to rise to this day. This is not merely a search for a cure. It marks the inception of a new species. Dara's pupils glimmered with a hint of green as he adjusted the camera before him. I require more lizard serum, he declared, plunging the prepared serum into his neck. The pain from the needle piercing his skin was negligible, replaced by euphoric sensation akin to soaring among the clouds. As he gasped for breath, the television nearby sprang to life, broadcasting a channel he had pre-selected. Earlier this morning, around 10 o'clock, an incident occurred at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. Any reports circulating about monsters are merely conjecture. According to police investigations, the individuals involved had merely ingested a hallucinogenic agent that induced visions of monsters. However, it is clear that a certain individual appeared at the crime scene, seemingly well prepared, and we have reason to suspect him as the primary perpetrator behind this incident. This is why I am applying for an arrest warrant today to pursue the so-called masked vigilante Spider-Man. Dara, or rather, at this moment, it would be more fitting to refer to him as Dr. Lizard, approached the television, his sharp, menacing fingertips gliding across the screen. A lowly genetic byproduct, Spider-Man. Very well. Mr. Parker, it is evident you wish to continue our debate, but given that Gwen seems to have something to convey to you, perhaps you might converse with her first before returning to our discussion. After I finish speaking with you, I shall have a thorough conversation with Gwen about your sustainable relationship. Following a cacophony of differing requests from the three parties, the sequence of dialogue was promptly organized under the supervision of Commissioner George Stacy. Upon hearing her father's words, Gwen shot him an annoyed glance. "Come on, Peter, let us go get some fresh air," she suggested. Peter remained silent, the lemon base on his plate already devoured by Oz. Fortunately, He was not particularly hungry. The argument with George had satisfied him somewhat. Acknowledging Gwen's request, he nodded at her before turning to George, his good upbringing urging him to apologize for the unpleasant conversation. I apologize. I did not mean to be nitpicky. George took a sip from his water cup. It's fine. Just refrain from kissing my daughter later. Hey, Dad. Peter forced an awkward smile, and together with Gwen, they exited the room and made their way to the rooftop. Gwen initially approached the railing at the periphery, inhaling deeply the tranquil essence of the night. That was truly awkward, she remarked, turning her back to Peter. He lowered his head and slowly moved to her side. Cracking a joke. At least your father didn't apprehend me on the spot. How could he? I would never allow that. Gwen puffed her cheeks, speaking earnestly. Peter chuckled softly, apologizing for the conversation he had with her father, which had inadvertently led to such a situation. I understand, she replied. The brief silence eased Peter's chaotic thoughts as he and Gwen leaned against the railing, gazing at the city's neon-lit nightscape. It's beautiful here, he said. Indeed, I often come here to unwind when I'm feeling down. Of course, I'm not saying I'm feeling down now. Well, perhaps just a little, but it has nothing to do with you. Gwen chattered playfully, with demeanor charming, eliciting an involuntary smile from Peter. Turning to Gwen, he acknowledged, I know you have many questions, and I genuinely wish to explain everything. But as you know, it's difficult to articulate. That's all right, Gwen responded softly. Let us take our time. Peter gazed at the girl's exquisite face, suddenly finding the nightscape less enchanting, for there existed something far more beautiful, her eyes. Gwen awaited Peter's words. He grappled internally, a myriad of thoughts swirling within, yet they coalesced into a singular notion. Kiss her, Parker. Instinctively, Peter licked his lips, a motion promptly noticed by the girl, so close to him. She unconsciously tightened her fingers behind her back, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his eyes. The two were akin to magnets. Despite the physical distance, their mutual attraction drew them closer. Just as their heads were about to touch, an untimely voice interrupted. You two are taking forever to share a little kiss. The moment has slipped away, Parker. The red-eyed crow had appeared between them, resting its wings against their foreheads. Oz's sudden presence caused them to retreat, reverting to their initial coyness. Damn it, why do you always show up unannounced? Gwen exclaimed, clearly irritated by Oz's interruption. Would you like to know why? Oz inquired. Not all, not one bit. Because I am a crow hero. Gwen's lips twitched in disbelief. You are undoubtedly the most peculiar crow I have ever encountered. Hee. Peter knew that Oz's abrupt arrival boded ill, and he promptly asked, What is going on? Oz glanced at him and said, There's a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Which would you prefer to hear? The dialogue between Oz and Peter was not a private exchange. Gwen, who was nearby, understood perfectly well. Without waiting for Peter to respond, she preemptively made a decision for him. The bad news, of course. Suffering before sweetness. Oz cast a sidelong glance at Peter, who nodded in agreement. Very well. The young lad has already claimed his stake. Forget it. Listen closely. The bad news is that the Dr. Connors you have been so worried about has finally appeared. And he looks exactly as you imagined. Peter immediately grew anxious and inquired, Where is he now? Gwen, well aware of the Dr. Connors they referred to, comforted him. Don't fret just yet. He hasn't shared the good news. Oz leaned against the railing beside them, tilting his head to look at Gwen, and asked, Are you his caretaker? Gwen's face flushed with indignation, and she clenched her fists. What about the good news? Peter gently patted Gwen's hand, signaling her not to engage with this insufferable crow. The good news is that Dr. Lizard is actually not him. What? It seems there are two Dr. Lizards at play. Peter was taken aback by this good news. Two? Indeed. How is this good news? Isn't it a relief that Connors hasn't transformed into the traditional villainous lizard doctor? Peter found himself bewildered by Oz's tone, feeling increasingly flustered, like a headless fly buzzing around the rooftop, muttering to himself. No, that can't be right. If Connors knew about today's news, he wouldn't have injected himself with lizard serum. He must have been coerced. But who could the other lizard creature be? The remnants from the veteran's hospital? Impossible. I ensured everything was taken care of, leaving no creatures behind. Who could it be? Honestly, while you're spinning around like a top, why not go check out Osborne Tower? The news has already reported on it. What? Peter hastily tore off his suit tie, revealing the red and blue spider suit beneath. It seemed he had forgotten that the girl named Gwen was still beside him, and upon witnessing his actions, She widened her eyes in shock and covered her cherry-red lips. "You're Spider-Man?" Peter froze, glancing awkwardly at Gwen. "Em sorry. No wonder you argued so fiercely with your father," Gwen murmured, realization dawning upon her. Oz leaned closer to Peter, whispering, "It seems she has uncovered our little secret. Should we?" He mimed a throat-cutting gesture. Peter immediately retaliated with a punch to Oz. He turned to Gwen and explained, "I will clarify everything to you, but right now, I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I apologize." Peter, before the eyes of the young lady, commenced to remove his garments. Oz and Gwen, brushing aside the raven's wings that obstructed her view, inquired, "What on earth is happening, and how are you involved in this?" Peter tidied his clothes, accepted the spider mask handed to him by Oz, and donned it, his voice becoming muffled. "It's quite intricate, but I assure you, I shall elucidate everything." With that, disregarding his attire, he cast it aside onto the ground and leapt off the rooftop, while the raven elegantly perched itself on the railing, nonchalantly tumbling backward, vanishing into thin air. This left Gwen alone amidst the chaos of the rooftop winds. Gwen retrieved Peter's discarded suit from the ground, casting a disbelieving glance back at the spot where Peter and Oz had disappeared, before turning her head away. The mere appearance of Talking Raven was already a challenge to accept. Sighing, Gwen shook her head. "I must be losing my mind." Upon returning home with Peter's clothing, she found her father George absent, her mother washing dishes in the kitchen, and her two younger brothers engrossed in their studies. This seemingly idyllic scene did little to uplift her spirits. "Hey sis, where's your boyfriend?" Gwen shot a glance at her brother, who promptly fell silent, returning to his homework. After placing Peter's suit in her room, she approached her brother, asking, "Where did Dad go?" "I don't know. He received a phone call and left." Looking like it was work-related. Reflecting on the earlier events, Gwen retreated to her room and powered up her computer to search for the latest news. It wasn't too long before she stumbled upon a breaking news alert. With a few soft clicks of the mouse, she entered the webpage. Just in, "We have received reports that the New York City police are urging citizens in the vicinity of South 54th Street to evacuate all personnel and vehicles. If you're in the area, please leave immediately." You may wonder why. Because two gigantic lizards are engaged in a brawl near the Osborn building. The screen displayed two green-skinned lizard monsters grappling on the city streets, one clad in a tattered white lab coat, significantly smaller than the other. Nevertheless, their sizes were still vastly larger than that of an average human, embodying the very essence of monstrosity. "Am I truly not dreaming?" she uttered. Chapter 20. The Monkey Retrieves the Moon. "What's the situation?" George Stacy, once seated in the passenger seat, hastily inquired of his subordinate before fastening his seatbelt. All civilians near the Osborn building have been evacuated in an orderly fashion. Now the street is devoid of anyone except for the two lizard monsters and our colleagues. The subordinate reported. "Have there been any sightings of Spider-Man?" George queried. "None thus far." George furrowed his brow, for based on his understanding of the masked vigilante, he believed he should have arrived at the scene promptly following the incident. Could he possibly be asleep? A glance at his watch revealed it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. Who retires for the night at such an early hour? Surely, he wasn't on a date? Unable to fathom any further, George set aside his musings and grasped the radio, dispatching commands to various departments of officers. "Ground team, should those two reptilian monstrosities attempt to expand their chaos, open fire immediately. We must maintain control of the scene. Aerial team, keep a vigilant watch on their movements. If they entertain any notions of escape, have the lights primed and ready at all times. Evacuation team, secure the perimeter. Not a single civilian is to approach the scene, especially those reckless journalists who are oblivious to the danger in pursuit of a sensational story." With the speed of an experienced officer, George efficiently arranged the majority of operations. Turning his gaze to the driver at last, he commanded, "You accelerate." The police car roared to life, leaving a vibrant streak down the street. Thanks to the evacuation efforts, the vehicle George occupied sped down the road much faster than usual. Moments later, he arrived at the so-called monster scene, a street adjacent to the Osborn Tower. As he disembarked, he beheld two lizard-like creatures, distinctly mismatched in size, engaged in a frenzied tussle. The smaller of the two was draped in tattered white fabric, resembling the work attire of the Osborn group. Suddenly, he could no longer bear to watch. It was not the grotesque appearance of the creatures that churned his stomach, but rather the larger reptile uprooting a street lamp and flinging it towards its counterpart. only for the latter to deftly evade the blow. That it had dodged was trivial. The street lamp was careening towards their direction. "Everyone down," George bellowed, bracing for the imminent crash of the street lamp upon their police vehicle. Just then, a faint hissing sound echoed, and the incoming street lamp was mysteriously suspended in midair, as if someone had hoisted it. Following this, a cheeky voice chimed in, "Hey guys, if you're having a party, at least invite me. Throwing trash around is quite inappropriate." As the words "quite inappropriate" crescendoed, the beleaguered street lamp was hurled back, crashing down on the two lizard creatures. "Spider-Man, our ally," the lizard brothers exclaimed in unison. "Wait, what?" Spider-Man stuttered, evidently taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Earlier that day, while quelling a riot at the Veterans Hospital, those reptilian creatures had been incoherent and chattering indistinctly. How could these two articulate human speech? "Sir, Spider-Man has appeared." "I can see that. Shall we proceed with the arrest?" "No. Let us observe the unfolding events." The voices of the surrounding officers reached Spider-Man's ears, causing his fingers, which clutched the web, to tighten slightly. However, in comparison to the two lizard brothers capable of speech, the officers' conversation was of little consequence at this moment. As Spider-Man leaped before the two lizard brothers, he was immediately met with the claw of the larger lizard creature. The other lizard, draped in white cloth, quickly embraced its companion's form to prevent the attack on Spider-Man. "Doctor?" Spider-Man arched backward, narrowly evading the cunning tail of the colossal lizard creature, and then turned his gaze toward the diminutive lizard man. "It's me. I know who you are, but we truly need to discuss this later." Connors held onto the lizard transformed from Dala, yet the latter effortlessly shrugged him off. Dala approached Spider-Man, stating, "I did not seek you out. Rather, you have come to me. Apologies, do I know you?" Spider-Man feigned surrender by raising his hands, all the while discreetly launching a glob of webbing at his adversary. With his vision momentarily obscured, Dala emitted a piercing roar of fury. As he tore away the webbing before him, he was met with a swift kick from Spider-Man. However, the size disparity seemed to underscore Spider-Man's audacity. Dala staggered back a few steps, a grotesque smile spreading across his face, his lips curling back to his ears as he declared, "You are indeed a lowly genetic being. We shall address this matter later." Spider-Man gestured behind him. "I suggest you worry about the car approaching from behind." "Car." Dala turned to look. Dr. Connors lifted a yellow taxi high above his head and hurled it towards Dala. With a crash, Dala was instantly engulfed by the taxi. Seizing the moment, Spider-Man could no longer contain himself and quickly asked, "Doctor, what on earth is happening? Who is that? And how do you know enough?" Connors, appearing calmer than Spider-Man anticipated, interjected, "I genuinely wish to explain everything to you, but right now, I need your assistance." "What is it?" "We must reach the laboratory before it does." Connors turned and dashed toward Oscorp Tower. At that moment, Spider-Sense tingled, and Spider-Man did not hesitate, vaulting onto Connors' back like an agile monkey. In the next instant, Dala uprooted the taxi, unleashing a furious roar as he pursued the two. "Peter, your behavior is quite unacceptable, but given the current circumstances, I choose to forgive you," Connors stated without looking up, feeling the added weight on his back. "Apologies, Doctor. There are no suitable points nearby to leverage. I have no webs to use." Spider-Man glanced back momentarily before quickly turning his head and yelling, "Run faster. Doctor, it's gaining on us. You rascal." Connors then resorted to all fours, significantly increasing his speed. As they reached the entrance of Oscorp Tower, he called out, "Peter, have you heard of the monkey retrieving the moon?" "What? Wow." As Spider-Man's words hung in the air, his abdomen was ensnared by Connors' tail, which then forcefully hurled him upwards towards the rooftop. "Web." The realization struck him. Upon hearing the command, Spider-Man clung to the building with one hand and swiftly shot a strand of webbing towards Connors, pulling with all his might. The webbing was grasped by Connors, stretching to an extreme thinness in an instant, and the powerful elasticity propelled Connors' form skyward, akin to Spider-Man's earlier ascent. Subsequently, Connors extended his tail, providing Spider-Man with a new anchor point for his web slinging. Their synergy was impeccable as they spun and soared with an unprecedented velocity, covering a distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. From the base of the building, Dala beheld this scene and roared with fury, "I will kill you all." Nearby officers, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, exchanged incredulous glances. "Goodness, it makes me want to join in," one officer muttered under his breath. Chapter 21. always remembered to observe without a trace, perhaps due to their teacher-student relationship. The collaboration between Spider-Man and Connors was extraordinarily seamless. They left Dalla far behind and swiftly arrived at the laboratory where they had previously worked. With a crash, the window shattered as two figures swiftly entered. To aptly compare their sizes, one might liken them to beverage containers. Dalla represented the largest cup of milk tea, Connors the medium, and Spider-Man the smallest. Even before the medium Connors, Spider-Man appeared diminutive. Upon entering the laboratory, Connors strode forward without a glance back, uttering the name, Dalla Irfan. "What?" Spider-Man inquired, curious about the identity of the reptilian figure. "A colleague of mine, also a biologist," Connors replied as he approached the workbench where he usually mixed chemical solutions, his large, menacing hands deftly maneuvering among various glass vials. Spider-Man remained puzzled about whom Connors was referring to. "That Indian fellow I shared a vision of with you this morning." Oz's timely explanation echoed in his ears. "Thank goodness. I thought you had gone off to the docks for fries again." The sound of Oz's voice reassured Spider-Man significantly. Since his leap from Gwen's rooftop, he had not glimpsed Oz's figure again. Spider-Man was well aware of Oz's penchant for disappearing and reappearing unexpectedly to startle others. In this regard, even his spider sense offered no warning. It felt akin to knowing he was being followed, yet suddenly realizing, where on earth did he go? Osyond. I did consider that mid-journey, but I still wish to see who the other lizard doctor is. So, why did he transform into this form? Spider-Man's inquiry was twofold, directed at both Oz and Dr. Connors. Oz responded with a jest. Perhaps he imbibed too much of the Ganges water? Dr. Connors replied earnestly. He encountered an unfortunate incident today while conducting human experiments at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. The lizard serum we developed possesses a potent addictive quality. After his exposure to it, his demeanor became increasingly violent and distorted, compelling him to crave more of the lizard serum incessantly. Spider-Man found Dr. Connors' explanation far more compelling than Oz's, pondering the absurdity of the Ganges water reference. Yet, he hesitated before seeking clarification from the doctor. Connors paused his work, casting a glance at Spider-Man, still grappling with the incredibility of Peter's transformation into Spider-Man. The chaos at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital has illuminated a crucial truth. Our lizard serum is fraught with flaws, he stated. But why did you still choose to become this way? Spider-Man inquired. Because I must thwart his madness, Connors resumed his work, striving to concoct a more effective antidote. The current lizard serum poses a danger. I cannot abide its potential to wreak further havoc. To deter Peter from pressing further, Connors elucidated the circumstances of his transformation and how he had discerned Peter's secret identity. This morning, I had a confrontation with him. He took the serum to the hospital while I remained in the lab. I would rather resign than engage in uncertain experiments. Upon returning to the lab to take one last look, I noticed the computer had been accessed. Connors had fabricated a lie. His return to the lab was not for a mere glance, but rather born from an unbearable compulsion. To regenerate a new arm was his lifelong aspiration. Being dismissed would be an unrelenting blow, particularly since the formula would remain with Oscorp. Thus, he chose to risk becoming the first to break new ground. Upon his return to the lab, he discovered that the contents had been disturbed, indicating that someone had been there, albeit briefly. Out of curiosity, he reviewed the lab surveillance footage. To his surprise, he recognized an unexpected figure, Spider-Man, who appeared remarkably familiar with the laboratory. I noticed your activity on the computer. After you left, I scrutinized the browsing history and found reports concerning the chaos at the Brooklyn Veterans Hospital. Os, intrigued by this revelation, leaned in and whispered to Peter, by the way, do you not utilize private browsing for those colorful websites? Spider-Man's voice, tinged with urgency, retorted. At a time like this, you still find humor? Oz disregarded the others and continued speaking. Let me tell you, just before I was crushed by that dump truck, while crossing the street, I was about to search for a particular question. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon a rather bizarre webpage, which startled me into hastily exiting and deleting it. I managed to cleanse my browsing history just before my impending doom. Otherwise, my innocence would have been compromised after death. Spider-Man listened, his expression turning grave. Oz was surprisingly candid, unreserved in sharing such matters. Thankfully, whenever he encountered such content, he felt an ominous premonition. Peter, what are you thinking? None of this is significant. You should earnestly focus on what Connors is saying. It appeared that Peter had anticipated this moment. For after perusing the report, Connors immediately commenced discussions on the creation of the antidote. He paused momentarily, his appearance somewhat disconcerting. Yet the admiration reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. "You have truly astonished me, Peter. The antidote has been crafted to perfection. One could find no fault in it. Coupled with the formula you provided earlier, as well as the inquiries you posed, it is difficult not to speculate whether the face beneath that mask belongs to you. Just moments ago, I called out to you experimentally, and your unusually fervent reaction confirmed my suspicions. The visage concealed beneath the mask is indeed that of Peter Parker." After a brief silence, Spider-Man turned to Connors, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. "Doctor, it's of no consequence. Peter, everyone harbors their own secrets." "I am not surprised, and you need not worry about me disclosing anything," Connors interjected. Suddenly, he sniffed the air, and a slender, crimson tongue slipped out from his mouth. "Yes, coming." Peter sensed Dr. Connors' impending arrival as well. "How much longer until the antidote is complete?" "Approximately 1 minute. During this time, I cannot leave. You must face him alone. Can you manage that? Alternatively, I could go to confront him while you focus on the antidote, especially since it was your idea," Connor suggested. "No, Doctor." Spider-Man turned towards the shattered glass window. "I will confront him. You can concentrate on the antidote." Chapter 22. The prolonged minute compared to all the lizard monsters faced today. Dr. Connor's transformation into a lizard man surpassed them all in size, strength, and speed. From a moment they encountered each other, Spider-Man and Dr. Connors had yet to engage in a true battle. Only during this minute, while Connors worked on the serum, did Spider-Man finally consider it a formal confrontation. With a determined stance, Spider-Man stood high before the glass window, his hands unleashing webs like a machine gun, attempting to constrain the ferocious figure below that charged forward relentlessly. Good heavens, how could this be? Spider-Man realized that every strand of web he shot out failed to effectively restrain his foe, or rather, they were effortlessly deflected. The creature's robust tail resembled that of a mighty python, swaying with remarkable agility, effortlessly countering every attempt to ensnare it with webs. "Doctor, is he truly merely a lizard? Why do I sense he embodies the essence of Scorpion?" Spider-Man could not help but glance back at the lizard Connors, who was still concocting the serum antidote. "Continue to thwart him, child. Refrain from showcasing your meager humor." "Oh dear." The moment Spider-Man turned back, his precognitive spider sense erupted like a morning alarm, startlingly loud. In an instant, he beheld a colossal green creature that blotted out all light from outside, dominating his field of vision. The lenses of his mask reflected the silhouette of the monster. It was as if time had slowed to a crawl, akin to a video played in slow motion, everything around him descending into a surreal state. The lizard twisted midair before Spider-Man, its muscular tail following suit. Whipping through the air. Crack! The moment of suspended time dissipated, and reality resumed its pace. Spider-Man was instantaneously flung away by the tail. "No way, not again." As he was propelled backward, Spider-Man swiftly shot out webs, which spun in all directions, anchoring his tumbling form, ultimately halting just before crashing into Connors. "Honestly, what were you just doing?" Oz's voice echoed in his ear. "What was I doing?" Spider-Man lay on the ground, shaking his dazed head. "Dude, you stood right in front of him and took that tail hit when you clearly had the chance to evade, yet you just stared." Oz stood before Spider-Man. Mimicking the tail strike the lizard had unleashed, albeit in a comical diminutive form. Regarding Peter's earlier performance, Oz could only conclude that he had yet to fully grasp his spider sense. It had been an opportune moment to dodge, much like a time block in a fighting game, where if the attack color shifts from yellow to red and you fail to execute a defensive move, congratulations, you've successfully earned a slap from the tail, along with a significant portion of your health bar vanishing. Fortunately, Spider-Man's health bar was robust. The doctor's tail attack merely inflicted a fleeting control effect on him, lasting barely a few seconds. "All right, I've learned my lesson." Rising, Spider-Man recalled the scene where everything had seemingly been pressed into slow motion. He had thought it was quite cool until that tail struck. "Kurt, what are you doing?" Dr. Dalrymple advanced step by step toward Connors, completely disregarding Spider-Man's presence ahead. Feeling slighted by the oversight, Spider-Man surged forward, only to be swiftly seized by the head. Struggling in vain, he unleashed punches and kicks. But they posed no threat to Dalrymple. "I have already stated, you are nothing but an inferior genetic specimen." Dara felt as though he had grasped a hard walnut. Utterly uncrushable. It was a fine sentiment. Yet why was I still human while you are a grotesque creature? Spider-Man, seemingly unfazed, maintained his wry humor. It appeared that Dar's words struck a chord, for he let out a furious roar and, like a pitcher on a baseball field, flung Spider-Man's head with a swift motion. Bang! Spider-Man was hurled backward once more, but fortunately, he managed to shoot a web mid-air, barely redirecting his trajectory and crashing down about a meter away from Dr. Connors. Spider-Man, Connors reprimanded in a hushed tone, as if chastising him for not attending to serious matters. I know. Spider-Man executed a swift somersault, quickly regaining his footing, resembling an action movie star as he tested his balance. I'm in terrible shape. No, what I mean is I still need half a minute. Connors contemplated suggesting that he could take over, but given the complexities involved in switching personnel mid-experiment, that remaining time would certainly extend beyond half a minute. Though he recognized that the youth beneath the mask was exceptionally clever, having independently concocted the serum, the modifications he had made would require Peter to adapt, undoubtedly prolonging the process. This would undoubtedly yield more disadvantages than advantages. I believe you're mistaken in your direction. Just as Connors finished speaking, Spider-Man heard Oz's voice. Is that so? Spider-Man retorted, what alternative do you propose? After all, the one being pummeled is me. If you wish for me to take over, that is feasible. But the price is that all your efforts during this time would be rendered futile, Oz replied. I apologize, that was not my intention. Please continue. Spider-Man understood that Oz was far from a mere jester, a menacing figure who snatched others' fries. From his earlier teleportation exploits, he was certain Oz possessed even more extraordinary capabilities. If Oz were to intervene, the lizard-like creature that Dr. Connors had become might indeed be easily subdued. But was it truly necessary? This chaotic mess had been instigated by him. Had he not foolishly provided the formula, today as predicament would not have arisen. Now that he found himself unable to resolve it, should he rely on others to clean up his mess? Wouldn't that mean that whenever he encountered a situation he could not handle, he would have to depend on Oz to resolve it? What then? Was the purpose of his choice to become Spider-Man? What, then, of Uncle Ben's words? Responsibility, Parker, responsibility. Do not forget, from the moment of our meeting until now, you have continually placed it at the feet of this morning's lizard creatures. Peter's thoughts have been thoroughly discerned by Oz, who was quite pleased with the young man's awakening. It is not that I wish to elaborate on this principle. You need only grasp one thing. Fully harness the advantages that belong to your spider nature. You are Spider-Man, not merely a web-slinger or wall-crawler. Since he relishes the comparison of genetic prowess, let him know whose genes reign supreme. Remember, your strength far exceeds your imagination. Spider-Man silently absorbed every word spoken by Oz, a rare moment of earnestness from his counterpart. He processed the information swiftly and comprehended it just as quickly. Closing his eyes to calm his racing thoughts, he took a deep breath. I understand. Understand what? There are only 20 seconds left. Don't just stand there. Connors suddenly heard Peter's muttering and responded hastily. No sooner had he spoken than Spider-Man shot a strand of webbing, propelling himself towards Dr. Connors, vanishing from sight. I told you. Connors thought as he saw Spider-Man hurtling towards him like a cannonball, sensing the foolishness of his opponent. He employed the same tactic, outwardly extending his large hand to counter the attack, while secretly maneuvering his tail for a lethal strike. As expected, Spider-Man effortlessly dodged the massive hand, but the tail was already poised for action. You are but a lowly genetic aberration. However, what transpired next left Connors bewildered. Instead of easily shaking off the tail, Spider-Man leveraged it to cling tightly, resembling a spider ensnared upon a thick branch. The power derived from his momentum always required a brief moment of deceleration. Seizing this opportunity, Spider-Man affixed webbing to the tail, binding it securely. Simultaneously, he unleashed strands of webbing from his hands, utilizing every possible surface, ceiling, floor, and nearby anchors. In an instant, Connors found his massive form immobilized, unable to move. He could even feel Spider-Man crawling across his colossal body, much like a true spider. Connors attempted to speak, only to have his mouth filled with webbing, and then he watched as Spider-Man scuttled over his head. In a heartbeat, his hands and feet were rendered immobile, his entire form resembling that of a mummified figure ensnared in silk. Spider-Man landed before him, making his presence known. He shot a strand of webbing to the ceiling, propelling himself upwards. Suddenly, Connors felt an inexplicable force at his shoulder. Then he noticed two strands of webbing shooting down beside his feet. Beside his feet, His mind struggled to keep pace with Spider-Man's swift movements. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, causing his legs to involuntarily bend, a commanding voice ringing in his ears. "Kneel!" Bang! Connors collapsed to the laboratory floor. Having completed his silent countdown, Spider-Man stood triumphantly atop Connor's massive form, shouting, "Doctor, you had better manage your time wisely." Chapter 23. A polar reversal as Spider-Man had anticipated after his shout. Connors seized the prepared serum antidote and stepped forward to stand before the two of them. Connors grasped the syringe firmly, thrusting it deeply with a fierce determination, piercing through several strands of webbing and embedding it into the scaly surface of Dala's skin. This action elicited a visceral, thunderous scream from Dala. The sound echoed like something out of a monster movie, as the previously shattering glass from the confrontation with Spider-Man and Connors further fragmented under Dala's furious roar, sending shards cascading from the heights above. Then, Spider-Man observed Dala suddenly lower his head, as if consciousness had fled, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Dr. Connors." Noticing an unsettling expression upon Connors' face, Spider-Man quickly leapt from Dala's side, steadying the faltering Connors. "Are you all right?" "Just a normal reaction," Connors replied, his gaze not resting on Spider-Man or Dala, but fixated on his newly regenerated arm. With a pop, Spider-Man turned his attention to Connor's grotesque green arm, which was now peeling away in layers like that of a snake shedding its skin, disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the lizard-like body of Connors began to shrink, gradually reverting to the form of an ordinary man. Moments later, the now human-sized Connors lay bare, cradled in Spider-Man's arms. Seeing this, Spider-Man flicked his wrist, utilizing webbing to retrieve a lab coat draped over a chair, draping it over Connors. "Here, doctor." Spider-Man noted that Connors' gaze remained fixated on the remnants of his severed arm, understanding the turmoil within Connors. He offered a comforting remark. "A brief failure can lead to a new success." Hearing the words of encouragement from someone much younger than himself, Connors couldn't help but chuckle. "Child, I'm not as dire as you believe." Spider-Man scratched his head. "I apologize, I'm just a bit worried." "But doctor, why did you revert to your lizard form?" "The antidote serum should have only affected Dala," he inquired. Connors began to explain. "I employed a gaseous serum this time. Compared to the liquid form, it is more readily absorbed by the skin surface. During the release process, I was inevitably affected, especially since I had also injected the lizard serum." "Ah, that explains the peculiar scent." Spider-Man nodded in understanding. However, Connors glanced at Dala, now resembling a mummified figure, and furrowed his brow. Why is his regression so sluggish? After a moment of contemplation, Spider-Man suggested, "Perhaps he received too much of the serum?" Connors shook his head, dismissing Peter's assertion. "It is not related to the quantity of serum injected. Once the antidote begins to circulate, it will impact all, much like what cannot escape the flames simply because of its size." Spider-Man acknowledged Connor's point. However, Dala's massive form seemed unchanged, still retaining its enormous stature. He resolved to consult Oz. "What do you think?" "Add a Yuan Fong." "What? Yuan Fong? What is your perspective on this?" Spider-Man, perplexed by Oz's actions, complied obediently. As he spoke, the words felt somewhat convoluted, yet they tumbled forth. Oz caressed his beak with his wings, emitting a soft, contemplative hum. Just as Spider-Man anticipated a revelation from Oz, he was met with the utterance, "I do not know." Infuriated, Spider-Man felt an urge to pluck every feather from Oz's form. "Nevertheless, my counsel would be to first escort the normal human form of Connors away, as you are aware. It is often the innocent bystanders who suffer in the wake of catastrophe, much like a scene from a horror film where a group narrowly escapes peril, only for one to exclaim, 'Wow, I finally made it,' only to have their neck snapped by a killer in the next heartbeat." Oz's words swiftly transported Spider-Man's mind to the horror films he had previously viewed. He shook himself from his reverie and turned to Connors. "Doctor, I must take you away from here." "No, I must remain to continue my observations." This response only intensified Peter's déjà vu, as it echoed the dialogues found in horror cinema. Thus, disregarding Connors' protests, he forcibly relocated the doctor. Connors, resisting, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the essence of science? We must chronicle the experimental conditions." Spider-Man, hoisting Connors, retorted, "The essence of science also dictates that in every experimental scenario, the safety of life takes precedence." Connors, resigned, replied, "Then set me down. Can't we simply take the elevator?" No, the elevator could also lead to unforeseen calamities. You've watched too many movies, Peter. Suddenly, Spider-Man halted, glancing back at Darla, ensnared like a mummy in webs. Connors inquired, "What is it?" "Something feels amiss," Spider-Man replied. "If it feels amiss, then run, you fool. Are you not making the very mistake typical of horror films?" Oz shouted from his perch. Buzzing echoed in Spider-Man's senses. The webs binding Darla snapped in an instant, and a streak of green, swift as lightning, hurtled towards Spider-Man and Connors. Spider-Man clearly discerned that this streak was none other than Darla's lizard tail. It was aimed not at him, but at Dr. Connors. In a split second, Spider-Man hurled Connors out the window, bracing himself to absorb the explosive lash of the lizard's tail. A crackling sound accompanied their cries. "Ah, Peter Spider-Man." Connors flew out of the laboratory like a headless fly, plummeting from a great height. Spider-Man, hearing the commotion, ignored the searing pain on his face and shot webs from his hands, propelling himself out the window. As he emerged from the building, he caught sight of Connors descending through the air. "Doctor, hold on to the web." With a swift flick of his wrist, Spider-Man unleashed a stream of webbing from his shooter, resembling a hand that swiftly lunged toward Connors. Upon seeing the web, Connors was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, questioning Peter's unconventional methods of rescue. Yet, the instinct for survival overshadowed his urge to berate, compelling him to grasp the web with urgency. In midair, Spider-Man deftly manipulated the webbing, activating the retraction function to minimize the distance between himself and Connors. Soon, he enveloped Connors in a tight embrace. "Hold on to me, Doctor." Spider-Man surveyed his surroundings. While there were potential anchor points for his webs, shooting them to stabilize their descent would result in both he and Connors crashing into the building's wall. If Connors were still in his reptilian form, it might have been manageable, given his tough hide. However, now Connors was in his human state. Such an act would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere pulp. With one hand securely gripping Connors' remaining arm, Spider-Man ensured that the doctor would not loosen his hold due to the perilous drop. He then continuously shot webs that adhered to the building's facade, not to draw closer, but merely to dissipate some of the impact. Finally, with a resounding thud, Spider-Man landed smoothly on the ground, albeit his relief was short-lived as he instantly sprang back up, as though the ground was ablaze with sharp nails. Ouch! The police, stationed below, naturally took note of this scene. They had no time to ponder why a man was being carried by Spider-Man, for in the next instant, the colossal lizard creature re-emerged. Boom! Lizard leapt from the heights like a cannonball. Have you forgotten a crucial fact? I'm a scientist too. With that declaration, it charged at Spider-Man and Connors on all fours. Connors, startled, shouted urgently into Peter's ear, "What are you waiting for? Run! It's coming after us! Faster! We need to move quicker." Spider-Man couldn't shake the feeling that he had witnessed a similar scene before. However, he had no time to dwell on it. His feet began to spiral in rapid motion. His direction was clear. He was headed for the police's position. As they approached, Connors waved his damaged arm frantically. "Fire! Shoot now!" "At whom?" George retorted, smacking the officer who had posed the question on the head. "Who do you think? That monster." He recognized Dr. Connors, who had once penned a college recommendation for his beloved daughter. How could he forget? Everyone opened fire on the lizard behind Spider-Man. The command was given, and all officers raised their weapons, simultaneously aiming at the massive form trailing Spider-Man. Bang! 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 The gunfire signaled to everyone present that the chaos of the night was far from over. Chapter 24, 192 Bones. The sound of gunfire reverberated in the air, leaving both Spider-Man and Connors momentarily deafened. The former fared somewhat better, as his physical attributes afforded him some resilience. Connors, on the other hand, found himself wishing to cover his ears, yet his hands were occupied, leaving him to resort to his grotesquely deformed arm. From George Stacy's perspective, the scene unfolded as follows. Spider-Man dashed forward with remarkable speed, while Connors jostled precariously on his back. Had it not been for the knowledge of Connors' disfigurement, one might have mistaken his attempt to shield his ears with that misshapen limb for a peculiar gesture of distress. What a hellish scene, with the police providing crucial cover. Spider-Man swiftly brought Dr. Connors to safety amidst the officers. The seasoned law enforcement personnel were adept enough to avoid any mishaps involving stray bullets. Their focus had always been on the lizard creature. Phew, that was close. Upon setting Connors down, Spider-Man noted the surrounding gunfire and couldn't help but marvel at the police's sense of humanity, as they refrained from turning him into a target as well. As soon as Connors touched the ground, he placed a hand on Spider-Man's shoulder, his expression slightly unnatural, evidently affected by the earlier jostling. Spider-Man, there's something I must tell you in advance to prevent a grave misstep in the future. What is it? Spider-Man perked up, attentive to his words. Connors withdrew his hand from Spider-Man's shoulder, suddenly reaching towards his own back and arching slightly, a crack resonating from his waist. Do you not understand the consequences of an object coming to an abrupt halt while in rapid motion? Überhaupt halt. My keyboard was a Wooting, my mouse a Razer Mini, and my monitor a Zowie. Spider-Man instinctively covered Connor's mouth to stifle the mention of Oz's name. Fortunately, Connors seemed oblivious to the mad ramblings, continuing, Have you ever considered the scenario where I fail to grasp the webbing, or where it sticks to me instead? Do you comprehend what that implies? It signifies that your actions are not acts of rescue, but rather outright murder. Connor's words rendered Spider-Man momentarily speechless. He had not contemplated this aspect at all since becoming Spider-Man. He had seldom encountered a situation akin to today's. Typically, he found himself embracing others and swinging away with webs or ensnaring criminals by their heels, leading them to an unfortunate fall. Today, rescuing Connors midair was a first and likely a last. With a solid grasp of physics, he could not possibly misunderstand Connor's message, especially as it had been articulated so clearly. A sense of dread washed over him. Oh, how unexpected it was to hear such wisdom from Connors. It seemed that before embracing the mantle of Spider-Man, one must first master the principles of Newtonian mechanics. Poor Gwen Stacy. Her fate was tragically claimed by the lizard. As soon as the seal on the whispering demon was loosened, a mocking voice emerged. Spider-Man decisively cast the seal once more. Hey, don't forget, I can speak not only with my mouth, but also resonate within your mind. Oz, be quiet. Your words are reminiscent of a certain insufferable Pearl boy. Never mind. Let us resolve this matter first. After their mental exchange, Spider-Man cast a glance at Dr. Connors, lowering his head slightly, his voice subdued, resembling a student who had erred. His demeanor sincere. I apologize, Doctor. I didn't anticipate this. I was simply too concerned for your safety. It's all right, my child. I understand your intentions are noble. Just be more mindful next time. If an incident were to occur, you could always administer a dose of lizard serum to me. Connors patted Spider-Man's shoulder, aware that the boy possessed a kind and upright heart, not acting out of malice. Instead of spending more time blaming one another for shortcomings, it was more productive to guide him on how to improve in the future. You know, I've never been Spider-Man, so I can't offer much in the way of advice. However, I trust that with your intelligence, you will figure it out. I will. Just then, Spider-Man caught a glimpse of a figure hastening towards them, and unease washed over him. Frankly, he had recently shared a dinner table with this person, yet their subsequent debate had rendered their relationship somewhat awkward. Professor Connors. The approaching figure was none other than Police Chief George Stacy. George held a favorable impression of the man who had once penned a college recommendation for his beloved daughter. However, despite his fondness, the current situation was shrouded in too many mysteries. For instance, why was he here? Why was he only clad in a white lab coat? Surely, this esteemed professor was not secretly an exhibitionist? And where had the other lizard creature vanished to? Did he have an acquaintance with Spider-Man? Or was it merely gratitude for being saved? The swirling thoughts did not prompt George to voice his inquiries immediately. These were mere reflections stemming from his professional duties. Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? George quickly scanned Connor's condition with his eyes, concluding that he appeared unharmed. I'm fine. It was Spider-Man who saved me, Connors replied, shaking his head and attributing the credit to Peter. Then, George glanced at Spider-Man, who awkwardly waved his hand. And where has the other lizard creature gone? Is he still at Oscorp? George inquired. Spider-Man cast a worried glance at Connors. He was certain that the matter of Dr. Connors transforming into the lizard was known to no one but himself. If the doctor were to disclose it, the newspapers would surely sensationalize the story the very next day, potentially jeopardizing his job. To his surprise, Connors responded with remarkable candor, directly confessing to his identity as another lizard creature. In fact, Connors stated, I am indeed another lizard monster. He gestured towards the figure of Dr. Dara Fawn, who had been subjected to a barrage of bullets from the entire police force. He is my colleague, Dr. Dara Fawn. He inadvertently ingested our experimental lizard serum and transformed into a lizard beast, his temperament now beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. George furrowed his brow at this revelation, pondering if the chaotic scene at the Veterans Hospital earlier that morning was also orchestrated by him. Connors nodded, tightening the white lab coat draped over him, feeling the chill against his bare skin beneath. "I observed your press conference this morning. Your words were commendable," he said, casting a glance at his student, Spider-Man. However, none of this concerned Spider-Man. He was there to assist, not to bear the blame. "Doctor," Spider-Man was taken aback by Connor's declaration, perceiving a connection to the events. Had he not arrogantly provided the formula initially, such calamity might have been averted. Oz languidly perched atop Spider-Man's head, finding Connor's demeanor somewhat predictable. After all, many of Spider-Man's adversaries were not inherently malevolent. Before their descent into villainy, they often shared significant bonds with Peter Parker, be it as mentors, friends, or colleagues. They coexisted harmoniously, akin to succubi, in stark contrast to the malevolent Green Goblin, who was unequivocally wicked. Oz glanced towards Dr. Dara, now transformed into a lizard. The police had emptied their magazines in a fit of rage, venting their fury upon him. Had Dara been cloaked in dark lizard skin, the bullets would have met with even greater fervor. With a mindless thought, Oz reminded Peter, "Do you know what a beast does when it senses its impending demise?" "What?" "Fight for survival," he replied. Spider-Man squinted, observing the lizard creature coiled in the center of the scene, resembling a serpent in hibernation, motionless and seemingly rendered incapacitated by the police's firepower. At that moment, his spider sense tingled. Meanwhile, officers cautiously approached the center of the scene. "No." George discovered his speech interrupted by Spider-Man, feeling a twinge of irritation. "Listen, although someone has cleared your name, that does not imply—" "No, Officer Stacy." Spider-Man interjected once more. "You must keep the other officers at a safe distance from Dara. He still poses a threat." Upon hearing the commotion, George swiftly turned to the scene, only to find several of his subordinates cautiously approaching the curled-up monstrosity. Just as he was about to shout a warning, Spider-Man leapt into action, exclaiming, "Everyone, step back." With remarkable precision, Spider-Man shot webs onto each officer inching toward the creature, then yanked the strands, causing dozens of them to tumble to the ground. As they lay bewildered, questioning Spider-Man's motives, the next moment, the creature, Darla, erupted with astonishing vitality. Its massive hand, capable of crushing any officer's skull, swiftly reached for the nearest cop, poised to strike. No, the closest officer had never encountered such a scene before. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, awaiting his demise. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he felt no pain. Tentatively lifting an eyelid, he beheld a red and blue figure shielding him, valiantly resisting the monstrous hand. The spider emblem on its back became an image forever etched in his memory. "Run," Spider-Man urged through gritted teeth. "Thank you." The officer hastily scrambled to his feet, fleeing the scene. "Why you always obstruct me?" Darla exerted more force, seemingly on the verge of obliterating this pest. Yet Spider-Man, like an inexhaustible force, held his ground. "I'm not obstructing you. I'm saving you, Dr. Darla. The serum has twisted your personality." Spider-Man understood that grappling with his opponent was not the appropriate course of action, yet he needed to ensure the officers were at a safe distance first. "I don't need saving." Darla lashed out with his tail, striking Spider-Man's petite frame, sending him hurtling backward. A resounding crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of a whip snapping against a fragile branch, severing it in two. "Spider-Man!" Connors shouted in alarm. The officers rescued by Spider-Man, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't he help but ponder the fate that would have befallen them had they been struck by such a lash. Would they have been instantly shattered? They remained oblivious, save for the knowledge that Spider-Man had taken a blow for them. Suddenly, a beam of white light pierced through the sky. It first glanced at the colossal lizard creature, then redirected its path toward the wreckage where Spider-Man had been thrown. He had been thrust into a dilapidated vehicle, the crumpled metal testament to the sheer brutality of that tale. Who allowed that helicopter from the press to intrude? Where are our aerial unit members? George fumed, noticing the helicopter hovering above. "Apologies, sir." They approached from another direction. "Prepare for suspension." George barked. "Everyone open fire," he commanded as the gunfire erupted once more, echoing through the chaos. This individual sustained such injuries solely to rescue his subordinates. Although he harbors no fondness for Spider-Man, This does not imply a lack of discernment. The reptilian creature appears to be in a temporary state of weakness following its recent outburst, now half kneeling on the ground, shielding its head with its hands, submissively enduring the barrage of bullets. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but George perceives that the creature's form seems slightly diminished. "Get up, Spider-Man." Connors clenched his fists, gazing at the crimson and azure figure. From its recent display, he comprehended why Dalla had yet to revert to an ordinary human. Dalla's current state is undoubtedly a desperate gasp for survival. The antidote serum must have indeed taken effect, albeit it may have been modified to no avail. It is merely a matter of time. The extensive utilization of the serum's power will only accelerate the regression. A blinding, intense light continuously illuminated Spider-Man. All eyes were fixated on this spectacle, whether in person or through the network broadcast initiated by the hovering helicopter of the newspaper. In their hearts, they collectively cried out the same sentiment. "Get up." Amidst the chaotic gunfire, a faint voice resonated beside him. Once more, it was a matter of good news versus bad news. What shall it be? Oz gently tapped Spider-Man's mask with a wing. The latter attempted to rise, yet every bone and muscle in his body protested vehemently. The good news is that Spider-Man yearned to remain sprawled. He felt weary and somewhat inclined to rest amidst the gunfire. The good news is that Dalla is on the verge of reverting to an ordinary human. Truly significant good news. Spider-Man seemed to lament Oz's earlier mention of good news and bad news. And what the bad news? The creature's tail has fractured 14 of your bones. This is the gravest injury you have sustained since your inception. Shall I summon assistance? Spider-Man paused for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter. "I deem this to be good news." "Oh," Oz replied, taken aback. "At least I still possess 192 functioning bones." Upon uttering this, Spider-Man summoned the strength to rise once more, albeit laboriously and with great difficulty, each minuscule movement inflicting excruciating pain. He raised his arm to shield his head, the intense beam of light above making it difficult to open his eyes. The gunfire ceased in a harmonious pause. Then, unexpectedly, someone began to applaud, followed by a cascade of applause echoing around. George glanced at his colleagues clapping and sighed, soon noticing Connors beside him, one hand on his chest, also exhilarated by Spider-Man's resurgence. "However, you expose yourself, Professor." "Huh? Oh." George begrudgingly joined in the applause, realizing that his previous judgment of this individual was misguided. Dalla had already sensed the transformation of his body, yet in mere moments, he would revert to his normal human appearance. Time is of the essence. He must either seize the moment to escape or take a brief opportunity to eliminate the Spider-Man who has consistently obstructed his path. Regardless of the chosen course, both will culminate in a singular outcome, a return to his true form and an inevitable descent into captivity. Apologies to the exalted genetic beings, for this contest is about to draw to a close. The playful banter echoes once more. The decision has silently solidified. I shall end your life. In an instant, two figures lunged at one another, a lizard and a spider. At this moment, the light coalesced, forever immortalizing their silhouettes. Chapter 25. No matter how bold the blonde, he cannot flirt before his father. A white police car glided slowly down the road. The roar of the engine was not particularly loud. Yet within the confines of the vehicle, the atmosphere was notably quiet. George and Connors, seated in the front and passenger seats, respectively, could hear everything distinctly. George broke the silence first. "So, do you actually know that kid?" The kid naturally referred to the hero Spider-Man, who had just been vociferously praised by the media and a significant portion, if not the majority, of the police force. Although George had not shouted, he nonetheless recognized the merit of his actions. After all, it was Spider-Man who had thwarted the lizard feast orchestrated by Dr. Connors. New York seemed to have returned to its usual nightly calm. "Yes, I know him, but I would prefer not to disclose his true identity." "Do you understand what I mean?" Connors sighed, wishing to afford Peter some measure of anonymity, as the essence of the mask lies in concealing one's identity. George nodded, indicating his comprehension, though understanding did not equate to agreement. "I can refrain from inquiring further into his true identity, provided that everything that transpired today can be proven unrelated to him. However, if there is any critical detail that must be known, I hope you will reveal his name. Do not put me in an uncomfortable position. I will clarify everything," Connors affirmed with a nod. The interior of the car fell silent once more. The police car was en route to the precinct overseen by George in New York. Unlike Spider-Man, who had effortlessly resolved the lizard incident and departed with a casual flick of his web, the police had a different responsibility. They needed to wrap up, summarize their findings, and hand over their work. There was an abundance of tasks awaiting them. George propped himself near the car window, inquisitively asking, "He must be quite young, right? His voice sounds like that of a child. Is he even of legal age?" Connors cast a glance at George, sensing an ulterior motive behind his inquiry. Noticing the glimmer in Connors' eyes, George chuckled. "Just consider it a conversation between men. Professor, there are no high-ranking officers here, just two middle-aged men." "Very well." Connors ultimately decided to engage. Peter could not simply stop here. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed eager to embody the hero that the citizens expected. Just as he had mentioned earlier, Peter possessed an undeniably kind heart. "Do you believe he is underage? So young?" "Yes. Just for fun?" "This is incorrect. For amusement's sake." It seems impossible to reach such depths. George was somewhat taken aback. The age of the other party surpassed his imagination. He never anticipated that Spider-Man would be so young in reality. Why would he engage in such actions? George continued to inquire. "In truth, I am unaware, as I have never actively sought to ask." Connors replied. "If his parents found out, they would undoubtedly punish him severely," George remarked. Connors chuckled lightly. Peter's father, his former colleague, Richard Parker, along with his wife, had long perished in a tragic plane accident. If anyone were truly qualified to reprimand this headstrong young lad, it would likely be his uncle and aunt. Alas, what a pitiful figure Peter Parker is. Contemplating this, Connors could not help but wonder what compelled Peter to undertake such actions. Does he not feel the slightest bit of fear? Frankly speaking, Peter Parker is undoubtedly the most responsible young man Connors has ever encountered in his life. It could even be said that such sincerity is exceedingly rare. In an era where everyone is self-serving, his presence shines like a beacon of light amidst the darkness. As the saying goes, a hint of white amidst the black indicates that the problem lies not with the darkness, but rather with that exquisite white. Connors sighed, only to hear George's new question. "By the way, Professor," as the police car was about to arrive at the station, George posed one final query. "This incident should affect your social credibility, right? I mean, well, I am particularly concerned about that child, Gwen, and her college prospects." "You selfish individual," Connors replied decisively. "Selfish? I am considering her well-being." "Selfish? Hey, Professor. Selfish." Hours slipped by swiftly. George emerged from the station, weary, bidding farewell to colleagues before returning to his vehicle, starting the engine in preparation for his journey home. The tasks at the precinct that night were not physically demanding. Rather, they were mentally taxing, primarily revolving around interrogations. What may seem simple in theory was quite exhausting in practice. Moreover, he had a premonition that given the events of the night, tomorrow's news would be quite sensational. At that point, he would have to convene a hearing to clarify matters for the media and the public. It was ironic. Just today he declared a manhunt for Spider-Man. Yet, by tomorrow, he would have to commend the lad. Where would he hide his embarrassment? Sigh. Reflecting on this, George could not help but exhale a sigh. Spider-Man's performance today was nothing short of exceptional. Whether dealing with the lizard riot at the Veterans Hospital that morning or the battle with the lizard men near Oscorp Tower that evening, he had excelled. George recalled the debate at the dinner table with Peter, where they unanimously agreed that Spider-Man's intentions were not as he had perceived. Initially, he had scoffed, questioning why this young man would place such unwavering faith in a stranger clad in spider-themed attire. Based solely on opinions found online, he is not Spider-Man himself. How could he possibly know what others are thinking? Is this not amusing? Lost in thought, George chuckled softly. The vehicle sped along swiftly, and due to the night's veil, George returned home in little time. He pushed open the door, greeting his family as usual with a reassuring, "I'm back." His wife, Helen, stepped forward to take his coat, her brow furrowed with concern. "You weren't hurt, were you?" "We were quite worried watching the live broadcast." George shook his head and planted a gentle peck on her cheek. "I'm fine. Someone performed admirably tonight." Helen smiled. "Perhaps you should find a moment to apologize to Peter." "Absolutely not," George replied with conviction. "As a police officer, I am entitled to view Spider-Man this way. As a citizen, he should not doubt the police. Besides, I haven't even addressed the matter of him dating my daughter." "Look at you." Helen playfully patted his chest, laughing as she headed to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. George made his way to the children's rooms. checking on each one and assuring them of his safe return. Finally, he arrived at Gwen's door and knocked gently. "Hey, sweetheart, I'm home. Just a moment." A flurry of hurried sounds emanated from within, suggesting that his daughter was engaged in some peculiar activity. After a brief interval, the door swung open, revealing a golden-haired head. "Hi, Dad, how was your night?" "Quite well, just as before, safe and sound." Gwen rolled her eyes and suggested, "Maybe you should find an opportunity to apologize to Peter?" "Please." George leaned back in exasperation. "Why do you sound just like your mother?" "I've already said it. I'm a police officer, and I see nothing wrong with my perspective on him." He then made a gesture as if to make a phone call. "So, Peter must be safely home by now. Did he message you? Did you enjoy dinner?" "He did. Extra safe," Gwen affirmed confidently. Then her little face scrunched up, and she said in a muffled tone, "I really want to continue this chat, but it's getting late, and I need to sleep." "No problem. Rest well." Just as George finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang. How strange. A moment later, the door flew open once more, and her head peeked out again. "I'm skipping the late-night snack. I'm on a diet." Bang! The door closed again. A diet? The girl who always has late-night snacks suddenly decides to diet? Is this the charm of being in love? George mused absent-mindedly as he returned to the living room. Chapter 26, concluding with love inside Gwen's room. She turned to glance at the couch. A crow-like head popped up with a sudden bounce, followed closely by another head. A diet? Both the girl and the bird exclaimed almost in unison. After speaking, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the open pizza box on the table, which contained half a pizza that remained uneaten. Gwen, in a fit of annoyance, closed the box, not wanting their father to discover their indulgence. "I couldn't care less. After all, he cannot see me, but someone here is in trouble if discovered," Oz remarked. Gwen, hands on her hips, retorted, "I know your capabilities. Yet you haven't assisted Peter in any way. Please, he was the one who refused my help." Oz mimicked her stance, hands on hips. Gwen turned her attention to Peter, whose once handsome face was now bruised and battered, looking rather pitiable. To her dismay, he was foolishly smiling, an appearance she found utterly unappealing. Gwen thought this until Peter spoke up. "This mess is of my own making. I cannot rely on Oz to fix it." "Well said. Lad, I sense this woman is attempting to sever the bond between us. Let us return home." Although he mentioned going home, Oz had already flown to the pizza box, kicking it open with his foot and beginning to relish the remaining slices. "I saved that half for you. No need to thank me," he said, causing Gwen to roll her eyes in frustration. She approached Peter, assisting him back onto the soft couch, gazing at his injured face. Her eyes filled with compassion as she gently stroked his cheek. "Do you really not need to go to the hospital?" she inquired. Peter grasped her delicate, pale fingers and shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. A good sleep will suffice. Oz claims that with my current healing abilities, I'll be all right after a nap." Gwen glanced over at Oz, who was indulging in the pizza, seemingly seeking confirmation of his words. Oz turned to them, still munching on a slice, and quipped, "I've heard that intimacy aids recovery." "Os," Peter exclaimed, sitting up in alarm, but the sudden motion aggravated his wound, prompting him to cry out and lie back down. Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson as she scolded him, then shot Oz a fierce glare, continuing to persuade Peter to remain calm and avoid worsening his condition. Meanwhile, after finishing his slice, Oz leapt onto Gwen's head. She attempted to shake him off with an unwilling expression, but found him stubbornly clinging on, ultimately resigning to let him stay. Now is the time for him to grow, which means his healing capabilities are quite robust. Although not at their peak, they are steadily improving, so there is no need for excessive concern, he explained. "Of course," Oz added cheekily, "perhaps if you give him a kiss, the cells in his blood will rally with excitement and aid in a quicker recovery." "You'd better get lost," Gwen exclaimed, delivering a slap to Oz, which sent him flying out of the window with a startled yelp. "Going to steal someone's fries." Upon hearing this, Gwen and Peter exchanged amused glances and chuckled. Oz's intention was rather clear, serving as a blatant hint to create a moment of privacy for the two of them. They also require this solitary space. Gwen picked up the tattered spider mask that had been discarded on the floor. She recalled the earlier scene, having just emerged from the elation of Peter's victory over the lizard, her heart heavy with concern for his current state. After attempting to call him with no response, a chill enveloped her. Then, she heard a gentle tapping at the window. Upon closer inspection, she saw Oz and Peter, clad in a tattered spider suit, waving at her from outside. The sight startled her, eliciting a mixture of shock and delight, and she hurriedly opened the window to let them in. Upon seeing the wounds on Peter's face and the slight indentation of his chest, she nearly gasped aloud. "Why the spider?" Gwen inquired, holding the damaged mask with one eye missing. "Because I was bitten by a spider," Peter replied. "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed it is." With Oz's presence no longer there, the distance between them felt closer, their heads nearly touching. Gwen laughed. "Then what does it mean that I was bitten by you?" "Bitten by me?" Peter asked, puzzled. Gwen pointed her chest. Peter could not suppress his smile. "I was bitten by you long before." "I don't believe it," Gwen said, pressing her forehead against his, playfully laughing. "It's true." Gwen inhaled the scent of blood and grime emanating from him, her heart melting. She asked, "Why do this? To be Spider-Man?" Peter pondered many thoughts in that fleeting moment, yet none seemed worthy of being spoken aloud. After a pause, he shook his head slightly. "Because of responsibility." "Responsibility?" Peter continued. "It grants me such abilities which I can use for many things. Wouldn't it be a waste not to?" Gwen pressed on. "So you donned the mask and became Spider-Man? Yet, this isn't truly your duty. There must be a reason compelling you to act this way." Peter gazed intently into Gwen's eyes, remaining silent. Perhaps it was the urgency in her gaze that yearned to understand. Or perhaps her beauty was so captivating that it compelled him to reveal the truth. "Before Uncle Ben's passing, the man who took his life was in the same convenience store as me. I had a confrontation with the clerk over a lack of funds for a bottle of milk. As I prepared to leave, that man robbed the clerk. And at that moment, I had already acquired my spider abilities. He glanced at me and tossed the bottle of milk I couldn't purchase. I chose to ignore it." Peter refrained from continuing with the events that ensued. No matter how many times he recounted this tale, tears still shimmered in his eyes. Gwen, being perceptive, quickly deduced what followed. "Oh my," she gasped, covering her lips, unable to fathom the scene. Peter nodded calmly. "It is as you surmise. This is not your fault. You simply did not foresee the consequences," Gwen attempted to offer comfort. "No, this is indeed my fault, for I possess the ability to intervene. Yet I refrained from doing so. Thus I bear the blame." Peter did not mention his subsequent encounter with Oz, but rather continued on this topic. He stated, "The formula for the lizard serum was provided by me to Dr. Connors. With today's unforeseen incident, I must take responsibility not only for Uncle Ben, but for myself, and also for those who narrowly escaped peril." Upon hearing this, Gwen found herself at a loss for words. She had no authority to compel Peter to abandon his identity as Spider-Man. Silently, she pressed her forehead against his and uttered a simple request. "Promise me you'll take care of yourself." MHM. Their foreheads remained pressed together, seemingly inseparable. Peter recalled a phrase once uttered by Oz. "Opportunities have slipped through your fingers, Parker." Now, the chance had returned to him. Peter gazed into her eyes, and Gwen returned his gaze. After a brief pause, the fruit of their love fell between their lips. "Will your wounds heal more swiftly?" she inquired. "I can only feel my heart racing," he replied. Outside the window, Oz looked down at the fallen feathers and then cast a glance at the young couple embracing within. "You deserve this, kid." Thus, an event involving the lizard, distinct from the original narrative, concluded with a moment of love. It seemed rather fitting. Chapter 27. My suggestion, the lizard attack from the previous night had concluded, with the orchestrator, Dr. Dalai Irfan, having been apprehended. According to Oscorp, his actions were not affiliated with the company, and they urged the public not to fixate on the incident. In the morning, bright light streamed into the house, and the sound of news broadcasting from the television filled the kitchen. An elderly figure, having prepared breakfast, raised their voice, calling out, "Peter, it's breakfast time." Shortly thereafter, a youthful voice responded, "I'm coming." Aunt May brought 3 plates of food from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table in the living room. As soon as she set them down, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. In an instant, a gentle kiss graced her cheek. "Good morning, May." "Awesome. It's still my favorite cheese and ham sandwich." "Good morning, dear." As Peter took his seat, he immediately grabbed the sandwich from his plate and began to devour it. His hunger insatiable, perhaps due to having healed several bones overnight, he was in dire need of replenishing energy. However, as he bit into the sandwich, he sensed something amiss. When had the texture of the sandwich become so dry? Looking down, he discovered that the sandwich had transformed into merely 2 thick slices of bread, while the cheese and ham had mysteriously vanished into Oz's mouth. "Why did you steal my breakfast?" "Steal? I left you with 2 slices of bread, didn't I?" Peter felt dizzy with anger. longing to snatch the Italian meat pie from Osborne's plate. Yet, upon reflecting on the pie's flavor, he ultimately abandoned the thought. Gnawing on the dry, tasteless bread, Peter heard Aunt May's voice beside him. "You seem to have a greater fondness for that crow than I imagined. Willing to eat nothing but bread." "In truth, I have no affection for it at all," Peter retorted, then noticed the television displaying an image of Officer George Stacy delivering a speech. "I must admit a mistake, which is the warrant issued for Spider-Man yesterday. Without his courageous actions last night, we would not have captured that giant lizard so effortlessly." Peter felt a swell of satisfaction. The police had lifted the warrant against him and no longer harbored previous hostility. This made his bread seem less unpalatable. Aunt May, noticing her nephew's gaze, inquired curiously about the speaker on the screen. "So, how was dinner at their house last night?" "It was splendid. The lemon base was exquisite." In fact, Peter realized that the lemon base belonging to him had been devoured by Osborne before he had taken more than a few bites. "No, I certainly do not refer to the taste of the fish." Aunt May raised an eyebrow. "Well, I've gotten along splendidly with Gwen. She is a wonderful girl," Peter admitted, feeling a bit bashful. "Perhaps next time you could invite her over for dinner," Aunt May suggested. "I will," Peter nodded shyly, then asked, "Do you not care that Spider-Man defeated the lizard?" At this, Aunt May merely raised an eyebrow, dumping her unfinished cereal into Osborne's bowl. The crow, gnawing on the remaining slice of ham, glanced up in disbelief at the sudden influx of scraps, as if asking, "What do you mean?" Aunt May, oblivious to Osborne's reaction, rose to head for the kitchen, stating he's a decent fellow. "Is that all?" Peter pressed. A kind guy," Aunt May responded, somewhat perplexed by her nephew's meaning. Peter shouted towards her retreating figure in the kitchen. "What I mean is, he defeated the lizard. That terrifying giant lizard creature." "Well, weren't my previous remarks praises for him?" Aunt May countered. Osborne, unable to contain himself, slapped Peter lightly on the back of his head. "Don't ask. Why not?" Peter queried, confused as he rubbed the back of his head. Osborne pointed to a stack of pristine white paper hidden in the living room. Peter squinted, locating the paper's position. And just as he stood to retrieve it, Aunt May emerged. She leaned in to kiss his cheek, saying, "I'm off to work. Remember not to be late." With that, she left, leaving Peter with her departing silhouette. Once Aunt May was gone, Peter hurried to the stack of white paper, pulling it out. It bore the inscription of the rent due for the following month. The sum of $5,147, when viewed from the perspective of rent, is not exorbitant, considering the Parker residence features a 3-bedroom layout, along with a basement and a lawn. From any standpoint, this constitutes a reasonable rental price. However, with one less income earner in the household, the burden has fallen upon another. She must not only manage all domestic affairs, but also shoulder the expenses related to her nephew's education. For a single individual, this may prove to be quite challenging. Peter, grasping the bill, inquired with confusion, "Why would Aunt May conceal it? Would she not prefer to leave it in your room for you to drop out and work?" "Osritortit. You are aware of this?" "I have known for quite some time. In fact, on many nights following Peter's decision to become Spider-Man, Oz often found himself confiding in the elder about recent troubles. The elder refrained from burdening her nephew with such trivial matters. To her, ensuring Peter's focus on his studies was paramount, given his intellect. Moreover, she could not articulate her concerns, as doing so would only heighten Peter's anxieties. Heaven knows, I just asked her what she thought of Spider-Man defeating the lizard, which is far more significant than my own triumph over the vulture. I must apologize to May. Thus, Peter began his classic cycle of self-reproach. Oz fluttered to Peter's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "I have a plan." "What is it?" "You undoubtedly wish to alleviate May's burden, but blindly seeking a job will only disrupt your studies and Spider-Man duties, ultimately offering her no assistance." "What do you mean?" Peter's youthful face reflected earnestness as he sought to understand how he might assist the elder. "This job allows you to balance your responsibilities as Spider-Man without impacting your life at all. It even offers flexible hours. Stop withholding information," Peter urged. Oz continued to tease. "Consider this. In today's world, finding work is no easy task. Either the hours are scarce or the pay is meager. When you finally stumble upon a salary that meets your expectations, the hours are overwhelming." Peter remained expressionless, forcing himself not to swat away the wings brushing his head, as if he were some pet of Oz's. "You had better propose a viable solution, or I swear you shall never perch upon my shoulder again." Oz cleared his throat, withdrew his wings from Peter's head, and spoke earnestly. "Listen well, this job is Peter perked up, ensuring he would not miss a single word. You shall become a cam girl. Chapter 28. The label of Spider-Man should include succubus. Given Peter's reclusive nature, it is hardly surprising that he had encountered this term. His cheeks flushed crimson at Oz's suggestion, surpassing any love letter. I knew you wouldn't speak any good sense. Why are you so agitated? My method is quite effective. Is there any issue? Peter laughed in indignation. Is there truly no problem with this fellow selling his body for wealth? You are trampling upon my dignity, my character. Even the honor of the Parker family may be tarnished. Peter exclaimed with fury. Is it really that severe? You could always wear a mask, after all. You need not reveal your identity, so there is no need to worry about Gwen finding out, Oz replied. If Gwen were to find out, she would surely mock me. I refuse to engage in such activities. Peter defiantly turned away, only to realize that Oz still perched upon his shoulder, prompting him to attempt to swat him away. However, the strike missed its target. Oz remained steadfast on his shoulder. So, you wish to earn money while standing? Indeed, but how could I possibly achieve that? I have hands and feet. Why should I stoop to such measures? Well, you'd have to kneel for that. While having hands and feet can indeed bring an income, it would hinder your studies and your Spider-Man career. Peter was momentarily at a loss for words, his stance unwavering as he refused to entertain Oz's work proposal. I absolutely cannot engage in such matters, he asserted. What a pity. I thought you would relish providing photographs to the newspaper, given that this endeavor naturally belongs to you. Oz remarked, leaping off Peter's shoulder and returning to the table to finish his cheese slices. In any case, what did you just say? The newspaper? Peter inquired, hastening to catch up. Are you suggesting that I provide Spider-Man photos to the newspaper? What other option is there? Oz retorted, then exclaimed with a drawn-out, oh, do you wish to venture into filming? That could be quite entertaining. I have often watched cosplay videos. Peter disregarded the latter part of Oz's comment and mused to himself. How did I not think of that? Those newspapers would undoubtedly be interested in Spider-Man photos, especially after my victory over Dala last night. The payment would surely be substantial. This way, I could also alleviate some of Aunt May's burdens. With that, he dashed to his room, stuffing an unused camera into his backpack, intending to capture a few Spider-Man photos on his way to school. Oz shrugged. Providing photos to the newspaper was simply an integral part of the Spider-Man narrative. It is no wonder Jonah Jameson is so fond of Spider-Man. A character like him, constantly perched between the city's skyscrapers, remains tantalizingly elusive. No one could resist such a lure. As for Connors, he did not spend the night at the police station. In fact, shortly after being interrogated by George, a lawyer arrived to secure his release on bail. Despite the police's reservations, they reluctantly conceded to the iron fist of capital, allowing Connors to depart. For the visitor was indeed a representative of the Osborn group. Although everyone is aware that the events of last night are inextricably linked to the Osborn group, without concrete evidence, a reasonable accusation cannot be formed. Moreover, the elite lawyers of the Osborn group are not to be trifled with. They have deftly shifted blame onto the unfortunate Dala, completely severing their ties to him, as if he were the sole architect of the calamity from the very beginning. Good morning, Professor. Connors had just poured himself a steaming cup of coffee when he heard a voice behind him. He did not turn immediately, but first savored a sip of his coffee before responding. If you have come to obtain the lizard serum, I must regretfully inform you that it was entirely destroyed during last night's skirmish with Dala. The man shook his head, seemingly not there for that purpose, and asked, Aren't you going to offer me a cup of coffee? Connors poured a cup for his guest and handed it over. The man took a sip before speaking. The destruction of the serum is not an issue. After all, the formula resides in your mind. As long as your mind remains intact, new batches can always be produced. Connors frowned, but it has its flaws. Is there only one scientist in the world? The man retorted. Connors sighed in resignation. Very well. What do you want me to do? What to do? A hoarse voice interjected, reminiscent of nails scraping against the chalkboard, a sound that compelled one to cover their ears. The man who had been conversing with Connors suddenly cradled his cup and stepped aside as if to make room for something. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind him, seated in a wheelchair. The wheelchair was autonomously operated, bearing a distinctly high-tech design. The man set down his coffee cup and moved to support the wheelchair. Sir, the doctor advised you to rest as much as possible. Mac, I'm a dying man. Sometimes breathing fresh air is not amiss. I apologize. Connors gazed at the face before him, reflecting on how drastically it had changed since he last saw him 6 months ago. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. The former Norman Osborn had exuded health, with well-maintained skin befitting a wealthy New Yorker. Now, however, age had become the defining feature of his visage, his nails sharp and grotesque, resembling those that might grow only after consuming lizard serum. Norman. Connors hesitated for a moment, but ultimately voiced his curiosity. What do you desire? To live. Norman Osborn sat in his wheelchair, removing the breathing mask from his face, and inhaled deeply, as if the air within Connor's home was far superior to that provided by his wheelchair's oxygen apparatus. He stated, I require you to commence a new genetic experiment. Upon its successful completion, you shall be rewarded with unimaginable wealth and renown. A genetic experiment? Connors shook his head. I believe you have perused today's newspaper. Genetic experimentation is fraught with peril and is not something we can easily control at present. Is that so? Then how do you explain Spider-Man? Norman inquired. Perhaps he is an anomaly, Connors replied after a moment of silence. Norman chuckled, a harsh sound that even Connors, several steps away, could not help but clench his fists in annoyance. It matters not. I am assigning you to initiate a new genetic experiment concerning him. Spider-Man? Connors echoed incredulously. How could he possibly acquiesce to your demands? In Connors' estimation, Peter likely shared his sentiments, perceiving genetic experimentation as a misguided venture and would certainly reject the notion of further trials. Unless, at that moment, Connors heard Norman's voice again. He must comply. Norman's tone was resolute, as if stating an undeniable truth. I simply wish to delay my demise. He is so devoted to assisting others. What harm is there in helping me? You merely need to prepare for the experiment concerning Spider-Man. The rest will be managed by my associates. Connors yearned for further clarification. But at that juncture, the phone rang within the room. It was not his call, but rather one from Norman's end. McKinn glanced at the caller ID, then leaned closer to Norman, whispering, It's your son. Tell him to refrain from worrying so much about the happenings concerning Osborn. I'm not dead yet. Norman seemed indifferent to whether he had overheard their conversation. However, Connors sensed that Norman's current state was rather troubling. Harry Osborn, nomanes biological sont. Connors had encountered the youth and found him to be nothing like the dire portrayal Norman had painted. Of course, he could not presume to know the intricacies of another's family matters. Yet he felt that Norman was in a precarious position. With a sigh, Connors posed a question. What would happen if I were to refuse? Norman cast a glance at him, maneuvering his wheelchair away, leaving Connors with only his retreating figure. You have no right to refuse. Chapter 29, Spider-Man, Payday $10. Wait, what? A photograph taken at such close range is worth only $10? You cannot be serious. Serious? A middle-aged man with a mustache and a buzz cut scoffed derisively, then adopted a grave demeanor. Look at what you have captured. I require images of him engaging in nefarious deeds. What is the purpose of these posed shots? Consider yourself fortunate to receive $10. His full name, John Jonah Jameson, also known as the man with 3 initials, JJJ. He slammed his hand down heavily on the table, striking the stack of photographs. And furthermore, Jameson exclaimed, just take a look at his tattered attire, particularly his eyes. Are you certain you are not merely cosplaying to deceive me into paying for your manuscript? His voice resonated with an extraordinary volume, so loud that even the soundproof windows of the office could not contain it, allowing other members of the newspaper outside to hear every word. However, those individuals seemed accustomed to their boss's demeanor and chose to ignore it. Peter, on the other hand, had never encountered someone like this before, and he felt his face drain of color at Jameson's words. I haven't. Peter stammered in protest. Are you a girl? I can't hear you. Speak louder. I didn't mean it that way, and Spider-Man has never committed any wrongdoing under Jameson's influence. Peter's voice rose in volume as well. Just because you say you haven't done anything means you haven't? What? Are you him in person? Jameson picked up a cigar, snipped the end, and brought it to his lips, poised to light it. Yet, upon gazing at Peter Parker's youthful visage, he ultimately set the cigar aside. $10. Take it or leave it. It should be at least $20. Peter protested, attempting to negotiate. Unfortunately, he committed the gravest sin in bargaining. He showed a willingness to alter the price. Thus, Jameson grew animated. $5. Take it or leave it. Peter exclaimed in disbelief. Step aside. Let your Uncle Ben handle this. Uncle Ben could no longer tolerate such treatment toward his beloved young nephew. How can you possibly handle this? Peter inquired, curiosity piquing his interest. Calm your breathing, relax slowly. I only have a 10-second window to be a real man. If I miss this chance, it may be ages before another arises. Oinko ben udvoist. Peter complied, feeling a surge of anger toward Jameson, an unusual sensation for him lately, especially since he had laughed off Uncle Ben's prior jokes. Wait, can these two matters even be compared? When Peter realized these two events were not comparable, he felt as though he had disconnected from his body, observing himself from an ethereal perspective. The first action taken by Uncle Ben, now occupying Peter's body, was to flip his bangs and exhale. $200. What? Jameson was about to unleash a tirade at this audacious youth. In the next moment, he heard the young man assert, "This is a one-time offer. In the future, I will only provide Spider-Man photographs to your newspaper. If you are unwilling to part with this $200, I shall take my business to the New York Times next door." And I am certain that the perennial second-rate New York Times would relish the opportunity to ascend to the top. With that statement, the young man flicked his hair once more. Jameson glared at him fiercely, fully aware that the boy intended to flip his bangs. Yet he had no bangs to flip. Cunning little rascal, deal. Jameson once again unleashed his indomitable grip, slamming his palm onto the desk. To Peter, the sound resonated loudly, akin to someone blasting a horn directly in his ear. As he regained his senses, he realized he had returned to his previous state, devoid of any peculiar sensations. Oz, what folly! Even Morgan Freeman has his shortcomings, and here I am, meticulously keeping track of time. Oz's voice remained unchanged, sounding perfectly fine. As Peter sighed in relief, he resolved to refrain from allowing Oz to commandeer his body so easily in the future. This was all too strange. Creaking open, the office door revealed someone delivering a $200 check, courtesy of the Daily Bugle. Peter joyfully accepted it, examining the paper repeatedly. Although it was merely a piece of paper, its significance transcended the mere denomination of $200. Remember, kid, if I spot any new Spider-Man photos in the New York Times, you're finished. Jameson, cigar in mouth, swayed slightly without igniting it. Peter saluted him, acknowledging understood, sir. Just as he prepared to leave, Oz chimed in. Don't rush off. Grab one of those fruits from his desk. I've been craving one for ages. Oz playfully tapped Peter on the back of the head. Peter glanced at the fruit box on the desk, then at Jameson's expression. Now, are you sure? Don't let your Uncle Ben down. All right. Ultimately, Peter acquiesced to Oz's request. Whispering, Mr. Jameson. The boisterous Jameson once again displayed his irritable nature. Bang! Another palm struck the desk. What now? Can I take one fruit? Jameson selected the smallest fruit and tossed it to Peter. As Peter prepared to flee, Jameson called out to him. Wait, the contract hasn't been signed yet. But I'm a minor. Peter witnessed the transformation of Jameson's pale face to a deep crimson hue. In the end, Peter escaped from Jameson's office. And the reason was simple. He was underage. Upon exiting the Daily Bugle's building, Peter unwrapped the fruit and offered it to Oz perched on his shoulder, inquiring, How does it taste? Oz took a bite and promptly spat it out. Not my type, a flat refusal. All right, Oz replied. So how do you plan to spend those $200? Ascending from $5 to $200 is no simple feat. You'll need 100 or so fries to make it work. Peter pondered seriously before making a decision. Firstly, he and Oz would certainly keep a portion for themselves. He needed to prepare a new spider suit, while Oz had his mountain of fries to consider. Aunt May's share could not be less than 100. 150 for Aunt May, and the rest is ours. That sounds fair. So what are we waiting for? Let us exchange the money for fries. Oz made a gesture of urgency. Peter shrugged and headed to the bank to cash a check. Just as he completed the transaction, the sound of a phone ringing echoed from his pocket. It was neither Aunt May nor Gwen, but rather a call from Dr. Connors, which struck him as peculiar. Yet he answered it. Good afternoon, Dr. Connors. Good afternoon, Peter, came the voice from the other end. Connors chose to lower the phone from his ear, placing it on his desk, while his complete arm rubbed his temples, revealing signs of fatigue. Are you playing Spider-Man? Not all. Why do you ask? That's good. What is the matter, doctor? You remember the location of my home, don't you, Peter? We need to talk. Chapter 30. Give up, Peter after hanging up. Peter glanced at Oz, perched on his shoulder, as if inquiring about the situation. Oz immediately leaned in, his crimson eyes fixated on Peter. Are you trying to steal my fries? What? Of course not, Peter exclaimed, pushing Oz's head away with 2 fingers, puzzled. I wonder what Dr. Connors wants to discuss. Maybe it's about your cheap old man, Oz suggested. Peter recalled a previous shared memory with Oz, where Dr. Connors had conversed with the yet-to-transform Dr. Kirk Connors about their fathers. Honestly, Peter's image of his father had grown quite hazy. He only remembered playing hide-and-seek with his father, and upon finding him, he was sent to Uncle Ben and Aunt May's modest home, never to see his father again. Uncle Ben felt more like a father to him than his own. Yet, his biological father was long gone. Contemplating this, the fervent desire to uncover the truth about his father waned slightly. Nevertheless, he resolved to meet Dr. Connors. Perhaps the discussion would not solely revolve around his father. "Where are you going?" "McDonald's is over there. There's a Burger King near Connors' house. They sell fries too." "I only eat at McDonald's, sorry." As Connors pushed open the still-ringing door, he was greeted by the sight of Peter and a crow munching on fries. This unusual pairing left him momentarily taken aback. "When did you get a crow?" Connors inquired. Peter recognized this as yet another instance of Oz's selective visibility and scratched his head to explain, "I recently acquired it." "It seems we were destined to meet." Connors nodded knowingly. Crows are highly intelligent creatures. Their symbolism extends beyond death and omens. They are also considered harbingers of fortune. "Fortune? Really? Doctor, you must not have heard how cruel their hellish jokes can be." Peter couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Oz were to bond with Dr. Connors. He discreetly cast a glance at the doctor's empty sleeve. "Why refrain from eating with both hands? Is it due to the absence of hands?" "Wait a moment. Peter, what are you contemplating?" The youth shook his head, attributing all the blame to the raven perched on his shoulder. "So, doctor, you summoned me here today for a purpose?" Connors leisurely poured Peter a cup of coffee, only to notice the raven staring at him with an expression that seemed to inquire about his own coffee. While feeling a strange kinship with the raven, Connors remarked, "Peter, we shall revisit this topic later. For now, consider this a conversation between elder and junior." "Very well." Peter lifted the cup, took a sip, and then heard Oz muttering beside him. "Since last night, I have been pondering a singular question. Peter, what compels you to become Spider-Man?" Connors guided Peter to the living room sofa and subsequently inquired, "Does your Aunt May Parker know of this matter?" Peter shook his head, "No, and I do not wish for her to find out. It would only cause her worry." Connors gently patted the young man's shoulder. "So, why do you aspire to be Spider-Man?" "Because I wish to utilize this ability to aid others." "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is all." After a moment of contemplation, Connors articulated his conjecture regarding Peter's motivations for becoming Spider-Man. "Is it because of Ben Parker?" Peter was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Connors with disbelief. He could not fathom why Connors would venture such an accurate speculation, striking at the very heart of the truth. After a brief silence, he nodded but refrained from elaborating. He had already explained this to Gwen and was reluctant to repeat himself. Some matters are best kept within one's heart, known only to oneself. Connors observed Peter's reaction throughout, silently sighing in understanding, then revealing a look of admiration. "Peter, you truly resemble your father." Peter lowered his gaze, watching his reflection in the coffee's surface. Uncle Ben had once said the same. "Doctor, do you possess any further information regarding him?" "I apologize, Peter, when you provided me with the formula. I shared all that I knew about him." "Very well." Peter, finding no answers to his inquiries, felt no particular disappointment. "So, what was the purpose of summoning me today?" "Surely, you are not merely curious about my reasons for becoming Spider-Man?" Peter asked. "There is a component of that." Connors did not respond to Peter's initial question, instead sipping his coffee and reclining into the soft sofa. "I've been comparing you to others lately, my boy." "Comparing?" Peter was somewhat perplexed by Connors' statement. "Yes, comparing." "How old are you now? 16 or 17? 17. So very young." Connors sighed and continued, "I have encountered many children your age. Some are astute, contemplating their futures, while others, less discerning, choose to revel in their youth. Yet you're different, Peter." Peter felt his cheeks flush at Connors' words. "Surely, this must be a compliment? You don a rather comical, skin-tight costume, swinging through the city's skyscrapers, exerting your utmost to aid others, even rescuing cats stranded in trees." Connors gazed into Peter's eyes and remarked, "And as far as I can tell, you seem to seek no recompense for your efforts?" "Doctor, your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed," Peter replied, scratching his head. Connors shook his head with a smile. "Last night, when I was still the lizard, I sensed your fear. It was unlike the dread one feels when confronted by the unknown. This fear was akin to..." Connors' face illuminated with the glow of reminiscence. as if savoring the essence of his transformation into a reptilian being. The fear of ruining everything. Am I correct? Not entirely, Peter clarified. The formula I transmitted to you led to this predicament. My fear stems from the possibility that my mistakes could cause harm to others. Ruining everything? The young man shook his head, smiling as he added, I am confident in my ability to resolve it. Yet I lack faith that others will remain unscathed. Connors scrutinized Peter's eyes, filled with vigor and self-assurance, elevating his regard for the youth even further. It was precisely because of his high expectations for Peter that he had summoned him today, not merely to ascertain his well-being, but to consider the boy's future. Just as Peter was about to voice a reminder, he heard words that made him widen his eyes. Give it up, Peter. Abandon the mantle of Spider-Man and focus on being a diligent student. You possess a brighter future ahead, and this is not solely for May Parker's benefit, but for your own. You cannot fathom the trials that await you. So relinquish it, child. No longer be Spider-Man. Chapter 31. A fragment of memory, Mr. Toms. A small man with a hawk-like nose was perched on the public sofa in the hall when he heard the voice. He promptly picked up the paper cup on the table and hurried towards the source of the sound. What is the news? Tom showed no concern for the fact that his assistant was significantly younger than himself, wearing a fawning expression. Did you inquire? What did Mr. Osborn say? Is this technology promising? Upon finishing, Tom's noticed the young assistant's throat move, indicating he was about to speak. He extended the paper cup toward him. Have some coffee. I just fetched it from the nearby dispenser. The young assistant frowned and stepped back, only for Tom's to lean in closer, unabashed. So, what does my design fare? Tom's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixed his gaze intently on the young man. The young assistant sighed and pushed away the paper cup before him. I apologize, Mr. Thumbs, he said, but your magnetic levitation design is deemed inadequate by the Osborn Group. With a sudden crunch, the paper cup was crushed, and its contents spilled over the young assistant's fine suit. Thumbs bellowed, inadequate. I have dedicated 56 years to this field. How dare you claim it is inadequate? Who possesses the authority to criticize my design? You insolent wretch. The young assistant was taken aback by the old man's sudden transformation. Thumbs seized him by the collar, demanding, where are my blueprints? You dare to say my design is flawed. Surely the blueprints must still belong to me. Where are they? The blueprints belong to the Osborn Group. Thumbs, came a commanding voice, resonating with authority. Thumbs turned to see Norman Osborn, impeccably dressed in a polished suit, exuding an air of calm confidence. Norman waved his hand, signaling for his assistant to withdraw, indicating he would handle this disturbance himself. Return my blueprints, Norman. Thumbs spoke bluntly, no longer feeling the need to show respect. Yours? Norman scoffed. Your magnetic levitation technology indeed possesses merit, but your blueprints carry implications of plagiarism. Plagiarism? You believe the Osborn Group's aviation technology is worthy of imitation. Thumbs had devoted his life to this research, transitioning from youth to middle age, and now approaching his twilight years. No one understood this technology better than he did. After years of dedication, he sought to unveil his achievements to the world, only to be accused of imitation. Thumbs would never stoop to such a level. In fact, the group began its research into aviation technology many years ago. Thumbs. Nonsense. Your research is pure drivel, the most odious and prolonged drivel in existence. Thumb's eyes glinted as a realization struck him. I see now. You intend to steal my research. Return my blueprints at once. Thumbs attempted to seize Norman's collar as before, but this time he had misjudged the situation. Seeing the potential threat to their employer, several imposing bodyguards quickly shielded Norman Osborn, obstructing Thumb's advance. Norman tapped a finger on one guard's shoulder, and the bodyguard stepped aside, allowing Norman to face Thumbs directly. Your words are exceedingly perilous, Mr. Thumbs, Norman approached, towering over the old man, both dangerous and intolerable. Listen well, you balding curmudgeon. Norman placed his hand on Thumb's head, only to have it swatted away. And in the next moment, Thumbs was restrained by a group of burly men. He chuckled, rubbing his wrist. You have devoted decades to research in this field. Yet until now, you have achieved nothing, even relying on me to provide you with opportunities to showcase your work. The Osborn Group stole your research? That is the most amusing jest I have ever heard. In your youth, you produced no remarkable achievements. Who would believe that now, nearing old age, you could invent flight technology? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Norman commanded, Now, remove this individual from the group. He reeks of mediocrity. Norman Osborn. As two arms restrained him, Thomas was hoisted into the air, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His legs flailed helplessly in midair as he shouted, "Just wait. Osborn, you will not escape unscathed." Norman merely chuckled, unfazed. Only after Thomas vanished from sight did he prepare to leave, contemplating that the design schematics could be handed to the research department, where the Group S flight technology would undoubtedly advance significantly. Just as he shifted his foot, hurried footsteps echoed behind him, followed by a voice. "Father." Norman turned to glance at his son, a slight frown creasing his brow. "I have told you countless times, Harry, as a member of the Osborn family, you must embody an air of composure." The somewhat frail-looking Harry pressed his lips together. "I'm sorry, father." "Speak, what is it? Is money insufficient again? How have I taught you?" "No, it's not that. We have plenty of money." Harry quickly interrupted his father's lecture. However, his subsequent speech was somewhat stammering, largely due to his fear of the man before him. "I was thinking perhaps I need not transfer schools. I've made a good friend. And I thought maybe smack." Norman delivered a resounding slap to his son's face. Harry covered his cheek, tears welling up instantly. Norman scolded, "Look at you now. Cowardly and timid, like a pitiful little puppy. Have you forgotten what family you belong to?" Harry muttered softly, "Osborn." Norman could hardly bear to see his son in such a state, utterly unlike him. Taking a deep breath, he was about to utter something when he suddenly broke into a cough. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Harry hurried forward to assist, but Norman raised a hand to stop him. "No need. I'm sorry. I only worry for you." After a bout of coughing, Norman felt invigorated, attributing it to the earlier disturbance caused by Thomas, which had sullied the air quality here. "Listen, child." Norman's tones softened somewhat. After all, he was still his son. "The Osborns are cursed. If you wish to break free from this curse, you must learn to grow, rather than behaving like a whimpering infant. Loneliness is our norm. It constantly reminds us of our identity. Those other ties are superfluous to us. Do you understand?" Harry longed to express his confusion. Had he not been acquainted with that friend, he might have perpetually adhered to that belief. Under the weight of his father's authority, Harry ultimately found himself unable to utter a single word of dissent, reducing his response to a mere acknowledgement. "I understand." Chapter 32. A stroke of luck stopped being Spider-Man. "Peter, why?" Upon hearing this, Peter furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected nature of today's conversation with the doctor. After a lengthy discussion, the conclusion was a plea for him to abandon his Spider-Man persona. "Doctor, why would you say such a thing?" Peter yearned to rise and challenge him. Yet his upbringing advised against such boldness. I know. Connor seemed to regret his words, his expression betraying a myriad of emotions. "Last night, we tackled the lizard crisis together, and now I'm telling you not to be Spider-Man. I realize how strange this sounds. But Peter, you must heed my warning. Your current situation is perilous. You're being targeted." "By whom?" Peter inquired. "Norman Osborn," Connors replied. At that moment, Oz let out a shrill, youthful scream. "Morgan Freeman, you've caught the attention of another Uncle Ben." Irritated, Peter covered Oz's mouth, wanting to postpone that particular inquiry for later. Yet, even with his mouth restrained, Oz managed to articulate, "Let me guess, your mere existence has given him a glimmer of hope for survival, prompting him to pursue research concerning your blood. Oh dear, how wicked is Osborn. Peter, I suggest you hide for a month or a year. Wait until he is on the brink of death. Then emerge at his bedside and say, 'Look at this poor goblin about to weep.' I assure you, this approach will be far more effective than simply providing blood for treatment." Peter inhaled deeply, dismissing cost frivolous chatter. He then voiced his inner turmoil to Connors, simultaneously addressing both Connors and Oz. Why is he fixated on me? I haven't done anything out of the ordinary." Connors' response echoed Oz's speculation. "Do you recall the lizard serum? How could you possibly forget?" Connors stammered, "Listen, the serum's extraction was intended to benefit society, but a significant portion of the motivation was to aid Norman Osborn. He is afflicted with a severe illness. I haven't examined him closely, but I know he has expended considerable effort to rectify his condition, ultimately placing his hopes on our cross-species genetic research. My dear boy, you cannot fathom the intensity of his desire to survive." After absorbing Connor's words, Peter's expression shifted, and he inquired, "What if I were to step forward and treat him?" Connors was momentarily silenced by Peter's suggestion, scrutinizing the young man for a moment before succumbing to laughter, as if unable to contain himself. Peter found himself bewildered by the scene before him and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Oz's wings flapped against his head, and he replied, "Do you think he summoned you today merely for amusement? You kind-hearted yet naive fool, Parker. However, he is, after all, Harry's father. If I can assist him—" "I'm also aiding Harry," Peter murmured. "No, I do not advise you to do that," Connors interjected at that moment. Fearing that Peter might inquire further, Connors continued, "You do not comprehend his character, nor do you grasp the implications of him obtaining your blood. Moreover, Peter, do not forget that in some respects, you are a mutant. Do you truly feel secure in relinquishing your blood so freely?" Peter fell silent. Connors elaborated, "Just today, he approached me and instructed me to prepare for research concerning your blood, specifically research on Spider-Man. He is transformed, both in demeanor and appearance, into someone entirely different from before. I understand you are a good-hearted child, but sometimes kindness can become a vulnerability. He is far more dangerous than I can articulate. So heed my words, Peter. At least for the time being, refrain from assuming the role of Spider-Man." As Peter walked home, his mind was heavy with thoughts of Dr. Connor's counsel, such as the notion of relinquishing his Spider-Man identity for a while. He pondered whether he might instead take on the persona of Peter Parker for a time, burying Spider-Man in the process. Peter was at a loss for what to do. He initially chose to become Spider-Man not solely for Uncle Ben, but also for the version of himself that once regretted not acting. If there was any way he could assist others, he would strive to do so, rather than abandon someone in peril simply because they were deemed dangerous or a villain. Moreover, this person was the father of his good friend. "Are you not going to say anything?" Peter noticed a black crow soaring through the trees, its wings flailing wildly, scattering the birds perched on the branches and provoking a cacophony of sharp cries from the flock. Oz swatted away a bird that had dared to attack him and turned to say, "What should I say? Just the words of Connors. He tells me not to be Spider-Man anymore, or at least not during this period. Then simply do not be Spider-Man. It is such a straightforward matter." But then he thought, never mind, as if he hadn't asked. Peter knew that questioning Oz would yield no clarity. This fellow only provided sporadic assistance, and the rest was left to him. He ought to be accustomed to this. With a sigh, Peter retrieved his keys from his pocket and opened the door to his home. "I'm back, May." No one responded. Peter noticed a small note placed on the dining table in the living room. He approached and picked it up to read. "Dinner is ready and warming in the microwave. Remember to eat, as I have to work late tonight." In the final sentence, "I have to work overtime tonight." There was a small crying face emoji that added a touch of charm to the note. Peter couldn't help but chuckle, though he quickly suppressed a smile. He longed to tell Aunt May that she need not exhaust herself, as he could lend a hand. However, Connor's insistence that he refrain from embodying Spider-Man lately seemed to complicate this desire to assist. The thought of it diminished his appetite considerably. Nonetheless, dinner was a necessity. Just as he retrieved his meal from the microwave, Oz swooped in from outside, shaking off his feathers and appearing somewhat disgruntled. "What's wrong?" Peter inquired. "Who said there would be an African star in the bird's nest? I've rummaged through every nest nearby and found nothing." Oz hopped onto the dining table, eyeing his dinner of Italian meatloaf with a lack of enthusiasm. "I'm not hungry. You can have it. I'm off to the docks to steal some fries from others." With that, Oz flapped his wings and departed, leaving Peter alone at home. Peter could only shrug in resignation, simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for those about to have their fries pilfered by Oz. He consumed his dinner swiftly, likely due to the absence of conversation. After washing the dishes, his phone chimed. He wiped his water-drenched hands and glanced at the screen. It was Gwen. As soon as he answered, her sweet voice greeted him. "Good evening, Spider-Man." The taste of love always brings joy, and Peter smiled as he replied, "Good evening, Gwen." "So, are you out saving the world as Spider-Man, or are you at home?" Gwen asked. "At home," he responded. The voice on the other end expressed satisfaction with this, though Peter found himself puzzled by the meaning. In the next moment, there was a knock at the door. The phone chimed again. "You've hit the jackpot, little spider. A movie just released tonight, and I happen to have 2 tickets. Care to join me?" Chapter 33. The strange old man, a fleeting shadow, zipped above the city, leaving behind 2 visibly vibrant green trails that vanished in an instant. Few pedestrians witnessed this spectacle, as the shadow's speed was astonishing. It disappeared before anyone could fully register its presence, leaving only 2 green starbursts in its wake. However, exceptions always exist, and some keen observers did catch a glimpse. Among them was Adrian Toombs, who had once been duped by Oscorp into relinquishing his design blueprints. He glared furiously at the vanishing green figure, unable to muster even a roar of anger. Even if he had shouted, no one would have cared, and he might have been deemed a lunatic and apprehended by the patrolling officers. Norman Osborn. Toombs felt as if his teeth might shatter from the intensity of his hatred. He had never despised anyone so profoundly. His lifelong designs were stolen, transformed into someone else's achievements, leaving him to lament. "Hey, old man, how much is this toy?" A young man clad in a baseball jersey picked up a small toy from Toombs' stall, idly toying with it in his hands, captivated by its novelty. It resembled a finely crafted model of a bird, complete with a small button on its back. Upon pressing it, the toy bird soared into the air, escaping his grasp. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the young man's companions. Toombs cast him a glance, feeling both elated and disheartened. The joy stemmed from the realization that his invention still held value. Otherwise, passers-by wouldn't even spare a glance. The discontent arose from his unfortunate descent into selling these trinkets to sustain his existence. And to a bunch of young people, no less. He had aspired to create products that would appeal to society at large, rather than these mere toys. Thus, he declared $50. "What? $50? No refunds." The young man scrutinized the old inventor and suddenly laughed derisively. "You're quite delusional. Even Osborn's toy store doesn't charge as much for this." "Don't mention Osborn in front of me," Toombs bellowed. "Suit yourself." The young man casually swatted the toy bird still hovering in midair, then whistled and walked away. As his companions heard the whistle, whether intentionally or not, one of them quickly stepped on the fallen bird, producing a sharp sound. "Stop right there." Toombs attempted to pursue the group of young people, but he underestimated his own physical condition and the cunningness of the youngsters. Just as he took a step forward, someone intentionally tripped him, sending him crashing to the ground. Turning his head, he saw another individual overturning his stall, making a face at him before hastily fleeing. "You bunch of bastards." Toombs felt utterly besieged by misfortune, believing he had never been this unlucky before. He should have been in a laboratory filled with millions of dollars worth of equipment, basking in the accolades of his research achievements, relishing a life that could be deemed truly happy. Instead, he found himself cursed to peddle wares on the street. Suddenly, Toombs was jolted from his despair by someone helping him to his feet, engaged in conversation with others. Perhaps this movie is indeed a bit exaggerated, but I doubt it's as terrible as you say. Is this utilizing magnetic levitation technology, or a honeycomb structure for the framework? It's lightweight, yet maintains basic stability. This bird is just too cool. After Peter helped the fallen old man up, he noticed the scattered toy birds littering the ground. He picked it up with a hint of joy, examining it in his hands while emitting continuous exclamations of admiration. "This is simply incredible." The active aerodynamic flaps are made from ordinary materials that could never withstand such high-frequency deflections. It was at this moment that Peter realized he should first inquire about the well-being of the other person. "Sorry, are you all right?" Upon hearing the boy's praise, Toombs could not help but let out a soft huff, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. "It's merely a form of shape memory alloy." "Cool. Shape memory alloy? Shouldn't this material be utilized in more intricate structural devices? Why use it to create a toy?" Gwen and Peter diligently collected all the fallen bird-shaped toys from the ground, and she picked one up, cradling it in her palm for a closer inspection. She readily comprehended Peter's earlier musings, considering she was at the top of her physics class, with Peter trailing closely behind. "I am willing." Toombs' expression shifted like the lights of a circus. Gwen rolled her eyes in response. Yet, Peter appeared quite enthusiastic, inquiring, "How much does this cost? I must buy one to study it in detail." $40. "What? That little thing costs that much? Even Lego doesn't sell for such a price. It's not you who's buying it." After saying this, Toombs glanced at Peter, seemingly awaiting the young man's decision. Peter truly desired to purchase the item, but $40 for a toy was quite a sum. Despite its exquisite craftsmanship and the use of technology not commonly found on the market, $40, compared to Aunt May's rent bills, was significant. Peter shook his head, regretfully placing the bird model down. "I'm sorry, I genuinely wish to buy it, but that price is a bit embarrassing for me." Observing the girl persistently pulling her companion away and the boy's expression shifting from delight to regret, they began to leave. Tom suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Peter and Gwen turned back to look at the eccentric old man, who seemed desperate to make a sale. Tums clenched his teeth, resolved to make a decision. Damn it. I'll give it to you. What? No, I can't accept that. Perhaps you could lower the price a bit. I would be willing to buy it. I said I'd give it to you. Why so many words? Tums grabbed a bird and tossed it toward Peter, not caring whether he caught it. Then, with a sweeping motion, he stuffed all the models from his stall into a bag and, under the gaze of the young couple, walked away. What a strange old man. Gwen muttered. Indeed, Peter echoed, somewhat bewildered. Gwen waved her hand dismissively, uninterested in such a person, and pulled Peter's arm as they walked away. What were we just discussing? The movie itself or the critics? The critics, right? Didn't you mention how they were raving about this film before it even released? However, I no longer wish to discuss this topic. Speaking of Oz, where has it gone? Perhaps it has ventured off to snatch someone else's fries. Chapter 34. The Cursed Raven in the Unseen Heights of New York City. A figure clad in emerald green high-tech wings descended upon the Osborne Tower. Rather than landing, it seemed to hover, poised above the grand letter H, as if awaiting something. After a few moments, the letter H, symbolizing the helipad, slowly unfolded, akin to a jigsaw puzzle disassembling, revealing a gaping abyss below. Subsequently, the armored individual swiftly darted inside. Report on today as Situation Dragon. A voice emanated from the communicator as Dragon, utilizing his flight apparatus, landed on the indoor platform. While mechanical tendrils removed the devices from his body, he remarked, "Nothing to report. I have circled New York City the entire day without catching a glimpse of Spider-Man, not even a trace of his web. How peculiar. According to previous data, he should have made an appearance." As the cumbersome flying apparatus was completely detached, Dragon felt an immediate lightness and added, "I wonder. Perhaps his battle with the lizard last night left him severely injured, and he is recuperating?" A cough was heard from the other end of the communicator, prompting Dragon to tactfully fall silent. The next moment, he beheld a figure in a wheelchair entering his line of sight. It was his employer, the very person who had provided him with his high-tech flight suit, Norman Osborn. How does the apparatus perform? Norman maneuvered his wheelchair forward, flanked by a cadre of medical personnel tasked with monitoring his condition, their hearts racing with trepidation lest their employer encounter any mishap. Ever since the emergence of Spider-Man, their boss had been invigorated, growing increasingly restless with each passing day. Should he one day decide to don the high-tech suit before them, they would not be the least surprised. "Absolutely flawless, Mr. Osborn," Dragon replied. Norman grunted in acknowledgement before stating, "Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents." "I will," Dragon assured him. Following this exchange, the medical staff stepped forward to gently remind their employer that he ought to rest. With a sigh, Norman reflected on his current plight, feeling increasingly despondent at the hereditary affliction that had transformed him into this wretched state in merely 6 months. Neither fully alive nor truly dead. The arrival of Spider-Man and advancements in cross-species genetic experimentation had momentarily ignited a glimmer of hope for survival. Akin to a sumptuous feast meticulously prepared by a chef, laid before him, within easy reach. Yet, just as he draped the napkin over his lap, ready to indulge, a sudden clap reverberated through the air. One dish sprang to life, glaring at him with wide eyes, while another vanished entirely, leaving not even a leaf of garnish in its wake. Clearly, food that has come back to life is no longer fit for consumption. Consuming it might even lead to one's own transformation. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not take such a perilous risk. However, he could still seize another dish given time. It was merely a matter of timing. Ironically, what he lacked most at present was time. Where on earth has Spider-Man gone? Norman pondered this question internally as he turned to return to the medical facility for another round of treatment. Suddenly, a sound resonated around him, a distinct crack. Everyone present heard that noise. In their enclosed space, any sound was amplified, echoing eerily. What could have caused such a disturbance? Norman glanced around, then instinctively looked up, only to see a crow circling above them. Its feathers gleamed with an oily sheen, and it possessed a well-proportioned physique, appearing remarkably well-maintained. Yet it was indeed a crow. The medical personnel nearby, who were educated individuals, shared the same thought. Despite their higher education, the sudden appearance of a crow, cawing loudly, seemed to carry some special significance. Death was ominous. Mr. Osborn's bodyguard voiced a question, asking if he should shoot the crow down. Norman waved his hand, a ghastly smile appearing on his face. People often said you were a symbol of death, yet you also possess auspicious connotations. Norman extended his hand, moving the breathing tube that hung before his chest, hoping to entice the crow to perch on his arm. The crow seemed to hear his voice, flapping its wings and landing on the ground, its beady eyes gazing at him with a glimmer. Was it merely an illusion, or did Norman perceive that the crow's eyes were red? Yet in the light, they appeared to be ordinary black. With a soft thud, the crow took a cautious step forward, its gait somewhat exaggerated. Everyone present stifled a chuckle. They were uncertain if this was how a crow typically walked, but its stealthy demeanor was undeniably comical. Thud, thud, thud. The crow spread its wings, slowly advancing, resembling a cartoon character sneaking about in mischief. No one knew what the crow intended. It merely continued its journey, its sharp talons clicking against the metal floor. Although its movements suggested thievery, its behavior was remarkably straightforward. Norman's breath quickened, marveling at the crow's seemingly sentient approach. Could it be that his intuition was correct? Norman, the crowd? Such simultaneous expressions of confusion typically arise from events beyond comprehension. And indeed, that was the case. The crow hopped onto Norman Osborn's knee, and before the assembly, it pecked. The crow removed Norman's breathing tube with its beak. Curse that wretched crow. After accomplishing its mischief, the crow took flight, its wings flapping with such speed that it left behind mere afterimages. The quick-witted bodyguard was the first to draw his weapon, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the accursed bird. Caw, caw, caw. The crow emitted a series of calls, which, despite being a response to the gunfire, seemed to mock him. Bang! Following the gunshots, the crow vanished from the confined space. No one knew how it had entered, nor how it had departed. It had merely approached, severed the tube, and then slipped away, leaving Norman unable to retaliate. The medical staff cautiously approached Norman, attempting to offer a reminder. Mr. Osborn, you must. But he was abruptly interrupted by Norman's furious roar. Spider-Man. Norman was incensed, his pent-up rage akin to a famished coyote fixating on its prey. Get me into my flight suit and search for Spider-Man. Find him again. He blamed all of this on that web-slinger. The crow's actions were a clear message. You are doomed. He did not wish to perish, especially not from sheer frustration. He must accelerate his efforts to ensure his survival. He had to. Fuming, Norman maneuvered his wheelchair toward the medical room to recuperate. The oxygen tube, which had been yanked away, clattered to the ground. Sir, your oxygen tube. Can't you just get a new one? You've been fired. Chapter 35. Removing others' breathing tubes. What superpower does Oz possess? Stealing others' fries? What kind of superpower is that? Peter scratched his head and chuckled. Honestly, his go-to line is always about stealing fries, yet I've never witnessed him actually do it. Reflecting on Oz's sharp tongue made Gwen smile. So how'd you come to know that crow? Peter and Gwen strolled together along a woodland path, relishing this intimate moment that felt like a sanctuary, as if all their worries had vanished. He heard Gwen's question and replied. He appeared on the night Uncle Ben left us. I'm sorry, Gwen said, not realizing the topic would touch upon Peter's wound, feeling a pang of guilt. It's all right. Peter squeezed Gwen's soft hand, guiding her to a bench along the path. As he sat down, he let out a long sigh. A release after a prolonged walk that felt like a moment to unwind, as if the burdens in his heart had finally found relief. Seeing this, Gwen grasped Peter's hand and mimicked his earlier gesture, gently squeezing it as she inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Peter replied, though Gwen insisted. "Your eyes cannot deceive me." Peter chuckled foolishly, prompting Gwen to join in laughter as she pressed. "Come on, Spider-Man, tell me." All right, Peter said, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before deciding to share with Gwen the conversation he had with Connors earlier that afternoon. "This afternoon, I had a dialogue with Dr. Connors." "Really?" She responded, intrigued. "He advised me to stop being Spider-Man." "That is wonderful. Wait, no, I mean why?" Peter looked at her, astonished by her initial reaction. "You don't want me to be Spider-Man?" "Of course not," Gwen quickly retorted, realizing her bluntness needed to be tempered. "I really ought to work on my straightforwardness." "How would you even say that?" Peter's irritation flared. It was one thing for Connors to suggest he abandon his alter ego, but now even Gwen seemed to wish for the same. Was his choice to become Spider-Man truly perceived as a mistake by others? "Peter, listen to me," Gwen urged, gently turning his sulking face to meet hers. Observing his youthful demeanor, she began to form an understanding. Peter had likely heard too many voices advising him to relinquish his role as Spider-Man. As someone who listened to him, She felt compelled to offer at least a modicum of support, even though she, too, wished for him to steer clear of danger. "I am sorry, Gwen. I didn't mean to upset you. I just feel like everyone is telling me to stop being Spider-Man." Before Peter could finish his thought, silence enveloped them as Gwen's soft touch left his lips. "Can you be quiet now?" she asked. Peter simply nodded. Gwen caressed his cheek and softly spoke. "Since I can remember, every morning my father would don his police uniform, badge displayed proudly, firearm at his side, leaving home without fail. I never knew if he would return one night. I think I understand why they advise you against being Spider-Man. But what should I say to my father?" "Hey, Dad, don't be a cop anymore. I just want you to be a good father," he would reply. "Sweetheart, this is my duty. It is the same for you, Peter. You chose to become Spider-Man because of Uncle Ben's loss, not just for him, but also for the sense of responsibility within you. I wish you wouldn't be Spider-Man, if only to spare you from harm, but I cannot dictate that. Your choices and actions define who you will become, and that is not something that outsiders can truly comprehend or persuade you to change." Gwen was just about to speak when a slender finger was pressed gently against her lips. "I still hold to my previous request," she said. "Promise me you will take care of yourself." This heartfelt plea resonated deeply with Peter, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could only respond slowly and tenderly with a simple, "Gwen." He brushed aside the finger that obstructed his words, and for a fleeting moment, he yearned to kiss the girl before him passionately. Alas, it was precisely because of that fleeting moment that such an act would likely remain unrealized today. A sudden sound akin to a nose blowing erupted between them, shattering the previously romantic and intimate atmosphere. How poignant it was. One could only wish for that moment to be eternal rather than marred by the indelible emotional trauma inflicted by V6. "Damn you, Paul. I truly wish I could traverse the cosmos to hunt you down." Oz, clutching a white tissue, dabbed at non-existent tears near his crimson eyes, which he referred to as crow tears. Peter and Gwen, this young couple, could hardly comprehend the cryptic utterances of the dead crow, but his abrupt appearance certainly made them more reserved. Gwen seized Oz and declared fiercely, "Next time you appear so suddenly, I shall strip you of every feather on your body." Oz widened his innocent crimson eyes. True, the word innocent hardly suited his bloodshot gaze. Yet it was evident that he believed himself to be quite blameless. "That simply won't do. Hastening growth is detrimental for you, and besides, thank you for your concern, but I can manage my own molting." Gwen was utterly perplexed by Oz's words. She pointed to her head and asked, "I am genuinely curious about what thoughts occupy your little mind." French fries?" Oz pondered for a moment before responding. Sighing resignedly, Gwen released her grip on Oz's neck, covering her face with her hands and leaning back against her seat, emitting a long, drawn-out sigh. Oz's neck finally enjoyed a breath of fresh air. He coughed and exclaimed, "Cough, cough, Parker, come give me a spider-style kiss upside down. I can hardly breathe." "Shut your mouth," Gwen shrieked from his side. Peter chuckled at the scene, feeling his earlier gloom dissipate. It wasn't just Gwen's thoughtful admonition. Even Oz's antics seemed harmless. Curiously, he asked, "Where have you been? Did you really go to the docks to steal someone else's fries?" "Well, today I genuinely did not go to steal anyone's fries," Oz replied, resuming his usual demeanor and shaking himself off. "Then where did you go?" "I went to borrow someone's breathing tube." Chapter 36. The consequences of borrowing breathing tubes in the dead of night. After parting ways with Gwen, Peter returned home with Oz. For Aunt May, an elderly woman, this hour was quite late, and she had long since retreated to the realm of dreams. At this moment, Peter was not particularly drowsy. He was meticulously mending his tattered spider suit. "What about the money?" "What money?" "The money the newspaper gave you. Didn't you say you would set aside some for new fabric? So you just bought fries instead?" Oz gazed at the lad, deftly threading the needle, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Peter chuckled, his hands remaining busy. "I intended to purchase some, but I believe my current suit is still serviceable. A little patching will suffice, so I thought I'd save that money." Oz responded with a thoughtful "oh," then rolled over on the ground, suddenly spotting a similar model. He sprang to his feet, seizing the small bird model and leaning in for a closer inspection. "What is this? Is it one of those fascinating inventions you encountered while shopping with Gwen? What exactly do you mean by pulling someone's breathing tube? You can't be serious about actually doing it, can you?" Peter recalled something, setting down his needle and thread to scrutinize Oz earnestly. Pulling someone's breathing tube. It might seem to Gwen that this was yet another of Oz's nonsensical ramblings. However, knowing Oz, he might indeed go through with such an outrageous act. Oz remarked, "Well, you're donning the suit again, so in a few days, you'll find out." Peter paused for a moment before replying. "You seem entirely unfazed by my choice to continue being Spider-Man." Unfazed? Isn't this the usual course of events? Oz returned to his original position on the floor, his wings fluttering about, becoming a hero, for various reasons abandoning that role, and then returning to it due to certain beliefs. It's all quite normal. Peter wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Oz's declaration. "All right, enough chatting. I'm off to sleep. Goodbye." With that, he closed his eyes, legs kicking out, and a large bubble unexpectedly emerged from his beak-like nose. This peculiar sight piqued Peter's curiosity. He set aside his sewing and approached, poking the bubble with his finger. To his surprise, the bubble remained intact, while a sharp sting shot through his face, as though he had been struck by a lizard's tail. "You rascal," Peter muttered, a mix of irritation and resignation washing over him, compelling him to allow Oz to sleep while he returned to mending his spider suit. After a considerable duration of labor, all the holes in the suit had been patched, and Peter finally stretched, yawning. He draped his usual jacket over Oz and picked up the bird model gifted by the peculiar old man earlier that evening, returning to his bed. With his hands cradling his head, he leaned against the headboard, carefully examining the scientific principles behind the bird model. Pulling someone's breathing tube? Though his eyes were fixed on the model, his thoughts drifted back to Oz's earlier words. After contemplating for a moment, Peter found himself at a loss for a coherent thought and thus decided to abandon this line of inquiry. Since Oz had mentioned that answers would come in a few days, he resolved to wait until then. The ordinary city of New York, on an unremarkable day. Suddenly, two figures raced through the skies above. The patrolling officer on the street was captivated by the commotion echoing from above. Here, over the northern end of Baker Street, Spider-Man was engaged in a fierce struggle with an individual clad in advanced flying technology. The officer immediately activated the walkie-talkie affixed to his chest. But before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Spider-Man being whisked away by that green figure, disappearing from view. "Officer, please repeat your request," he was prompted. "I think that won't be necessary. They have left Baker Street," came the reply. "Hey, buddy, I don't believe we've met." Spider-Man clutched the webbing tightly, glancing at the green figure above, who was adorned in a highly technological flight suit, the steel wings casting a significant shadow over the area. "Whether you know me or not is of little consequence. I simply require you to accompany me." Dragon executed a mid-air somersault, the thrusters on his back suddenly reversing direction, propelling him forward with tremendous force. Boom! Spider-Man momentarily lost his balance due to the abrupt maneuver, but his extensive practice of swinging high above the city had honed his reflexes to extraordinary levels. He quickly adjusted his stance, shooting a strand of webbing that adhered to the surface of a skyscraper. With a swift tug of his other hand, he managed to halt the propulsion of Dragon's flight suit. First, Spider-Man had no intention of engaging in a test of strength. He had learned from his previous battle with the lizard that brute force was not always the answer. Thus, he suddenly released the webbing he clung to, propelled by the force, and in an instant, he was in front of Dragon. Bang! Like a stone released from slingshot, Spider-Man landed a punch on Dragon's mask. "Before asking me out, you couldn't even muster a simple please. Is it so difficult to say please? Or perhaps you never intended to ask me out in the first place? Given your rude demeanor, why should I accompany you?" A flurry of words, coupled with Spider-Man's punch, momentarily left Dragon disoriented. Feeling a heavy impact on his back, Spider-Man had leaped on a Dragon's rear. He hesitated, contemplating whether to dismantle the energy core directly or to find another way to incapacitate his opponent. But the battlefield was ever-changing, leaving no room for contemplation. Dragon's reaction was swifter than Spider-Man had anticipated. Suddenly, the steel wings flanking Dragon's sides executed a strange bend, their tips sharp as blades, lunging directly towards Spider-Man's sides. Holy shoot! Spider-Man's eyes widened as he executed a backflip to evade the attack. It was precisely at that moment of the somersault that Dragon seized the opportunity, launching a grappling hook from his flight suit, ensnaring Spider-Man tightly. "Are you serious, dude? Even if I decline your invitation for a date, you needn't resort to kidnapping me." Spider-Man attempted to free himself from the grasp of the hook. Yet the material employed seemed to be some form of fiber, tightening its hold the more he struggled. "Shut your filthy mouth," Dragon impatiently retorted, accelerating the power of his flight suit, increasing his speed. Each time Spider-Man endeavored to break free from the binding, Dragon would flip in midair, thwarting Spider-Man's efforts. Just as he believed the mission was nearing its successful conclusion, a playful voice interrupted once more. It was not Spider-Man's voice, but that of a crow. A black crow had inexplicably appeared beside them, flying parallel to their trajectory. "This is what I meant by siphoning someone's air supply," Oz remarked. "It's you. You cursed crow." Dragon, oblivious to Oz's words, could not forget the appearance of this crow, had it not been for its unexpected emergence last night. He wouldn't be soaring through the skies of New York City for 24 hours straight. Realizing this, he swiftly extended his claws to capture Oz. Yet in the next moment, his line of sight was abruptly obstructed by a white blur, causing him to lose his target entirely. Having just shot his web, Spider-Man glanced at Oz, and in that fleeting moment, his astute mind pieced everything together. Oz's mention of siphoning someone's air supply was no jest. It was indeed happening, and the target was undoubtedly Norman Osborn, who was obsessively fixated on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be swinging on his web, only to be suddenly snatched away. This guy was utterly despicable. "I loathe you, Oz." Chapter 37, Spider-Man and the Vulture. A proactive assault loathe me? Well then, I had intended to help you sever those ropes binding you. But since you hate me, farewell. From Spider-Man's perspective, he witnessed Oz vanish in a puff of white smoke, as if he had never existed. Damn it. Even with Spider-Man's typically good-natured temperament, he was provoked to utter a curse by the crow's words and previous actions. Yet, in the next second, the voice returned, accompanied by a sharp slap to his face. Civilized language. All right, Spider-Man conceded, realizing he should retract his earlier statement. For after Oz's slap, the ropes binding him had loosened considerably. One could not deny the slap had its merits. Meanwhile, Dragon, having just pulled aside the web obstructing his goggles, scanned the area frantically, searching for the elusive black crow. Yet, it seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely gone. Just as he was beginning to believe he was experiencing a hallucination, he suddenly felt a tug on his body. A tug? He glanced down to see a fist, a blend of red and blue, hurtling towards him. "Say hello to my fist, Iron Birdman." This punch carried significantly more force than the previous one, and Dragon could clearly see cracks forming on his goggles. At that moment, a singular hypothesis occupied Dragon's mind. Spider-Man had not exerted his full strength. Goodness, this was undoubtedly a life-threatening affair. Dragon felt a twinge of relief that Spider-Man had not struck with full force. Or perhaps the hero was simply a kind-hearted individual. Otherwise, his skull would surely have been shattered by that blow. "Spider-Man, let me explain. Why wait until you've been hurt by old Spider to speak up? It's too late now." Regaining the upper hand, Spider-Man decisively seized Dragon's flight suit and propelled him towards the nearest rooftop with tremendous force. The immense pull caused Dragon to lose his balance, and he was on the verge of reigniting his energy engine to escape this plummeting trajectory. Yet, Spider-Man was quicker. He shot out webs from his hands, adhering them to the rooftop below. With a powerful tug, he accelerated his descent. Thud! The sound echoed as his boots struck the metallic chest of Dragon's flight suit. Then Dragon heard Spider-Man say, "This will hurt, but I assure you, I will hold back." Boom! A figure formed from two converging forces smashed onto the rooftop. Upon impact, Dragon's flight suit erupted in flames. As Spider-Man had anticipated, he did not sustain severe injuries. Aside from the initial pressure against his chest, most of the force had been absorbed by the suit. However, not being gravely harmed did not mean he was unscathed. At that moment, he could muster not an ounce of strength. Just as the communication system emitted its final crackle, Dragon felt his helmet being forcefully ripped away, revealing his pale, fearful visage. Despite knowing deep down that Spider-Man had never been known to kill, Dragon instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. "Please don't." Spider-Man casually tossed the helmet aside, creating a resounding clatter. "I don't kill, trust me." Dragon trembled and nodded, seemingly convinced by Spider-Man's words. He raised his hands, palms facing out at the sides of his head, and said, "Attacking you was not my intention. It was something I had to do. I needed to complete my assignment, or I would lose my job. You must understand that this is not a reasonable explanation, right?" Spider-Man pointed a finger at him. "Iam aware, iam aware." I am aware that Dragoon yearns to rise, yet discovers his body is feeble and limp. After a considerable struggle, he can merely achieve a half-sitting posture. "I must do this," he reiterates. Spider-Man remains silent, uncertain of what to say. Fortunately, at that moment, a raven suddenly emerges from his shoulder. Oz gestures animatedly. I have observed that these individuals attack without a shred of reason, and when they realize they cannot prevail, they claim they had no choice. Oh dear, I too find myself in a predicament. If I do not act, I would be utterly embarrassed. Spider-Man shoots a disapproving glance at Oz. Is it not you who insisted on removing Norman Osborn's respirator? Ah, I merely expedited the process. Whether I pull it or not, he would still send someone after you. The fault lies not with me, but with Norman himself. You must discern the difference. Spider-Man rolls his eyes at Oz's remarks, astonished at how he could present wrongdoing in such an innocent light. Doesn't removing Norman's respirator have any effect on him? Spider-Man inquires. Indeed, I noticed his blood pressure significantly elevated. Oz emits a high-pitched scream. I shan't converse with you further. My kind is approaching. The peculiar raven vanishes once more. Spider-Man remains lost in thought regarding Oz's statement as his spider sense begins to tingle. He glances around, but sees no apparent threats. Yet, the tremors of his spider sense are genuine, alerting him to potential danger. What are you looking at? Dragoon inquires, puzzled by Spider-Man's scanning movements. Spider-Man does not respond, instead silently attuning to the location of the imminent threat. The street below seems amiss, and the corridor leading to the rooftop is also peculiar. Where could it be? Suddenly, Spider-Man gazes towards the horizon. In the distance, a minuscule black is rapidly approaching, gaining speed, and he can even hear the sound of something slicing through the air. Spider-Man assumes a defensive stance, preparing for confrontation while asking, "Your people?" Dragoon follows Spider-Man's gaze and shakes his head. "I do not know." A resounding roar, more intense than that of Dragoon's flight suit, echoes in their ears. With a whoosh, another green figure materializes above them. Unlike Dragoon, who is entirely encased in armor, this figure exposes his head, seemingly eager that others notice his baldness. His green wings, vibrant in comparison to Dragoon's, possess a retro charm despite lacking the exquisite quality of Dragoon's attire. "It's you?" Spider-Man exclaims upon recognizing the small bald head. It is the peculiar little old man he encountered while shopping with Gwen the previous night. Tums, or rather, he now prefers to identify himself as Vulture. Vulture squints, sensing Spider-Man's familiarity with him and feeling perplexed. "Do you know me?" Spider-Man waved his hand and gestured towards the dragon lying on the ground. I don't recognize you, but I presume you must be a distant relative, considering you both belong to the avian kind." "I am a vulture," the vulture bellowed. "No problem, no problem. You are indeed a vulture." Spider-Man hastily waved his hand, indicating that he bore no malice, while inwardly he scoffed. "You can't just call yourself a vulture because you have a bald head and a hooked nose. It hardly resembles the creature." Fortunately, neither of the two avians present could hear Spider-Man's thoughts like Oz could, or would have sparked yet another conflict. The dragon scrutinized the vulture and inquired, "Adrian Toombs?" The vulture's hawk-like gaze instantly darted over. "You recognize me?" The dragon clicked his tongue slightly. After all, Spider-Man had long since dismantled the communication system, and he had no fear of eavesdropping. He remarked, "So the rumors are true. You indeed designed this flight suit." Spider-Man, somewhat bewildered, first glanced at the flight suit adorning the vulture and then at the dragon's suit, which he had smashed. While there were indeed similarities in their engine power sources, the vulture's attire appeared notably inferior. If the flight suit was indeed designed by the vulture, there would be no reason for it to be less impressive than the dragon's. The vulture, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk. "You have a keen eye." "I have a question," Spider-Man interjected, raising his hand like a schoolboy eager to ask a teacher. He pointed to the vulture's flight suit and curiously asked, "If you claim to have invented this, why does it look so shabby?" As if provoked, the vulture erupted, "It is Norman Osborn. He stole my research. Do you think I wouldn't want to upgrade my flight suit? It was he who took everything from me. I was meant to revel in the glory brought by my inventions, not scrape by selling wares." Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment. His friend's father truly seemed to excel at wrongdoing. No wonder Oz wanted to remove his breathing apparatus. Just as the thought of Oz crossed his mind, the fellow reappeared on Spider-Man's shoulder. Turning to see Oz clad in sunglasses, Spider-Man found it quite amusing. "What are you wearing?" he inquired. Oz glanced at him, removed his sunglasses, and his tone became chillingly stern. "Parker, let us reduce Osborn to ashes." "I refuse." Spider-Man responded decisively. Oz, irked, gave him a light smack on the head, exclaiming that he was ruining the mood. Scratching his head, Spider-Man said to Oz, I plan to pay a visit to Oscorp. Donating blood? Perhaps, but I feel there are some truths I must voice. Good resolve, Uncle agreed. No sooner had their conversation concluded than the Vulture called out to him, Spider-Man. Huh? Spider-Man blinked, uncertain of the intentions of this peculiar individual, his spider sense remaining eerily silent. I owe you a favor. The Vulture lifted his head high, his expression a blend of arrogance and reluctant gratitude, exuding a certain proud defiance. Your intervention spared me the trouble of seeking this fellow. I am thoroughly exasperated with his incessant flying about. It was indeed a curious sight. A winged man deriding another for his flighty antics. Spider-Man pondered the true value of this favor, but responded nonetheless. No need for thanks. The Vulture let out a huff, turning to depart. Observing this, Spider-Man called out, Wait, are you heading to Oscorp? Give me a lift. Oscorp, a laboratory dedicated to surveillance. After Spider-Man had dismantled the Dragon's watchful cameras, the lab's initial fervor for observation had waned. They could hardly monitor anything, let alone the unfolding events at that very moment. Boss, what are we to do? An observer with an earpiece inquired, glancing back at Norman Osborn, who was seated in a wheelchair. Perhaps due to yesterday's incident with the crow that had severed his breathing tube, Norman appeared somewhat frail today, with an oxygen tank closely guarded and the tube inserted more securely. Does it matter? Norman rasped. Send out more. Boss. Norman glared at the staff member who dared to interrupt him, his annoyance palpable. He despised being interrupted, preferring to be the one who interjected. Seemingly fearful of his ire, the staff member hastily explained his interruption. We've detected 3 high-speed targets approaching the corporation. 3? Norman furrowed his brow. The staff member's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly bringing up an image on the computer screen. The display revealed a figure clad in green flight gear leading another figure adorned in red and blue. Spider-Man, unmistakably. Spider-Man was also leading yet another figure, which upon closer inspection was the Dragon, though the wind had distorted his features, causing his lips to flap wildly. Narrowing his eyes, Norman was taken aback not just by Spider-Man's presence, but by the other figure as well. Toombs? He snorted disdainfully and commanded, Inform Connors and Otto that Spider-Man has arrived. They must prepare themselves. Understood. After issuing his orders, Norman maneuvered his wheelchair out of the laboratory. A great battle was imminent, and he had no desire to be caught in its crossfire. At the very least, he could not afford for his breathing apparatus to fail again. I must forewarn you all, the tentacle device is not yet perfected. Should anything go awry, the responsibility lies with you. Hearing the conversation of the middle-aged man beside him with the other end of the communication, Connors couldn't help but rub his brow. The boy has indeed come. Peter, you are truly foolish. The damned Spider-Man is already aware of the need to capture him, and yet you are hastening to deliver him right to our doorstep. Otto hung up the communication, expressing his displeasure with a grumble before walking over to his workstation, where he issued orders to his subordinates. Be vigilant. The chips implanted at the nape of your neck are of utmost importance. Should anything go awry, report to me immediately, and I shall terminate control at once. After finishing his instructions, he glanced at his old friend in the laboratory and, noticing his troubled expression, curiously inquired, What is the matter? It's nothing, Connors replied, shaking his head as he pressed a button before him to transmit his signal below. Seeing that his old friend was unwilling to offer any advice to the personnel, Otto grew even more perplexed. Will you not provide them with even a hint of guidance? If they fail, it is their own doing. It has nothing to do with me, Connors retorted. Seemingly unsatisfied with his own words, Connors continued, If only Norman would take the time to communicate properly with Spider-Man, he might very well be willing to cooperate. Instead, they plan to capture him outright, and even imprison him. Otto patted his old friend's shoulder, saying, There's no need to be so upset. Is there? Upset? Connors shook his head. I merely feel pity for them. He had already heard the rumor. An ominous crow had pulled the breathing tube from Norman Osborn. The crow he had seen recently was the one Peter had raised, a remarkably perceptive creature. Connors found it difficult not to ponder the implications of this occurrence. The crow symbolizes duality. Perhaps for Peter, its appearance brings joy. However, the act of removing Norman's breathing tube clearly conveyed one message. You are doomed. It foretold death and misfortune. Otto attempted to interject, but was interrupted by a series of alert tones. Beep beep. The laboratory was suddenly filled with alerts from other personnel. Spider-Man has arrived. All units be advised. Chapter 38, Spider-Man and Vulture. The fracture. Wait a moment. Three figures abruptly halted as they approached the honeycomb exterior of the Osborn building. Vulture looked down at Spider-Man below and grumbled. What is it? I have already brought you here. What more do you want? Spider-Man had no spare limbs to offer. Both of his hands were firmly grasping strands of web. One hand was secured to Vulture's flight suit, serving as a makeshift seatbelt for this aerial journey. The other hand was in the position of lifting, holding the figure of Dragon, who was swayed like a white bowling ball. In response to Vulture's inquiry, Spider-Man lifted his hand, showcasing the bowling ball he held. You can't just crash through the glass, can you? What do you intend to do otherwise? Enter through the front door? Spider-Man replied, if we were not clad in these peculiar costumes, that would be a splendid option. He paused momentarily, lowering his gaze to the bowling ball Dragon, positioned at the very bottom. At that moment, Dragon was overwhelmed with tears and snot, having been mercilessly tormented by the Vulture's speed and Spider-Man's ballistic binding. I trust you did not emerge directly from the entrance, did you? Spider-Man weighed the webbing in his palm, an action that instantly caused Dragon's body to sway in midair. Observing Peter's movement, Oz grew emboldened and decided to respond on behalf of Dragon. Let me have my fun. I was once a devoted fan of the Firepower Youth King. Don't even think about it. Spider-Man decisively refused. Stingy, Dragon, remaining below, was oblivious to their exchange. Had he heard and realized that a raven would be the one to dangle him, he would surely have fainted on the spot. Osborn will kill me, Dragon lamented, lifting his head in despair. Spider, why are you wasting words with him? Just throw him. The Vulture shouted from above. Exactly. Osjaimnin, eager to let Dragon see him. Upon hearing the Vulture's words, Dragon squinted upward, discovering that the accursed raven had reappeared, perched atop Spider-Man's head. Moreover, its eyes were now red. He feared he was truly about to be cast off. Thus, he cried out, Don't throw me. Don't throw me. There's an entrance on the rooftop of the building. Hearing this, Spider-Man winked at the little old man, the Vulture above. Impressive. The Vulture rolled his eyes and chose to ascend directly. After a few moments, the Vulture brought both of them to the rooftop helipad of Osborn Tower. What is this? Spider-Man queried, somewhat surprised, as if someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation, anticipating their arrival. The entrance to the rooftop helipad had already been opened. A gaping hole appeared on the roof, dark and unfathomable, with only a few lights flickering below, creating an eerie atmosphere. Spider-Man placed the bowling ball Dragon at the very edge to prevent this creature from rolling into the abyss. The Vulture landed beside Spider-Man, slightly bending down to peer into the void below. Were you being listened to? He inquired. Handcrafted garments, every stitch. How could there possibly be a listening device? Spider-Man gestured with his hands across his body to assert his position. The Vulture scratched his shiny scalp, feeling perplexed. He sensed that this might be a trap, waiting for them to leap. He then glanced back at Dragon. It was a startling sight. A black raven was laboriously tugging at the web, desperately pulling the bowling ball towards them, as if preparing for a direct shot into the hole. The Vulture, a devoted bird enthusiast, wouldn't have adorned himself in avian attire otherwise. At that moment, he felt a thrill of excitement. With a flourish of his unique technique, he aimed to halt the raven's movements. Caw-caw. The Vulture paused upon hearing the crow's response to his whistle, glancing at himself before ceasing all movement entirely. Even his nostrils flared, expelling 2 puffs of air. He mimicked the human gesture of rolling up his sleeves and approached him. The Vulture was all smiles. He had never encountered such an understanding bird. Spider-Man, of course, heard the Vulture's whistle. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of Oz advancing menacingly toward the Vulture, an ominous feeling washing over him. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Do not stoop to his level. With Morgan Freeman watching over, if this bird doesn't face some consequences today, I'll cease to be the greatest crow. Spider-Man hastily positioned himself in front of Oz to obstruct his advance. However, he felt a pull on his shoulder. It was the Vulture. The Vulture laughed heartily. Spider-Man, I never anticipated you had such an understanding crow. Come here, old chap. I've got the finest feed in the world. Spider-Man felt a sense of doom. He turned to Oz and said, Could you go easy? Os igneverd Peter. Striding directly to the Vulture and delivering a sharp slap. Wait, what? The Vulture hadn't even registered what was happening before he was sent flying into the tunnel entrance. Spider-Man, feeling helpless, turned to Dragon and mentioned that the webbing would dissolve in an hour, suggesting he climb down the stairs. Then he too jumped into the tunnel. During the descent, Spider-Man continuously shot webbing to cushion his fall. Eventually, he found himself landing softly on a brightly lit platform. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, making visibility nearly impossible. The Vulture was beside him, his expression notably grave. What was the origin of that crow? Upon seeing Spider-Man again, the Vulture inquired. I am your father. Oz could no longer contain himself, appearing before the Vulture and slapping him twice, then with a loud pop, vanished. A miracle, a miracle. Rather than being angered, the Vulture's face flushed with a hint of color. Spider-Man rubbed his head, pondering the old man's peculiarities. Otherwise, he wouldn't dress like a bird and have such an affinity for avians. It was rare to witness Oz displaying such an intense reaction. Welcome to Osborn Tower. Amidst his musings, a booming voice echoed, causing Spider-Man and the Vulture to huddle closely together. They stood back to back, searching for the source of the sound in the dimly lit environment. However, the source seemed to emanate from all around them, leaving them utterly bewildered as to its location. Spider-Man, I sincerely appreciate your arrival. I have prepared a gift to express my gratitude. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. I've already received a warm welcome from another Birdman along the way, Spider-Man replied, amplifying his spider sense in anticipation of danger. The disembodied voice chuckled, a sound most unpleasant, akin to nails scraping across a rough, iron surface, particularly grating to the ears. No, you must accept this gift, otherwise I would be at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. As for you, the little bald head, Vulture exclaimed, Norman Osborn, you old relic. I didn't seek you out, yet here you are, presenting yourself. Well, you have a share in this too. A beep signaled the end of the broadcast. Suddenly, the lights illuminating them shifted to a dimmer hue. Both Spider-Man and Vulture beheld a striking scene. A series of iron doors, 6 in total, each adorned with flickering red lights. Moments later, the doors began to creak open. Upon witnessing the figures emerging from within, Spider-Man widened his eyes and clasped his head in disbelief. No way, not again. 3 massive, lizard-like creatures stepped forth, followed closely by several sinuous mechanical tentacles that slithered like serpents. A closer inspection revealed 3 individuals operating bizarre contraptions. Technically, they could not be said to be walking. The tentacles controlled by them functioned as their legs, reminiscent of an octopus's limbs in motion. I hope you appreciate this gift, Spider-Man. A beam of light suddenly illuminated a nearby laboratory with transparent glass panels. The mastermind, Norman Osborn, sat inside, donning a breathing apparatus. Vulture exclaimed, I knew this was a trap. Spider-Man inquired, yes, but why did you come down then? Vulture replied, I sent it because of that crow. Spider-Man rolled his eyes, preparing to convey his battle strategy to Vulture. I will handle those 3 lizard creatures. But before he could finish, Vulture let out a loud shout and took off from the ground, leaving the scene. As for those 3 octopus-like beings, Spider-Man gazed up at the green light. For a fleeting moment, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. I'll take my leave first, little spider. Vulture's voice echoed from above. Chapter 39. Spider-Man and the ineffectual Vulture fled swiftly and returned just as quickly. Within moments, Spider-Man heard a thud. Then, Vulture, clad in his green flight suit, plummeted from above, landing unceremoniously on the ground. He rubbed his slightly swollen head, his wing feathers drooping dismally. Damn it, there's a wall up there blocking our exit. Realizing his earlier actions were somewhat misguided, Vulture's demeanor softened considerably. He gradually rose, his gaze sharp. The feathers on his arms straightened suddenly, transforming from their previous pliable state into razor-sharp blades. Just as Spider-Man anticipated a strategic discussion, Vulture unexpectedly posed a question. What was your battle plan before? I thought I had a thick skin, yet this guy surpasses even Osborn in audacity. Spider-Man sighed as he observed the approaching figures and remarked, Leave the lizard to me. The other octopuses are yours. No problem. With that, the 2 of them surged toward their respective adversaries. It appeared that Norman Osborn had deliberately chosen this battleground for Spider-Man. There were no surfaces upon which he could anchor his webbing. Spider-Man found himself in an expansive arena, compelled to rely solely on his physical prowess, with his webs serving merely as occasional props for turning the tide. Whoosh! 2 lizard tails lashed towards him like iron whips, accompanied by a piercing whoosh. Spider-Man deftly leaped back to evade, only to be met with the collision of yet another lizard. Honestly, with your trio's flawless coordination, Why not apply for a mech pilot position? He quipped, sidestepping a lizard's attack and seizing the creature's arm. With a slight exertion, he lifted the lizard as if wielding a massive hammer, preparing to strike. However, these lizard creatures were evidently altered, unlike the ones he had encountered at the Veterans Hospital. The trio of lizard men gave Spider-Man the impression of facing a feeble version of Dr. Connors. No, he quickly raised his arms to block the tail of the fallen lizard. Retreating a few steps, it was indeed Dr. Connors. Spider-Man shot out webs, left and right, ensnaring the heads of the two other lizard men charging at him. Then yanked forcefully, the two lizard men collided head-on. A surge of anger coursed through Spider-Man, accompanied by a sense of betrayal. He yearned to vocally question the reason for this betrayal, for it was evident that the three well-coordinated and skilled lizard men were products of Connor's creation. There was no reason for them to be this challenging to contend with. Now, he had no opportunity to concoct a new serum, which meant he must revert these three lizard men to their original forms. Suddenly, Oz appeared on Spider-Man's shoulder and said, "I know." Spider-Man did not glance at him, but continued battling the three lizard men who were regaining their footing. "Need assistance?" Oz inquired. "No need," Spider-Man retorted firmly, embodying the characteristic stubbornness of youth. He summoned all his strength and landed a punch on the chin of the foremost lizard, causing several fangs to fly out. "Remarkable, Parker. Do you truly not require assistance?" Oz asked, somewhat taken aback. He had initially not intended to help, for Osborn's plan was transparent. He clearly aimed to capture his young protege alive. This meant Spider-Man was not under the threat of death. Yet, being captured did not preclude the possibility of injury. Oz, despite his tough exterior, was soft-hearted and did not wish for his young protege to suffer severe harm. "No need," Spider-Man repeated, then shot a substantial strand of webbing to ensnare the temporarily dazed lizard. "One down, two remaining. I must demonstrate something to Dr. Connors," Spider-Man declared. "What?" Oz inquired. "Is the reason I chose to become Spider-Man." Despite a hint of irritation, Spider-Man maintained his composure, fully aware that the impending battle demanded his utmost effort, thus refusing to succumb to anger. "I contemplated this last night." With that, Spider-Man leaped and executed a flying kick to the back of a lizard creature, causing it to stagger. "I have never refrained from being Spider-Man out of fear of danger. Connors advised me against it because Norman is perilous, and Gwen urged me to avoid it because I am dear to her. Essentially, they both wished to shield me from harm." However, Spider-Man roared, seizing one of the lizard man's arms and twisting it with all his might, resulting in an audible snap. The clear, resonant sound of the fracture echoed across the open space as Spider-Man cast a steely gaze at the lizard man, who stumbled back. "They do not comprehend the purpose behind my choice to become Spider-Man." Oz was not the least bit surprised by Peter's realization. He had little to say, merely reminding him, "If you ever feel overwhelmed, just call for me." "I will," Spider-Man nodded, ultimately acquiescing to Oz's counsel. Although he did not currently require Oz's assistance, there were others in need of Spider-Man's aid. Spider-Man, little spider, come switch sides with me." The voice of Vulture echoed. Spider-Man turned to see Vulture being relentlessly assaulted by several metallic tentacles, each striking like a venomous serpent, darting wildly. Vulture resembled a desperate mouse, terrified of being ensnared by the thrashing appendages. "What are you waiting for? I can't handle them. Let me take on the lizard while you deal with these lunatics." Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words as he glanced back at his own battlefield. 3 lizard men, 1 incapacitated, 1 injured, and 1 unscathed. His performance thus far was commendable. Meanwhile, Vulture was being mercilessly battered, akin to a spinning top, entirely on the receiving end. Spider-Man was perplexed as to why Vulture, equipped with a flight suit, was faring so poorly, yet he did not wish to ponder it further. Swiftly, Spider-Man joined Vulture in his skirmish to provide assistance. Vulture flapped his wings and ascended to the battlefield Spider-Man had vacated. "Damn octopus! I can't defeat him, and yet I must contend with you disabled lizards?" Vulture, like a hunting eagle, charged directly at the 2 lizard men, transforming his wings into sharp blades, aimed straight at their chests. As he passed the lizard man who lay on the ground, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Vulture looked on in confusion, realizing his legs were ensnared by a lizard's tail, the handiwork of the now-conscious lizard man. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as another lizard's tail struck him away. The Vulture resembled a rolling sphere, bouncing on the ground for a spell before collapsing. Spider-Man cast a shocked glance at the elderly man. Are you certain you're not jesting with me? The situation unraveled like a crumbling edifice, instantaneously reversing. Spider-Man surveyed the enemies flanking him. Gentlemen, perhaps we could take a moment to converse? He slightly raised his hands, then shot an irate look at the fallen vulture. What on earth are you here for, my friend? Instead of launching an immediate assault, the adversaries encircled Spider-Man. Subsequently, Norman's voice echoed in response to Spider-Man's earlier remarks. Spider-Man, how do you find this gift? Who dares to tug at my breathing apparatus? Chapter 40, Because I Am Spider-Man, Part 1. Norman Osborn was acutely aware of his breathing apparatus. The reason was simple. It had been yanked once before, specifically by the Raven. Though his physique had deteriorated over time, he could still discern whether the apparatus was loose or snug within his nostrils. Who? Norman glanced to his left, where a staff member donned in a white coat stood, and to his right, where a well-dressed bodyguard in sunglasses loomed. After scanning the area for an extended period, he still could not identify who had meddled with his apparatus. The bodyguards and staff nearby had retreated, wary of incurring their boss's wrath. Norman reinserted the breathing apparatus into his nostril, pondering that perhaps his earlier sensitivity was unwarranted, yet an indescribable unease lingered. Unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, he turned his gaze toward the distant figure of Spider-Man, leaping with agility. True to his name, he evaded several metallic tendrils, akin to venomous serpents with exaggerated movements, as if foreseeing the danger. At times, he would suddenly drop low, utilizing his webbing to escape the oncoming blows. At other moments, he would leap high, his legs executing precise kicks to thwart the claws or appendages aiming to strike him. It was simply exquisite. Norman yearned to pump his fist in celebration, not for Spider-Man's prowess, but for the prospect of his own survival. Yet, with the breathing apparatus nestled in his nostril, he felt it loosening again. Should he celebrate, he would have to readjust it anew. How bothersome! Thus, he addressed the figure, saying, Spider-Man, I must impart a truth upon you, even amidst a perilous ambush. Spider-Man retained the spirit to deliver quips. Let us discuss later. I am rather preoccupied at the moment. Norman chuckled lightly, readjusting the apparatus that had sagged due to the shifting of his facial muscles. You are even more optimistic than I had imagined. He remarked, many years ago, Osborn had conducted research on spider genes, and at that time, we intended to transfer the modified spider genes into the human realm. I never anticipated that the Osborn group was secretly akin to a zoo, housing both lizards and spiders. Oh, I almost forgot, there's even an octopus here. Interested in tasting a Transformers-themed tattoo? It's on me. Norman, with one hand propped against his cheek, exhibited a haughty demeanor, disregarding Spider-Man's playful banter, and continued. Unfortunately, that experiment failed. The primary responsible party, driven by selfish interests, destroyed all the research before departing. Just when I thought the spider serum would fade into eternal oblivion, you appeared. Your existence is intricately linked to Osborn. Spider-Man retorted, then you should pay me a spokesperson fee. Even Norman, with his typically noble disposition, found himself slightly rattled by Spider-Man's absurdity. How could such a ridiculous person exist in this world? Was becoming Spider-Man merely an outlet for your inner humor? He inhaled deeply. He finally discerned the source of the earlier unease. Norman turned and bellowed. Who removed my oxygen tank? The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. The nearby bodyguards and staff had all collapsed to the ground, utterly silent. In an instant, the laboratory was left with only him still conscious. This sight sent Norman into a panic, and he could no longer concern himself with the battle involving Spider-Man. He attempted to maneuver his wheelchair away when he suddenly heard the caw of a crow echoing through the laboratory. Caw! A crow landed before him, blocking his path. Norman stood frozen. He could not forget this crow, nor how it had previously disconnected his breathing tube. Now it had returned. Not only had it removed his breathing tube, but it had also dislodged his oxygen tank. Sorrow, what on earth are you? Norman's face, resembling ancient tree bark, twisted in fear. What does this mean? Has death come for him? The crow, with its abyss-like black eyes, glanced at Norman before flapping its wings and soaring toward him. Instinctively, Norman raised his arm to shield himself. Suddenly, he felt something tug at him. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that both his breathing tube and oxygen tank had been flung away. At that moment, his emotions were in disarray. As he beheld this scene, his eyes reflected a mixture of anger, confusion, and profound fear. At that instant, A piercing scream abruptly diverted Norman's attention. He saw Spider-Man cradling a severed metallic tentacle, staring in bewilderment at the driver. The severing of the tentacle seemed to have a particularly profound effect on the driver. The driver, with both hands clutching his head, wailed in despair, while the remaining 3 tentacles flailed about like ants on a hot skillet. How could such a reaction arise from a mere severing of 1 tentacle? With 3 still intact, Spider-Man may have been oblivious to the underlying reasons, yet Norman was acutely aware. The octopus apparatus was, after all, merely a prototype, failing to deliver the anticipated optimal performance. However, in the context of the lizard and the octopus device, capturing Spider-Man was indeed well within reach. Moreover, Norman could issue orders for Connors and Otto to continue their pursuit. At that moment, Norman cast a glance at the Raven, which curiously surveyed the battlefield where Spider-Man was engaged. Parker boldly dismantled their mechanical legs. "Uncle Ben assures me they won't inflict severe harm," Oz remarked. As Spider-Man nodded while evading the lizard's assault, Norman, who had been seated in a wheelchair, soon witnessed how Spider-Man thwarted this encirclement. Despite being battered and exhibiting visible wounds, with half of his spider mask torn away, revealing his eyes and disheveled hair, Spider-Man seemed to possess boundless energy. Through a combination of webs and strikes, he faced the remaining foes and monsters single-handedly. The lizard, unable to withstand more than a few exchanges at Spider-Man's hands, seemed to have gained considerable experience from the battle against Dala. Coupled with the serum's effects, which required both transformation and rationality, it was evident that its brutality did not compare to that of Dala. The 3-headed lizard soon fell once again before Spider-Man. What remained were the 2 others controlling the octopus tentacles. The vulnerability of losing mobility upon having their tentacles severed had been discovered. Spider-Man, with little effort, swiftly overcame the remaining 2 adversaries. Norman's chest heaved, and his breath quickened. He had never longed for the sensation of a breathing tube in his nostrils as he did now, watching Spider-Man approach step by step. He yearned to command others to send reinforcements, but aside from himself, only the Raven remained in the laboratory. To issue orders, he would need to operate the controls himself. Yet, the peculiar Raven rendered him hesitant to act. He could only watch helplessly as Spider-Man approached. The blood he so desperately coveted still lingered on Spider-Man's arm, and the eyes peering through the tattered mask shone with vibrant life. Norman was certain that the individual beneath the mask was quite youthful. A spider emblem caught his eye. Norman looked up at Spider-Man, swallowing hard. "I will agree to whatever terms you propose," he declared. However, Spider-Man responded, "Where is Connors? Tell him to prepare for the experiment." Chapter 41. For I Am Spider-Man. Part 2, Connors and Otto in their laboratory were also able to observe the unfolding battle involving Spider-Man. In contrast to Otto's occasional outbursts of fury as he pounded the table and vehemently berated these fools for their ineptitude in handling tentacles, Connors exhibited a remarkable silence. The lizard's serum, meticulously refined under his guidance, although tamed compared to its original, still posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals. Moreover, with Norman Osborn's directive to capture Spider-Man alive, Connors was not at all surprised that the trio of lizard men fell before Spider-Man's prowess. Alas, even if Peter triumphed over this group of 6, another 6 awaited in the wings. At Norman's command, they would be unleashed akin to a gladiatorial arena. Unless Spider-Man was captured, he would face relentless waves of assault. "What is it?" Otto glanced at his watch and remarked, "Is there a delay in the command I anticipated? Or are we releasing them directly?" "Let's wait a bit longer," Connors replied, shaking his head. He was intent on preventing any further harm to the boy, hoping to stall for as long as possible. "Very well." The man, full name Otto Octavius, displayed a certain nonchalance regarding the capture of Spider-Man. His curiosity was piqued more by the potential outcomes of his inventions than by the act of capturing someone. After several minutes of waiting, as they both pondered the nature of the unexpected turn of events, the laboratory door was suddenly flung open. The boss remained seated in his wheelchair, but the person pushing Norman's chair was none other than Spider-Man, and perched upon Spider-Man's shoulder was a raven. What did it mean that the raven was flapping its wings upon seeing them? Their astonishment was nearly identical in magnitude. Connors was aware that Peter had a remarkably intelligent raven, yet this was almost too human-like. "Good morning, Dr. Connors," Spider-Man greeted as he wheeled Norman into the lab. Noticing Norman's lips move as if to speak, Spider-Man swiftly pointed a finger at him, threatening, "This is not your place to talk. Be careful, or I'll remove your breathing apparatus." Norman, realizing that Spider-Man had reinstated the breathing tube and oxygen tank that Oz had previously removed, let out a disgruntled huff, closing his eyes to avoid looking at him. This surreal scene was almost too fantastical for Otto and Connors. Had they not known Norman's character, they would never have imagined that this seemingly innocent figure could be Norman. "Spider-Man, how are you?" Connors stammered, at a loss for words. Spider-Man shook his head and stated, "Prepare for sampling." "Sampling?" Otto, who had been standing by, exclaimed in shock. "Are you saying that even after he treated you this way, you still intend to save him?" Norman lifted his eyelids and shot Otto an irritated glance. Otto, both fearful and dismissive, fixated on the eyes exposed by the damaged spider mask. He was certain that the individual beneath the mask was quite young. "Your portrayal is not that of Spider-Man. It is more akin to that of Saint." Connors and Otto share similar sentiments. In his view, even if Peter were to hide away for a time, it would be sufficient for Norman to meet his demise. Why? In such circumstances, would one still choose to save him? "Would you mind relocating our conversation, Spider-Man?" Connors is intent on having a candid discussion with Peter. "Count me in," Otto interjected, feeling he had just offended his superior and lacked the composure to remain in the room. Norman, too, yearned to speak, but the Raven hovered before him, tugging at his respirator, threatening him with dire consequences should he dare utter a word. The slightest attempt would lead to his end. Spider-Man released his grip on the wheelchair's armrest, asserting, "No need to move. Doctor, we can clarify matters right here. I am aware of your perplexity regarding my choice to be Spider-Man." He tugged at his tattered spider suit, his tone imbued with unwavering steadiness. "After acquiring this power, a dear one of mine perished because of me. I have borne the consequences of my inaction. Even now, I cannot forgive the person I was that day." Connors observed the glimmer of tears in Spider-Man's brown eyes. "I bear full responsibility for what transpired, and I have resolved to channel that responsibility into a profound sense of purpose. It sustains my resolve to be Spider-Man." Spider-Man raised his arm and clenched his fist, declaring, "I have never feared what I might face, even if this path is fraught with peril and thorns. I am Spider-Man. When I am present, no one shall perish. This is the new rule I have set for myself." At this juncture, he cast a glance at Norman Osborn, who met his gaze with a complex expression. Spider-Man continued, "I wish for you to comprehend one thing, Norman Osborn. My decision to save you transcends merely preserving your life. I cannot bear the thought of your son witnessing the death of his father due to a grave mistake." Having spoken his piece, Spider-Man surveyed the laboratory, locating the blood collection apparatus. He approached, retrieved it, and handed it to Connors. "Let us commence." Although Otto lacked Connors' expertise in genetics, he was still capable of offering assistance. Connors remained silent, quietly analyzing Spider-Man's blood sample. Though he may be a misguided altruist, his reasoning still held some merit. Otto turned to glance at Spider-Man, who was tending to his wounds, and the Raven, which was playfully tugging at Norman's respirator. The next moment, Spider-Man caught sight of this and promptly tapped the Raven on the head, prompting the reluctant bird to return the respirator to Norman's nostrils. Throughout, Norman uttered not a word, his eyes somewhat vacant, lost in thought. "Do you have nothing to say?" Otto inquired of Connors. Connors merely shook his head and responded with an answer that seemed unrelated to the question at hand. The sound resonated clearly, allowing the few individuals in the laboratory to hear it distinctly. "It cannot be salvaged," he stated. "What?" Connors turned to Spider-Man and declared, "Your blood is toxic, Spider-Man." Spider-Man was momentarily taken aback. Norman quickly inquired, "What do you mean his blood is toxic? Why would his blood be toxic?" Connors sighed and explained, "I am sorry, Norman, but you must accept this reality. Spider-Man's blood possesses a certain aggressiveness. Should it enter your system, your organs would be corroded within an hour. In other words, his blood has been tampered with. More precisely, his genes have been altered. While he gains spider-like abilities, anyone else who comes into contact with it is doomed to perish." Upon hearing this unsettling news, Spider-Man's mind went blank, and after a moment, Norman's voice once again rendered him speechless. "You are Richard's son, Peter Parker?" Chapter 42. Another identity is more useful. Excuse me for interrupting, but who is Peter Parker? As soon as the words left his lips, all present, including the Raven, turned their gazes toward Otto. Forget I said anything. Otto chuckled, mimicking a zipping motion at his lips. Spider-Man's mask had already sustained damage during the earlier battle, with one of its compound eyes ruined. Norman stared at the exposed brown eye and remarked, "You're his son, aren't you?" Observing the situation, Connors quickly glanced at Peter and subtly shook his head, indicating that it would be best not to confirm. However, Spider-Man disregarded the warning and chose to remove his mask. What was revealed was a face strikingly youthful. Peter nodded, "Yes, but my memories of him are quite vague. If you wish to know anything, I am afraid I cannot provide answers." "Ha ha!" Norman erupted in laughter, as if Peter had just made a jest. Then, he slammed his fist against the armrest of his wheelchair. Bang! "I knew it! I knew it!" Norman exclaimed, somewhat deranged. "Why can't you two just leave me be? I should have resolved this affliction long ago, not now. Ha ha, and now it cannot be resolved." He pointed an accusatory finger at Peter, fuming. "I invested so much money and time into your father, even providing an entire subway car. And what was the result? He believed this experiment harmed society and simply walked away. All the results, every single one, were destroyed by him. And now, his son brings those results to me." Norman lowered his head, laughing foolishly, tears streaming down his face. Yet it could not alter the grim reality of death. In response, Connors attempted to console him. "This issue is only temporary. With time and research, it can be resolved." "Shut up, Kurt. I'm a scientist too. Am I not aware that this will take a considerable amount of time?" Norman shot Connors a fierce glare, his demeanor akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. In a fit of rage, he yanked the respirator from his body. This time, the crow did nothing. Oz poked. He longed to rise from his wheelchair, but his body, accustomed to prolonged confinement, could not support such an aspiration. Norman took several deep breaths, ultimately resolving to leave the laboratory. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating, not merely due to the removal of the respirator, but stemming from various factors. "Step aside, Spider-Man," Norman directed at the young lad before him. "I shall no longer burden you, but you must endeavor to address the affliction that Harry is soon to face." The very mention of Spider-Man's name was almost spat through clenched teeth, leaving an uncomfortable resonance in the air. Peter remained silent, stepping aside to grant him a path of egress. Norman maneuvered his wheelchair out on his own. The remaining individuals in the laboratory exchanged glances, none daring to intervene. Once Norman departed, Otto exhaled, his gaze drifting toward Connors and the boy named Peter Parker. "What shall we do next? Shall we commence our work?" "No, Otto. I wish to converse with this child." "Very well." Otto nodded, his eyes suddenly meeting the crow perched upon Spider-Man's shoulder. A wise mind urged him to treat this intelligent avian not as an ordinary pet, especially since it was a crow. "I have some leftover fries in my office. Would you care for some?" "Caw!" The crow promptly leapt onto its namesake cousin and waved goodbye to Peter. Peter, somewhat exasperated, gave a half-hearted wave in return. Once the two individuals sharing an O in their names and the bird vacated the laboratory, Peter eagerly inquired, "Is everything he said true?" "Indeed." Connors leaned against the workbench, adjusting his glasses with one hand. "It was all the truth, including that subway car." Peter fell silent once more, and, after a moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. "What surprise this is." "Come here, child," Connors urged with a warm smile, beckoning Peter closer. Peter complied. Connors placed an arm around Peter's shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Let the past remain in the past. There is no need to dwell upon it. Your father was a kind man, as was your Uncle Ben. Yet, kind souls often meet unfortunate fates. They're all gone." "No, Doctor." Peter suddenly lifted his gaze, interrupting Connors with a resolute stare. "I understand what you wish to convey, and I am fully aware. I know this may sound somewhat absurd, but despite the precedents set by my father and Uncle Ben, I will continue to assist others. Perhaps one could say that I am a reckless youth, unafraid of danger, only to realize the truth of your words when I face the consequences. Yet, I remain undeterred. Truly, I am willing to undertake this endeavor, eager to engage. Regardless of the difficulties that may arise, I shall endeavor to try. If one must seek an explanation for my desire, it may well rest upon the shoulders of the Parker family." Connors, upon hearing this, let out a resigned chuckle. "Perhaps I should not have broached this topic. My apologies." "Doctor, I understand your concern. It is of no consequence, Peter." Connors fixed his gaze upon Peter's eyes, then glanced at the tightly clenched spider mask in his hand. "It is my privilege as your mentor to have a student such as you. You will continually remind me of the original intent behind creating the lizard serum to benefit society and humanity. This, perhaps, is the very essence of your transformation into Spider-Man. I shall never broach such a subject again. I have faith in you, Peter. Peter nodded in agreement, feeling that if his father and Uncle Ben were still alive, they would undoubtedly share his ideals. Good people often meet unfortunate ends, yet I am determined to be that good person. There are already too many villains. Should one turn to evil simply because goodness offers no reward? No, this is not what he wishes to witness. Then let us commence the experiment, Doctor. Peter quickly fell into a focused state. Perhaps due to his inherent willingness to trust others, he remained unconcerned about whether Norman would create further trouble. He approached the workstation once occupied by Connors and Otto, observing the experimental results displayed on their computers. "What are you doing?" Connors suddenly inquired. Peter, momentarily taken aback, pointed to his blood analysis results. "I'm reviewing the experimental results." "Who told you that we must use the spider serum?" Connors questioned, shaking the green reagent in his hand. "The lizard serum is equally effective, provided we can mitigate its adverse effects." "All right, how could I not have thought of that?" Just as Peter was ruffling his hair in frustration, the laboratory door swung open. It was Dr. Otto. He hurriedly asked, "Have you seen that raven?" Peter retorted, "What did you feed it, Fries?" "MC Donald S," Otto replied. Peter thought to himself, "This is bad. Oz must have gone to seek out Norman Osborn." He hastily prepared to don the spider mask, but suddenly felt a firm grip on his arm. Turning, he discovered it was Dr. Connors who had seized him. "Change your attire. There is no need for the spider uniform. Sometimes, Peter Parker is more useful than Spider-Man." Chapter 43. Your choice this time. Norman did not sit in a wheelchair nor wear a breathing apparatus. He occupied an office he had not entered in a long time. Seated upon a chair he had not felt in ages. He had indeed wished to don a brand new, elegant suit, just as he once did, full of vigor and ambition. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to do so. Even the simple act of rising to walk had become a daunting task, let alone changing clothes. Once, he relished the moments spent here, seated before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Now, he finds himself in the same spot, yet his body teeters on the brink of death. What a beautiful city it is. Norman gazes out the window, murmuring softly. The skyline is dominated by towering edifices, resembling a forest of steel. Sunlight cascades upon the surfaces of these structures. Behind each luminous window may lie a tale waiting to be told. In this moment, Norman Osborn silently observes, transformed into a mere spectator, appreciating the cityscape and attempting to listen to the stories hidden behind the glass. Suddenly, a knock interrupts his reverie. Norman turns, pressing a button on his desk, and the office door opens. A young lad, clad in Osborn's company uniform, enters. This is the intriguing friend his son had mentioned, also the son of an old acquaintance, Peter Parker. "Please come in. I hope I'm not intruding." Peter steps inside, attempting to close the door behind him, only to find it automatically shut, which leaves him feeling somewhat awkward. "What? Have you given up on the idea of saving people?" Norman resumes his previous posture, gazing out the window. "What? No, of course not, Mr. Osborn." Peter suddenly realizes this is the first time he is alone with Norman. Previously, there had been Oz and Dr. Connors, but now it is just him. In contrast to the concealment the spider mask provides, he is now undeniably Peter Parker, an ordinary high school youth, and the tension is palpable. "So what brings you here? To mock me? I would never do such a thing, Mr. Osborn." Peter begins to survey his surroundings, searching for Oz. But that peculiar fellow is as elusive as a strange crow, not someone one could simply find at will. "I'm looking for my crow." Peter hesitates, but ultimately reveals the truth. He then distinctly hears Norman's breath, now rougher and more labored. How foolish of him to mention it. Oz had pulled away Norman's breathing apparatus so many times. It was no wonder he would not be welcomed. "Apologies, that was not my intention. Since he is not here, I shall take my leave." Peter decides he cannot linger any longer. Remaining here and uttering words that might lead to misinterpretation could provoke Norman once more, potentially transforming him into a monstrous entity. After all, the Osborn Corporation has manufactured an array of chaotic inventions. As Peter approaches the door, Norman suddenly calls out to him. "Peter." "Yes." Peter's body stiffens instantly, and he cannot fathom why he reacted this way, but he did. Just as he anticipated Norman to unleash yet another harsh remark to hasten his experiments, Norman instead says, "Come, let's chat for a while." "Huh?" Oh, all right, no problem. Peter approached him like a quail. It must be said that Norman's current visage could easily be deemed monstrous. His skin was sagging and wrinkled, resembling bark yet appearing as if scales were etched upon it, evoking a sense of revulsion. Mr. Osborne, what would you like to discuss? Peter's voice was faint. Norman cast a sidelong glance at the boy, chuckling lightly. Where has that Spider-Man bravado of yours gone? Weren't you quite the talker? Now you resemble an ostrich. Peter, stung by the jest, felt a surge of relief. He scratched his head. I apologize for making a fool of myself. A fool? Norman shook his head. If only Harry possessed half your conviction, I would celebrate with champagne. Peter could only manage a sheepish chuckle in response. I believe you wish to save me, Peter, Norman stated, turning to face the youth, whose somewhat awkward demeanor belied an undeniable charm. Tell me, child, what is it like to be Spider-Man? Upon hearing the first part of the question, Peter braced himself for yet another inquiry about why he had chosen to become Spider-Man. However, when he prepared his response, he realized Norman was asking about the experience itself. It seemed a question no one had ever posed to him before. Even Oz had only warned him that the path would be fraught with difficulty, urging him to be ready. After a moment of earnest contemplation, Peter replied, Initially, it was rather dreadful, but once I became accustomed to it, it was tolerable. When I first acquired this ability, it brought a myriad of troubles into my life. Yet, gradually, as I gained mastery over it, he paused, reflecting on the sensation of choosing to embrace the mantle of Spider-Man. It became remarkably comforting, bringing me immense joy. Upon hearing this, Norman erupted into laughter. A self-proclaimed good person reveling in enjoyment? With all the chaos awaiting you, you'll inevitably crumble. Peter's cheeks flushed slightly, eager to retort. Yet, Norman suddenly ceased his laughter, adopting a grave expression. Peter, I must impart a truth upon you. What is it? Being good is far more challenging than being bad. Norman's gaze bore into Peter's like that of a ravenous wolf. Becoming a villain is simple. All it requires is the commission of unlawful and harmful deeds. However, to be a good person is a far greater challenge than to embrace wickedness. But I feel, Peter began. Norman interjected. How long have you been Spider-Man? 6 months? 20 years? Surely not even 3 months? Peter lowered his gaze, murmuring, almost a month, I suppose. See, Norman pointed at Peter with a sharp finger. You are merely at the beginning. How could you possibly fathom the arduous road that lies ahead? You will make enemies in your pursuit to save others, attracting countless troubles. They will accuse you of undermining good deeds, casting all blame upon you. Not only that, but some of those you have assisted, when they find themselves in trouble once more, may long for your swift arrival, only to cast blame upon you in your absence. You're not a superhero, incapable of providing aid to others around the clock. You can only extend your help within the limited time and capacity available to you. Peter found himself at a loss for words in response to Norman's piercing remarks, despite the discomfort they stirred within him. This is the crux of the matter. A good person, should they cease to act kindly, will have their previous deeds easily forgotten. Even so, do you still wish to proceed? At these words, Peter lifted his gaze to Norman and nodded. After a moment of silence, Norman smiled, expressing genuine admiration for Peter's resolve. Unlike the compliments of others, this time Peter felt no flicker of pride at the praise. Only silence and contemplation remained. Mr. Osborne, we can surely find a solution to your condition, Peter declared. Enough, Norman interjected, waving his hand dismissively. I am well aware of my own body and do not require your encouragement. Peter attempted to speak again, but was abruptly seized by Norman, who gripped his wrist firmly. Promise me one thing, Norman insisted. Peter allowed himself to be held, even though he could have easily pulled away. This is a simple request, Norman interrupted once more. What is it? Take good care of Harry. Then, Peter observed as Norman released his grip and shakily retrieved a small cube from his desk. Holding this trinket, he extended it towards Peter, stating, when you feel the time is right, present this to him. It is all I can leave for him. Peter instinctively declined. No, Mr. Osborne, you are not dead yet. However, Norman merely repeated his name, gazing intently at him. After a prolonged silence, Peter ultimately accepted it, muttering, perhaps I will give it to him the moment I see him. Maybe, but I believe you understand better than I when the time is appropriate. Now leave this place and begin your work on the serum to address Harry's impending affliction. With that, Norman waved his hand, dismissing Peter, who turned to leave, glancing back at the figure before him. Once Peter had departed, Norman gazed out at the scenery for a while before murmuring, "I know you are here." "What?" Oz exclaimed, taken aback. Was this individual truly so formidable? After all, he was favored by Morgan Freeman. How could he be so easily seen through? "Come out, Raven." Norman indeed did not see Oz. He paced back and forth in his office, completely oblivious to the presence of the Raven, not even catching sight of a single feather. Just as he was beginning to doubt his own thoughts and turn back, a black raven with crimson eyes suddenly appeared before him. "I knew it." "Knew what?" "Oz spoke in human language. I knew you were more than just an ordinary raven." Norman was not surprised by the raven's articulate speech. He silently regarded Oz's ruby-like eyes, finding them captivating. "If you keep this up, I might just pluck your nose hairs. Do you believe that?" Oz was at a loss for words. "I only wish to know one thing," Norman stated. "What?" Oz casually plucked a feather that had fallen from his back and brushed it against himself, as if scratching an itch. "Are you a fortune for Peter? I will truly pluck your nose hairs." "I am not jesting," Oz retorted fiercely, but upon witnessing Norman's bewildered expression, he realized he had merely reacted instinctively. How tragic. "Yes, what of it?" Oz replied. "For others who can see you, is it death?" Norman inquired. Upon hearing this, Oz leaped onto Norman's lap and poked his face with a feather. "What do you think?" "I do not know." Norman, still preoccupied with the raven's antics, mused. "I must be doomed, am I not?" "The raven cannot say." Norman closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and asked one final question. "Harry will be safe, correct?" This time, the raven finally consented to respond directly. "Your choices have rectified his mistakes." Norman smiled in silence, a soothing, joyous smile. He slumped in his chair and dreamily remarked, "So be it." Chapter 44. You deserve it all right. "Peter, you should return to rest now." "But Connors removed his glasses and rubbed his fatigued eyelids. He and Peter had been laboring in this laboratory for quite some time without food or drink. This exhaustion was far more profound than during their previous research on lizard serum. The young man, brimming with vigor and strength, was unafraid of fatigue. Connors, however, was not so fortunate. At middle age, he found himself less capable than before, and without a cup of coffee to sustain him, he could only rely on the remnants of lizard serum still lingering within him. From the beginning, you answered phone calls, and then later silenced your phone, throwing yourself into the experiments, Connors remarked. "Honestly, you are quite the stubborn mule, whether as Spider-Man or as Peter Parker." Peter offered an awkward smile. After prolonged work, the brief respite was met with protest from his weary body, as evidenced by the growl of his stomach. "Shall we go grab a bite?" "My treat." Connors readjusted his glasses, preparing to leave the laboratory. Their old friend Otto had initially assisted them for a while before returning to his own work. Though he had since visited the laboratory again, Otto was in search of Peter, inquiring how the young man felt in the face of the mechanical tendrils and whether there were any areas for improvement. Upon hearing this, Peter's expression darkened considerably. He was at a loss for words, fearing that any suggestions he might offer would lead to further tribulations in the future. "My apologies, Doctor," Peter said as he retrieved his phone to check the time. It was already 6 in the evening. Fortunately, it was the weekend. Otherwise, his escapades today would have likely resulted in yet another absence from class. He sent reassuring messages to Aunt May and Gwen, indicating that Aunt May was waiting for him at home and that he needed to return. "Everything is fine," Connors nodded, as if recalling something. "What about your raven?" "Perhaps it's off to the dock for some fries," Peter replied. "Fries? Do ravens eat fries?" Indeed, I even wondered if it might be a seagull dyed black. Having gathered his belongings, Peter prepared to leave the laboratory with Connors. However, just as they stepped outside, they noticed a well-dressed man approaching them. "Mr. Parker?" Peter raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing at Connors as if to inquire about this individual's identity. "Norman's assistant," Connors whispered. "Of course, this one won't turn into a lizard." Peter chuckled, recognizing Connors' jest directed at Dr. Connors. He then addressed the man. "That would be me." The assistant approached and handed Peter a rolled piece of paper. Upon receiving it, Peter discovered it was a check guaranteed by Oscorp, with the astonishing amount of, wait a moment, $1,000? Peter rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. "Wow, Parker, you've hit the jackpot. You must get me a whole villa made of fries." Os, who had somehow perched on his shoulder, whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Ignoring Oz, Peter firmly declined the check, stating, "I'm sorry, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Mr. Parker, this is Mr. Osborn's intention, the assistant replied, simply folding his hands over his abdomen and shaking his head. Peter persisted in his refusal. I truly cannot accept this. Please inform Mr. Osborne that this is my choice. Mr. Osborne anticipated you would respond in this manner. The assistant smiled, continuing. He instructed me that once you uttered those words, I was to convey to you that the affairs of our predecessors belong to them, while the narratives of the younger generation forge new chapters. Peter fell silent. Then he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. It was Dr. Connors. Accept it, child. You have earned this. Stop dawdling like a coward, Parker. If you don't take it, I will unleash hellish jokes. Oz hissed in a devilish tone. Peter was momentarily a loss for words due to Oz's remark, but ultimately decided to accept the check. This decision was not born out of fear of Oz's jesting, but from his understanding of what Norman Osborn truly meant. Norman suffers from a hereditary illness, one that will inevitably befall Harry in due time. At that juncture, he hopes to be able to heal Harry. Norman's intention is quite straightforward. He wishes to avoid following the path of their forebears. Please convey this message to Mr. Osborne. Thank you. I will do so. After the assistant departed, Peter released a long sigh. To be honest, the responsibility entrusted to him by Norman felt somewhat burdensome, compared to the incessant nagging of Oz about $1,000. Connor's words seemed to alleviate his heavy heart. Peter, I've noticed you are particularly prone to internal conflict. Am I? As Connors and Peter approached the elevator doors, he pressed the button and nodded, saying, Certainly, you are the most self-critical person I have ever encountered. You tend to take responsibility for many things that should not fall upon your shoulders. I suppose. As the elevator door opened, Connors and Peter stepped inside, and Connors smiled at Peter, remarking, This is probably why you will become Spider-Man. Peter merely smiled faintly and changed the subject. I never knew my father had such a connection with Mr. Osborne. I am uncertain how to draw conclusions. I don't know if my father's actions were right. Well, they certainly weren't as right as your Uncle Ben's. His greatest contribution was bringing you into this world. Peter, expressionless, retorted, Perhaps that is true, or perhaps not. Who can say? Connors responded, I can understand what Richard intended. He believed he had created a monster that would wreak havoc upon the world. Hence he eradicated the experimental results. Norman felt betrayed, especially after having given so much. In such matters, there is no clear right or wrong. Peter nodded, acknowledging Dr. Connors' perspective. Nonetheless, Connors, as is his custom, patted the young man on the shoulder, saying, You are you, unique in every way. Peter lowered his head and quietly murmured, I do not deserve this treatment, Doctor. Whether it be Connors, Norman, or the other close individuals around him, they held particularly high expectations for him, as if he were a remarkable figure deserving of their praise. Yet Peter did not share this sentiment. He simply felt that he had not done enough. He believed he could do better. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing not the lobby of the corporation, but another experimental floor. Connor stepped out, cheerfully stating, I just had an idea that I need to discuss with Otto. I shall take my leave. As he stepped out of the elevator, he turned back to the young man and said, In truth, you are worthy. Chapter 45. The child Peter and Oz were walking home. In his hands, he held a box of golden fries, occasionally lifting a crisp fry to Oz's mouth. The fries, of course, were not purchased with that $1,000 check. Peter had used the payment he received from a newspaper for his article. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense that he had forgotten something significant. Thus, he inquired of Oz, Do you feel as though there's something we've neglected? Delicious, Oz exclaimed, smacking his lips one more. I'm speaking to you, Peter replied, slightly irked. Yet he offered a fry to Oz before indulging in one himself. It was peculiar how the taste, seemingly identical to ordinary fries, transformed into a culinary masterpiece in Oz's mouth. Perhaps it was due to the absence of a photograph of himself? Peter rolled his eyes. Recalling a term Oz had once mentioned, he decided to let it go. After all, his uniform was tattered once more, and he would need to mend it. Submitting the newspaper photos could wait for another day. You're right, one more. Approximately 10 minutes later, Peter and Oz arrived home. He retrieved his keys and pushed open the door, with Oz darting inside, seemingly headed straight for his room. Peter did not ponder much and entered the house, calling out loudly, I'm back, May. How did your date with Gwen go? May's voice echoed from the kitchen. Peter smiled and walked to a window, checking his reflection once more, confirming there were no bruises or wounds. Only then did he respond, I didn't go to see her. She mentioned her family had plans to go elsewhere this weekend, so you understand. Sounds like you might be a bit disappointed. Not at all. May emerged from the kitchen, carrying dinner, placing it on the dining table. After wiping her hands, she approached Peter, pinching his cheek and laughing. You need to make plans in advance. How could you know she wouldn't want to spend the weekend with you? Peter pondered this seriously and realized he had indeed never expressed such intentions. After their heartfelt conversation that night, Gwen had messaged him to ask about his weekend plans. He had said he had none, and she replied that her parents were taking them out, to which he simply wished her a good time. Following that, Gwen had reached out less frequently until today, when so much had transpired that he had little time to respond, prompting her messages to increase. Perhaps that was the reason. Go wash your hands and eat. Peter did not comply, but instead grasped May's hand. May, I wish to ask you something. Of course. I will reveal the entire tale of how I pursued your uncle. No, that's not it. Peter gazed into May's eyes. Those familiar eyes he had known since childhood, yet could never tire of. He said, It's simply about my father. The moment he finished speaking, May withdrew her hand, turning away from her nephew and returning to her seat at the table. Peter was taken aback by May's sudden change in demeanor, uncertain of the reason behind it. He stepped forward and inquired, I implore you, Aunt May, I know there must be more information regarding him that you have yet to share with me. The elderly woman wiped her face. The back of her hand, marred by wrinkles and veins, bore the indelible marks of time. But Peter, she replied, the truth about him is quite simple. He abandoned you at our doorstep. Subsequently, Ben and I endeavored to raise you. That is all there is to it. Noticing Aunt May's heightened emotions, Peter quickly approached her. He had previously inquired about his parents, but whenever the topic arose, Aunt May's gaze would lower, as though there was something she wished to convey, yet felt unable to express. Now, having learned so much about his father from the Osborne group, he yearned to understand what kind of person his father truly was from Aunt May's perspective. Peter grasped the old woman's hand, stating, I recognize that you and Uncle Ben raised me, that you helped me with my homework in my childhood, wiped my nose, and brushed my teeth. Uncle Ben taught me how to ride a bicycle and instilled in me the importance of being a kind person. I'm aware of all this. I merely wish to comprehend what kind of individual he was. That is all, truly. Sensing that Aunt May might doubt his sincerity, Peter paused and earnestly continued, You are, in every sense, my parents, and I am your child. Upon hearing this, Aunt May pressed her lips together, her body trembling uncontrollably. After a few moments, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. No. Please do not cry, May. I will not ask again. Witnessing her distress, Peter felt a pang of anguish, believing it was his questions that had caused her pain, and he reached out to wipe away her tears. However, Aunt May clasped Peter's hand, pressing it against her cheek. How I wish Ben could see you now, she murmured. I believe he does, Peter replied with a gentle smile, his fingers softly tracing the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Aunt May took a moment to steady her breath. She had always refrained from discussing Peter's father, convinced that it would be best to wait until the boy was older. Ben's passing had profoundly impacted them, so much so that she now realized how much Peter had grown. Gathering her emotions, Aunt May slowly began, after your father's funeral, 2 individuals claiming to be from the Federal Bureau of Investigation visited our home. They stated that your father was involved with the Osborne group, working on highly valuable research projects that many sought to acquire at great expense, which is why he fled from the Osborne group. They labeled your father a traitor, one who betrayed his friends and family, driven solely by self-interest. Peter fell silent. Although this account diverged from what he had heard at the Osborne group, it was nonetheless coherent and fitting. I wish to wait until you were older to share this with you, but seeing you now, Aunt May inhaled deeply, her voice soft. I believe you have matured enough to grasp this truth. Peter understood that his father could not have defected for personal gain, yet he remained uncertain whether the true reason aligned with what Connors and Norman had suggested. Consequently, Peter gently shook his head, declaring, No, May, I shall never grow up while you are by my side. Upon hearing this, Aunt May was once again moved to tears. She leaned forward, resting her head against her nephew's. My child. After a moment, noticing Peter reaching into his pocket, Aunt May withdrew her head, curiosity evident in her gaze. With a smile, Peter produced a rectangular strip of white paper, exclaiming, Perhaps I may never grow up, but I have certainly matured in understanding. The elderly woman covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Damn you, Norman Osborne, just wait. Tom stuffed his damaged equipment into a bag and cast a glance at the towering Osborne group. Shortly after regaining consciousness, he had been unceremoniously ejected from the building by staff, much like they had treated him before. With a fierce glare aimed at the Osborn group, he vowed, "I will avenge you, little spider." Chapter 46. I missed them. What as for dinner? Aunt May had fried some French fries. Is that for real? Seeing Oz fly out in an instant, Peter promptly closed his room door and braced himself against it. Moments later, a crow's caw echoed from the living room, accompanied by Aunt May's reprimanding voice. "Eat. Finish everything. Parker, damn you. I wish you would have only Gwen for the rest of your life." Huh? Peter raised an eyebrow. What does it mean to have only Gwen for life? Isn't that rather good? Does he wish for 7 or 8 instead? How absurd. After venting his frustrations, Peter noticed the disarray in his room, with brass coins scattered across the floor and a computer, its crow's beak destroyed, lying nearby. Curious, Peter approached, picking up a coin to examine it closely. With the aid of his desk lamp, he discovered it resembled the coin required for subway rides. He had hardly taken the subway during this period. He typically swung on webs whenever possible, avoiding the train altogether. "Oh, you sly little rascal." Oz suddenly appeared, giving Peter a playful slap on the ear. "Hey!" Peter covered his ear, pointing at the coins strewn across the floor, redirecting the conversation. "Did you do all of this?" Oz, with remnants of meat pie clinging to his lips, spat and shook his head. "Indeed, it was I." A look of distress crossed Oz's face. "I remember reading a post that said you disassembled the 3 and 5 on the calculator to compute the result of 36 by 52. I couldn't figure it out, so I smashed it." Peter pondered the absurdity of this reasoning. Couldn't he do mental math? Is it all about mental calculations? The focus clearly lies on the poster, who appears to be acting foolishly, struggling with a malfunctioning calculator. Is it not possible to use a mobile phone instead? I yearn for a blue pill to extract him from the other side of the screen and give him a good shake. Peter, speechless, gained a renewed understanding of Oz's nonsensical thought processes. At times, he felt that this individual had a corrupting influence on him, leading him to spout absurdities even when confronting adversaries. Yet, why would there be coins hidden within the calculator left by my father? Peter pondered this with mild curiosity and had no significant objections regarding the incident of the calculator being smashed by Oz, although it was a relic from his father. After the events of today, the emotional weight attached to such items was not as heavy as he had imagined. It was time to harness your intellectual prowess, Spider Detective. Oz twisted a coin beneath his foot and remarked, "Did your other Uncle Ben not mention returning a subway car to your father today?" Coincidentally, this calculator harbors coins reminiscent of subway tokens. Perhaps there lies crucial information waiting for you to uncover. Peter chose to disregard Oz's reference to another Uncle Ben. Nodding, he picked up a coin and sat down at his computer desk to begin his research. After the symphony of keystrokes, a solo performance emerged from the mouse. One hand toyed with the coin, while the other navigated the web in search of information. The Roosevelt Secret Station. Peter scrolled through numerous photographs related to the subway car. Oz approached him, engaging in light conversation. "I think you could hang a portrait of Roosevelt in the disabled restroom to commemorate him." Without turning his head, Peter replied, "What?" "I've already thought of a title for it. The Great Legacy," accompanied by the caption, "Look, this is the consequence of not getting vaccinated against polio." "That is not funny," Peter stated. "Kid, that is hilarious," Oz retorted. Peter rolled his eyes, closed the browser, and rose to drape a coat over his shoulders. Observing this, Oz inquired, "Did you find something?" "Perhaps," Peter murmured. By integrating various pieces of information, the subway car provided by Mr. Osborn, the details from Connors, and Aunt May's mention at the dinner table of her father commuting on the D line, which had long been classified as an abandoned route, Peter wove together a web of clues. The spider, surveying this intricate web, would undoubtedly perceive the anomalies therein. This is a long-buried video recording, now finally unveiled. Testing. My name is Richard Parker, a distinguished biologist in the field of genetics. Perhaps by the time you discover this recording, my reputation has already plummeted to disrepute, and I am widely reviled. However, I remain indifferent. The truth must be unveiled to the world. Regardless of how the Osborn group maligns me and tarnishes my reputation, it holds no significance for me. Long before I embarked on this experiment, the Osborn group clandestinely forged agreements with foreign military agencies to finance my research endeavors. Subsequently, I discovered their intention to exploit my findings to fabricate a novel biological weapon. I resolutely declined, irrespective of monetary gain or the preservation of my honor. This is the duty of a scientist, as well as the example a father ought to set for his children. Before they could enact their plans, I obliterated all experimental data. Even if they sought to replicate my research, they would be incapable of doing so. The genetic modifications of the spider employed my personal DNA, meaning that the Osborn group could only restore the experiments using either my blood or that of my descendants. After articulating so much, the man in the video paused, as if grappling with emotions or lamenting something. He wiped his face and continued. If this video is seen by anyone, it will signify that I have been secretly murdered by Osborn and have departed from this world. I implore those currently watching this recording. I beseech you to convey a message. Tell my son, Peter Parker, that I love him dearly. Nothing is more sorrowful than a father who can no longer see his son. Seated before the video was a youth, who now covered his face. The content of the recording having transformed into a blur, difficult to discern. The truth can often be unpredictable. Many years ago, his memories of his father were of a kind man, and he aspired to emulate him. Living with this perspective for over a decade, he was suddenly confronted with the revelation that his father was, in fact, a villain, though his heart struggled to accept this. The overwhelming accumulation of details forced him to acquiesce, while still harboring a flicker of hope. Only when the ultimate truth was laid bare did he realize that he had not been misled. His father was indeed a good man. Yet, this secret seemed to belong solely to him. In other words, the infamy suffered by his father may never be absolved, especially since the man had done nothing wrong. I knew you were not that kind of person, he thought. The youth covered his delicate face with his hands, his shoulders trembling. Beside him stood a large blackbird, resembling a crow, which spread its wings and gently caressed the boy's head. They will be proud of you in your current state, the crow spoke. I know. I just miss them, Uncle Ben, Dad. I truly miss them. The boy buried his head in the crook of his arm, weeping openly, accepting the crow's comforting touch. They will know, the crow said, as feathers fell. Chapter 47. Lizard's tail, or spider's leg days, slipped away quietly like sand through fingers, while emotions escalated in the course of their companionship. The girl completed the final strokes of her drawing with a pencil, then nudged the boy beside her with her shoulder. So, how does this depiction look? Suddenly, a crow hopped into view, leaning forward to inspect the artwork before exclaiming, "What nonsense! If you don't speak, no one will think you mute." And I finally understand why some people detest a crow's tongue. Hearing the exchange between the boy and the bird, the boy chuckled and accepted the Spider-Man illustration from the girl's hands. It was a different Spider-Man, or perhaps a version of himself clad in an alternate costume. I think it looks quite commendable, Peter remarked. After all, the original spider suit had endured considerable wear and tear, and during an attempt to thwart a robbery, it had finally declared itself unfit for duty. Fortunately, the suit had only disintegrated after the criminal had been apprehended. Had it failed while pursuing the felon, it would have been a most embarrassing predicament. He certainly wasn't prepared to showcase the 3 tufts of hair on his chest to the world. Quite commendable. Is that all? Gwen raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are infuriating truly. I said your drawing was rubbish, and yet you refuse to believe it. Just look at Peter's reaction. It's clear he dislikes it. The crow continued its incessant chatter. The unexpected onslaught of criticism caused Peter to widen his eyes in denial. That is not true. Gwen inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on Oz, her smile strained. Noble messenger of the crows, do you have any constructive suggestions? As she spoke, Peter could distinctly hear the tension in Gwen's clenched fingers and gritted teeth. Oz perched on Gwen's shoulder. Listen closely, I say you should draw. Gwen, feeling irritated, shrugged him off and flipped to a fresh page, embarking on a new spider suit design. First, she opted for a monochromatic palette, the upper half white, the lower half black, with an interwoven pattern at the chest that could elegantly form the shape of spider legs. Following her plan, the character soon emerged on the page. Make the eyes larger, Oz directed, gesturing. The pencil glided across the paper, and Gwen glanced at Oz, who had his beak resting on his chin, resembling a wise elder pondering in a film. Add a hood to the head. A hood? Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Let Uncle Oz provide the inspiration, and you just focus on the drawing. With that, Oz's various requests for details were brought to life under Gwen's skilled hand. She blew gently on the drawing and spread it out for a clear view. Would you look at that? It actually resembles something, she mused. The white base with black patterns formed a sleek bodysuit. The lines sharp and expressive as if painted with ink, and the edges of the hood adorned with intricate spiderweb motifs. However, as Gwen scrutinized it further, her confusion deepened, and Peter, too, found himself increasingly perplexed. Before long, they both exclaimed simultaneously, "This is undoubtedly a female Spider-Man suit." Isn't it? Indeed. It is indeed women's attire, and I dare say it suits you rather well, Oz remarked. Peter fell silent. Gwen chuckled. "I appreciate your compliment." "No need for thanks," he replied. Gwen rolled her eyes and turned the page of her sketchbook, preparing to create a new drawing. Yet, as she flipped the page, she couldn't help but glance back at her previous work. It was quite aesthetically pleasing, and echoing Oz's sentiments, she felt that the outfit truly complimented her. "I must admit, my artistic skills are commendable," the young girl mused. "Well, I must attend to the Osborn group for serum enhancements," Peter said, glancing at his watch and realizing it was nearly time for his appointment with Dr. Connors. "So soon?" Gwen, who had just finished taking a selfie, set her phone down and remarked, "Peter, do you think you might be putting too much pressure on yourself?" Peter shook his head with a smile. "If the serum can expedite recovery, perhaps Mr. Osborn will have a new lease on life." At that moment, Gwen shot a glare at Oz, as if to convey, "If you dare to make that infernal joke again, I shall silence you." Oz blinked innocently. "Let us go together," Gwen suggested. "Together?" Peter queried. "Don't forget, I hold a position at Osborn, albeit as an intern." "True, but mine is a bona fide role." "Are you trying to flaunt that?" "Absolutely not." The slightly balding man gazed at the image before him, unable to suppress a sigh. "What's the matter?" Connors inquired, having heard his old friend. Otto let out another sigh. "If you continue like this, I'll kick you out of my laboratory and cease seeking your counsel." Connors retorted angrily. Otto coughed lightly, then pointed at the projected character model. "You do know that Parker was bitten by a spider, right?" Connors nodded. The mere act of nodding seemed to agitate Otto. "So what do you mean by adding a lizard's tail to his suit?" "It was merely an idea, a thought. Do you understand?" Otto exclaimed. "Oh," he said, then asked, "What led you to that notion?" "When facing adversaries, catch them off guard." "Off guard? Quite a clever notion. Why not craft him 4 spider legs instead?" Connors fell silent. Otto then took it upon himself to adjust the character model, and before long, a brand new Spider-Man model emerged. "I believe this one is quite impressive, both in appearance and in the suit's back, which reflected personality with 4 mechanical spider legs. Otto's design far surpassed his own by several degrees. Yet, I still find the tail quite appealing. He is a spider, not a lizard." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the laboratory, drawing their gazes toward the door, where the very subject of their discussion stood waiting. Beside him sat a girl of striking beauty and a raven feasting on French fries. Connors swiftly waved away the intricate image model that Otto had painstakingly crafted, disregarding his friend's incredulous glare, and greeted Peter and the others. "Good afternoon to you both. And to you, Oz." Oz nodded in satisfaction before finally popping a fry into his mouth. Noticing that they were about to embark on the arduous task of refining the serum, Otto decided not to linger and chose to take his leave. As he passed by Peter, he gave the lad's shoulder a light pat and inquired, "Which do you prefer, a spider leg or a lizard's tail?" Peter, bewildered, responded, "What? Just tell me which one you think is better." Spider?" "Hey, Otto," Connors shouted from the side. Only then did Otto, satisfied, whistle and exit the laboratory. Gwen watched the scientist's departure with a sense of curiosity and turned to Dr. Connors, asking, "What were you two discussing, Doctor?" "Nothing much. The idea of crafting a new spider suit for Peter was rather sudden, and it's still in the modification phase, so there's really no need to divulge it." Although he secretly thought that a lizard's tail was quite appealing. "All right, team. While I'm unsure why you're here, Gwen, since you've arrived, let us not waste any time." Connors then began delegating various tasks, with Peter and himself leading the serum enhancement efforts, while Gwen Stacy assumed the role of an attentive laboratory assistant. Among the tasks, Gwen explicitly stated, "Doesn't Oz, the dead raven, have anything to contribute?" To which Oz replied, "I'm just a raven. What more do you expect from me?" Chapter 48, Norman, you know what I'm going to say, in a luxurious mansion located just outside New York City. A sleek black stretch limousine glided along the road before coming to a halt at an iron gate. After a moment, the gate swung open, and the opulent vehicle proceeded inside. Within the car, the suited man in the passenger seat glanced back at the young boy in the rear. "Welcome home, Harry." Harry did not respond. He merely gazed out at the surroundings, both familiar and foreign. He had departed from this place at the age of 11, leaving what was deemed a home to embark on a solitary journey to a boarding school. Now, after 5 or 6 years upon returning, he found that the environment appeared unchanged, just as he remembered it. Yet the more it resembled his memories, the more alien it felt. He recognized the peculiarity of this sensation, but it remained an undeniable truth. What transpired next was precisely as Harry had anticipated. Upon disembarking, the butler and servants welcomed him, exchanging pleasantries that could be deemed respectable, such as "Welcome home, young master." Harry maintained his silence, offering no response until the assistant by his father's side led him to a door, one that emanated the unmistakable scent of medicine even from the threshold. The room was shrouded in darkness, an unfamiliarity that enveloped Harry as he entered. Yet, out of consideration for his father, he heeded the assistant's advice to refrain from illuminating the space, for his father lay upon the bed. Harry nodded, pushed the door ajar, and stepped inside. The darkness was profound, an impenetrable void, aligning perfectly with the assistant's description of the room. He could merely rely on the faint glow emitted by the medical apparatus and the barely audible sound of breathing to ascertain the location of the bed. "Father." Harry tread cautiously towards the bedside and settled into the chair beside it. Norman appeared to be turned to the side, rendering his features difficult to discern. "Look who has returned," he said. In that fleeting moment as Norman turned, Harry instinctively rose, retreating 2 steps, his face a canvas of terror. "Dad, what happened to your face?" Norman's visage, grotesque and adorned with a transparent breathing mask, resembled a creature conjured by a horror film enthusiast, terrifying in its appearance. Despite the urge to berate his son for his apparent weakness, Norman's ailing condition quelled that impulse. Instead, he recalled a certain youth. "No comparison, no harm," he sighed. "I never anticipated I would meet my end in such a manner." He turned his gaze towards Harry, observing his son as though he were a stranger. Harry furrowed his brow and remained seated before Norman, asking, "Why has your face changed so?" However, Norman offered no response, instead stating, "You possess great potential, Harry. You are exceptionally intelligent, yet fail to appreciate it." Harry found himself vexed by his father's backhanded compliment, unable to discern whether it was genuine praise or derision. For years, his father had maintained this tone, never engaging him directly. Any attempt at sincere conversation was met with scorn, leaving Harry speechless. How can such a father-son relationship exist? He pondered, leaning slightly forward, a flicker of anger in his voice. "It is you who fails to value me." He continued, "Just like now, I inquire about your condition. Yet you never provide an answer." Norman merely turned his head to regard him. "I care for you, nothing more," he insisted. "There are no ulterior motives. You sent me away to boarding school when I was 11, and now I have returned, only to find that last month on my birthday, you, or perhaps your assistant, though I suspect it was your assistant, sent me a gift, a bottle of whiskey and a card. The card read, 'With best wishes, Norman Osborn. I am your flesh and blood, your own son.'" Harry clenched his fists tightly upon his knees. "So tell me, who is it that fails to cherish him?" Norman quietly listened to his son's grievances, initially chuckling softly, then increasingly louder until his laughter culminated in a cough that forced him to cease. Observing this, Harry attempted to rise and fetch a glass of water from the bedside table for his father, only to have Norman grasp his wrist. In that instant, the sharp sensation of his father's grip pierced through his skin. Harry glanced down at his father's hand, noting the sharp, oil-green nails leaving marks upon his fair arm. Norman firmly held onto his son's arm, then with great effort, rose from the bed and leaned closer to Harry. This was the essence of what Osborn should embody. It must be sustained henceforth, he declared. "Moreover, I do not seek your forgiveness." Harry remained silent, and in that moment, their relationship seemed to dissolve into that of strangers rather than father and son. "Long ago, I was a skeptic of miracles, until the brink of death unveiled a true miracle before my eyes." Norman continued to grip his son's wrist, not loosening his hold, seemingly unfazed by Harry's averted gaze. He stated, "Everything I have done thus far was not solely for the Osborn lineage, but predominantly for you. Look at me," Norman suddenly bellowed. The force of his shout startled Harry, causing him to refocus on his father. Norman raised the arm he held, inquiring during countless nights, "Has there been one when your hand began to tremble and twitch? When sleepless, did you feel it whispering to you? It lies dormant within our bodies, awaiting the opportune moment to tear through our chests and reveal our true selves." Harry struggled to comprehend his father's words, yet the trembling of his own hand was a tangible reality. Initially, he dismissed it as insignificant. It seemed that Norman had expended too much energy, having spoken extensively. He lay back on the hospital bed, his gaze shifting from his son to the dark ceiling above, as black as ink, reminiscent of the raven he once encountered. He murmured, "Reverse cell proliferation syndrome. This hereditary ailment has plagued our family for generations. I once believed it unnecessary to inform you, as I thought I could resolve it myself. But now I realize that I cannot. Fortunately, you possess the ability to do so." Norman turned to face Harry, saying, "Connors and Peter, your dear friend Peter Parker, are developing a new serum to enhance lizard genetics. I cannot afford to wait. But you have time, ample time to await the outcome. Even if they do not succeed, miracles await you. Seek out Peter Parker, pursue him, and become the person you have always aspired to be, thereby continuing the Osborn legacy in a different manner. I am but a flickering candle in the wind, with little time remaining. As for now," Norman emphatically declared, "get out of my room. You're pressing on my breathing tube." Harry, Chapter 49. Honestly, I have the chat records. Is it just my illusion? At this moment, Gwen donned a pair of transparent goggles, leaning slightly towards Oz, and inquired, "Have you been shedding fur recently?" Oz was taken aback, one wing shielding his small chest, while the other covered his rear. "You scoundrel." Gwen rolled her eyes. "Guess what? I take it back." As the nominal assistant of this laboratory, she honestly had little meaningful work to perform. Peter and Professor Connors were completely engrossed in their calculations, oblivious to the world around them. She couldn't very well interrupt with a casual, "Hey, would you like some coffee?" Whether they would desire coffee remained uncertain to Gwen. If she asked, they might retort with a question of whether they would prefer a punch instead. Bored, Gwen rested her cheek on one hand while idly twirling a pen in the other, producing a monotonous sound, utterly listless. Suddenly struck by a thought, she poked the large black bird with her pen. "What is your superpower? Don't tell me it's stealing someone else's fries." "Do you genuinely wish to know?" Oz replied. "And don't start with the whole I'm the Crow Knight nonsense," Gwen added. Oz, using the feathers from his wing, tidied his long beak and asked, "Why would you want to know this?" Even the little Pete in his family had never questioned his own powers. Gwen, with a carefree demeanor, blew a stray hair from her eye and said, "Just pure curiosity. If you don't want to share, that's fine. Don't." I was finally ready to speak, and now you want me to swallow it back down. That's the most frustrating part. Oz exclaimed. "Then why don't you just say it?" Gwen arched an eyebrow, noticing that this crow sometimes acted like a child. The more you pressed him, the less he would respond, while ignoring him would drive him into a frenzy. Oz glanced towards Peter and, with a raised hand, whispered, "Have you heard of Morgan Freeman? An African-American actor, and then what?" Gwen mimicked Oz's mannerisms, lowering her head and sneaking a look. The two, one human and one bird, huddled together as if conspiring about some nefarious deed. "Have you seen Bruce Almighty?" "Aussi inquired." "You're not suggesting you're a crow transformed by a deity, are you?" Gwen leaned back slightly. "What? You don't believe me? I have the chat records." With a flap of his wing, Oz conjured a piece of paper that materialized on the table, displaying a transcript of their conversation. After reading it, Gwen rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling she had expended all her eye-rolling energy on Oz throughout her life. She should have anticipated it. She should have known. This wretched bird never had anything positive to say, always conjuring up nonsense. "You don't believe me?" Oz noticed her expression was off and quickly asked. "I believe you. After all, this is the chat record," Gwen replied. "How splendid. Do you wish to know what he entrusted to me?" "I do not wish to know." "What resurrection, you ask? You are deceiving my feelings." The indomitable Gwen disregarded Oz's outcry and turned her gaze towards Peter and Connors, observing the work being conducted. She noticed the expressions of her mentor and boyfriend were tinged with a hint of excitement. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "How is the progress?" Peter lifted his head, casting a glance in her direction, and replied with a smile, "Success is imminent, expected within the next few days. Let's not celebrate prematurely." Peter, Connors adjusted his glasses. "Our experiment is not yet concluded. We cannot hastily draw conclusions." "You are correct, Doctor," Peter responded enthusiastically. Yet, despite the words, Gwen could not help but notice the gleeful glint in Peter's eyes. He was genuinely elated at the prospect of success, just as he had articulated, doing more and aiding more. From the depths of her heart, Gwen felt a surge of joy for him. What a delightful and kind-hearted individual he was. However, the atmosphere of jubilation did not linger long in the laboratory. Suddenly, the holographic projection from Peter and Connor's workstation began to flicker. Almost instantaneously, a voice resonated. as if every broadcasting device was simultaneously relaying the same announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, please momentarily set aside your current tasks. There's a sorrowful message that must be conveyed. At 3:57 p.m. today, our founder, Norman Osborn, passed away due to long-term health complications at a private medical facility at the age of 49. Mr. Osborn dedicated his life to pushing the boundaries of biotechnology and human evolution. Peter's mind buzzed as he grappled with the incredulity of this announcement. It had only been 3 days since his last interaction with Norman Osborn. Although he was unwell then, he seemed capable of enduring for a while longer. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could have held on until Peter and Dr. Connors fully perfected the lizard serum. After all, he had devoted nearly every spare moment of his daily life to improving the serum. Success was tantalizingly close. How could he just be gone? Peter? A gentle nudge on his shoulder brought him back to reality as he turned to the voice. It was Gwen. Are you all right? Peter shook his head. I do not know how to articulate my feelings. On a personal level, I could have chosen not to save Norman Osborn, as his death is intricately linked to my father's demise. Yet, the thought of witnessing Norman Osborn perish before my eyes fills me with a sense of compassion. This extreme, almost obsessive kindness may very well define my existence. I do not understand, Peter murmured. Just days ago, he was in a condition to communicate normally. Why did he succumb so suddenly? I do not know, but it should not concern me, interjected a nearby bird. Your silence does not render you mute. Gwen shot a glare at the man, believing that Oz was merely seeking vengeance for her earlier disregard. Fortunately, Oz's interjections were selectively directed, thus Connor, who was also present in the laboratory, remained oblivious to their exchange. Connor remarked, Peter, do not be overly hard on yourself. We have exerted every effort to refine the serum. You are well aware that if the serum were not ready, you would never relinquish it so readily. Moreover, Harry is the focal point of our salvation efforts. Peter sighed, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Indeed, he had done his utmost. At this juncture, assisting Harry was paramount. News of Norman Osborn's demise circulated swiftly through the city's networks, and it was not long before the entire city was aware of the passing of such a renowned entrepreneur. Shortly thereafter, a green figure appeared above the Osborn group, resembling a colossal bird. The vulture, clad in a newly designed flight suit, descended upon the entrance of the Osborn group. Pop! The sound of a cork being removed echoed. The vulture, brandishing champagne, exuberantly sprayed it at the base of the skyscraper, prompting passers-by to scatter and hurl curses at the deranged lunatic. Ha ha ha! What a splendid demise. Norman Osborn, you have met your match. Alas, my poor little spider. Chapter 50. I speak for myself through various inquiries. The vulture finally discovered the venue for Norman Osborn's funeral, St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. Indeed, a figure of Osborn's stature could hardly be honored anywhere less than a renowned landmark. His death seemed destined for grand proclamation, compelling the masses to mourn and remember such a great capitalist. It was utterly absurd. With a disdainful snort, the vulture accelerated the power of his flight suit as he passed a towering building, causing a fissure to form in the glass. The world is unaware of your true nature. I am not. Norman, you are the cancer of this city. Spider-Man is now missing because of you. You have taken him from us. The vulture's intentions for the day were straightforward. Not only to create a scene at the funeral, but also to exact revenge for his fleeting yet profound bond with the little spider. Ever since their fateful encounter, he had not seen his dear spider again. Initially, he had heard whispers of Spider-Man thwarting criminals, which brought him joy, believing that Spider-Man had finally escaped. Yet, in the days that followed, Spider-Man's presence had vanished from New York City. Either the news had been delayed, or Spider-Man was still recuperating. However, he was not entirely oblivious to the news surrounding Spider-Man. The Daily Bugle had relentlessly criticized this pest, yet curiously, in recent days, Jameson had refrained from his usual tirades. He even suggested that Spider-Man's disappearance was a boon for New York City. Thus, the vulture believed that Spider-Man was likely dead. Poor fellow, he had passed without even a gravestone to mark his resting place. Tombs hovered above St. Patrick's Cathedral, perched upon a grotesque gargoyle, his mechanical wings folded, rendering him akin to a poised vulture. His gaze was fixated on the somber, black-clad crowd below, gathered to pay their respects to Norman Osborn. He awaited the opportune moment, anticipating the arrival of a certain youth, Harry Osborn. He intended to make this young man understand the meaning of the sins of the father. Peter sniffled. an unsettling feeling washing over him, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. It was as if someone was covertly keeping tabs on him. He glanced at Oz, who sat beside him, blissfully asleep and producing an enormous bubble. Then, his gaze shifted to Dr. Connors on his right, whose expression was impassive, seemingly indifferent to Norman Osborn's demise. Noticing Peter's discomfort, Dr. Connors inquired with concern, "Are you unwell?" "It's nothing, just a bit of an itch in my nose," Peter replied, his boredom directing his attention toward the ornate black and gold coffin at the heart of the cathedral. He could have easily opted out of attending Norman Osborn's funeral, given that his relationship with Norman was hardly close. Yet, since Norman had entrusted him with a certain task, Peter ultimately chose to attend. Of course, it was not merely as Oz had jested about attending Uncle Ben's funeral twice. The principal reason was his desire to reunite with an old friend, Harry. Peter reached into his pocket, feeling the small square that Mr. Osborn had entrusted to him just before his passing. He needed to deliver this item to Harry. As for whether the moment was right, Peter could not be bothered to contemplate. He did not wish for this matter to affect his relationship with Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage, a young man stepped into the spotlight, delivering a classic opening statement, welcoming everyone on behalf of his father. To be honest, even as his son, I struggled to articulate what kind of person my father was. Harry's fingers brushed against the black and gold engravings on the coffin. "Yes, I know, I am Harry Osborn, and my surname destined me to inhabit a particular environment. Yet, these very factors rendered his memories of his father somewhat hazy." He withdrew his hand, directing his gaze toward the sea of black-clad mourners below. Many of them had flickered through his memories a few times, not frequently, but more so due to their connection with his father. Meeting their eyes, Harry felt no trace of discomfort beneath the compassionate gazes of those surrounding him. He was acutely aware of the ambition lurking within, a desire to dismantle him piece by piece. The reason was simple. His father had bequeathed him a financial empire. The allure of wealth was destined to complicate his life ahead. During his lifetime, his father often imparted wisdom, saying, "Harry, you embody the Osborn family. Your actions and demeanor represent not merely yourself, but the entire lineage of Osborns." Harry replied nonchalantly, "Initially, I did not comprehend the meaning of this, so I inquired how I should proceed." The response he received was a resounding slap. He touched his cheek, as if recounting the pain of that moment to the crowd. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he suddenly noticed a gaze that was entirely distinct from the others. It was a look that radiated genuine emotion, compassion, sympathy, concern. Was that Peter? Harry, still cupping his cheek, murmured softly. Below, Peter seemed to catch his eye, breaking into a familiar silly grin. Alongside him was a large blackbird, fluttering its wings at Harry. This peculiar pairing momentarily stunned Harry and brought him back to reality, where he saw the crowd below awaiting his next words. Harry gently shook his head, lowered his arms, and dispelled his distractions. "In the past, I failed to grasp his meaning," Harry faltered, suddenly realizing he could not continue. The atmosphere hung thick, as if an unseen force had stifled his emotions, rendering them unexpressed. Taking advantage of this brief pause, Harry closed his eyes to reflect. He resolved to calm his mind and ponder on himself, his father, and the Osborn legacy. In that fleeting moment, Harry contemplated much. He recalled the instance when his father had struck him, the subsequent moments spent weeping alone in his room, and how his dear friend Peter had comforted him, helping him rediscover his smile. Finally, he remembered his father's last words: "Become the person you have always aspired to be, and continue the Osborn legacy in your own way." Taking a deep breath, Harry's gaze grew resolute as he addressed the crowd below. "I once failed to understand, but now clarity has dawned upon me. My assistant will now recount the life of Norman Osborn, while I will prepare refreshments for everyone, which I trust you will enjoy." The audience fell momentarily silent, anticipating a shift in his discourse, yet the abruptness of it was rather jarring. Then, one sycophant began to applaud, followed by a cascade of others joining in. The sound of applause echoed in waves. Seizing the moment as he stepped down, Harry glanced at Peter and exchanged a knowing look. There was one thing he had yet to express during his speech: "I am Harry Osborn, and my journey is only just beginning." Chapter 51. When will Uncle Ben remove his braces? Forget about it. "Oh, so when did you get so muscular?" Harry? I understand. So what is it like to be Spider-Man?" Faced with Harry's rather sharp inquiry, Peter found himself in a whirlwind of thoughts. From the tone of this guy, he sensed no trace of sorrow regarding the death of a loved one. Thus, Peter remarked, "It doesn't matter, wait. Your father told you that?" Harry and Peter walked along a path flanked by fresh grass, where a subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Harry patted Peter on the shoulder and laughed. "Dude, if you hadn't told me you became Spider-Man, I would have come to settle the score with you." Then Harry suddenly whispered, "Don't worry. Right now only I know you're Spider-Man. Well, my dad knew too, but he's dead now, so it's just me." Hearing his friend's words, Peter couldn't help but rub his temples. He had considered that one day Harry might discover his identity as Spider-Man, but he never anticipated it would happen so soon. Furthermore, judging by Harry's reaction, it hardly seemed like someone who had just lost a father. It was as if he was completely indifferent to his father's passing. Peter said, "Harry, your father is dead." Harry nodded, "Yeah." This nonchalant demeanor left Peter's mind in disarray. "I mean, your father has passed away, and that's your reaction? What do you want me to do? Cry for 3 days and then hang myself?" Harry shrugged. "Quite at ease, to be honest. His death doesn't affect me much. You know how he treated me growing up." "Wow, you truly are a devoted son," Peter replied. "That might be a bit excessive. I still love him." Peter scratched his face. "I didn't say anything." Harry paused. "Who is that? Look to your left." At those words, Harry complied, and upon turning his head, he spotted a large blackbird curiously staring at him. "Oh my God, what on earth is that?" Harry was startled by the sudden appearance of the blackbird, his heart racing wildly. "First of all, if you truly don't want your eyes, I can help you donate them, perhaps to a bird in some wasteland. Secondly, dear God, that's Morgan Freeman. He's my boss. And if you say he is talking about me, then I want to mention a third point." The raven extended one of its wings, as if pointing with a hand. Harry found the scene utterly absurd. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating in the church, but it turned out the blackbird really existed. He turned to Peter. "Am I losing my mind, or is it really there?" Just then, someone slapped the back of his head. "Ouch." Harry turned around and glared at the large blackbird. "That hurt. Next time, I'll hit harder. You wretched creature." Just as Oz seemed ready to confront Harry, Peter hurriedly stepped in to mediate, placing himself between the two. "Calm down, both of you." Peter gestured towards Oz. "This is Oz, my uncle. You may refer to him as Uncle Oz." Oz, puffed up with pride, interjected. Peter rolled his eyes at this remark. "Where did you find this talking crow?" Harry finally realized that the blackbird was indeed a crow. "This is a long story. I'll explain when I have the time," Peter began, but suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing as he began to scan the surroundings anxiously. "Peter?" Harry questioned, confused by his friend's sudden change in demeanor. "Run, Harry, run." The spider sense erupted within Peter, fiercely warning him of imminent danger. Yet, despite looking around, he found nothing amiss. Experience told him it was best to get Harry out of there. He finally grasped the meaning behind Oz's earlier remark, so I decided not to mention the third point. It was clear that Oz had sensed the danger before it arrived. That wretched bird. An uncle indeed. What kind of uncle behaves like that? Hurry, run. Harry Osborn. Peter's urgent shout coincided almost perfectly with a roar from above. Without a second thought, Harry dashed towards the church, glancing back to see Peter still standing there. Seemingly forgetting that Peter was also Spider-Man, he called out worriedly, "Run, Peter. What are you waiting for?" In the next moment, he saw Peter swiftly remove his coat, donning it over his head like a makeshift mask. Then, from Harry's perspective, Peter flicked his wrist, shooting out a strand of white webbing that adhered to a nearby wall. Like a nimble cat, he leaped upward towards the sky. Harry looked up to see a peculiar figure in a green outfit resembling a birdman. There was no time to ponder. He had reached the door of the church. Harry cupped his hand around his mouth, shouting, "Be safe, Peter." Realizing that such a loud call might expose Peter's identity, he quickly corrected himself, "Be safe, Spider-Man." Then he slapped himself in frustration. "What am I saying? Isn't that just revealing his identity completely?" With that, he rushed into the church. The vulture realized a foolish mistake. He had shouted too soon. Damn it. He should have waited until he caught that kid before yelling. Lost in contemplation, he heard a faint sound emanating from below. "Be careful, Spider-Man. Little spider." The vulture rejoiced, realizing that the little spider had survived. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his body. Looking down, he saw a peculiar figure ensnaring his flight suit with webs. Why peculiar? Because this individual had obscured their face with a coat, revealing only a pair of bright brown eyes. The vulture found those eyes somewhat familiar, yet their identity eluded him for the moment. Tentatively, he inquired, "Spider?" Peter sensed that the mask of his suit atop his head was somewhat loose, the bindings not particularly tight. Unfortunately, his previous spider suit had bid him farewell to retirement. The new spider suit, under Gwen's persuasion, had been entrusted entirely to her care, with a promise to craft a brand new suit within 3 days. And she had insisted he take a few days off to rest. As for now, he had no choice but to use the coat as a makeshift mask. Upon hearing the vulture's question, Peter adhered himself to a wall, gripping the webbing tightly to prevent the vulture from flying away. "It's me." The vulture, perplexed, asked little spider. "You're not dead?" Peter felt a surge of frustration. "Do you wish for my demise?" "Of course not. I'm simply relieved." The vulture retorted. "I've been searching for you." Peter finally recalled the matter he'd forgotten days before. He had neglected to consider the whereabouts of the old vulture. Thankfully, the other seemed quite lively at that moment, easing his concerns. "What brings you here?" Mentioning this ignited a flicker of anger in the vulture. "I'm here to confront Norman Osborn and to avenge you. I truly appreciate your kind intentions for revenge." The vulture spun around, hovering in midair to engage in a face-to-face conversation with the little spider. "I thought Norman had killed you, especially considering all he's done to me. I certainly won't let him off the hook. Even if he were dead, his son would have to pay this debt." Peter was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to respond, a gust of wind suddenly blew, dislodging the already loose coat. In an instant, under the vulture's wide-eyed gaze, his true identity was completely revealed. "It's you. I am utterly amazed." Peter attempted to cover his face, wondering if the figure claiming to be Uncle Ben could be of any help. "Where have you been?" Chapter 52. Heartless, this is utterly insane. As Harry dashed into the church, he caught sight of a shadow flitting by. Upon closer inspection, it was the raven named Oz, currently keeping pace with him, flying. "Why are you here?" Harry asked as he ran. "What do you mean, why am I here?" Oz turned to him and retorted. He had no interest in meeting that foolish old man. Peter could handle it alone. Harry abruptly halted, his expensive leather shoes producing a sharp sound against the polished marble floor. "Ah, the wealthy are unconcerned about their shoes, unlike my dear Peter, who even frets over his uniform." The crow scoffed, only to collide headlong with a wall moments later. Harry pinched his brow and inquired, "So you are merely a talking crow, lacking any other abilities to assist Peter?" "I possess more abilities than you can count. That little bird hardly needs my intervention. But you," Oz shook his head, "should prepare for the consequences of your father's debts. Otherwise, it will be my dear little Peter who suffers." "What does that mean?" Harry sensed there was more to the crow's words. Oz flew onto Harry's shoulder, who disdainfully swatted at him, only to find his hand passed right through. Instinctively, he glanced at the wall. "Ouch!" Harry cradled the back of his head, shooting Oz an annoyed glare. Oz gently stroked Harry's head, as if soothing a pet. "The consequences of your father's debts refer to the many misdeeds he committed during his lifetime, attracting countless enemies. Now that he is deceased, those individuals cannot seek revenge on him and have turned their gaze toward you. If you fail to manage this situation well and end up in a heap of trouble, it will be my little spider who must clean it up." Upon hearing this, Harry fell silent. Earlier, he had indeed heard that furious roar clearly directed at him. Moreover, he hadn't committed any foolish acts or stirred up any trouble. Coupled with Oz's words, it seemed there was some truth to this. "What should I do? What should I do?" The vulture screeched, flapping its wings, the once soft feathers transforming into sharp blades that swiftly carved a gash in the wall above the church. "You expect me not to seek trouble with him? On what grounds?" Calm down, calm down. Perhaps I suggested something misguided, but let us remain composed, shall we?" Peter quickly shot out webs, securing the falling debris to the wall to prevent it from crashing down on unsuspecting passersby below. After ensuring safety, Peter raised his head, locking eyes with the vulture's fierce gaze. He felt a twinge of regret. Peter was not entirely familiar with the enmity between the vulture and Osborn. He believed that since Osborn was now deceased, the vulture should relinquish his hatred rather than redirect it toward Harry. However, he was taken aback when he spoke these words, as the vulture's expression immediately shifted. It seemed ready to engage in combat. "Spider," the vulture inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Osborn took everything from me. He turned my life into chaos. There is no way I could simply let him go." Peter attempted to reason with him, but Harry is innocent. He should not bear the weight of this sin. Nonsense. The vulture yearned to unleash his emotions by flapping his wings once more. Yet upon witnessing the instinctive defensive stance of the youth before him, he abandoned that notion. At this moment, a cold emptiness gripped his heart. He refrained from further elucidating his reasons for seeking trouble with Harry Osborn, instead countering with a question. If I were to pursue him, would you choose to oppose me? Peter sighed inwardly at this remark. Please, Vulture, he implored. Harry is my friend. I understand his character. I am confident that upon encountering your invention, he would certainly welcome you into the Osborn group. The Vulture snorted dismissively. So, you consider yourself a part of the Osborn group now? Not at all. Peter shook his head, casting a complex gaze at the diminutive figure clad in green flight attire. I merely wish to prevent you from making a grave mistake due to the errors of a deceased man. Norman Osborn is gone. Perhaps this is the price he paid for his past transgressions, yet I firmly believe his son is innocent. You must not allow hatred to consume you, resulting in harm to those who are blameless. He understood the bitterness of hatred, having once been engulfed by it after Uncle Ben's death. He had come perilously close to making a catastrophic error himself, which is why he hoped the Vulture would not follow a similar path. Peter recognized that his words might be somewhat burdensome, considering the Vulture had genuinely suffered due to Norman Osborn's actions, while he himself was merely an outsider. After a long silence, the Vulture finally spoke, uttering words that seemed out of place in the current context. Do you remember when I mentioned I owed you a favor? Peter nodded, recalling that it was during their second encounter, right after he had dealt with Drago, that the Vulture had claimed to owe him a debt of gratitude. Frankly, Peter felt that such a gesture was unnecessary. Do you remember? The Vulture asked, folding his wings as the engine apparatus on his back began to emit a loud whirring sound. This favor ends here. From this point onward, we shall have no further entanglements. Wait, before Peter could finish, the engine behind the Vulture ignited in an instant. With a whoosh, he shot skyward, his emerald wings unfurling as he vanished into the clouds. What have I done? Peter lamented, smacking his forehead in regret, realizing he must have misspoken. Everything the Vulture had done seemed to be driven by a desire for vengeance against Norman. Yet, here he was, playing the role of a misguided peacemaker. Sighing, Peter scratched his scalp in frustration, uncertain of how to proceed. To remain silent would be unjust to Harry, while speaking up would be unfair to the Vulture. Though the significance of these two individuals in his heart was distinctly unbalanced, certain matters are not dictated solely by relationships. Peter contemplated this, then donned his suit jacket and discreetly leaped down into an inconspicuous corner. Ensuring he went unnoticed, he returned to the church. The eulogy within seemed to be nearing its conclusion, as the attendees paid their solemn respects to the ebony and gold coffin, as if it contained their own kin, though one could only wonder for whom this display was intended. By instinct, Peter finally spotted Harry and Oz in a corner. Oz perched upon Harry's shoulder, shielding his mouth with a wing, murmuring something indistinct. Meanwhile, Harry, with his head bowed, listened intently, nodding occasionally, which left Peter feeling exhausted. Those two, devoid of concern, one indifferent to the absence of his father, and the other, well, better left unmentioned. Chapter 53. We shall change the world, Peter. I have made a decision. A decision about what? I have decided to change my name. I shall no longer be a member of the Osborn family. Upon hearing this, Peter turned sharply to Oz, who was whistling with his head held high. Upon meeting Peter's gaze, he innocently blinked. What's going on? What did you tell Harry? Nothing much. Just reported all the misdeeds of Norman Osborn during his lifetime. Oz flew to Harry's shoulder, draping a wing around his head like an old friend reunited after many years. You have no idea how enlightened this kid is. He is nearly on par with you. Harry proudly lifted his chin. I mentioned how his father usurped others' technology and then expelled them. Oz continued. Upon hearing this, Harry waved his hand and declared that Norman Osborn was no longer his father, that he bore no relation to him. Harry continued to nod, but soon realized that Oz's account deviated from the truth and shook his head. Wait, when did I ever say that? Did I not propose to summon him back to Osborn and grant him a position of the highest caliber? Oz adjusted Harry's head with his wing and spoke earnestly. That is not what matters. What is important is your heightened awareness of the outrageous errors committed by your father. From this perspective, I believe your future achievements will be extraordinary. Really? Harry inquired. Indeed, for I am merely a crow that speaks human language, Oz replied solemnly. Remember us at 101 Reading Network. In the next moment, Harry turned to Peter once more and declared, Peter, I have decided again. What now? Peter asked, his tone tinged with fatigue. I have resolved to become your right-hand man. I find Oz's suggestion quite commendable. and I intend for the company to create armor to combat the evils of New York alongside you. Harry turned to Oz. What's that name again? Iron Man. Yes. Iron Man, Harry exclaimed. We could form a duo and call ourselves the Iron Spider. Peter could only surmise that Oz must have fed Harry some sort of charm, transforming him into this amusing character. It was splendid that he had the thought to summon the vulture. Peter reached into his pocket and retrieved a small cube, presenting it to Harry. What is this? Harry inquired as he accepted the cube, noticing the Osborn logo emblazoned on one side. Your father entrusted it to me before he departed, instructing me to deliver it to you at a pivotal moment, though I doubt such a necessity exists. From Peter's perspective, he could not ascertain whether Harry was truly prepared, nor could he define what being prepared entailed. All he knew was that Harry was his dear friend. He did not wish to provoke a series of unnecessary misunderstandings by delaying the delivery. Harry raised the cube to his eyes, squinting to inspect it. So aside from leaving me a fortune and a financial empire, he bequeathed me this small cube? But how am I supposed to use this? After scrutinizing it for quite a while, he still could not discern its purpose. He turned to his friend. Peter, do you know? Peter shook his head. How could he? He was not Osborn's son. Meanwhile, Oz confidently declared, I've seen the movie. I know. A movie? That's inconsequential. Just return to the Osborn group with Uncle Ben. The Osborn group? Peter exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the raven symbolizes good fortune. I think it sounds rather pleasant to name it after him, Harry replied. Then why not call it the Raven Group? Peter, you're being rather dense, Harry retorted. What sort of enchantment has that dead bird cast upon you? Seeing Peter advance to confront Oz, Harry could not help but chuckle. Although his father's death did not weigh heavily upon him, he was acutely aware that in the days to come, he would likely be utterly alone. Peter had his own family, an affectionate aunt, a talking raven, and seemingly a beautiful girlfriend. As for Oz, Harry had always held a measure of skepticism regarding him. Thus, these relationships represented a tangible form of happiness to Harry. While he possessed nothing, all he had were cold figures of wealth and a company, the Osborn group, that everyone eyed covetously. He must cherish these relationships that could evoke positive emotional transformations within him. They must be treasured, otherwise, he would be left with nothing. Shaking his head to dispel his swirling thoughts, Harry hurried to catch up with Peter. Just as he reached his side and was about to speak, a command rang out behind them. Harry! Both the boy and the bird turned simultaneously. Peter remained unfazed, but Harry felt a wave of annoyance. He despised being addressed in such a commanding tone. His father had once spoken to him in the same manner. Is there anyone daring enough to act this way, even in death? This is your father's funeral. You ought to preside over this occasion, standing alongside the other board members, rather than mingling with inconsequential individuals. The man cast a cold glance at Peter, his disdain palpable. The term inconsequential caused Peter to furrow his brow. Even Oz seemed to exhale in disapproval. Who is this arrogant old fool? Peter shook his head, indicating that he had never encountered this man before. During his tenure at Oscorp, he was usually immersed in the laboratory, oblivious to the outside world. Aside from Dr. Connors and Dr. Octavius, he barely knew anyone within the corporation. Furthermore, the experimental projects were of a somewhat clandestine nature, not common knowledge to all. Harry fixed his gaze on the man. I'll grant you one more opportunity to rephrase your words, Donald McKen. Upon hearing Harry's remark, McKen immediately resorted to an emotional appeal. Harry, don't call me that. Address me as Mr. Osborn. McKen inhaled deeply. Mr. Osborn, the board requires your participation. Inform them there's no need to wait. Harry scoffed, signaling for Peter and the others to turn and depart. However, McKen was eager to continue speaking. Harry turned back once more, his voice icy. Is your name inscribed in the will? Spare me the trivialities. I am the head of Oscorp. Left with no retort, McKen could only watch as the two youths walked away. He recognized one of them to be Peter Parker, who had previously collaborated with Connors on the lizard serum and remained within the company, seemingly engaged in other experiments. He was curious, but dared not inquire further under Norman Osborn's watchful gaze. As the figures of the two youths gradually faded from view, McKen couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Foolish boy. Oscorp, presidential office. Yes, that's it. Do you see that transparent desk? Place that cube upon it, and you'll discover what your father has bequeathed you. Oz directed Peter and Harry towards the desk, gesturing for them to use the cube key. What if it doesn't work? Harry asked as they walked. Then I shall resurrect your father to conduct the experiments personally. Let us not go that far, Peter responded. As he traversed the office, he automatically disregarded Oz's nonsensical remarks, his mind wandering back to the moment he had met Norman Osborn. He had entrusted himself with delivering this small trinket to Harry at what he perceived to be the right moment. Peter was uncertain if his current actions were indeed timely. Suddenly, Harry's exclamation jolted him back to the present. Peter glanced over to see a holographic projection materializing on the transparent desk, displaying a myriad of document titles. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. Oz, we need to afford Harry a bit of privacy. Come on, Peter, come and see. Harry waved at him. Peter declined. This was left to you by your father. I have no reason to. Please, Harry urged, stepping forward to grasp Peter's arm, preventing him from retreating any further. Peter, I now possess a brand new life, one that belongs solely to me. Together, we can undoubtedly change the world. Peter hesitated slightly. Enough chatter. The boss commands you. Harry tugged at Peter's arm, pulling him along. Pure friendship should not be fraught with such intrigue. Peter was his closest friend, and he firmly believed that he was Peter's best friend as well. Now that he had embraced a fresh start, he wanted the world to know who he truly was. He wanted the world to recognize Harry Osborn. Move aside, Oz. Your mood swings are rather swift, aren't they, lad? Minutes later, after surveying all the revolutionary technological creations left by Norman, Harry lifted his somewhat sore neck and murmured, I have made my decision. Peter looked perplexed. What are you deciding now? I have decided not to abandon the Osborn surname. Bold move, Oz shouted, charging towards Harry with a kick. Chapter 54. Be good $35. Is it a price increase? Come on, buddy, it's only $5 more. That's more than reasonable. Observing the frail old man before him, the shopkeeper leaned slightly forward, resting his arms on the counter and jesting. You can't even afford to feed yourself, yet you want to buy so much feed for your birds? What business is it of yours? Thomas shot a cold glance at the shopkeeper, then extracted a crumpled $5 bill from his withered wallet, slamming it onto the counter with a thud. Hey, why are you getting so worked up? Who provoked you? You'll have to pay for the damage if you break the table. The shopkeeper begrudgingly accepted the bill and added, since we've known each other for several years, Adrian, let me give you some advice. Sell that flying contraption of yours. It could fetch you a handsome sum, at least enough to avoid earning a pittance from setting up shop all day. Thomas silently packed his purchase supplies and bird feed without responding. Fantastic. I shouldn't have asked. It's as if you've never answered me in previous instances. Seeing the old man's obstinate demeanor, the shopkeeper shrugged, exasperated. This old man is quite proud. Anyone who has interacted with him would feel as if they owed him an immense debt for no apparent reason. The shopkeeper rested his face on one hand, watching Adrian Thomas depart. However, Thomas paused at the shop's entrance, turning back to say, I can't sell it. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. Why not? Aren't the inventions of scientists meant to be sold? Thomas's face contorted with fury for a brief moment before he turned away and coldly remarked, the last time I sold my invention, all my hard work was seized by Norman Osborn. Do you truly believe I would sell again? What difference does it make? The shopkeeper shrugged. There are plenty of large companies. Why must you fixate on Osborn Industries? Besides, that man is long dead. You must consider your livelihood. Don't you think? Tums reiterated, I simply cannot sell. At this, the shopkeeper rolled his eyes in exasperation, utterly speechless. Suit yourself. I'm not the one going hungry. Tums fell silent, pushing open the shop door, one foot poised to step outside. Just as he was about to leave the cluttered store, he found himself stuck at the threshold. It was not that Tums was incapable of heeding the shopkeeper's advice. Rather, the misfortune he encountered years prior had become a mental demon, preventing him from taking that final step. He resembled a relic of a bygone era, steadfastly adhering to his own values, to create a worthy invention, serve the community, and in return, receive the wealth and recognition he deserved. If no discerning eyes were present, he could not bring himself to sell. Yet the harsh reality of society loomed large. Where could one find a benevolent, compassionate business owner? After much contemplation, Tums remained ensnared at the door until the shopkeeper called out, Stop standing there like a fool. You're affecting my business. Since it's slow now, why not come in and have a chat? Tums felt an urgent need for conversation. Once, he had thought Spider-Man would be a good listener, only to discover he was not the person he had imagined. You may have shown a magnanimous and kind side, but what about me? I can't even fill my stomach, just to be that wretched do-gooder. John was right. Good people never receive their due reward. Why should he acknowledge that favor? Thus, Tums retraced his steps, re-entering the shop and placing the bag of items he had been holding onto the counter. I nearly succeeded in avenging myself today, he stated. Did you dig up Norman Osborn's corpse? The shopkeeper exclaimed in shock. Tums shook his head, replying, I almost caught his son. John lamented, what a pity. His son? He thought the little bald man must have lost his mind, shifting his vengeance onto the son of a deceased target. Do you want to end up in prison? My friend, for trying to capture his son? Have you gone mad? No sooner had he spoken than Tums's expression turned icy, the carefully cultivated mood for conversation evaporating. He picked up his belongings and turned to leave. Observing his reaction, John quickly pleaded, don't be like this, Tums. However, those words seemed to strike a nerve, reigniting Tums's long-suppressed negative emotions. He hurled his belongings to the ground, experiencing a fleeting moment of regret, but the fury eclipsed any semblance of rationality. Shut your mouth. John, everyone keeps urging me to be magnanimous, but have you ever considered my perspective? It is my life that has been marred by others. And then, John, perplexed, spread his hands, asking if that meant he should ruin someone else's life. It was you who told me that good deeds often go unrewarded, and that sometimes one must embrace the role of the villain. Thomas shouted with fervor. Yes, indeed, I have said that. Regarding the convoluted reasoning of this little old man, John found him utterly mad. I did indeed express that sentiment, but the premise was that sometimes one need not engage in actions that aid others. Not everyone can be a selfless saint. Look at that Spider-Man, swinging around the city like a fool, even going so far as to help old ladies cross the street. But do not invoke that name in my presence. Thomas's anger surged, interrupting John's lengthy discourse. John pressed his furrowed brow, wishing he had never uttered those words. He equally hoped Thomas's inventive mind might be a bit more astute, rather than misconstruing his intent. Go to hell. Hey, why insult me? John frowned, observing Thomas bend down to retrieve the items he had carelessly tossed aside, and remarked, I could come over to assist you now, but I choose not to because you insulted me. Thus, I have resolved to be the villain and refrain from helping you. That is the essence of what I wish to convey, rather than allowing you to vent your rage upon innocent souls. Thomas felt a buzzing in his head, John's words resonating like an electric hum, intertwining within his mind, leaving him in a tangled mess of thoughts. He suddenly felt as though the entire world conspired against him. Spider-Man, John, Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn. After years of striving to embody his ideals as a good man, this was the outcome he faced. He was bullied by a group of young people while peddling his wares, looked down upon while selling toys, accused of robbery for his prices, and condemned for seeking vengeance as if he were deranged. Thomas could not fathom why he was so universally reviled. He had done nothing wrong. The phrase good deeds go unrewarded. Sometimes one must be a villain echoed in his mind, persisting until he had gathered all his scattered belongings. When had he started biting his own lips, drawing blood that now flowed bitterly? Adrian, seeing the little old man crouched motionless on the ground, startled John. He approached to investigate, saying, Listen, my previous words may have been a bit extreme, but I assure you I harbor no contempt. I merely think. His hand had just rested on Thomas's shoulder when it was swiftly slapped away. Then he found himself locked in a gaze with Thomas, whose eyes were red and piercing, resembling a hawk's, creating an unnerving atmosphere, as if he were the pitiful prey. No, John. Thumbs wore a sardonic smile, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. Good people seldom receive their due rewards. At times, one must embrace the role of a villain. With that, he burst out of the shop, vanishing from sight. John, who had observed the entire scene, couldn't help but smirk. This madman, I should have realized he was anything but ordinary. John muttered a few choice words about him and proceeded to rearrange the merchandise on display, which had been disrupted by Thumb's agitated outburst. Once everything was back in order, John clapped his hands together, unable to restrain another exclamation. That little bald head truly has a few screws loose. Just then, the shop door creaked open, and John felt no desire to ponder further on the enigma that was Adrian Thumbs. He returned to the counter and glanced at the newcomers, two young men, or rather, two boys, both clad in black suits. One of them sported flamboyant sunglasses, surveying the shop with an air of bravado. The other boy had a delicate appearance, exuding an aura of innocence. John crossed his arms and remarked, If you have reached adulthood, the alcohol is behind me. If not, the milk is at the back. The boy in sunglasses scoffed. Who needs your alcohol? The other boy tugged at his arm and stepped forward, inquiring, Excuse me, may I ask if Adrian Thumbs resides nearby? As Thumbs swung open his front door, he stumbled into the somewhat cramped hallway, resembling a drunken man. He had bought some household supplies, but suddenly losing strength in his arms, they clattered to the floor. Moments later, a sharp chorus of birdsong echoed within the modest 30-square-meter rental. Thwip thwip. Beads of sweat formed on Thumb's forehead as he gasped for breath, his complexion turning crimson, struggling to catch his breath. High blood pressure had long been his affliction. After being subjected to Norman Osborn's machinations, this condition had become a constant companion. He had attempted to seek treatment, yet new provocations always surfaced, stirring his emotions. The more he sought a remedy, the angrier he became, resulting in even higher blood pressure. Thumbs collapsed onto the floor, striving to calm his tumultuous feelings, yearning to regain composure. At the very least, he needed to breathe steadily. Otherwise, he would faint before even embarking on his villainous endeavors. After approximately 10 minutes, Thumbs felt significantly better. His breathing became more regular. However, the incessant birdsong remained irksome. In times past, he would have considered it celestial music, believing it to be his beloved pets calling for him. But now, shaking his head, Thumbs rose from the floor and ventured into the room. There was no need to worry about his father. His father was fine. Gazing at the caged birds, Thumbs released his most cherished white dove first. He had just intended to caress the soft feathers of a bird when, unexpectedly, the dove pecked at his palm. The white dove soared out of the room, heading straight for the feed he had brought back. Thomas, cradling his aching hand, wished to utter a jest. Yet, recalling the day's events, the words lodged in his throat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds confined in other cages began to vocalize, seemingly conveying to Thomas their desire for freedom. However, Thomas chose not to release them, opting instead to disregard their calls, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. He exited the room, his gaze falling upon the white dove pecking at the floor. The dove, sensing his attention, halted its feast and, as per usual, flew into Thomas's hand, relishing his touch. Yet today felt different. Thomas did not stroke its head. Instead, he gently grasped its neck with one hand. Chirp! The dove's bewildered gaze reflected in Thomas's eyes, and with a slight exertion of his hand, he could effortlessly end the life of the bird he cherished most. At that moment, the words he had previously uttered resurfaced in his mind. Good people receive no rewards. Sometimes one must become a villain. A shift in mindset often accompanies significant experiences. It does not occur suddenly in an instant. It may arise from emotional upheaval, leading to erroneous decisions, or, in the aftermath of such turmoil, prompt calm reflection. Regardless, it necessitates the gradual accumulation of influences over time before any transformation can occur. The principles he had steadfastly upheld for years began to waver due to a single exchange, prompting action that ultimately led to chaos. One could even describe it as a complete mess. Thomas was acutely aware that if he were to snap the dove's neck at that moment, he would never return to his former self. To twist or not to twist became the ultimate dilemma he faced. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The worn-out clock on the wall echoed within the room, seemingly counting down to Thomas's decision. His breathing quickened. Should he proceed? Should he truly become a thorough villain? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Adrian, it's me, John. Two little fellows outside say they're here for you. The unexpected sound from outside broke his contemplation. All right, he lives here. I shall take my leave. Thank you very much. Listening to the voices outside, Thomas released his grip, quietly making his way toward the door. The dove, now freed, swiftly flew outside, as if to breathe in the fresh air. Thomas opened the door and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of three individuals outside. Harry, wearing sunglasses and treating the space as his own, stepped inside before Thomas could utter a word. Wow, buddy. Harry adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the green flight suit displayed in the living room. Your flying apparatus is magnificent. You simply must visit my Osborn. Tumuz appeared somewhat dazed, turning to glance at another young boy. He yearned to utter the words little spider, yet ultimately refrained. Peter, smiling, remarked, I have been contemplating that favors are generally spoken of by those involved. It is rare for someone who owes a favor to voice it. Perhaps your earlier assertion that the matter of favors has concluded was ineffective, while my current words might bear weight. I apologize for my previous remarks, Mr. Tumuz. Tumuz's lips moved slightly, and he immediately grasped the meaning behind the little spider's words. In the following moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Harry Osborn, who casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Feel free to propose any conditions, as long as you are willing to join the Osborne group. After speaking, he winked and added, "Of course, I sincerely hope your condition is not to kill me." The elderly gentleman, in that fleeting moment, reflected on much, his past life, recent behaviors, and the fantasies of the future that lay ahead. In short, he pondered extensively. Consequently, he made a decision. Tumuz turned and embraced the young boy before him. He was just a breath away from saying thank you. Peter, hearing the slight tremor in Tumuz's voice, felt bewildered, unsure of what the phrase, "just a breath away," truly meant. Nevertheless, he reached out to pat the old man's shoulder. Not all. Yet, a sudden bird call shattered the tender atmosphere. The three turned in unison to see a frightened white dove fluttering into the room, trailing several feathers that floated in the air behind it. The dove nestled into Tumuz's embrace, trembling in a tight ball. Moments later, a black crow swooped in from outside, strutting across the floor, oddly preening its feathers, as if it were a human grooming its hair. "You must truly be tired of living, not even signaling your turn. Why are you all staring at me?" Chapter 55, A New Superhero, New York City. An otherwise unremarkable day. On the streets of the city, a white police car conducted its usual patrol along well-worn routes. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life with a colleague's report. "Attention all units. A figure clad in a yellow fishing net outfit is utilizing some sort of technology to leap down Fifth Avenue, shattering the windows of entire storefronts." Sitting in the passenger seat, Officer George Stacy acknowledged the announcement and ordered his subordinates to drive swiftly to the scene. It seemed that George's words had yet to conclude when a sudden commotion interrupted him. Bang! George turned his head to see a figure clad in a striking combination of red and blue, perched against the car window, tapping gently. The figure outside was none other than Spider-Man, adorned in a completely new outfit. The overall color scheme remained unchanged, a harmonious blend of red and blue. But the most notable difference from the old costume lay in the transformation of his eyes. The previous pair of narrow compound eyes on Spider-Man's mask had appeared somewhat menacing at night. Now, however, the enlarged white and black eyes rendered him more approachable and considerably more charming. "Good morning, Officer Stacy," Spider-Man's familiar playful voice chimed as he extended his hand, eager to greet his girlfriend's father with warmth. Yet, George merely shot him a disapproving glance, inquiring, "So what brings you here? I presume you're not simply here to flaunt your new attire." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man rested his fist on his chin, adopting a thoughtful demeanor. George silently anticipated his next words. After a brief pause, Spider-Man replied, "I don't know." George felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "You do realize I could have you arrested for mocking a police officer, right?" he retorted. Spider-Man, leaning against the car door, gazed down the road and responded, "Apologies, Officer Stacy, but I truly do not know who he is. However, I have observed his patterns of movement." After listening to Spider-Man's words, George scrutinized him intently, as if trying to see through the mask to uncover the true visage beneath. With years of experience as an officer, he understood Spider-Man's implication. After a few moments, he stated, "You'd better not disappoint me, or you know the consequences." George positioned his finger over the radio switch. Seeing this, Spider-Man quickly interjected, "Close both directions of Fifth Avenue between 32nd and 36th Streets, and simultaneously redirect traffic on West 34th Street to 6th Avenue. I assure you, he will not come within a block of Pioneer Plaza." There was a brief silence on the radio, followed by a voice asking, "Who are you?" Spider-Man scratched his head, glancing toward his girlfriend's father, as if to say, "It's your turn to speak." George chuckled softly and pressed the radio. "Did you hear what Spider-Man said? Just follow his instructions." "Understood," came the swift response from the radio. With the orders issued, Spider-Man prepared to depart, intent on subduing the bouncy Tigger causing chaos. Just as he reached out to shoot a web, George's voice called out, "Spider-Man." "I'm here, sir," Spider-Man replied. George's tone turned serious. "Don't let me waste my trust in you." Spider-Man brought his two fingers together and waved them near his head. "I absolutely won't, officer." With a flick of his wrist, he shot a delicate strand of webbing, which adhered to the wall of the building above the road. Upon witnessing the other's movements, George ceased his words and, seizing the moment before the individual departed, remarked, "By the way, your new attire is quite splendid, far more appealing than the previous one." "Thank you for the compliment." Spider-Man instantaneously turned his head, his large, white compound eyes fixed intently on George. In the next breath, a web line yanked him away from the car door with a swift whoosh. Spider-Man soared through the air, watching as the white police car accelerated rapidly away. After all, this was crafted by your daughter for me, he muttered. As his back was about to collide with the wall, Spider-Man tightened his grip on the web, executing a graceful flip and then pushed off the wall with his legs, propelling himself down an alternate route. While swinging through the air, he pressed on the ear section of his mask. Concealed within was a communication device he had personally installed. He recalled the exhilaration he felt when Gwen presented him with a brand new spider suit, which he donned eagerly to swing through the skies of the city. However, mere minutes into his aerial escapade, he received phone calls from both Dr. Connors and Dr. Otto, who simultaneously inquired upon connection. Who made your suit? Huh? He was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the intentions of these esteemed professors. They then insisted he hurry to Osborn, claiming they had new ideas to incorporate into his uniform. Shaking his head, Spider-Man dismissed these chaotic thoughts. Oz, where's that guy right now? Osborn Group, came the response. An outdoor laboratory with a stunning view. A large black bird wearing headphones bobbed its head while engrossed in a computer. The desk was cluttered with golden fries, which the creature occasionally nibbled on. Suddenly it halted, flapping its wings wildly on the keyboard. I can't decipher this. Just then, Oz realized someone had removed his headphones. Move aside, let me take over. Harry, clad in a green suit of armor, pressed the headphones to his ears and declared, according to the computer's calculations, he should arrive at the Lego store on 33rd Street in at least 5 minutes. Remember that store, Peter? I gifted you a Lego Death Star model for your 9th birthday. Harry, it's me. You should be recuperating. You just received the serum yesterday. You ought to be resting in Dr. Connor's lab. Harry chuckled. In truth, I am in his lab, but I simply cannot wait to try out this iron armor crafted by Dr. Octavius. Absolutely not. This is no jest. Upon hearing the admonishing tone, Harry pouted unappreciatively. Just wait and see. I will prove to you that I can do this. Wait, beep, before his friend could finish. He abruptly terminated the communication and donned the green helmet tucked under his arm. The dim pupils beneath the green helmet flickered to life, radiating a deep blue starlight. As a voice processed through electronic modulation echoed forth. How do I look? Harry inquired, glancing at Oz. Oz gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, So very Green Goblin. Isn't this supposed to be Iron Man? Harry responded, All right, Iron Man wish me luck. My two friend with surname starting with O. With a burst of excitement, Harry dashed out of the laboratory and approached the magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows. Suddenly, the floor beneath him began to morph, and a sleek, silver, high-tech hoverboard elevated his legs. The windows then opened slowly, resembling elevator doors. The engines ignited, roaring to life, as two emerald flames surged forth, ready to propel him. New York City, prepare to welcome your second superhero, Harry shouted, as the hoverboard whisked him away into the sky, vanishing from sight. Oz, observing the spectacle, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Almost there, he mused, glancing at Dr. Otto Octavius, who had remained silent throughout the ordeal, his eyes bloodshot as he scribbled calculations on the whiteboard. No. Such immense energy could never fit into a tiny core like that. Yet the calculations were undeniably accurate. Damn it. Dr. Otto pulled at his thinning hair in frustration, shouting, Who put the design schematics for that miniature reactor in my office? Upon hearing this, Oz donned his headphones once more. No idea, he muttered. Chapter 56, Utterly Awful. My name is Hermann Schultz, and I am currently in a state of panic. I have encountered Spider-Man. Hey, Tigger, it's me, your good friend, Little Spider, Hermann exclaimed, completing a jump, only to hear a playful voice in return. He turned to see the familiar red and blue figure perched on a nearby lamppost. Spider-Man? Indeed, it is I. By the way, Tigger, where are your other friends? Like Winnie the Pooh. In the midst of their banter, Spider-Man shot a strand of webbing that ensnared a peculiar device on Hermann's arm. He tugged at it forcefully, only to discover it was securely fastened. Of course, with all his strength, he could easily rip it away, but at the cost of the other arm. Clearly, Spider-Man was reluctant to resort to such measures. A swift method to incapacitate Hermann would be ideal. Spider-Man, still crouched on the lamppost, called down to the yellow figure below, So, where did you spring from? Surely not from Tigger as 100 Acrewood. Shut up, you annoying bug, Hermann retorted, as the device adhered to him quivered slightly, transmitting vibrations along the web to Spider-Man. His spider sense tingled, alerting him to the imminent danger. What is this exactly? As Spider-Man pondered in the next instant, Herman's arm erupted with a powerful shockwave, instantly severing the webbing and propelling the shockwave directly towards the lamppost where Spider-Man stood. Well, it is apparent that you are dissatisfied with the name, Tigger. So what shall I call you? Spider-Man nimbly leaped, evading the shockwave. The lamppost that had previously stood tall was instantly bent as if struck by lightning, contorted and twisted. Spider-Man discreetly assessed the device on his opponent's arm and the armor encasing him, contemplating his strategy. The armor must possess sufficient shock absorption capabilities, otherwise, the entire body would be rendered numb upon releasing such a shockwave. He then inquired, "Surely you must have a name? Or perhaps you would prefer to be called Winnie the Pooh. I shall be Tigger the tiny spider. Can't you just shut your filthy mouth? Can't you reveal your own name?" Herman's chest heaved with anger, the insufferable pest choking him significantly. Deep down, he realized Spider-Man was right. He needed a name, lest he be mercilessly mocked during their ensuing battle. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the individual who had equipped him with this gear not long ago. Give New York City a little shock. The notion struck Herman like a light bulb, illuminating his mind. Call me Shocker. He increased the device's power, unleashing a series of shock waves aimed squarely at the red and blue figure. Shocker. Unfortunately, he received no response. Spider-Man, akin to a graceful gymnast, once again effortlessly dodged his attack. Then, as he landed on the ground, he paused, as if momentarily stunned by the name. Just as Shocker anticipated another witty remark from Spider-Man, he was taken aback as Spider-Man burst into laughter. Shocker? Honestly, that's less amusing than Winnie the Pooh. Just look at your yellow netted suit. Winnie the Pooh is also adorned in yellow fur. Shocker fumed. You wretched insect. I shall crush you into oblivion. He ramped up the device's power to its maximum, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As he prepared to unleash an even more ferocious shockwave, he noticed Spider-Man suddenly raise his hands in front of his chest. Wait. Thus, in a fit of rage, Shocker paused. Before we commence our duel, I must share a fact with you. Spider-Man shook his hands, feigning fear of Shocker's impending shockwave. Speak, Shocker coldly demanded. You see, spiders are classified as arachnids, not insects. At this revelation, Shocker's rage boiled over, his veins pulsating furiously. He could no longer endure it, raising his arm to aim at the shadowy figure before unleashing a shockwave. However, a slender thread of silk moved even faster than his actions. A fine strand latched onto his device, and in the instant before the shockwave was released, it was deftly swept towards the other arm. The two devices collided with one another. Immediately, a thunderous explosion erupted. The shockwave sent him flying, his body tumbling as the armor he wore scraped against the ground, producing a blinding trail of sparks. Groaning, he lay sprawled on the ground, feeling utterly despondent. With great effort, he lifted his head and spotted Spider-Man hastening toward him. Yet, at this moment, he would need to recuperate for several minutes before he could rise again. His body felt weak and powerless, every limb tingling with numbness. Even the slightest movement of his fingers was beyond his capability. Little did he expect that on his first appearance, he would be so thoroughly defeated by Spider-Man. As he pondered his fate, a powerful melody suddenly resonated from above. Buddy, you're a boy. Make a big noise playing in the streets. Gonna be a big man someday. Hey, Spider-Man, did I miss the party? A technologically advanced hoverboard, accompanied by the roar of engines and booming music, descended onto the street. Clad in green armor, Harry turned to Spider-Man beside him and asked, "Why did the crowd disperse so quickly? I was hoping others would see me." Spider-Man covered his ears, gesturing towards Harry's hoverboard, signaling him to lower the volume. Harry complied. "I told you, this behavior is perilous. Don't be mad, man. I'm just trying to help. Aren't we both here to apprehend criminals?" Harry interjected. He then glanced at the yellow figure across from him, who was half crouched on the ground, panting heavily. Just as Harry was about to speak, the figure asked, "Queens, we will rock you?" Harry nodded, of course, as entrance music. This song is unparalleled. Hearing their exchange, Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words. The figure, now resting a hand on the ground, gasped, "Trust me, Bohemian Rhapsody suits you better." "No, that song is too melancholic. It's not fitting for my entrance." Harry shook his head, dismissing the suggestion. No, what I mean is suddenly Spider-Sense tingled. Before the figure could finish, Spider-Man swiftly flicked his wrist, shooting out a web to ensnare his opponent. Yet, unexpectedly, this time the web's speed was outpaced by the opponent's vibrating device. A resounding crash echoed. With a sudden surge, the figure shot upward, evading the webbing, and soared into the sky. Then, midair, he adjusted his trajectory and unleashed shockwaves towards the adjacent rooftops. In the blink of an eye, cracks began to mar the surfaces, and mere moments later, large chunks of debris plummeted down, threatening Spider-Man and Harry's position. The figure landed on a rooftop ledge, looking down with an air of superiority. "Now you have cause for concern," he declared. With a resounding thud, he sprang into action, vanishing from sight. As the debris began to fall, Spider-Man muttered repeatedly, "No, no, no." However, Harry, gliding on his flying skateboard, reassured Spider-Man, "Don't worry, Peter. Iron Man will handle him." With that, he sped away, leaving behind 2 trails of deep green light in pursuit of the figure, disappearing into the distance. "Harry!" Spider-Man called after him, but received no reply. He then looked up at the impending cascade of rubble, unable to suppress the instinct to shield his head with his hands. This is truly disastrous. Later, an update will follow. Chapter 57. "I am Iron Man, buddy. Why does that device on your arm seem oddly familiar?" Harry said, closely tailing the figure on his flying skateboard. He had learned a thing or two from Peter, namely to seize the opportunity of conversation to discreetly tinker with other gadgets. Like now, the flying skateboard launched a brownish-yellow pumpkin bomb, which Harry held in his hand, concealing it behind him for a moment. The instant the figure turned around, he would hurl this little contraption right at him. "Damn it, here it comes," the figure exclaimed, unable to contain his irritation as he glanced back. "Can't you two just keep your mouths shut?" Harry paused, momentarily startled, thinking the figure had discerned his and Peter's identities, and quickly denied. "No, no, no. We are not brothers." "Really? I don't," the figure began, only to notice a small, glowing green pumpkin hurtling towards him. "And you say you're not brothers? Your ambush techniques are identical." Having learned from a previous encounter, the figure raised his arm, activating a device that unleashed a shockwave directly towards the pumpkin bomb. The moment the shockwave collided with the pumpkin, it erupted in a cacophony of sound and flames. Fortunately, the commotion took place above the streets, sparing excessive damage. As smoke and flames coalesced, the figure lost sight of his pursuers. Oops! In an instant, a green silhouette burst forth from the explosion, moving with remarkable speed, dispersing the nearby smoke. Harry had reached the figure's location in the blink of an eye, grasping him by the neck with one hand. "How much do your gadgets cost? You should take a look at mine." As Harry held the figure by the neck, he noted the lack of resistance. "You're right. It's certainly isn't worth as much as yours." In a moment of suspense, the figure's arms swung violently in the air, then abruptly halted, aiming directly at the flying skateboard beneath the feet of the Iron Man. Yet, I'm undoubtedly far more astute. What a bang! A small cluster of explosions erupted between the two, sending them both hurtling away. The figure had long been prepared. As he flipped through the air, he activated a stabilizing device to steady his body. Meanwhile, Harry noticed a warning flashing within his helmet's visor, indicating that his skateboard had lost control, followed closely by reports of injuries to various parts of his body. Fortunately, the armor's durability shielded him from any grievous harm, leaving him with merely some abrasions and a tingling sensation in his legs. Harry exhaled heavily, shaken to the core. Thank goodness his legs were intact. "Wait, my skateboard." Just as he feared he would plummet helplessly, a familiar and delightful voice resonated in his ear. "Your beloved toy has been left behind, Iron Man. Honestly, that name does not suit you." To his astonishment, Harry found that the skateboard had returned beneath his legs, supporting his descent. Looking up, he saw Spider-Man had approached him, shooting 2 strands of webbing at the wall below the figure's legs, pulling hard and propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Harry clenched his fist and shouted, "Give him a good kick in the rear, little spider." In the next moment, the skateboard beneath him emitted a celebratory sound. Zzz, a sign that the engine was about to shut down. But he was still in midair. No, 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 no. Harry desperately maneuvered the skateboard, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated, tumbling through the air. After a few seconds of tumult, he finally managed to land smoothly. However, as he attempted to regain his footing, he remembered that his legs still felt weak, his heels touched the ground, and he immediately lost his balance. "Please." Harry flailed his arms desperately. Resembling a wobbling toy, he stumbled a few steps. Bang! Harry crashed directly into a store. He silently cursed, lying sprawled on the floor of the shop, only to find the ceiling somewhat familiar. Turning his head, he realized it was the Lego store he had recently mentioned to Peter. Oh no, Peter is definitely going to scold me, Harry thought to himself. After all, prior to this chaotic skirmish, Peter had already devised a plan. Had he not intervened, the figure would not have come to 33rd Street. He would have been easily dealt with on another street. A heavy sigh echoed from within the armor. Moments later, Peter's voice broke through. Iron Man, are you all right? Hearing Peter's voice, Harry wriggled on the ground like a worm. Then, half of his body emerged from the store's entrance, giving a thumbs up to the two figures soaring in the sky not far away. I'm fine. Spider-Man perched upon the back of the Thrill, his gaze falling upon Harry's thumb, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Quickly roll off me, you wretched little bug. At that moment, Thrill's hands were ensnared by webs, and any attempt to unleash a shockwave would result in the same fate as before, his body rendered numb and waiting for Spider-Man to deal with him. Reluctant to accept this, he writhed, attempting to shake off the arachnid known as Spider-Man. In response, two strands of webbing shot forth, landing beside his feet. Beside his feet, with a resounding thud, Thrill found himself kneeling on the ground. Infuriated, he was about to unleash a tirade upon the bug for this humiliation when, in an instant, his helmet was torn away. Use civilized language, you fool. A clump of webbing was thrust into Thrill's mouth, silencing him and leaving him to protest with muffled sounds. Spider-Man disregarded the murderous glare directed at him by Thrill. He squatted before him, resting his fist on his chin as he inspected the vibrating device on Thrill's person. Uh-huh, I found you. With a swift jab of his finger, Spider-Man pressed a button on the device, instantly shutting down the vibration system. He then proceeded to disable another device on Thrill's arm, shooting out several strands of webbing to firmly pin him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Spider-Man picked up two objects resembling gauntlets, scrutinizing them closely. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar logo. Osborn Technologies? He inquired. Where did you acquire this set of devices? Thrill could only respond with muffled sounds. Apologetically, Spider-Man tore away the webbing from Thrill's mouth, prompting a pained exclamation. Damn it, you pulled out my mustache. Oh, I apologize. I didn't realize you had one, Spider-Man replied, scratching his head as he waved the gauntlet-like devices in front of Thrill. So, where did you procure these items? Faced with Spider-Man's inquiry, Thrill found himself surprisingly honest. After all, considering their first encounter today, he had been thoroughly defeated, greatly dismayed. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that this fellow had been holding back in his blows. He had not suffered any serious injuries, the only significant harm being inflicted by his own shockwave. Thus, in this moment, Thrill was exceedingly candid. I don't know who they are. I only know they approached me and provided this equipment, he stated. Did they ask anything of you? Spider-Man questioned. Yes, Thrill replied, casting a furtive glance at him, his voice barely above a whisper. What? They requested I create a little shock for New York City. Spider-Man paused, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Please, don't tell me your name originated from that. Thrill, incensed, retorted, shut up. Spider-Man raised his hands in surrender, falling silent. However, to Thrill, this only felt like mockery. I am Spider-Man. A resounding voice cut through the air, overpowering his own. Oh, the police are coming for you. With a swift gesture, Spider-Man pointed at him and hoisted him up, leaping off the not-so-high rooftop. The voice calling out belonged to Officer George Stacy, who held a megaphone, waiting on the street below. I promised you I wouldn't come within a step of Pioneer Square. Spider-Man, with one hand carrying the terrified individual and the other saluting, felt the tension rise. George raised an eyebrow and instructed his subordinates to assist in retrieving the white maggot from Spider-Man's shoulder. He then remarked, well done. Spider-Man waved his hand in a somewhat disgruntled manner, only to suddenly become aware of another predicament, causing him to fidget. Noticing this, George couldn't help but inquire. What's the matter now? Spider-Man replied weakly, there are some loose stones on 32nd Street that need addressing. George dismissed him casually, no worries. I'll send someone to clean it up shortly. Your tone doesn't suggest it's just a minor issue. Spider-Man felt a pang of anxiety. I apologize. It was just an unforeseen circumstance. Before he could finish, a noise erupted from nearby. Hey, little spider. Well, here comes the unforeseen event. George turned his gaze to see a figure clad in green armor sprinting toward them. Who is he? Iron Man dressed in that green getup. He has called Iron Man? That was precisely my thought. Harry rushed over, clutching a Lego model, to stand before Spider-Man and the officer. Did that guy get dealt with? Thanks to you, he did. Although Spider-Man felt a flicker of anger inside, he kept his composure. George glanced at the toy in Harry's arms and warned, "You need to return that. Come back to purchase it when a staff member is present. Also, where did you pop up from?" Harry puffed out his chest. "Trust me, once they know my identity, they'll be willing to gift it to me." "Really? And who are you?" George chuckled, crossing his arms and scrutinizing him. "I am Spider-Man." Sensing Harry's odd reaction, swiftly positioned himself between the two and frantically exclaimed, "No, no, 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 no." Yet, it was too late for Harry. The mask retracted, revealing his true face. Harry tilted his head, peering out from behind Spider-Man. "I am Harry Osborn. I am Iron Man." Spider-Man slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. Chapter 58, As Far as I Know. Upon a rooftop, Spider-Man admonished, "You cannot simply reveal your identity like that. It will have significant repercussions and attract countless dangerous individuals." "What are you talking about, Peter?" "I am Harry Osborn. I am Iron Man, and I fear no one." In response, Peter held his forehead in exasperation, wishing he could express that referring to himself as Iron Man was indeed quite peculiar, although encased in armor. The conspicuous verdant hue paired with the moniker of Iron Man seems utterly incongruous. Peter, with a hand resting on Harry's shoulder, remarked, "Besides, am I not here for you? You can guide me, just as you did before." As he lifted the Lego toy in his hand, he continued, "Have you forgotten how you taught me to construct this thing?" Peter sighed. "This is different, Harry. This matter is no mere jest. Toys are toys. But your life is an entirely different affair." Mentioning life ignited a fire within Peter, causing his tone to escalate. Moreover, Peter pointed at him, "Just yesterday, I, alongside Dr. Connors, administered the serum into your body. Instead of resting and recuperating in your hospital bed, you choose to roam about aimlessly. I only wish to assist you." Harry retorted defensively. "Assist me? What help have you truly provided?" Peter countered, "What if I had failed to manage those debris? What if I hadn't arrived in time? What if, during a perilous battle, your body had malfunctioned?" The weight of those three what-ifs bore heavily on Harry's mind. At a loss for words, he could only mutter, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to help." Upon hearing this, some of Peter's fury dissipated, yet it lingered. He sighed and stated, "Listen, Harry, if anything goes awry during this ordeal, I will hold myself accountable. It will be my failure to care for you. Similarly, if anyone suffers due to your actions, that will fall squarely on your shoulders. This matter is entirely divorced from your father. It is solely your responsibility, Harry Osborn. Just recently, you confided in me your desire to escape the shadows cast by your father, vowing not to provoke enemies as he did. But what about now?" Peter placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, noticing that his friend had shrunk back, resembling a quail. He yearned to articulate more, but as words hovered on his lips, especially upon witnessing Harry's reaction, he ultimately condensed his thoughts into a singular statement. "You cannot assume the role of a hero merely for amusement." "I'm sorry." Harry was taken aback by Peter's lengthy admonition. Had it come from someone else, he might have brushed it off with a chuckle. But with Peter, it was different. The atmosphere turned heavy for a moment. Peter, unsure of what to say next, glanced at the hoverboard and the box of Lego toys strewn on the ground. "How many pieces are in this Lego set?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Harry's spirits lifted, sensing that Peter had, at least in part, forgiven him. The Millennium Falcon. A total of 541 pieces, doubled out of the Death Star. That is quite a lot. Do you think you can manage it all? Isn't that why you're here? Huh. I recall how you used to assemble things rather haphazardly. Peter moved to the edge of the rooftop, donned his spider mask once more, and turned back to ask, "Is your hoverboard still functional?" This remarkable technological creation was designed collaboratively by Dr. Otto and the elderly Tomes. Although the two geniuses nearly clashed over their differing design perspectives, their expertise in the realm of technology ensured that this flying skateboard proved to be quite functional. Harry donned his helmet, assessed the damage to the flying skateboard, and shook his head, remarking, "The engine core has sustained considerable damage. It can fly, but it won't remain airborne for long before plummeting." Spider-Man gazed into the distance, the towering Osborn group, as resplendent as ever, piercing the clouds. A city's iconic landmarks often become focal points, capturing the attention of passers-by and guiding their gazes. The ominous device had already been confiscated by the police, despite Harry having previously revealed his identity. He also mentioned that he would send someone to retrieve it for safekeeping. However, at that moment, Peter sensed that the sinister plot was merely revealing its dark underbelly. Spider-Man glanced back at Harry and said, "I'll accompany you back. Don't hug me. I prefer riding on your back. If you keep talking, I won't even carry you. You'll have to take a cab." Harry chuckled, secured the flying skateboard to his back, and with a leap, hopped onto Spider-Man's back, wrapping his arms firmly around his neck. Spider-Man then patted his hands, exclaiming, "You're holding on too tightly." In a conference room, Donald Mackin and several board members of the Osborn Group were watching a news report. The self-proclaimed Iron Man turned out to be Harry Osborn, the current CEO of the Osborn Group. Mackin pressed the remote, changing the television image. The next moment, a man with a buzz cut and a modest goatee appeared on screen. He slammed his hand down and shouted, "Iron Man, another superhero. I assure you, this is undoubtedly a new villain crafted by Spider-Man himself, encased in steel and calling himself Iron Man. I think he should be named the Green Goblin instead. And to top it off, this guy's true identity is Harry Osborn." Understanding the implications of Norman Osborn's legacy, Mackin turned off the television, no longer interested in the news. He looked back at the other board members and said, "Did you all see that? It won't be long before he destroys the entire company." Upon hearing this, the other board members contemplated the potential consequences of their boss's actions. While Mackin's prediction of the company's demise was far-fetched, the impact on the company was undeniably real. Suddenly, one individual felt a spark of inspiration. "I believe this presents a business opportunity," he exclaimed. "How so?" The other board members turned their eyes toward him, and even Mackin couldn't help but cast a curious glance, eager to discover the idea brewing in this man's mind. "Mr. Osborn's public admission of his identity as Iron Man poses no issue, in my view. We could align this revelation with the company and craft a bespoke image for him. As you are aware, Spider-Man has already garnered considerable affection from the public. The introduction of another Iron Man, particularly one associated with the Osborn Group, would be quite advantageous. Would it not?" With a subtle lift of his brow, he reveled in the brilliance of his own idea. The others concurred, being shrewd in recognizing a lucrative opportunity. They discerned a complete entertainment industry production line emerging, suggesting that if one Iron Man could be created, surely another, perhaps a golden Iron Man or a silver Iron Man, could follow. However, Mackin swiftly dismissed this notion. "Absolutely not. Why ever not?" The individual cast a glance at Mackin. "Harry Osborn is not present. I am the one in charge here. Do not forget that. The company is, let us see what you can articulate." The man crossed his arms, scoffing as he noted the other board members' attention fixed upon him. Mackin understood that if he failed to provide a compelling suggestion, he would have no choice but to acquiesce to that fellow's proposal. He remarked, "Let us not forget that while we completely distanced ourselves from the Lizard Man incident by shifting responsibility to Daryl or Fawn, we remain under intense public scrutiny. Norman Osborn's demise has not lessened their gaze. Rather, it has intensified with Harry Osborn's rise. You propose the establishment of a new entertainment venture. I must ask, what grounds do we have to inspire confidence in new investors? Simply because of Harry Osborn? You should know I am not jesting." At this juncture, Mackin reclined in the plush comfort of his chair, shaking his head. "Moreover, to my knowledge, there is a piece of information that has yet to be disclosed." "What is it?" the assembly inquired. Mackin smiled. "It is rumored that the criminal who appeared this morning utilized technology supplied by the Osborn Group." Chapter 59. It shouldn't be that difficult. Gwen exited the elevator and entered the familiar laboratory, only to find it unusually desolate today, with only Oz and Dr. Otto present. Dr. Otto seemed engrossed in an experiment, his gaze fixed intently on a sizable whiteboard filled with complex equations, occasionally scratching his scalp in contemplation. Oz, on the other hand, was observed donning headphones, swaying before the computer screen, seemingly engrossed in something unclear. Gwen tiptoed quietly towards him. As she approached, she discovered that the screen displayed a series of high-definition photographs of birds. "What on earth is this dead bird looking at?" Startled, the crow attempted to take flight, but Gwen deftly caught it with a single hand. Got you." Oz turned his head in annoyance. "What's wrong? Is it a crime to look at bird photographs?" Gwen chuckled softly, harboring serious doubts about Oz's intentions, though lacking any evidence. Noticing that Dr. Otto had set down his pen, he appeared utterly exhausted as he sought a chair to sit upon, his gaze vacant as it lingered on the ceiling, lost in thought. Nevertheless, Gwen offered a greeting. "Good morning, Dr. Octavius." "Good morning, Ms. Stacy." After exchanging nods, Gwen leaned slightly closer to Oz and inquired, "So, where have they gone?" "You could simply ask where little Peter is without beating around the bush. I ought to spread the word about your penchant for bird watching." "Don't." Os interjected. Gesturing towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of a laboratory, they've arrived. Gwen turned her head to look. The transparent windows slowly parted, revealing an opening. From below, two heads emerged, Spider-Man and Harry. Upon witnessing this, Oz whispered, "It seems their friendship is rather peculiar, Ms. Gwen. You and T want the word about your boyfriend's orientation to get out, would you?" Gwen playfully flicked Oz on the forehead, retorting, "I'm Gwen, not a mess." Gwen. She chose to disregard the latter part of Oz's comment. Ever since she had met this peculiar bird, he had continuously challenged her understanding of his limits. Oz quickly broke free from fate's grasp and darted over to Peter, lamenting, "Parker, you must stand up for me. Miss Stacy, is that a Lego Millennium Falcon? It's mine." With that, the Raven snatched the Lego packaging from Harry's hands and took flight. This left Harry in a state of panic as he leaped up, reaching out in vain before resigning himself. "Damn bird." After exchanging nods with Gwen, who was Peter's girlfriend, he clutched his hoverboard and ventured deeper into the lab, towards where Dr. Otto resided. Meanwhile, "Wow, Mr. Spider-Man, that outfit is quite impressive." Gwen chuckled, waving playfully. Peter removed his mask, stepped forward, and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering, "I ran into your father on the way." "What did he say?" "He remarked that your outfit is lovely." "Really?" "Indeed." Gwen placed her hands around Peter's neck, grinning. "You're not just saying that to flatter me, are you?" "How could I?" Peter leaned in, their noses brushing against one another. In the distance, Harry, unwittingly subjected to a display of affection, felt a headache coming on. Nearby, Dr. Otto was already inspecting his damaged hoverboard, while Oz, with his Lego in tow, seemed to have flown off somewhere, leaving Harry to wonder if Oz had anticipated this moment before taking flight. "I assume you have plans for Halloween today," Harry remarked, observing the affectionate couple with a hint of annoyance. Gwen extricated herself from Peter's embrace and asked, "There will be a grand performance at Coney Island tonight. Are you not coming?" Harry waved his hand apologetically, saying, "I must wait for this contraption to be repaired. Thereafter, I have a plethora of tasks awaiting me at the company." Peter gazed at him, blinking in surprise. After a moment of silence, Harry still did not acquiesce, chuckling, "Please. I have no intention of intruding upon your little world." "I shall await your call tonight," Peter remarked. "Hey, I never said I agreed," Harry replied. Nevertheless, Peter merely gestured confidently, seemingly certain that he would call later that evening. Harry smiled resignedly. In the ensuing moments, Peter conducted a thorough examination of Harry to ensure the serum would not impose any adverse effects on his dear friend. Upon completing the checks, Peter shouted towards the still-open floor-to-ceiling window, "Oz, we must depart unless you wish to forego today's fries." No sooner had he spoken than Oz flew in through the window. To Harry's astonishment, a fully assembled flying model accompanied him, gliding in alongside. "You rascal, I haven't even begun assembling it. And you've completed it on your own?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh." Oz entered the laboratory with the model, which then landed upon the table. Hearing Harry's remark, Oz waved his wing, causing the model to disassemble, reverting back into a pile of building blocks. "Allow me to assist you in reassembling it," he offered. "Not you," Harry retorted, exasperated. "If it's completed, then why dismantle it?" Peter chuckled at the scene, saying, "Isn't it better to see the final product? It only ignites one's desire to assemble even more." Harry surveyed the disarray of blocks before him, feeling a twinge of discomfort. While that sentiment held truth, the problem lay in the peculiar circumstances. He approached the scattered blocks, rummaging through them before raising his head and demanding, "Where's the instruction manual?" "Disposed of," Oz replied nonchalantly. Harry, overwhelmed with frustration, slumped into a chair. "Fear not. I shall help you finish it," Peter winked. "Go enjoy your little world together." Harry closed his eyes and waved dismissively. Thus, the unfortunate goblin and his beloved departed, leaving Harry and the taciturn Dr. Otto alone in the laboratory. After a while of lying down, Harry sat up and looked towards Otto. "How is the situation? Can it be repaired before tonight? Or will you revert to the previous model that Thomas and I designed? Though its technology was mediocre, it was still quite functional." "No, I prefer the new product," Harry objected, standing firm. "There's no rush. After all, you were involved in all the prototypes." Harry noticed Otto's thinning hair and expressed concern. Otto, you ought to take a break. Your hair is nearly all gone. I will, Otto assured him. After Peter and the others departed, the laboratory, once filled with a vibrant atmosphere, became significantly more subdued. Harry found this ambience unsettling, yet he was unable to impose upon his friends to accompany him around the clock. Such behavior would be selfish. He strolled toward the exit of the lab, his phone buzzing incessantly with messages from his assistant. He needed to attend to some company matters. At times, being the owner of a company is not as commendable as one might think. As he was leaving, he turned to Otto and said, "Happy Halloween, Otto. Halloween is approaching." "Mr. Osborn," Otto replied. After everyone had departed, Otto was left alone, a solitary figure in the laboratory. After estimating the time required to repair the flying skateboard, he returned to the whiteboard to ponder the feasibility of the miniature reactor. However, the harder he concentrated on solving the problem, the more he seemed to hit a dead end. Fortunately, he decided to abandon his thoughts temporarily and allow his mind to rest. Upon glancing at a pile of building blocks on the table, Otto summoned the hidden mechanical tendrils within the lab and began assembling. "It shouldn't be that difficult," he remarked. Chapter 60. I've decided to break up with your nephew. Harry, Harry, Harry. Harry jolted awake, realizing he had dozed off with his head resting on the conference table. Around him sat the other members of the board, including Donald Macon, who was seated beside him, urgently calling his name in hushed tones. Stretching, Harry squinted and groggily asked, "Where were we?" Macon took a deep breath, clearly displeased with Harry's behavior. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a competent leader. At least in Macon's eyes, Harry Osborn could not hold a candle to his father, Norman Osborn. Macon remarked, "You must remember that we recently had the Lizard Man incident, and now you are revealing your identity, calling yourself Iron Man, Iron Man. Spare us that. The name does not suit Osborn in the slightest. You need to understand, Harry, Osborn is currently under intense scrutiny. You ought to manage those unstable factors judiciously." Harry rolled his eyes, lounging lazily in his chair. "Yes, I know. I'm fully aware of that. Isn't this the classic Osborn approach?" Harry scoffed. "Eliminate everything that obstructs progress, be it people or matters. You should be grateful that the scientist Adrian Toombs sought me out initially rather than you, Macon." Macon was unaware of the numerous details Harry alluded to. All he knew was that this individual named Adrian had been unceremoniously ejected from the Osborn group by Norman long ago. Now, Harry had brought him back, offering a lucrative position, as if he were some remarkable figure. "When it comes to Adrian Toombs, I believe you may be overestimating this individual. He has no justification to receive the same treatment as Dr. Octavius." Silence. Harry cast a disdainful glance at him. "Do not call me Harry. I have reiterated this numerous times. We are not friends, and Harry is not a name you are entitled to use," Harry replied coolly. McKenna suppressed his rising anger and responded softly. "Understood, Mr. Osborn." "Excellent." Harry snapped his fingers, seemingly pleased with McKenna's reaction. His gaze swept across everyone present in the conference room. "I am aware of what you are all thinking. What must Norman Osborn, the mastermind behind a $200 billion enterprise, make of a mere boy who has yet to reach 20? Ah, I see that look in your eyes. Do not feign pity before me, for I know that is precisely what you are thinking." Leaning forward, Harry placed his hands on the table, his thumbs rhythmically twiddling. "Surely, you all comprehend the law? Or perhaps you are accompanied by elite legal counsel. There must be someone who has questioned whether my father was of sound mind before his demise, correct?" Harry glanced at McKenna. McKenna hesitated. It was abruptly interrupted again by Harry. "I did not permit you to speak, so kindly remain silent." There must have been individuals who disputed the validity of the will, hiring a multitude of lawyers to uncover its flaws, searching for those nearly non-existent loopholes between every line of text. Goodness, merely envisioning that scenario evokes sympathy for you. By the end of his remarks, Harry pointedly identified the individual responsible. The others present were well aware of whom the young boss was referring to, including McKenna. Rising to his feet, Harry's gaze cut through each board member like a blade. "I do not expect any actions from you. At the very least, do not hinder me. You must understand one crucial fact. I am Osborn, and you are not." The conference room was as silent as ice, no one daring to speak, accepting this reality as if it were melting away before them. Harry nodded. The outcome was as anticipated. Even McKenna, typically the most defiant, did not dare to raise his eyes to meet Harry's. "Very well, you have temporarily secured your positions. The meeting is adjourned, and I wish you all a pleasant Halloween evening." With that, Harry strode out with nonchalance, leaving the board members in the room to exchange glances, each reflecting the other. Truth be told, for a fleeting moment, I perceived Norman's shadow in him. His temper was quite reminiscent indeed. So, Donald, why did you not inform him that the criminal's technology this morning originated from Osborn? Upon hearing this, McKenna glanced at the speaker. You'll find out. The time shifted to the afternoon. The Parker family. Gwen arrived at Peter's doorstep, just about to knock, when she noticed the door swinging open. It wasn't automatic, rather, it was opened by Peter's elder, Aunt May. Gwen felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. In a sense, this was akin to meeting the parents. Good afternoon, MS. May, Gwen greeted, slightly taken aback by the formality. Come now, why so distant? Aunt May chuckled, pulling Gwen inside and marveling at her outfit. I had no idea New York City had welcomed a new Spider-Woman. It was indeed the occasion of Halloween, and Gwen was clad in a black and white spider suit, nearly identical to the design Peter had previously provided. The idea had struck her while crafting Peter's new costume. Why not create one for herself? She thought it looked rather splendid. How many candies do you think I can garner in this attire? Gwen teased, playfully linking her arm with Aunt May's. You can have as many as you desire, my dear, Aunt May replied with a smile, clearly pleased with Peter's girlfriend. She then called out to the upstairs living quarters. Peter, your spider girlfriend has come to see you. There was a brief silence before a crow-like sound echoed from above. Quack! From Gwen's perspective, Peter emerged like a large black goose, staring at her in bewilderment. You scared me. I thought someone else had arrived. Turns out it's just cosplay. Gwen rolled her eyes. And what about you? Peter donned a small black hood, with pointed ears on either side, his once red eyes now covered with a sheer white veil. His chest bore a yellow and black bat emblem, complemented by a dark cape. How do you converse with Batman? Be careful, or I might summon Robin to take you down. Just as Peter finished speaking, Gwen noticed her boyfriend descending the stairs, cloaked in a deep yellow cape, with a green mask covering his eyes and an emblazoned on his chest. Thankfully, he wore black pants rather than being bare-legged. Good afternoon, Gwen, Peter greeted with a smile. Gwen silently observed this duo for several seconds before suddenly turning to Aunt May and declaring, I've decided to break up with your nephew. Chapter 61. Let me handle it, Peter, under Gwen's disapproving gaze, changed into a more conventional Halloween costume, donning a pumpkin head. Oz, though, harbored a hint of resentment, his eyes lingering on Gwen as if to say, You wretched woman, you only serve to disrupt the bond between Parker and me. Gwen retorted with a cold smirk. If you keep looking at me like that, I might just spill the beans about your peculiar interests. Go ahead, because I fall asleep every night in Peter's arms. Listening to his stories, a vein throbbed on Gwen's forehead. Dead bird, dead bird, dead bird. The next time, she vowed to stuff some ginger into the fries box to choke this wretched crow. With this thought, Gwen suddenly realized that Ozza's words were not so infuriating anymore. She let out a couple of soft huffs, placing her hand behind her back, and noticed that Peter was still trying to reach Harry. She inquired, Has Harry not answered yet? No, perhaps he is asleep? Peter shook his head, set down his phone, and dialed again, but the result remained the same, unanswered. Stop calling Parker. Uncle Ben checked. The lad is indeed fast asleep. Is that so? Well then. Harry opened his eyes to find the surroundings dimly lit. It felt as if the sensation of loneliness and darkness had embraced him once more. Outside the expansive, floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling neon lights of New York City at night were captivating. Meanwhile, within the office, Harry lay on the sofa, his gaze somewhat vacant. He could hear the faint sound of car horns from the street below. Despite being high up in the building, he still caught the distant noise, which made him feel a touch uncomfortable, or perhaps it was more accurate to say he despised that feeling of solitude. What time is it? Harry rose from the sofa and, after fumbling in the darkness, found his phone. Upon checking, he realized it was already 7:30 in the evening. He noticed several missed calls and messages for Peter. There were 5 or 6 missed calls. As for the messages, they were numerous. 17:05. Peter, still busy? 17:47. Peter, Oz and I decided to dress up as Batman and Robin. Do you want to join? Oz says you'd be perfect as Green Lantern. Ha ha ha. 18:10. Peter, bro, haven't you sleep this much? Or does the serum have some other effect on you? Please reply to this message promptly. 18:34. Peter, all right, buddy. I've already called your assistant. You really can sleep. Sweating, 1900 hours. This time, he sent a photo. Peter and Gwen were cuddled together, beaming with joy, while Oz, that little rascal, stood with his feet perched on their heads, spreading his wings. Judging by their costumes, Peter merely donned a pumpkin head, while Gwen wore a striking black and white spider suit that suited her beautifully. As for Oz, who was supposed to be a crow, he insisted on dressing as a bat, which was quite ridiculous. Beneath the photo was a message. If you change your mind, remember to call me. We'll come pick you up. Harry scrolled down the screen, realizing that this was the last message Peter had sent. The emptiness he felt upon awakening from his nap had vanished, replaced by the warmth of his friends' messages. Some merely yearned for the exhilaration of soon meeting them. Harry couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Yet he glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. If he were to go now, it might trouble them. Indeed, he recognized the contradiction. Just a moment ago, he was eager to be by their side, but in the next breath, he chose to retreat. The reasoning was quite simple. One should never inconvenience others. As an Osborn, one must rely solely on oneself. This was a mantra often imparted by his father during his childhood. He always felt inadequate, believing he was a source of trouble, perpetually seeking help from others and devoid of any personal initiative. After some contemplation, Harry ultimately relinquished the thought of seeking them out. He typed on his phone, "Have fun, and happy Halloween." Just as he was about to lock the screen, a message from Peter arrived. "Peter, will the pig awaken?" "Harry, Peter, seriously, are you coming? Everyone is waiting for you." "Harry, sorry, Peter. I truly wish to come, but there are some matters at the office. Perhaps next time, as a token of apology. Let the Osborns cover your expenses tonight." Peter remained silent for a moment before sending a voice message. The mischievous tone unmistakably belonged to Oz. "Oz, then by me Coney Island. I want to host a grand banquet." The transmission abruptly halted, as if Oz had been choked into silence. Harry chuckled, suspecting that Peter's girlfriend had indeed silenced Oz, as he often witnessed her covering his mouth. To that he could only think, well done. Suddenly, Harry's ears perked up. He swiftly approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The prime location offered him a magnificent view of the city center. What was that? As Harry gazed into the distance, he noticed a plume of thick smoke floating above the city's skyscrapers. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed from the street below. Without hesitation, Harry activated the secret passage in his office and stepped inside. The ensemble, accentuated by a steel helmet in shades of green, illuminated with deep blue crystal pupils in the darkness. As he donned his attire, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. He needed to prove to his dear friends that he could protect this city in their absence. The target had appeared, and the line of communication was secured through layers of encryption, ultimately reaching a specific device. Mackin pressed his earpiece. "Prepare them." Received. Once the message was conveyed, Mackin reclined into the soft chair, his hands resting crosswise upon his abdomen, softly humming an unknown melody, seemingly satisfied with the current outcome. Harry Osborn, such an inept young man, merely having inherited a semblance of his father's temperament. He truly believes himself to be an Osborn. He needs to understand a crucial point. The position of CEO of the Osborn Group is not one to be assumed lightly. It is not a matter of throwing temper tantrums and brandishing a will before others, proclaiming, "Look, I am Norman Osborn's son. This financial empire belongs to me." How utterly juvenile. Mackin thought to himself. The collision of an ill-suited individual with an appropriate position will only ignite fierce sparks. Tonight, I shall make it abundantly clear to you, Harry, who is truly worthy of this role. Mackin rose and instructed his subordinates, who awaited orders. "Now, we shall take control of the Osborn Group." Upon uttering these words, he silently added, "Happy Halloween, Harry. This is the gift I bestow upon you." Chapter 62. The Halloween Resurrection. It was a sweltering summer day. The sound of cicadas drifted in from the branches of a tree outside my friend S. house. I cannot fathom why this particular scene has etched itself into my memory so vividly, so profound, so distant. "Harry, you've made a mistake. That block should go underneath. How can you possibly start stacking the upper layers without a solid foundation?" The boy sighed dramatically, collapsing onto the carpet, staring listlessly at the ceiling of his friend's room. They had clearly agreed to build together. Hearing his friend's murmurs, Harry glanced over. With his disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest, and heavy black-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a bookworm. "Has anyone ever told you that your glasses are truly unsightly?" Harry jested. "Yes, like you," Peter retorted, then picked up a block, aligning it perfectly with another, achieving a flawless connection. At this, Harry turned over, inching closer to the heap of blocks scattered across the carpet. He picked up one block, asking, where should this one go? It's supposed to be the last decorative piece. Their laughter erupted, only to be abruptly silenced by a knock at the door. Harry glanced at his good friend. Peter stood up, approached the door, turned the handle, and upon seeing the visitor outside, opened the door wider. "Hey, Uncle Ben, what is up?" Harry exclaimed, scrambling to his feet from the carpet, adjusting his clothes before greeting Peter's elder. "Good afternoon, Mr. Parker. Representing the Osborn family, one must never appear ill-mannered or lacking in decorum in another's home." The middle-aged man leaning against the threshold ruffled his nephew's hair, smiling as he said, "No need to be so formal. Harry, you are Peter's friend, and thus, you are our friend too. Apologies." Seeing that the little fellow seemed oblivious to the implications of his words, Ben Parker shrugged, opting to change the subject. "So, my young friends, there's a picnic party in Central Park shortly. Are you interested?" Peter exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was uncertain if he could attend, as his father and driver were still waiting for him outside the house. Ben winked at him. "If you're worried about the car waiting to take you home, fret not, for I have already spoken with the driver. To be precise, I conversed with your father." "What did he say?" Harry inquired eagerly. As long as his father consented, he could enjoy a day out with Peter. He uttered but a single phrase. "Can you guess what it was?" Ben asked. Harry instinctively lowered his gaze. Perhaps it was a refusal? "Incorrect," Ben replied, bending down with his hands resting on his knees. Chuckling, he mentioned that you ought to be mindful of your image, for you represent the Osborn family in public. At this point, he suddenly glanced around, as if concerned about eavesdroppers. In a hushed tone, he added, "Do not worry. We do not concern ourselves with such formalities. You and Peter may play as you wish." "That is fantastic," Peter exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Harry's hand and attempting to dash outside. "Really?" Harry remained still, confirming that Uncle Ben was not deceiving him. "Come on, Harry. Uncle Ben never tells lies." Peter tugged at his friend's arm, noticing his lack of response, and then looked towards Uncle Ben. "Right, Uncle Ben?" Uncle Ben tilted his head. "Why not step outside and see for yourself?" Harry could not recall how he ended up outside. It seemed Peter had pulled him along in a daze. Then he spotted the familiar black sedan. The window slowly descended, revealing his father's solemn visage, though he did not focus on Harry, but rather on Peter's uncle. "I appreciate your assistance. I have some matters to attend to at the office." "No trouble at all." Norman diverted his gaze. "Harry." "Yes." Harry looked up at his father. "Do not forget your standing." "I want father." Just as Harry intended to wave goodbye, he noticed the window had already closed, his father not even uttering a farewell. The sedan departed quietly, as if merely passing through the street, indifferent to him, leaving Harry's arm suspended in the air. Then, at some point thereafter, his arm was seized. "Come on, Harry. Let us take those blocks to the park." "Damn it, why am I recalling all this?" Harry shook his head, casting those memories aside, and then stepped onto his flying skateboard, heading towards the explosion site. His movements were swift, aided by the intelligent AI within his armor, enabling him to arrive at the scene of the explosion almost instantaneously, even quicker than the police who had received the notification. The streets are nearly deserted, shrouded in an eerie silence. The remnants of Halloween, pumpkin lanterns, still dangle from the entrances of various shops, adding an unsettling ambience to the night. Is anyone there? The site of the explosion appears to be a store, its floor strewn with various items, resembling a disheveled general store. Receiving no reply, Harry activated the scanning function of his helmet, searching for any heat signatures but finding none. He then turned his gaze towards a few silhouettes nearby, observing him with trepidation. "Can someone explain what is happening here?" "Who are you?" A small girl, adorned with a cheerful smile sticker on her face, spoke up, her innocent curiosity evident in her timid voice. However, upon her utterance, her parents swiftly covered her mouth, addressing the green figure gliding by on a hoverboard. "We were just passing through. We know nothing." Harry paid them no mind and maneuvered his craft closer. Noticing the fearful expressions on their faces, he removed his mask, revealing his true identity. "I am Iron Man, a hero. Do you have any information to share with me?" The girl's parents appeared particularly astonished upon seeing Harry's visage. It had been nearly a day since he had declared himself Iron Man. Yet there were still those who remained unaware of it. Harry raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Like Spider-Man, that kind of hero?" "Yes, he is my friend. So you can tell me what you heard just before the boom." Another explosion resonated from a nearby street. Harry furrowed his brow, swallowing the unfinished words back down. The mask snapped shut, reverting to its usual stern appearance. We shall converse later. Iron Man must save the city. Chapter 63. Halloween Resurrection, Part 2. Harry navigated his hoverboard through the skyscrapers of the city. Each new explosion site mirrored the last, evidence of blasts. Yet the culprits had long vanished without a trace. The relentless pursuit was fueling his growing agitation. He felt as though he were being led by an unseen hand. Yet, he could not even ascertain the identity of the one orchestrating these explosions, let alone the mastermind behind it all. This frantic endeavor yielded nothing but a restless heart and mounting psychological pressure. Upon arriving at yet another explosion site, he finally encountered a new revelation. "Good evening, Iron Man." Below, the crowd screamed and fled, as a figure clad in deep yellow metallic armor waved at the throng of panicked individuals. "It's you?" Harry was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that figure well. It was the very person he had encountered earlier that morning. A sense of horror washed over him. However, he had already made it clear. "I must clarify with you in advance, young master, that I harbor no personal grievances against you. Hence I hope we can maintain peace tonight. Shall we?" After speaking, Jing Xiao sprang away from the street like a coiled spring. Just as Harry contemplated pursuing him, he was startled by the sound of an explosion from another street. Goodness, how could being a superhero be so exhausting? Feeling slightly fatigued, he decided to rest for a moment before heading to the Ferris wheel. "Very well, I shall procure some refreshments. What would you like to drink, Gwen?" "Just plain mineral water will suffice." "No problem." Peter noticed Oz's cataract-like eyes fixated upon him. Oz remained silent, simply staring, leaving Peter puzzled about the intent behind his gaze. The two exchanged glances for a moment. "Moments later, Gwen exclaimed, 'You didn't even bother to ask what I would like to drink.'" Peter chuckled in exasperation and then inquired, "How about cola?" "Not that," came the reply. "Mineral water?" "Not that either." "It can't be beer, can it?" "Neither that." Unable to tolerate the back and forth between her boyfriend and Oz any longer, Gwen snapped, "What on earth do you want to drink, you wretched bird?" Oz blinked and replied, "I want quinine, it's delicious." "How on earth did you string those words together?" she asked incredulously. Hee hee. Oz accompanied Peter to purchase the beverages while Gwen, feeling somewhat fatigued, opted to find a chair to sit on. As she gazed at the retreating figures of Peter and the bird, she couldn't shake the feeling that since Oz's arrival, something in her life had shifted. Yet, when pressed to articulate her feelings, she found herself at a loss for words. It was simply a sense that something had altered. In the midst of her musings, Peter and Oz returned, Peter carrying 2 bottles of water and a cup of milk tea with pearls specifically for Oz. "Here's your water," he said. As Gwen took the mineral water and was about to twist off the cap, she suddenly hesitated. She watched patiently as Peter expertly unwrapped the straw, punctured the cup's seal, and handed the milk tea to Oz. The black crow seized the straw with its beak and gulped down a generous sip, the plastic cup collapsing under the pressure before returning to its original shape with a pop. The crow released a contented sigh. Once Oz finished drinking, Peter turned his gaze toward Gwen. She quickly averted her eyes to avoid making contact with his gaze, instead glancing at the unopened bottle of water in her hand, only to realize she wasn't particularly thirsty anymore. In fact, she now felt an inexplicable urge to lash out, just as she was about to twist the cap off herself. Her boyfriend extended his hand, unscrewing the cap and handing it back to her. Well, perhaps she wasn't so inclined to lash out after all. She simply needed to expedite the process of stuffing Ginger into the box of fries. Gwen took a sip of water and glanced at Peter. "So, is Harry really not coming?" Peter shook his head. "He probably won't show up. From what I know of him, if he truly wanted to be here, he would have made arrangements long ago." "Well," Oz interjected, "if he were present, our dear Miss Stacy would likely have another suitor to contend with. Alas, as long as I am alive, you all shall remain mere concubines." "You insufferable tongue," Gwen retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she instinctively reached to tug at his hair, only to be interrupted by the ringing of her phone in her pocket. "I'll deal with you later." Gwen shot Oz a glare before retrieving her phone. It was her father calling. "What's up, Dad?" "I'm at Coney Island with Peter." Gwen handed the phone to Peter. "Dad wants you to say something." "Huh?" Peter took the phone. "Good evening, Officer Stacy. Please take good care of Gwen and have fun." "I assure you, Officer Stacy, I will," Peter replied before returning the phone to her. After finishing the call, Gwen looked at Peter and said, "I understand. I'll wait for your call." Once the call ended, Gwen felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Noticing her distress, Peter inquired, "What's wrong?" "There have been several explosions downtown, seemingly orchestrated. Dad said we should stay here until things settle down before heading back," Gwen explained. Peter fell into silence for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, Gwen." Gwen waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, you go. Just remember to stay safe." There was no other choice. Such was the reality. When you find yourself in a relationship with a superhero, you must accept that sometimes you are not his top priority, even though most of the time you are. Perhaps this secret is thrilling enough. Yet, after experiencing numerous abrupt departures during dates, one must come to realize that the relationship is not as idyllic as one might imagine. Peter kissed Gwen on the cheek and departed swiftly. Once his figure vanished from sight, it wasn't long before a red and blue figure swung away on a web above Coney Island. Gwen's eyelids drooped, and she tightened her grip on the water bottle in her hand. She lifted her gaze, bewildered. "Why are you still here?" Oz tilted his head. "Why shouldn't I be here? Aren't you supposed to help Peter?" Gwen asked. Oz took a sip of his milk tea and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps in the past, but not now. His growth has surpassed my expectations." "Well, at least having a crow to keep me company isn't so bad," Gwen mused, leaning back in her chair as she observed the lively Halloween festivities at Coney Island. People strolled together, laughter and chatter filling the air, seemingly oblivious to the ominous events brewing just miles away in the city. Snap! Gwen cast a sidelong glance. Then came another sound, a sharp clap. She maintained her furtive gaze, the sound echoing, one after another. What was this sneaky creature up to? "I can see you." Gwen seethed with anger. This wretched bird's stealthy antics were utterly infuriating. Oz unfurled one wing, as if to distance himself, preventing any eavesdroppers, and whispered to Gwen, "Would you like to take a look? After all, you have your mask with you." Gwen glanced down at her homemade spider suit, furrowing her brow as she replied, "I lack superpowers. Going over there would only complicate things for Peter." "I want to go." Oz sighed dramatically, thumping his chest. "But Uncle Ben is here, isn't he?" "I'm just asking if you want to go." Gwen scrutinized Oz with suspicion. This fellow, clearly a crow, had dressed as Batman for Halloween, looking rather ridiculous. Yet Oz was indeed a genuine, mysterious crow. "To go or not to go, Mrs. Stacy?" the crow demon whispered. Gwen fell silent, the water bottle in her grip clinking softly. No impact. With Uncle Ben here, there should be no surprises. Though this ISN team my territory, it's sufficient. Then let us proceed. Chapter 64. Halloween Night of Resurrection, Part 3. Long ago, in his youth, Norman Osborn was accompanied by Donald Mackenzie. After years of hard work, Mackenzie, through his own merits, had ascended to the position of second-in-command at Osborn Industries. Then one day, he suddenly discovered that Norman was gravely ill. From a friend's perspective, he wished for Norman to regain his health and return to his former vigor. However, from a self-serving standpoint, he hoped for Norman's demise, preferably swift. So swift that he wouldn't even have time to draft a will. For he was aware that Norman had a biological son, and although Norman was perpetually dissatisfied with him, he was nonetheless his flesh and blood. The financial empire they had painstakingly built together would inevitably fall into his son's hands one day. With his connection to Norman, he could continue to occupy the position of second-in-command. He often fantasized about what would happen if Norman entrusted the company to him before his passing. He would undoubtedly live up to Norman's expectations and elevate the financial empire to new heights. But alas, Norman did not do so. He was merely a regular board member. And one could even say he was a loyal dog trained by Norman himself. No matter how hard he tried, the company ultimately had no connection to him. He was discontented, truly discontented. "I have contributed to this company. I have invested my entire life into this empire. Perhaps one could argue that my later years would be carefree, free from the worries of daily sustenance. But what if this empire collapses? What if this financial empire, which he helped to construct, were to be brought down by a mere child?" McKen would not wish to witness such a calamity, at least not at this moment. His devotion to this conglomerate surpassed even his love for life itself. "No, you cannot enter. Mr. Osborn has expressly ordered that no one approach without his permission." "Spare me." "Isha," McKen replied, casting a glance at his assistant. "Harry is dismantling this empire. Everything I do is for the sake of the group. Mr. Osborn will have you dismissed." The assistant exclaimed. McKen chuckled. "A person who sells technology to criminals is going to fire me? After tonight, your allegiance will no longer lie with Mr. Osborn." The assistant paused, suddenly comprehending the implications of his words. This old man was attempting a coup. Rationality advised her to steer clear of such corporate power struggles. After all, she was merely an assistant to Osborn. Yet, being Osborn's assistant essentially meant she was aligned with Harry Osborn. Regardless of the outcome, one must at least take a stance. Isha urged, for the sake of our long acquaintance, Mr. McKen, do not pursue this course of action. Is that a warning? Perhaps it is, he retorted. Then you are dismissed. Do not forget, within this conglomerate, Harry is not the only one with the authority to dismiss. The assistant was promptly escorted away. McKen, leading a cadre of well-compensated journalists along with security personnel, stormed into the laboratory under Harry's special jurisdiction. Upon entering, McKen was greeted by an unexpected figure, Dr. Otto Octavius. Noticing the journalists raising their cameras, McKen gestured to halt, deeming the shot unnecessary. Understood. He approached Otto, exchanging pleasantries. Good evening, Dr. Octavius. Are you not attending tonight's Halloween festivities? I've heard that Coney Island is hosting quite the lively event. Dr. Otto scratched his head, The challenges of science are what I ought to be addressing. Very well. McKen surveyed his surroundings, observing several high-tech hoverboards suspended on the walls, alongside various experimental reagents suited for biological studies. There was even a half-finished toy spaceship. How juvenile. Tilting his head, McKen noticed the whiteboard behind Otto, which bore no markings. After confirming the assortment of technological marvels in the lab met his expectations, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He approached and patted Otto on the shoulder. Doctor, you are an intelligent man. I trust you will refrain from any foolish actions. Otto sighed, fully aware of McKen's insinuation. Harry's a good kid. Just give him some time. Alas, Otto sighed, preparing to depart from the laboratory, which actually belonged to his friend Connors. However, he was halted midway by McKen. Otto turned to face him, his expression tinged with confusion. McKen inquired, What were you just doing? The Otto I know would not leave a whiteboard so starkly empty. Otto gestured toward the half-finished block spaceship and replied with a smile, I was assembling this. Do you often engage in such activities? At times, one must learn to relax. Building with blocks is a commendable choice, and this particular creation lacks even an instruction manual. Reluctantly, McKen ultimately allowed Otto to leave the laboratory. Just as Otto was about to reach the door, McKen called out to him once more. Damn it again, Otto retorted, slightly irritated. Is there anything you can't convey in one breath? All this hesitance is quite perplexing. Maintaining a basic smile, he asked, What is it? McKen pointed to the unfinished block spaceship and queried, Aren't you taking these toys with you? Otto chuckled. No worries, they can stay right there. Everyone run. Harry accelerated the speed of his gliding board, instantly transforming into a green blur as he dashed towards the impending collapse of a large wall fragment. He pressed his hands against the crumbling wall, his head bowed, preventing it from crashing down upon the innocent crowd below, all the while watching the perpetrators flee. It was terrifying. To be precise, there were several individuals equipped similarly to those who instigated the chaos. They launched attacks throughout various locations in the city, leaving him scurrying about like a dog. Suddenly, the gliding board erupted in a fierce blaze, and Harry lifted the entire wall fragment. After successfully supporting the debris until all individuals in the street below had evacuated, he finally released his grip and soared away with a whoosh. Bang! The rubble crashed onto the ground with a dull thud, shattering into pieces. Harry breathed heavily, activating the technology in his helmet to frantically search for the Tigger operatives scattered throughout the city's districts. Abruptly, 2 calls came through his helmet, one from Otto and the other from Peter. Harry opted to answer his good friend's call first. What's going on? I know there has been a riot in the city. Don't act alone. Wait for me. Sorry, Harry. He terminated the call and maneuvered his gliding board towards another explosion site. Time was of the essence. He was equally unwilling to see anyone get hurt. While in transit, he dialed Otto's number. What is it, Otto? I believe it would be prudent for you to return to the group promptly. McKen is up to something. The turmoil in the city can be handled by Peter. I think he's more adept at it than you. Harry halted his gliding board, glancing back at the most prominent skyscraper among the city's skyline. No, Peter is not a machine. I must first do something for him. With that, the figure clad in green armor accelerated even further. The verdant tail of light left a long trail across the city skyline, marking an unfinished dash for this evening's Halloween. Chapter 65, Halloween Resurrection Night, Part 4. By the spirits. Spider-Man shot a web that adhered to a lamppost, then, with a swift tug of his arm, propelled himself forward. Perched atop the lamppost, he crouched briefly before applying pressure with both hands. With a resounding bang, he was launched forth like a bullet, causing the lamppost to emit a fierce tremor. "Please be safe, Harry," he murmured, catching sight of a familiar white police car down the road. After a moment's contemplation, Spider-Man relinquished the web and leapt onto the rooftop, then, like a spider, scuttled to the car door and tapped on the window. The window rolled down to reveal his well-acquainted father-in-law, Officer George Stacy. "I thought you wouldn't show up tonight," he remarked. "Apologies," Spider-Man replied. "What's the situation?" At times, one must concede that the involvement of an extraordinary individual can wield significant influence over events. Long ago, George once believed he would apprehend Spider-Man. However, following the lizard incident and various perilous cases, the presence of Spider-Man seemed to render these challenges less daunting. Regardless, George opted to exchange intelligence with Spider-Man. "It's mostly concerning your friend. This young master has unwittingly crossed paths with some dangerous individuals, as several explosions have occurred in his vicinity. From what we know, the perpetrators used the same devices as that individual from this morning. What was his name?" "Ah, shocker," Spider-Man interjected. "Yes, shocker. What a ridiculous name," George grimaced. "They employed similar mechanisms, though their proficiency leaves much to be desired. We've already apprehended one suspect." George glanced at Spider-Man's large, white compound eyes. The design of those arachnid optics was truly remarkable. Gazing into them evoked an unusual sense of intimacy. Honestly, if it weren't for my careful consideration, I might suspect this to be an elaborate scheme orchestrated by Harry Osborn to enhance his notoriety. Spider-Man sighed, affirming, "He is not that kind of person." "Perhaps. But regarding your relationship with him, I have little interest in probing further. Because of you, I choose to temporarily place my trust in him," George admitted. "However, once tonight's matters are resolved, he cannot evade responsibility, as those devices are undoubtedly Osborn's handiwork." Spider-Man nodded. His spider sense had subtly alerted him to imminent danger on a nearby street. "I must take my leave." Of course. As he watched Spider-Man depart, George closed the window, momentarily feeling as if the figure before him was the very youth he knew, closely tied to Harry Osborn. From the words of his beloved daughter, it is revealed that Peter Parker is also a close friend of Harry Osborn. Had I not just confirmed via phone that this fellow was indeed at Coney Island, I might have genuinely believed that the man behind the mask was Peter Parker. "My name is Jim Cortez. Once I was a criminal, but now I have regained my freedom. The individuals who extricated me from prison claim to be affiliated with the Osborn Group. Upon my release, they did not require me to surrender anything of value. After all, I am no scientist, merely a man who ended up in jail due to a botched bank robbery. What could I possibly offer them? Even if they had asked, I would have been unable to pay. They provided me with a set of high-tech gloves and instructed me to assist them in orchestrating a few explosions on Halloween night. Upon completion, a substantial sum of money would be mine. Yes, I understand that perhaps I am exceedingly fortunate. Otherwise, I might have wished to share such a splendid opportunity with you all. When Halloween arrived, I discovered that I was not the sole recipient of the device. There was another individual who seemed to revel in it even more than I did, even adopting the rather unappealing moniker of Thriller. But let us not dwell on his name. I realized this was a conspiracy, a plot concerning someone of significance. Yet, it mattered not to me. I was merely following orders. Where one might wonder, does the web come from? With a sudden bang, Jim succumbed to slumber during the leap, sleeping soundly. Like a sleeping beauty, he was cradled by Spider-Man before being deposited beneath a streetlight. Spider-Man dismantled the device attached to him and bound him to the pole, subsequently notifying the authorities before departing. This city harbors more individuals like Jim, more than one Thriller. Fortunately, they are far inferior to the original, perhaps better described as mere surprises. With a flick of his wrist, Spider-Man swung away on his web. Meanwhile, not far off, a graceful white figure arrived late to the scene. Gwen landed on the rooftop, sprinting a few steps as if unable to halt her momentum. She then bent slightly, lifting her mask to reveal her delicately pale chin. Leaning on her knees, she exhaled softly. In the next moment, a black crow appeared upon her shoulder. "Please, do not tell me that the mask is stifling. I have grown weary of hearing that." Oz glanced sideways at the girl. The exhilaration coursing through her was causing Gwen to feel somewhat breathless. She shot an embarrassed glance at Oz, affirming the mask was indeed suffocating. Oz, covering his ears with his wings, chose to disregard her. Indeed, it is Peter Parker who is the true Spider-Man. After acquiring the spider abilities he pilfered from the spider totem, Gwen found herself lacking in skill compared to Peter, who had just recently gained his own powers. It seemed as though he was destined for this role, a prodigy in every sense. Oh, my little Peter! And what does that disdainful look of yours mean, Gwen? I'm still a novice, you know. The girl fumed. Oz replied with a dismissive nod. Once she regained her composure, Gwen lowered her mask and took a few steps forward, gazing at the criminal that Peter had effortlessly subdued. Her boyfriend was truly worthy of the title Spider-Man. So proud. If she hadn't experienced it firsthand, she would never have realized how troublesome the spider abilities could be. It was nothing like the effortless grace portrayed on television. Recalling the moment when her palm was stuck to the wall, she felt utterly dismal. Unable to contain herself, Gwen inquired, "Was Peter like this in the beginning?" Oz, with a cup of milk tea tied to his outfit, courtesy of his little Peter, sipped through a straw and replied, "Well, at first, he might have been like you. I arrived late and didn't see it." "Is that so?" Gwen pondered, thinking Peter must have been a natural. "But he became much more adept afterward," Oz added. Gwen sighed, envisioning Peter's earlier struggles. Truly remarkable, she thought. After all, he is my boyfriend. Her spirits lifted at the thought. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Go take down the other criminals." "Wow, you are by far the most indecisive Spider-Man I've ever seen." Oz chided. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to strike Crow. Chapter 66, Halloween Night of Resurrection, Part 5, Thrilling. A pumpkin bomb ejected from the flying skateboard, held in Harry's hand. However, after glancing at the fleeing crowd below, he ultimately chose to put it back. The artificial intelligence within his helmet informed him that if he threw the pumpkin bomb, landing it on a trajectory predicted by its algorithms, it would affect the thrill and cause it to fall onto the street. At that point, he would have dealt with the villain. Yet, the AI was merciless. It did not account for potential injuries to civilians. Given that it was Halloween, the streets were thronged with revelers far more than on a typical night, all celebrating the festivity. He couldn't fathom how many people might be harmed if he were tossed that pumpkin bomb. The ends justify the means. That was Osborn's usual approach. But it was not his. "Can we talk? Perhaps about Queen or something. If the opportunity arises, I could offer you some tickets to their concert." Harry's voice echoed from within the green armor, as his flying skateboard struggled to keep pace with the thrill's leaps. "Shut up. I shall not fall for your ruse a second time. Is that arachnid mastermind lurking in some shadowy corner, waiting to ambush me?" The thrill spoke without turning his head. The memory of his previous failure lingered vividly. Now presented with a second chance, he was far from the foolish figure they imagined him to be. Harry accelerated his hoverboard, pleading, "Could we not sit down and converse like friends? You know who I am." "Indeed, the illustrious Osborn," Thrill replied. "Precisely. Perhaps if you were to pause, I could offer you a rather lucrative position. It would be better than your current predicament, and surely you would prefer not to be imprisoned by Spider-Man once more." With a swift motion, Harry surged forward, his hoverboard leaving 2 trails of green light in the air. In an instant, he hovered above Thrill, looking down upon him. Thrill, opting to cease his evasive maneuvers, stood still as fleeing citizens rushed past him on either side. "You exhibit a lack of decorum, failing to lower your stance when seeking assistance," Thrill remarked. Inside his helmet, Harry's face turned a deep shade of blue. If one were to inquire what he prided himself on most, it would undoubtedly be his upbringing. His father incessantly reminded him that he was a member of the Osborn family, and that every action and word reflected upon their name. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly lack manners? "As a criminal, I am willing to assist in your redemption and offer you a job. That is my utmost concession." Nonetheless, pressed by the situation, Harry descended slightly. Yet he still held the advantage of height. "You must understand, I am Osborn, and I have afforded you considerable respect," came the cold voice from within the green armor, akin to a chilling gust. However, Thrill, also clad in armor, remained impervious to Harry's coldness, and even if he sensed it. So what? Would he kill me? There are still citizens present. Thrill looked up, hands on his hips, pacing a couple of steps before declaring, "Very well, Mr. Osborn. Regarding your earlier suggestion, I find myself surprisingly inclined to consider it." "Is that so?" A progress bar appeared within Harry's helmet view. This system was specifically designed to control the majority of Osborn's technological creations. Following the earlier incident, he had taken the opportunity to have Otto remotely install a control system for his artificial intelligence. He was not exaggerating. The technology throughout New York bore the imprint of Osborn. If he so desired, he could plunge the entire city into darkness. Capital. Given my criminal history, finding employment is rather challenging. Thrill appeared to genuinely ponder his previous suggestion, engaging him with curiosity. However, Harry struggled to absorb his words, for a red alert had suddenly flashed in his helmet's display. How could this be? Harry was taken aback. Only listening to the chilling recounting, I suddenly realized that I was remarkably suited to this apparatus. Originally intended for the destruction of abandoned skyscrapers, in my possession, it sparked a flurry of inspiration within me, as if it were intrinsically crafted for my existence. At this point, the chilling narrator chuckled softly, casting his gaze toward the silent green figure above. Truth be told, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without this contraption manufactured by Osborn, I would have been at a loss for how long it would take to rediscover my true self. For a moment, Harry found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he heard the distant sound of an explosion from another street. He longed to soar there immediately. Name your terms. As long as it is within my reach, I can grant it, Harry declared. A wealthy man is indeed capricious, the chilling narrator replied, shaking his head. But you are mistaken in one regard. What is that? Harry inquired. After tonight, you will likely find yourself in a most undesirable state. Frowning, Harry was aware that within the organization, McKinnon was engaged in some covert operations, but upon hearing the chilling narrator's words, he sensed that McKinnon's actions were far from trivial. I am eager to learn more, Harry nodded slightly, recognizing that the chilling narrator's willingness to converse indicated his indifference to the conspiracy surrounding him. Trust me, the chilling narrator said, casting a glance at Harry before unleashing a shockwave toward a nearby electronics retail store. The glass shattered like water, cascading into a heap of scattered fragments upon the ground. You will likely struggle to accept this reality, as if every event was meticulously calculated. The shockwave released by the chilling narrator shattered the glass, revealing several large television screens within the store. The sound from the televisions, amplified by the shattering glass, resonated unusually loud down the street. The screens initially broadcasted reports about the explosion occurring that night, but in that fleeting moment, they transitioned through several different contents. Reports indicated that the instigator of tonight's explosive incidents was none other than Harry Osborn, who had recently assumed the role of CEO of Osborn Group. Though it is difficult to articulate, I can confirm one thing. These devices indeed belong to Osborn Technologies. The number of individuals affected by the explosion is still being documented, with estimates indicating that at least several hundred people have sustained injuries. If the content broadcasted on those televisions left Harry wide-eyed, the footage on another screen prompted him to unleash a torrent of curses. Even now, I can hardly believe it, yet here we are. McKinnon, impeccably dressed, appeared on the screen, being interviewed about Harry Osborn's alleged crimes. After inheriting the corporation, he had begun ordering scientists to secretly manufacture armor. I did not know what provoked him. I once asked him what he was doing, and we are still under the scrutiny of the public. What purpose does this serve? He merely responded, in a few days, you will understand. Thus, today, on this Halloween night, he made his appearance, adopting the moniker of Iron Man. For a fleeting moment, I believed there was no harm in him aspiring to be a figure akin to Spider-Man. However, not long ago, I uncovered the disconcerting truth. The devices employed by criminals this morning, along with the explosive incidents of the evening, were all crafted by Harry himself. Harry's eyes were bloodshot, his lips torn and bleeding, droplets of crimson staining the inside of his helmet. That old fool. McKinnon raised his glass, gently swirling the liquid within, his gaze leisurely fixed on the image of himself on the screen. After his self concluded speaking, he took a sip of his drink, letting out a few subdued chuckles, as if the weight of restraint had finally been lifted. Following those gentle laughs was a more unrestrained and raucous guffaw. Was it mockery? Joy? Or perhaps schadenfreude? Perhaps it was all of these. Happy Halloween, Harry. McKinnon, feeling quite pleased with himself, closed the page, preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, he halted, placing his glass beside the computer, where a half-eaten, soft fry lay. Frowning, McKinnon reseated himself. He grasped the mouse, directing the cursor toward the corner, a location where a video file was stored. It bore the inscription, "The Cure for Harry's Serum, Journal of Connors." His brow furrowed even deeper. Tap tap. The video footage immediately sprang to life.